Chapter 3059. I. Dongfang Xiaocui was completely dumbfounded. She was actually a woman without a mind of her own. Even if she wanted to kill someone, she didn't know how to hide it. She thought that Feng Tianlin wouldn't see her message, but she didn't expect him to really see it. She didn't know how to explain herself. Dongfang Xiaocui, I know that you've always wanted to kill Su Shihan, but she's innocent. No matter what, she's my daughter. She doesn't even know about all this. Why can't you tolerate her? She can't threaten your position, and she can't threaten Feng Shipian's position. Why do you have to chase after her? What Jianghu did before, I'm afraid it has something to do with you, right? Feng Tianlin wasn't stupid. He knew that Feng Tianhu was behind Su Shihan's assassination, but it was impossible to say that Dongfang Xiaocui wasn't involved. I'm sorry, Tianlin. Dongfang Xiaocui hated Su Shihan, but she didn't want to ruin the relationship between husband and wife. Feng Tianlin's words made her feel that Su Shihan's death wouldn't affect anything. A girl couldn't compete with Feng Shipian for the head of the house, and she wasn't Feng Tianlin's lover either. She was just the daughter of that lover. It didn't matter. But Dongfang Xiaocui was worried about Feng Shihan's safety, so she could only tell Feng Tianlin why she wanted to kill Su Shihan. Tianlin, listen to me. I'm doing this for Shihan. For Shipian? Feng Tianlin frowned and asked coldly. What do you mean? What does it have to do with Shipian? Let's see what excuses you can come up with. It's like this. Jianghu said that Shipian killed Nitian, and he said that he wants to pay with his life. He wants to kill one of your children before he can be at ease. As long as Su Shihan is dead, he won't pursue Shipian's crime anymore. Dongfang Xiaocui didn't dare hide anything and said what Feng Tianhu said. What a woman! Feng Tianlin didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he was more angry. You believe what he said, do you have a brain? Feng Nitian wasn't killed by Feng Shipian. It wasn't a big deal in the first place. Even if he killed them, father wouldn't be able to do anything to him. He's the only bloodline left in the ancient Feng family. If he died, our ancient Feng family would be finished. Do you think that's possible? Dongfang Xiaocui stammered, not knowing what to say. Tell your brother to cancel this plan right now. Feng Tianlin yelled. Oh, okay. Dongfang Xiaocui quickly picked up her phone and dialed her brother Dongfang Jingxing's number. Little sister, did you receive my message? I told the old man about this matter and he agreed. You should know that the old man doesn't care about his grandson anymore. He is very fond of him. He decided not to send an earth rank expert and directly sent an early heaven rank expert. How about it? You should be relieved now, right? Su Shihan, that little bitch, is dead for sure. Dongfang Jingxing picked up the phone and said excitedly before Dongfang Xiaocui could say anything. Dongfang Xiaocui froze and quickly said, Big brother, cancel this plan, don't kill Su Shihan, don't send anyone. Little sister, what do you mean? Why did you cancel it? Dongfang Jingxing paused. Big brother, Tianlin found out. I don't want to fight with him, so cancel it. Dongfang Xiaocui still cared a lot about Feng Tianlin. Little sister, I'm telling you, Wuxia already knows about this, and so does our father. He's already ordered to send people, but you suddenly cancelled it. Do you think Wuxia will just let it go? Do you think that father's words are just for show? Dongfang Jingxing changed the topic. I'm sure you know father's character, right? He's a man of his word, and no one can refute his words. Neither you nor I can. Besides, after Wuxia goes, the old man loves Wuxia a lot. Even if Wuxia wants the stars in the sky, the old man will think of a way. Do you think Wuxia will stop just because you cancelled it? You aroused his interest. The old man will make his wish come true no matter what. This. Dongfang Xiaocui was dumbfounded. She understood Dongfang Jingxing's words. She knew the old man Dongfang's personality very well. Once the old man Dongfang made up his mind, he wouldn't change it. Moreover, it involved Dongfang Wuxia. This meant that the matter was set in stone, and there was no way to change it. Okay, little sister. You talk to brother-in-law. It's just an illegitimate daughter. Let it go. He doesn't want the old man to be unhappy, right? Dongfang Jingxing said. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. You try to persuade him. Okay. Dongfang Xiaotsue was helpless and could only hang up. The room was very quiet, so Feng Tianlin heard the conversation between Dongfang Jingxing and Dongfang Xiaotsue clearly. He was a little lost. He didn't expect things to develop to this point. Now that old Master Dongfang had intervened, it wasn't something normal people could do anything about. Unless old Master Feng could make a phone call and mediate, there was no turning back. But the main problem was that Feng Tianlin couldn't ask old Master Feng for help. Su Shihan hadn't returned to the family, and she was a girl. Old Master Feng couldn't offend old Master Dongfang for her. Also, when Feng Shipian was poisoning Nitian, Feng Tianlin and old Master Feng wouldn't ask old Master Feng for help no matter what. Tianlin, I've tried my best, but... My father, you know. Dongfang Xiaotsue looked at Feng Tianlin weakly. Humph. Feng Tianlin was so angry that he snorted coldly. You can't do anything right, old woman. Tianlin, I'm wrong. Dongfang Xiaotsue could only apologize carefully. Wrong? What's the use of being wrong? Feng Tianlin waved his hand impatiently and left the room. He was very annoyed. This matter was ruined by Dongfang Xiaotsue, and since he couldn't change it, he had to think of a countermeasure. Chapter 3060. So for this matter, either Feng Shipian did it himself, or he had to find a powerful bodyguard for Su Shihan. San Huang was obviously not qualified. His strength was child's play in front of a heaven-class master. But Feng Shipian couldn't leave the Feng family. If he did, people who didn't know would think that he ran away. So Feng Tianlin could only help Su Shihan find a bodyguard through other channels. Feng Tianlin more or less understood Dongfang Burui's personality. This kid was a devil incarnate. If he couldn't get what he wanted, then he would continue to pester others. So, if Su Shihan didn't have a powerful bodyguard, then she would be in danger. But where could he find a heaven-class master to be a bodyguard? It had to be known that heaven stage experts had their own pride. Which heaven stage expert would be a bodyguard for a singer from the secular world? Even if this singer was the illegitimate daughter of the ancient Feng family, it was still not enough. Those heaven rank experts were all hanger-ons of some clans. Letting them carry out a mission once in a while and giving them the corresponding benefits was enough. But letting them be a bodyguard by one person's side, this was something that Feng Shipian couldn't do. Perhaps only when old Master Feng personally gave the order would a few heaven-ranked elders of the family be allowed to become bodyguards. Feng Tianlin didn't have that power. However, Feng Tianlin had no other choice. He could only try anything in a desperate situation. He knew of a mission posting platform in the secular world. With an attitude of giving it a try, Feng Tianlin filled in his requirements on it. Bodyguard. Heaven-class master. The protected target can follow the bodyguard. Move around in the city where the bodyguard is active. Monthly salary of 100 million. After thinking for a while, Feng Tianlin changed his requirements again and again. He tried to make the requirements as loose as possible. He knew that heaven-class masters had pride and temper. It wasn't realistic to expect him to follow behind Su Shihan as a bodyguard. He could only let Su Shihan follow by her side. Let Su Shihan move her work to the city where the heaven-class masters could move around. This was also a form of respect to the heaven-class master. And the monthly salary of 100 million seemed like an astronomical figure, but it wasn't high at all. Which family's hangers-on didn't take up more than this amount of resources? 100 million was still a small amount. It's just that he didn't know if heaven-rank powerhouses would be able to see this kind of mission posting platform in the secular world. But Feng Tianlin was extremely anxious, so he could only use this method to post the mission. After all, in the ancient era, only the blood-clothed Yellow Spring sect could be hired. Although it was possible to hire them to kill people, it was impossible to hire them as bodyguards. However, what surprised Feng Tianlin was that in less than half an hour after his mission was posted, there was actually a response. The phone number he left actually rang. If the possibility of a wrong number was ruled out, this call was definitely from the person who had accepted the mission. This was because this was an infrequent phone number. There were almost no people who knew this phone number. Moreover, a call came in not long after the phone was turned on, so it could only be through the mission release platform. Thinking of this, Feng Tianlin picked up the phone excitedly. Hello. It's Mr. Su, right? A deep male voice came from the other side of the phone. Yes, it's me. Feng Tianlin was even more excited. Mr. Su was a surname he casually made up on the mission posting website. It seemed that the other party was indeed calling for this matter. I can accept the mission conditions you proposed, but the monthly salary is a little low. Increase it a little. The other party went straight to the point. This. Feng Tianlin also knew that 100 million was really not a lot for a heaven-rank powerhouse, but he didn't have much private money either. He couldn't let the ancient Feng family pay for it, right? So, after hesitating for a moment, he said, "How about 150 million? Okay, 150 million, but I have to add some cultivation resources. Whatever I need, you have to do your best to help me find it." The other party thought about it and agreed. "This is not a problem. As long as you do your best to protect my daughter, finding some cultivation resources is not a problem." Feng Tianlin agreed readily. To him, finding cultivation resources was easier than asking him to pay another 50 million. "Then there's no problem. I'll accept your mission now," the other party said. "Wait, how can I believe you? Are you a heaven-rank powerhouse?" Feng Tianlin asked with some hesitation. It wasn't that Feng Tianlin was suspicious, but things were going too smoothly. Not long after he posted the mission, someone answered, and he even met the conditions. One must know that Feng Tianlin was looking for a heaven-rank powerhouse, not an ordinary assassin. He actually found one just like that? It made him feel a little unbelievable. "I'm not a heaven-rank powerhouse, but the person I sent is a heaven-rank powerhouse in the early stage," the other party said. "That's fine, but let's make it clear that if it's not a heaven-rank powerhouse in the early stage, I won't fulfill my promise." Feng Tianlin was afraid of encountering a scammer, so he declared in advance. Anyway, although Feng Sanhuang wasn't a very powerful master, he could distinguish a heaven-rank powerhouse. If the other party was a fake, Feng Sanhuang wouldn't confirm it, and Feng Tianlin wouldn't transfer the money to him. "Okay, pay after we meet," the other party said very straightforwardly. "Okay, then how do we contact him?" Feng Tianlin asked. "I will let him call you to set up a location." The other party said, "Okay, I'll accept your mission." After that, the other party hung up the phone, and Feng Tianlin also saw that on the computer, the mission he posted was also accepted by someone. Feng Tianlin subconsciously clicked on the level and credibility of the person who accepted the mission, but when he saw it, he was shocked. The mission completion rate was actually 100%, and it was the highest level crown assassin in the mission commission network. Could it be true? Although Feng Tianlin didn't believe that a heaven-rank powerhouse could appear in a mission commission network in the secular world, this person didn't seem to be a scammer. Such a high level. With a 100% mission completion rate, there was no need to ruin his reputation because of this mission. After all, 150 million was not a small amount, but it wasn't a lot either. Many of the assassination missions here could reach tens of millions of rewards. Since this person had such a high mission completion rate, he definitely wasn't someone who hadn't seen money before. Therefore, Feng Tianlin was full of confidence in this bodyguard. Chapter 3061. After all, this matter was caused by Dongfang Xiaocui. Feng Tianlin wanted Feng Shipian to be more vigilant. The only thing that made Feng Tianlin happy was that Dongfang Xiaocui was an idiot, but Feng Shipian wasn't. Although he looked gentle, he was actually a very shrewd person. Arriving at Feng Shipian's room, Feng Tianlin quickly opened the door and walked in. "Dad, you're here." Feng Shipian didn't feel that being under house arrest was a kind of torture. Instead, he cultivated peacefully. Seeing that Feng Tianlin came, Feng Shipian nodded to him and continued to cultivate. "Shipian, there's something I need to tell you. Can you help me analyze it? What precautions should I take?" Feng Tianlin could see that Feng Shipian wasn't an ordinary person after Feng Shipian returned safely from the Heavenly Elixir sex trial. Although he was a good person, he wasn't a good person. "Oh, what's wrong? Or is it because of the heaven-defying matter?" Feng Shipian quickly stopped cultivating and looked up. "It's like this, your mother, that old woman, can't do anything right. She's causing trouble for me." Feng Tianlin said angrily, "It's like this." When Feng Shipian heard about his mother's actions, he furrowed his brows. He didn't approve of his mother's actions, but he could only smile helplessly and say, "Father, don't be angry. It's not like you don't know that mother is like this. You understood this from the day you married her." Sigh. "Yeah, if I wasn't too weak, I would have rejected the marriage, but Feng Tianlin was a weak person compared to Feng Tianlong. His brother Feng Tianlong rejected the marriage and went to find his true love. This was something Feng Tianlin envied, but he didn't dare to do. But now, it was too late for him to regret. It was too late for him to regret. He could only take it one step at a time. Fortunately, I have you as my son. You didn't disappoint me. This was the only thing Feng Tianlin was glad about. Dad, let's not talk about this first. How are you going to deal with it? Feng Shipian waved his hand and asked Feng Tianlin. Sister Shirhan is in danger. The opponent is an early-stage heaven-class master. Only I can deal with it personally. But I can't leave now. If I want to leave, I'm afraid second uncle won't agree. I can't take it either. This is also what I wanted to discuss with you. Feng Tianlin said, it's like this, I found a bodyguard for Shirpian. This bodyguard is an early-stage heaven rank expert. What? Heaven rank initial stage? Dad, are you kidding me? How could an early-stage heaven rank powerhouse be someone else's bodyguard? Feng Shipian suddenly felt that this matter was absolutely impossible, because wasn't it too ridiculous? Which heaven stage early-stage expert doesn't cultivate well? And to earn money from being a bodyguard in the secular world? Even if he had to work for others, it would be to become a follower of a large clan and obtain some cultivation resources. At first I also found it strange. But the other party said it so confidently. Then, Feng Tianlin told Feng Shipian everything that had happened. When Feng Shishou heard this, he also felt that it was a little strange. He didn't look like a swindler, but I still couldn't figure it out. This matter was probably not that reliable. According to what you said, even if this person is an early-stage heaven rank expert, he is only a loose cultivator. It is impossible for him to deal with an early-stage heaven rank expert from the Dongfang clan. You have to know that at the heaven rank level, the gap between practitioners is very obvious, especially between loose cultivators and practitioners from aristocratic families. You're right. Feng Tianlin couldn't help but frown. Indeed, Feng Shipian was right. How could the heaven stage experts of the secular world be the same as the heaven stage experts of the ancient sects? Not to mention the secular world, even an ancient sect's heaven rank expert was different from a hidden aristocratic family's heaven rank expert. Thinking of this, Feng Tianlin, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, became nervous again. Then what should we do? Shipian, this is the only method I can think of now. It is not realistic to find a powerful heaven rank expert in a short period of time. I have a suitable candidate, but I'm not sure if he'll be willing to help. Feng Shipian hesitated for a moment before speaking. Although he was a little embarrassed to ask for help, he had no choice but to do so for the sake of his sister. Who is it? Feng Tianlin quickly asked. Boss Lin Yi. Feng Shipian said. Lin Yi? Feng Tianlin was slightly stunned. Yes. If Boss Lin Yi can make a move, then killing that early-stage heaven rank expert in a second won't be a problem. Feng Shipian nodded and said with certainty, Boss Lin Yi could instantly kill a mid-stage heaven rank expert when he was at the peak late stage of Earth class. Now that he is at the early stage, dealing with an early-stage heaven rank expert won't be a problem. Shipian, can you invite Mr. Lin Yi? Feng Tianlin heard Feng Shipian's words and immediately realized that Lin Yi was the most suitable candidate. A normal early-stage heaven rank expert was definitely not a match for the Dongfang family's early-stage heaven rank expert, but Lin Yi could instantly kill them. Even a higher-level heaven rank expert wouldn't be a problem for Lin Yi. If such a powerful person was invited, wouldn't Su Shirhan be safe? I'll try, but I don't have full confidence. Feng Shipian hesitated for a moment and said. Okay, then immediately call Mr. Lin Yi. As for the reward, we will not miss a single cent. If he has any conditions, just say it. Feng Tianlin quickly said. I'll call him now. Feng Shipian nodded and took the phone from Feng Tianlin. He dialed Lin Yi's number, but Lin Yi's line was busy. At this moment, Lin Yi was receiving a call from Old Lin. Little Yi, I received a mission for you. Old Lin's voice sounded from the other side of the phone. Oh, what mission? Old Lin's random words made Lin Yi, who had just picked up the phone, startled. He didn't know what Old Lin was talking about. I say, old man, what are you talking about? Little Yi, didn't you ask me to help you get a mission? Do you want to earn money? Old Lin asked in return. Could it be that you don't lack money now? I do. What mission? Lin Yi suddenly remembered that he did ask Old Lin to help him get a mission. It was just that Lin Yi had been at ease for too long and didn't realize it. Chapter 3062. Bodyguard. Lin Yi frowned slightly. This is a long-term mission. Although the reward is quite high, aren't there any short-term assassination missions? Although it seems that I don't have any enemies for the time being, I'm still worried about leaving the East Ocean Mansion for a long time. Don't worry, I've already considered this for you. The other party's mission requirements are very simple. They only require the bodyguard to be a heaven stage master, and the target to be protected can accommodate the bodyguard and follow the bodyguard to the bodyguard city. This way, you don't have to leave East Ocean City and can directly complete the mission here. Old Lin explained. There's such a good thing? Lin Yi was a little surprised. However, since the other party requires the bodyguard to be a heaven stage master, the target to be protected must not be simple, right? This mission shouldn't be that easy to complete, right? The enemy that I have to deal with is probably not weak, right? I'm not sure about this. I'll tell you the other party's phone number, and you can discuss the details with him. Old Lin said. Moreover, in addition to a fixed monthly salary, you can also ask for some cultivation resources from him. The other party agreed without hesitation. I guess the identity of the other party is not simple. Okay, I got it, old man. Send me his phone number. Lin Yi nodded. Although this mission was definitely not simple, Lin Yi was in need of money. This mission was very suitable. He didn't have to leave East Ocean City to complete the mission, so why not? Lin Yi hung up the phone and waited for Old Lin's text. However, during this time, Lin Yi's phone rang again. Lin Yi thought it was still Old Lin calling. However, when he looked at the caller ID, it was actually an unfamiliar number. Hello? Hello? Lin Yi picked up the phone politely because he didn't know the person on the other side. Boss, it's me. I'm Feng Shipian. On the other side of the phone, a voice that Lin Yi was familiar with came. This call was naturally from Feng Shipian. Previously, Lin Yi's phone didn't go through. He dialed again and again until Lin Yi and Old Lin ended the call. The first thing he did was to call Lin Yi. Poems. Lin Yi was slightly surprised by Feng Shipian's call. In his opinion, after Feng Shipian went back, it would be difficult to contact him. Long time no see. How have you been? Boss, I'm calling this time because I need your help with something. After saying this, Qin Feng's face darkened. Even Feng Shipian himself felt a little embarrassed. He hadn't contacted Lin Yi for a long time. As soon as he contacted her, he wanted to ask for Lin Yi's help. This made Feng Shipian a little embarrassed. What is it? Tell me. Lin Yi was straightforward. Lin Yi had always treated these little brothers very well. Lin Yi was straightforward. This made Feng Shipian even more embarrassed. However, Feng Shipian had no choice. If he didn't ask Lin Yi, he really didn't know who to ask. He could only bite the bullet and said, Boss Lin Yi, it's like this. I want to ask you to protect someone's safety. What? Ask me to protect someone's safety? Lin Yi was stunned. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Old man Lin had just accepted a mission to be his bodyguard, and Feng Shipian came to ask for his help? If it were any other time, Lin Yi would naturally agree. However, now that Lin Yi had accepted the mission, how could Lin Yi agree? Therefore, Lin Yi was in a dilemma. He wanted to refuse, but it wasn't good for him to refuse. Boss, don't worry. The reward will not be a penny less. Feng Shipian heard Lin Yi's shocked tone and quickly added. Shipian, it's not that I don't want to promise you, but I have other things to do. I have to protect someone else's safety. I'm afraid I can't promise you. Lin Yi said with a bitter smile. This is a coincidence. I see. Feng Shipian was a little disappointed, but he didn't force it. Since Lin Yi said that he had something to do and had to protect someone else, what else could Feng Shipian say? He could only say, it doesn't matter. I'll think of another way. Boss, you go ahead. Okay. Lin Yi also said apologetically, there's really no other way this time. After hanging up the phone, Feng Shipian smiled bitterly and conveyed Lin Yi's words to Feng Tianlin. After Feng Tianlin heard it, he was also a little disappointed. He didn't understand Lin Yi, so he said to Feng Shipian, "Shipian, maybe Mr. Lin Yi didn't want to help, so he found an excuse. How can there be such a coincidence?" "Dad, you don't understand Lin Yi, boss. Boss Lin Yi must have something to do. It's not what you think." Feng Shipian understood Lin Yi, so he defended Lin Yi. "Forget it. Let's put our hopes on my bodyguard." Feng Tianlin smiled non-committally, but he didn't argue with Feng Shipian. Feng Shipian still wanted to explain something, but at this moment, Feng Tianlin's phone rang again. Lin Yi didn't lie to Feng Shipian. Old man Lin gave him the task, and he had to execute it. Otherwise, it would affect Old man Lin's credibility as a manager. This task was actually posted by Feng Tianlin himself. It was just that Lin Yi didn't know about it, and neither did Feng Tianlin and Feng Shipian. However, because the phone number that Feng Tianlin gave to Old man Lin was not the same phone number that Feng Shipian used just now, Lin Yi didn't realize that these two people were the same person. He still followed the agreement and dialed Feng Tianlin's number to discuss the specific details of the task. "Hello." Feng Tianlin didn't know Lin Yi's number, so he picked up the phone without thinking much. "Is this Mr. Su?" Lin Yi asked politely. "It's me. You are." Feng Tianlin also guessed that the person who called was most likely the bodyguard he found on the Task Commission website. "I am the bodyguard you are looking for." Lin Yi said, "Now, I want to confirm the specific details." "Okay, Mr. Bodyguard, please speak." Feng Tianlin didn't know Lin Yi's surname, so he could only call him Mr. Bodyguard. "First of all, I want to confirm the gender, age, occupation, and lifestyle of the person to be protected." Lin Yi asked. "Since it is a cooperation, then I won't hide it from you." Feng Tianlin said, "The person you need to protect is a girl. She is 20 years old this year, and she is a celebrity." Chapter 3063. I will ask her to cancel it as much as possible. If she really can't cancel it, I will discuss with you in advance. What do you think? Feng Tianlin asked. To be honest, Lin Yi didn't want to be a celebrity's bodyguard. If she was a celebrity, she couldn't live in his villa. After all, she was a public figure. Whether she was willing to live with him or not was another matter. Moreover, Lin Yi had to follow the celebrity around for activities. However, the employer said that he could ask the celebrity to cancel the activities as much as possible. It seemed that she wasn't a big celebrity. It shouldn't be a problem for them to live together. Thus, he said, "For the safety of the protected, I hope she can live with me. Can you do this? Live together." Feng Tianlin wasn't afraid of anything else. He was just afraid that Lin Yi would steal what he was guarding. His daughter was a big celebrity. An old moat that leads to the latent locust tree, denouncing the frequent coaxing of the common people. Where can one go to reason? The other party was a heaven-class master. It's for the convenience of protecting her. After all, if she doesn't live here, I'll have to live with her. It's just a matter of getting used to it. Lin Yi didn't know about Feng Tianlin's concerns. He thought that Feng Tianlin wasn't used to it. After all, Lin Yi didn't even know what the celebrity looked like. Maybe she was ugly? Lin Yi knew that some celebrities were even worse than ordinary people after removing their makeup. So, Lin Yi didn't have that kind of thought at all. This is true. Feng Tianlin thought about it carefully. It was true. He found a bodyguard for Su Shihan. If they didn't stay together at night, how could the Dongfang family protect his daughter? Thinking of this, Feng Tianlin nodded and said, "That's fine. But, is there anyone else at your place? I'm afraid my daughter won't be used to it." Yes. Lin Yi was a little impatient. He accepted this task. It was just that he lacked money. But he was a heaven-class master. He still had some temper. "Mr. Su, since you want a heaven-class master, you should be considered as someone in the cultivation world. Don't you think that it's good enough that I'm protecting your daughter? What is there to be picky about?" This. Feng Tianlin smiled bitterly. Indeed. The person he hired wasn't an ordinary bodyguard, but a heaven-ranked master. He couldn't treat him like a normal bodyguard. Thinking of this, Feng Tianlin quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Bodyguard, I'm just thinking for my daughter, please forgive me." "All right, you can let your daughter or someone close to her contact me directly," Lin Yi said. "All right. How should I address you, sir?" Feng Tianlin asked. Ling Yi, this is my phone number. You should be able to see it. Lin Yi didn't leave his real name. This was the name Lin Yi used when doing missions. Therefore, Lin Yi still used it out of habit. All right. Mr. Ling Yi. Feng Tianlin nodded and hung up the phone. Ling Yi? Feng Shipian was taken aback. Why did this name sound so familiar? Dad, let me have a look at your phone. Oh? What's wrong? Feng Tianlin handed the phone to Feng Shipian. Feng Shipian glanced at the number on Feng Tianlin's phone and suddenly exclaimed, Really? Really? Boss. What boss? Feng Tianlin was a bit confused, but he immediately reacted, Shipian. You mean the person who called is Lin Yi? Yes, this number is Boss Lin Yi's, and Ling Yi is also the name that Boss used before. Feng Shipian said excitedly, You see, Boss does have something to do, but I never thought that he would actually accept a mission as a bodyguard. Feng Tianlin was also very surprised. He didn't think that the bodyguard he hired was actually Lin Yi. This Lin Yi wasn't an ordinary heaven-ranked master in the early stage. This was something that could be used by a heaven-ranked master in the middle stage. This time, even if the Dongfang family sent a heaven-ranked master, Feng Tianlin wouldn't be afraid. I really didn't expect this. Is Lin Yi short of money? Feng Tianlin asked curiously. Short of money? Right. Feng Shipian suddenly thought of the news that he had received from Guxian before. After returning to the Feng family, although he didn't contact Lin Yi, he had been paying attention to Lin Yi. He also knew that Lin Yi's medical company had gone bankrupt. If Lin Yi was short of money, it was true. Therefore, Feng Shipian told Feng Tianlin about this matter. If that's the case, it stands to reason that I should give him more money. But my private money is only more than 300 million yuan, which is only enough to hire him for 2 months. Feng Tianlin smiled bitterly. I want to give more, but I don't have the money. I understand. Let's try our best. However, I really didn't expect that with Boss's help, Sister Shirhan will definitely be fine. Feng Shipian breathed a sigh of relief. However, at the same time, he suddenly became nervous. No, Dad, if Boss Lin Yi kills the people sent by the Dongfang family for Sister Shirhan, wouldn't he offend the Dongfang family? This. Feng Tianlin's expression also changed slightly, and he said, I didn't think about this before. After all, the duty of a bodyguard is to take money and eliminate disasters for others. We have paid the price. Even if the bodyguard is hated because of the Dongfang family, it has nothing to do with us. If you don't have a diamond, don't do porcelain work. This is also the rule. However, this person is Lin Yi now. If you don't make it clear, there will definitely be a gap in the future. So, Shipian, if you want to tell Lin Yi, just say it. I support you. Dad, thank you. Feng Shipian said with some emotion. Since Feng Tianlin said so, it meant that he was prepared for Lin Yi to not do it at any time. However, Feng Shipian knew Lin Yi's character. But Dad, don't worry. I know Boss's character. If the person being protected is my sister, Boss will only do his best. Even if he doesn't get paid, he will do it. Okay, then you call. Feng Tianlin said. Feng Shipian picked up the phone and dialed Lin Yi's number again, but this time, he used the number that Feng Tianlin had contacted Lin Yi before. Mr. Su, is there anything else? Lin Yi saw the caller ID on the mobile phone and picked up the phone. He thought that Feng Tianlin had forgotten to tell him something. Boss, it's me. Feng Shipian said quickly after hearing Lin Yi's voice. Chapter 3064. Boss, the person who called you just now was my father. Feng Shipian said weakly. The person he asked you to protect is the same person I want you to protect. Pfft. No way. What a coincidence. Lin Yi felt that this was too much of a coincidence. He had just left the mountain to accept a mission, and it was actually to protect Feng Shipian's family. Yeah, I was wondering why you suddenly went to protect others. So it was for this mission. Feng Shipian said. Since it's one of us, I don't need money. Just give me some cultivation resources. Although Lin Yi was short on money, he couldn't ask for a reward for protecting Feng Shipian's family. That's fine too. Feng Shipian didn't refuse. My father has 350 million yuan. Boss, you can use it. It's not a reward. As your younger brother, I'm sponsoring you. I've heard about your company, and I'm doing my best to help you. Feng Shipian nodded and said, Boss, I'm just doing my best to help you. All right, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Since Feng Shipian said so, Lin Yi nodded and agreed. All right, boss, I'm calling to remind you that the people who are causing trouble for my sister are from the ancient Dongfang family. Feng Shipian said. The other party's background is very tyrannical. It's fine if you refuse, boss. After all, I don't want you to get into trouble. Ancient Dongfang family? Lin Yi's heart moved, but he still said indifferently, ancient level. It doesn't matter. I'm already a heaven rank expert, so sooner or later, I'll set foot on the ancient level. I'll take a look at the Dongfang family first. If it had been any other family, Lin Yi would have helped. However, he was afraid that Feng Shipian would also keep his identity a secret. He didn't want to become enemies with an ancient sect because of this. At the very least, he represented the ancient Feng family and hid his identity. However, the ancient Dongfang family already had enmity with Lin Yi. The death of the Dongfang elder would be traced back to Lin Yi sooner or later. Therefore, it was no longer important whether Lin Yi went against them or not. Even if Lin Yi killed a few more people from the Dongfang family, it would only make the enmity greater. If he didn't kill Elder Dongfang, the Dongfang clan wouldn't let Lin Yi off easily after learning of Elder Dongfang's death. Boss, have you made up your mind? Feng Shipian was taken aback. He didn't know what Lin Yi was thinking. He thought that Lin Yi did this for him. Hee, of course I have. Lin Yi smiled and said, All right, I got it. Tell your sister to contact me. It's my sister. Feng Shipian said, By the way, my father hid his surname before. Boss, don't be angry. I also hid it. It's normal to do this when we're not familiar with each other. Lin Yi said indifferently. All right. Boss, I'll tell my father to contact my sister now. Feng Shipian felt a lot more relaxed after settling this matter, especially after Lin Yi said it. He wanted to step into the ancient realm, and going against the Dongfang clan wouldn't bring him any trouble. How was it? After Feng Shipian hung up the phone, Feng Tianlin hurriedly asked. Boss agreed. Moreover, he also knows about the Dongfang clan. However, Boss isn't worried. He also wants to use the Dongfang clan to experience the ancient realm. Feng Shipian said. Feng Tianlin nodded and said with a sigh, I have to say, Lin Yi's growth this year is too fast, from nothing to something. Even the noble houses and hidden houses can't stop his footsteps. I'm guessing that the ancient level is going to be another bloodbath. It's a good thing that you've established a relationship with Lin Yi early on. Perhaps, Lin Yi will be the last straw that can save us father and son. Feng Tianlin didn't really like Lin Yi at first. So when Feng Shipian returned to the clan, he thought that Feng Shipian was too impulsive to recognize a common world wandering cultivator as his boss. However, after paying attention to him for a while, Feng Tianlin realized what kind of person Lin Yi was. A wandering cultivator destroyed a hidden house without batting an eyelid. What kind of methods and courage was this? Plus, Lin Yi was now the enemy of the everyday and everyday sect, but he was unharmed. What did this mean? All of this meant that Lin Yi had extraordinary abilities. So letting him be Su Shihan's bodyguard was a wise decision. Dad, it's great that you support me. Feng Shipian breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Feng Tianlin didn't object to him calling him boss. This made him very happy. Of course not. Feng Tianlin smiled and said, I'll call Feng Sanhuang now and arrange it. Master. Feng Sanhuang saw Feng Tianlin's phone and quickly found a place with no one around. He picked up the phone and said quietly, Is there anything I can do for you? Sanhuang, how is Xiao Han recently? Feng Tianlin asked. Master. Miss has been very safe recently. There's no danger, but because of the attack last time, Miss has been very low-key. She didn't go to other cities to participate in activities, Feng Sanhuang said. In fact, it wasn't because Su Shihan had been low-key. The main reason was that Feng Nitian was crippled. Feng Tianhu didn't have the mood to deal with Su Shihan anymore. He had been focusing on Feng Nitian for a while. Now that Nitian was dead, he started to deal with Su Shihan again. But Sanhuang, there's going to be a big danger soon. Feng Tianlin said to him, House Dongfang is preparing to deal with Xiao Han. That Dongfang is not weak. He likes Xiao Han and wants to. And they sent an early phase Sky Class Master to deal with you. What? Early phase Sky Class Master? Feng Sanhuang was shocked. He didn't think that Feng Tianhu would be able to send a Sky Class Master to deal with him and Su Shihan. Could it be that there was a change in House Feng? Had Feng Tianhu taken over as the head of the house? Could it be that Feng Tianhu joined hands with House Dongfeng? That can't be right. Second mistress should be on master's side. Feng Sanhuang only knew a few things about the Feng family on the surface. As for the specifics of what had happened recently, he didn't know. You don't need to know about these things. Feng Tianhu didn't take over the position. That's why House Dongfeng made their move. Feng Tianlin naturally couldn't explain that it was Dongfeng Xiaocui's fault. Chapter 3065. He didn't know what to do. After all, a heaven-class early phase master wasn't someone he could easily deal with. So when Sanhuang heard about a heaven-class early phase master, he was a bit dumbfounded. Sanhuang, don't worry, Shihan has already found a bodyguard for Shihan. It's a heaven-class early phase master. Feng Tianlin said. You just need to think of a reason to make Shihan accept this new bodyguard. Okay, I can do that easily. These years, Sanhuang had been by Shihan's side, and he was deeply trusted by her, but he was still a bit worried. Master, they are both heaven-class early phase masters. Can they be a match for Dongfeng family? This isn't a normal heaven-class early phase. It's a heaven-class early phase master who can fight above his level. Hee, you'll know when you see him. Feng Tianlin smiled and said, I'll send you his phone number, you can contact him directly. What? Can fight above his level? Which ancient sect's disciple is this? Feng Sanhuang was a little surprised. These kinds of masters weren't normal masters. They were usually important targets of the ancient sects or families. Just like Feng Nitian of House Feng, they were all people who could fight above their level. But, how could this kind of person be a bodyguard for Shihan? They were all extremely arrogant masters. Hee, you'll know when the time comes. Feng Tianlin didn't say much. But, you have to go to the city he's in and live with him. This is also the master's request. Feng Tianlin told Sanhuang about some of Lin Yi's requests and the things to pay attention to. Okay. Although Feng Sanhuang was puzzled, he could only nod. Not long after hanging up, Sanhuang received a text from Feng Tianlin. It was a phone number, and the owner was called Ling Yi. After getting the number, Feng Sanhuang went to see Su Shihan. Feng bro, what's up? Shihan saw Sanhuang walking over and asked. Under normal circumstances, Sanhuang, as a bodyguard and driver, rarely took the initiative to talk to her. Wang Sis was in charge of the work. Miss Su, I've received news that the people who attacked you before will probably attack you again soon. Feng Sanhuang said seriously to Su Shihan. So for your safety, I want to find my friend to be responsible for your safety. Those people still want to fight? Su Shihan was shocked. She had been keeping a low profile recently, but nothing happened during this time. She thought that the matter was over, but she didn't expect that those people still wanted to make a move. Yes, the information should be accurate. Feng Sanhuang nodded. Sure, as for the salary, you can just tell Wang Sis. It's better to have an extra bodyguard. Shihan didn't doubt Feng Sanhuang's words and chose to believe him. However, my friend has other things to do. Can we go to his city and live for a while? Feng Sanhuang asked. We still have to go to his city. Su Shihan paused. It wasn't that she didn't want to go, but going to a foreign city suddenly wouldn't be easy. That's for sure. If we ask him for help, we have to accommodate him, right? Feng Sanhuang didn't say anything about the salary. In fact, he didn't know how much it was. From his perspective, it was already good enough for a heaven-class master to help. You're right. Shihan didn't have the temper of those superstars. Hearing Feng Sanhuang's words, she nodded. However, the manager Wang Sis heard the conversation between Feng Sanhuang and Shihan. She was a bit unhappy. Xiao Feng, can't you protect Miss Su? Who else do we need to look for? If she goes to another city, how are we going to do our work? Miss Su is going to release her album in the first half of next year. If she goes to a small city without a recording studio, how are we going to make an album? Wang Sis, listen to Feng bro, Shihan shook her head. Only she knew how vicious those people were. That time in the dark alley, if it wasn't for Lin Yi, she would have died there. Feng Sanhuang never said anything he wasn't sure of. Since he said he wanted help, it meant that he didn't have absolute confidence. So Shihan wouldn't argue with him on this matter. Oh! Wang Sis was a bit unwilling. She didn't know how dangerous it was, but Shihan insisted, so she could only give up. Feng Sanhuang, on the other hand, directly called Ling Yi. Hello, is this Mr. Ling Yi? I'm the bodyguard of the person being protected. May I know which city you're in? Feng Sanhuang asked politely. The person was a heaven-class master. It's me. I'm in Donghai City. When you guys arrive at Donghai Airport, I can pick you up. Lin Yi said. Since this was Feng Shishan's sister, Lin Yi was naturally more friendly. Okay, we'll take today's flight. We'll arrive at Donghai Airport at night. Feng Sanhuang said. We're VIP members of the airline. We have a special green channel. You can just wait for us at the exit. I'll book the ticket and tell you the exact time. No problem. Lin Yi nodded. After the call, Lin Yi called Meng Yao and Yushu down. Shield bro, it's the weekend. Why did you call us so early in the morning? What's the matter? Yushu yawned as she came down. Meng Yao was a little puzzled as well. What did Lin Yi want to call them up on a weekend morning? Yao Shu, I called you this time because I have something important to tell you. Now that he'd confirmed the mission, it was about time to tell them the specifics of the mission. After all, the celebrity they were protecting had to stay at home as well. Oh, what is it? Yushu was curious. Meng Yao didn't ask, but she opened her eyes wide and looked at Lin Yi, waiting for him to say something. It's like this. I'm short on money recently. You guys know that, so I accepted a bodyguard mission. I'm in charge of protecting someone. Lin Yi said straightforwardly. Bodyguard mission? Shu paused. Is it to protect a man or a girl? It's a girl, a celebrity. Lin Yi said. Chapter 3066. But after saying this, she blushed. Why did she stop him? What was she afraid of? Was she afraid that the new girl Lin Yi was protecting would fall in love with Lin Yi? No. How could it be? She didn't fall in love with Lin Yi. What I mean is, you have to protect me and Shu. How can you protect other people? Meng Yao saw that Lin Yi and Shu were looking at her strangely, so she blushed and tried to explain. But Shield Bro's mission's already over. Are you afraid that someone else is going to steal your misposition in Shield Bro's heart, Yao? Yushu, on the other hand, knew Meng Yao very well. How is that possible? It's just that the final exams are coming. Shield Bro shouldn't go far, right? And it's New Year in a month. Meng Yao was still explaining incoherently. It's okay, I'll let them move to the villa, I won't go far. Lin Yi said, plus, my follower Feng Shishan asked me to help with this mission, I can't refuse. I see, alright then. Meng Yao thought that it'd be fine if he moved into the villa, since he'd be under her and Shu's watchful eyes. He shouldn't be able to do anything with that superstar, right? One had to know that she didn't even need to do anything. Shu could turn the world upside down. Back then, Tang Yun and Xiao were speechless because of Shu, weren't they? Then I'll go prepare 2 rooms on the first floor. Then I'll pick them up. Lin Yi nodded and went to prepare the rooms. Grandma's son had already left. Housework. In other words, everyone did it together. After Lin Yi left, Yushu said, Yao sis, don't worry, isn't she just a small star? She can't threaten Yao sis' position. If she has any perverted thoughts towards Shield Bro, Shu will let her know who's the big wife in this villa. Besides, Shield Bro has seen Shirhan sis before. How could an ordinary little celebrity catch his eye? Why would I worry about that? I'm just worried that the celebrity won't be easy to get along with. Meng Yao, naturally, wouldn't admit it. But thinking about it, Lin Yi had seen Su Shirhan before. If he wanted to hit on someone, it would be Su Shirhan. Why would he be interested in a small celebrity? Thinking of this, he felt much more at ease. It doesn't matter. She lives in our territory, so she has to follow our rules. She must be begging Shield Bro to be her bodyguard. If she's not willing, she can just leave. Yushu said. After Lin Yi tidied up the room, it was almost time. He drove to Donghai Airport. Feng Sanhuang bought a plane ticket at noon, so he could arrive in the afternoon. Since there was danger, they had to meet up with Lin Yi as soon as possible to ensure Su Shihan's safety. Donghai Airport's VIP lounge. Although this lounge was exclusively for VIPs. The people who came here to pick up the people who came down from the VIP passage. But there were quite a lot of people here. The seats were almost full. Lin Yi looked around and found a good seat near the window. It was a big sofa, and no one was sitting there. He walked over and sat down, picking up a magazine and reading it. Lin Yi didn't bother with pleasantries as he walked over and sat down. The plane would arrive in half an hour, so Lin Yi arrived a little earlier. However, Lin Yi hadn't been reading the magazine for long when an extremely arrogant voice came from behind him, giving him a big fright. "Motherfucker, who let you sit here? Don't you know this is young Master Jun's exclusive seat?" The voice came from behind Lin Yi. It wasn't that Lin Yi didn't notice the person behind him, but there were quite a lot of people coming to pick up the plane. As long as they didn't come to attack Lin Yi wouldn't care what they were doing. Lin Yi frowned. Was there a special seat for this type of seat? But when he looked down, there didn't seem to be anything special about his spot other than the better lighting and the fact that it was a comfortable sofa. "What are you looking at? Aren't you going to give up your seat to young Master Jun?" The voice saw Lin Yi lowering his head, but he was a little impatient. If this seat was really dedicated, Lin Yi would give it to him. After all, although Lin Yi was strong, he wasn't willing to bully these ordinary people because of some small things. Lin Yi's eyes were now filled with cultivators. However, this seat wasn't dedicated at all. It wasn't marked at all. Lin Yi was a little unhappy. He stood up, turned his head, and looked at the person who scolded him. This was a man in black. However, what surprised Lin Yi was that although Lin Yi couldn't see through this person's strength, he should be a master without a doubt. "This seat, where is it written that it's yours?" Lin Yi asked faintly. Although the person was a master, it was only relative to ordinary people. Lin Yi didn't put him in his eyes. The man in black didn't answer Lin Yi's question. It seemed that he didn't put Lin Yi in his eyes at all. He reached out his hand and pushed towards Lin Yi, wanting to push Lin Yi to the side. He didn't even want to explain. However, what surprised him was that Lin Yi didn't move an inch under his push. "You!" The master jumped in fright. He knew how strong he was. He pushed Lin Yi, but it didn't budge at all. He immediately increased the strength of his hand, using all of his mystic late phase peak physical strength. However, he thought that this time, he would definitely push Lin Yi away. What surprised him was that Lin Yi didn't move an inch. He was still standing in the same spot. Slap! Lin Yi slapped the mystic class master, sending him flying out of the room. Boom! With a loud sound, the master fell to the ground. The corner of his mouth was full of blood, and his teeth fell out. However, he didn't know the pain because he had already fainted. Move, move. After the master was slapped away by Lin Yi, there was a sudden noise at the door of the resting room. A pale-faced young man, under the escort of a few men in black, walked into the resting room. But when they saw the Mystic Division Master lying motionless on the ground with blood all over his mouth, they were completely stunned. A black-robed man ran over quickly. "Junior brother, what happened to you? Who hurt you?" Lin Yi frowned. Since when did Donghai City have so many masters? Chapter 3067. The one just now was a physical master, and the one in front of him was most likely one too. When a physical master didn't show his strength, Lin Yi's golden finger was useless. However, what shocked Lin Yi the most was that the pale young man protected by the men in black was Lin Yi's old acquaintance, Jianghu. He was young Master Jun? When Lin Yi and Ma Zhu died together, his meridians were broken, so Lin Yi didn't chase after Zhen Dazhou and Jianghu who ran back to Donghai City. At that time, Lin Yi wasn't a match for the Jinzhong clan. Later on, the Jinzhong clan was about to be annihilated by Lin Yi, and Lin Yi naturally wouldn't care about House Zhen of Donghai. However, after a while, Jianghu seemed to have become even more powerful. There were so many masters around him all of a sudden. Although they weren't the most powerful masters, they were only in Lin Yi's eyes. The peak of the late phase of Mystic Division was already a very powerful existence in the mortal world. Of course, this wasn't what surprised Lin Yi the most. What surprised Lin Yi the most was that the man in black that he slapped didn't die. He only lost a tooth, But his life wasn't in danger. Although Lin Yi didn't use any martial arts, Lin Yi didn't hold back after knowing that the man was a cultivator and slapped him with the strength of the early phase of heaven class. Yet, he didn't die from Lin Yi's slap. He was only a master at the peak of the late phase of Mystic Division, 2 ranks lower than Lin Yi, yet he didn't die? Wasn't this person too strange? Could it be that he was from the Jianghu clan? But the Jianghu clan was about to be annihilated. Where would they send so many masters? Did you hurt my junior brother? The man in black checked the mystic class master who was injured by Lin Yi on the ground. After confirming that his life wasn't in danger, he stood up and looked at Lin Yi with determination. But he didn't let his guard down. A person who could injure his junior brother was definitely not a simple character. Who are you? Why did you hurt him? Xianxia. I didn't think we'd meet again. Lin Yi ignored the man in black. Although their defensive abilities were very strong, Lin Yi didn't put them in his eyes. With the strength of their bodies, they simply couldn't withstand Lin Yi's martial skills. Moreover, he didn't even need the powerful Frenzy Fire 8 trigrams palm. Just the 10th form of the Frenzy Fire Fist was enough to take their lives. Of course, in the eyes of other cultivators, this was also a very powerful existence. The 10th form of Frenzy Fist was a skill that only an Earth-class late-phase peak could use. Using an Earth-class late-phase peak martial skill to kill a mystic late-phase peak master? What a joke! This was also the reason why these men in black were so arrogant. Lin Yi? Xianxin's breathing quickened, and his pale face turned even paler. He was terrified of what happened just now. He thought that he had the support of a powerful force after returning to East Ocean City and returning to his own territory. He could look down on everything, but when he stood in front of Lin Yi, his legs couldn't help but cramp. Kill him, this kid is a bad guy. He can't be left alive. Xianxin's words caused the man in black and the other 2 men in black to surround Lin Yi at the same time. Kid, I don't care which sect you are from. You will all die today. Master Jun has spoken. You won't be able to live. The first man in black said coldly to Lin Yi. Lin Yi ignored him before. This made him very angry, so after Xianxin gave the order, he prepared to kill Lin Yi. Clear the area. Clear the area. The Flintlock squad is working here. Those who have no business here can leave. Other than the 4 men in black, there were a few bodyguards behind Xianxin with bulging waists. It was obvious that they had guns. When they called out the firearm team's name, everyone's expressions changed. They all stood up and looked at Lin Yi pitifully before quickly leaving. Which sect are you from? Golden Bell sect? Lin Yi didn't answer the man in black's question, but asked back. Golden Bell clan? The man in black heard Lin Yi's words and humphed coldly. Golden Bell clan isn't even worthy of helping us. Judging from your level, you're just a hidden sect. Our sect will scare you to death. Scare me to death? Lin Yi froze. Were these people from the ancient sect? That Zhan family was really impressive, to actually establish a connection with the ancient era. Let me tell you, we're from Iron Cloak clan. Are you scared now? The man in black reported his clan and looked at Lin Yi mockingly, waiting for Lin Yi to piss his pants. Iron Cloak clan? Lin Yi asked back. I've never heard of it. You. Black-clothed man number 2 was furious. Lin Yi's words were insulting their existence, making him furious. Kid, you're asking for it. You don't have to be angry. Lin Yi is only at the level of a common noble house. He doesn't even know how many hidden noble houses there are. How would he know how powerful the ancient sect is? Xianxin calmed down and waved his hand. Don't talk nonsense with them, just kill him. From his point of view, it was useless no matter how powerful Lin Yi was. Now that he had the support of the ancient sect and the famous Iron Cloak clan, he wasn't afraid of Lin Yi anymore. Xianxin, you still owe me money, right? Where's the 250 million you owe me last time? I'm in need of money recently. Return it to me and I'll forget about what happened today. It's not easy for your men to cultivate until now. I won't kill them. Lin Yi turned to Xianxin and said. You're a coward. Xianxin sneered. Lin Yi, you don't need to hide the fear in your heart. I know you're scared. That's why you're acting cool. Don't think that I don't know. I know this very well. You must die today. All of you go. Don't talk nonsense with him. Just kill him. Yes, Master Jun. The men in black from Iron Cloak clan nodded and Black Cloak one punched at Lin Yi. Lin Yi frowned slightly. To be honest, he didn't want to become enemies with Iron Cloak clan. After all, Lin Yi already had enmity with Dark Palace, Everyday sect, Blood Cloak Underworld sect, and the ancient Dongfang clan. There were only a few ancient sects and Lin Yi offended 4 of them at once. There was also the Heavenly Elixir sect whose attitude was unclear. Lin Yi really didn't want to become enemies with Iron Cloak clan. Chapter 3068. What was the relationship between them? One had to know that Jianghu was also very respectful in front of Ma Zhu. But these people from Iron Cloak faction became his hired thugs. How strange. Iron Cloak faction. Don't do anything. I don't want to kill you. My only enemy is Jianghu, Lin Yi said to Black Cloak No. 1 and the others. However, the more Lin Yi acted like this, the more Iron Cloak faction thought that Lin Yi was scared and was trying to scare them. Therefore, Black Cloak No. 1 didn't stop and punch towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi sighed slightly. He had no choice but to attack. However, Lin Yi still held back. Although he revealed the strength of an early phase of Heaven class, he still used the 8th form of Frenzy Fist. He could only heavily injure Black Cloak No. 1, but he couldn't kill him. He hoped that he would be merciful and stop Iron Cloak faction from causing trouble. Otherwise, Lin Yi would have to kill them next time. Although Lin Yi wasn't afraid of trouble, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Boom, 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 boom. Lin Yi didn't make a move, but when he did, it was clean and neat. In just an instant, the 4 black-clothed men, including Black-clothed No. 1, were directly sent flying by Lin Yi. Black Shirt 1 was obviously the strongest among them, having reached the peak of the early phase of Earth class. Although the others had fainted, he didn't faint even though he was injured. He only looked at Lin Yi in shock and spat out 4 words, Sky class. Black Cloak No. 1 knew that he kicked an iron plate. Lin Yi was so young and was already an early phase of Heaven class. He couldn't be a nobody, nor could he be cultivated by a small family. There must be a bigger force behind him. He said that he hadn't heard of Iron Cloak faction. Maybe he looked down on them. What? Jianghu wasn't as clueless as before. He knew what it meant to be a Heaven class master. How could Lin Yi be a Heaven stage expert? This was completely unrealistic. Back then, he had to go all out against Ma Zhu, and in the end, both of them were heavily injured. But now when he made his move, he didn't even see it clearly, and all his bodyguards were already lying on the ground. Even the weakest of them, Black Shirt No. 1, who was at the peak of early phase of Earth rank, wasn't a match for him. Jianghu, I told you that I don't want to fight and I've warned you. If you want your men to die, then there's nothing I can do. Lin Yi tried his best to push the blame onto Jianghu and let Tai Yi sect get even with him. He walked towards Jianghu step by step. However, Lin Yi was wrong about Iron Cloak sect. They wouldn't do anything to Jianghu, at least not now. Don't come any closer. I'm telling you, although you've defeated them, I'm backed by the entire Iron Cloth sect. If you dare to touch me, I'll make you suffer. Jianghu was the one who put up a strong front. He kept backing away. A Heaven stage expert. This was too shocking. Slap. Lin Yi slapped Jianghu's face. His handsome face was once again slapped until his eyes and mouth were crooked. Iron Cloak sect? You also thought that Jinzhong Gate was powerful before, but what about now? Lin Yi stood in front of Jianghu indifferently. You can't kill me. Jianghu was really scared and kept backing away. Lin Yi, House Shin is powerful now, really powerful. Oh, even if you change your name to Zhen Youbai, it has nothing to do with me. Slap. Another slap sounded. Lin Yi slapped the other side of Jianghu's face. Let me go. I'll do whatever you want. Jianghu softened. He had no choice but to lower his head in front of Lin Yi. I can let you go, I just want to collect the debt from you. 250 million. When will you give it to me? Lin Yi asked. I've already returned 250 million to you. Can you give me less this time? How about 150 million? Jianghu hesitated and said. What do you think? Slap. Another slap. Lin Yi was getting impatient. Stop wasting time. If you have money, use it to buy your life. If you don't, then die. 150 million is fine. I'll cut off your arms and it'll be 100 million. How about that? Then, okay. I'll transfer the money to you after I go back. Jianjun rolled his eyes and thought that he should leave first. As long as he went back, Lin Yi wouldn't be able to find him and he could do whatever he wanted. Go back. Lin Yi naturally knew what Jianjun was thinking. He sneered. Now immediately transfer the money. Otherwise, I don't mind turning you into them. Of course they are cultivators and physical defense cultivators at that. They didn't die under my hands, but that's not necessarily the case for you. You might just die in an instant. But it's not bad, you don't have to pay me back anymore. Okay. Jianjun took a deep breath and reminded himself that he had to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. Just you wait and see. Then, Jianjun took out his phone and said to Lin Yi, give me your account number. Lin Yi gave him an account number and Jianjun made a few calls to transfer the money to Lin Yi. He didn't dare to play any tricks as he knew how ruthless Lin Yi was. He had to get through this first and he would have plenty of chances to deal with Lin Yi in the future. Moreover, Jianjun's house Zhan had the support of Iron Cloth sect and they were quite rich. Although 250 million wasn't a small amount, Jianjun could still afford it. Not long after, Lin Yi received a notification on his phone. Lin Yi looked at the amount and nodded in satisfaction. Okay, you can leave now. Okay. Jianjun gritted his teeth and looked at the bodyguards in white with guns on their waists. He ordered, what are you waiting for? Carry them on your back and come with me. Yes. Although the bodyguards in white had guns and looked powerful in front of outsiders, they were far from a cultivator. Although they didn't fall, they didn't dare to pull out their guns in front of Lin Yi and Jianjun didn't think about using them to turn the tables. Chapter 3069. After all, Lin Yi didn't kill the people from Tai Yi sect and Jianjun, so Zhendazhou and Tai Yi sect wouldn't be so desperate. After they went back, they would investigate his background again and decide if they should kill him or not. Of course, if Tai Yi sect didn't want to cause trouble, they wouldn't mind losing 250 million since no one died. He still wasn't strong enough. Lin Yi sighed. If he had absolute strength, these people wouldn't be able to walk out of here today. However, Lin Yi could only let them go for now in order to avoid too much trouble. However, it wasn't for nothing. At least, Lin Yi brought back 250 million. Fatty Lie's medical company had 250 million, in addition to the 350 million Feng Shishan gave him, so it shouldn't be a problem to keep it running. However, the money that House Lu mortgaged and Yu Xiaoka's orphanage wasn't enough. Lin Yi could only hope that the genius girl from House Lu could give him a surprise and restore House Lu's agency to its former glory. Jianjun came and left quickly without a trace. The guests who were chased away returned to the resting room after seeing Jianjun leave. However, their eyes were filled with respect when they looked at Lin Yi. It was rare to see someone who could defeat Jianjun's bodyguard and beat Jianjun up. This little episode made Lin Yi earn 250 million. It seemed like there were benefits to coming to pick him up. A good person would be rewarded. Jianjun left and Su Shihan's plane was about to land. The plane was on time and when Lin Yi saw the flight number on the LCD screen, he put down the newspaper in his hand. Soon, the sound of footsteps came from the entrance of the lounge. Someone was getting off the plane, and there were also a few people in the lounge who stood up. They were probably here to pick up the passengers who were getting off the plane. Lin Yi looked at his phone. No one had called him yet, but he thought that when the person he was going to pick up got off the plane, they would call him. However, Lin Yi didn't see the main character, but saw a group of familiar faces coming out of the passageway. It was the superstar Su Shihan, her bodyguard Feng Sanhuang, and her manager Wang Sis. These three people made Lin Yi slightly surprised. Did Su Shihan come to East Ocean City to perform? But since he saw her, Lin Yi naturally had to greet her. No matter what, Su Shihan was the company's spokesperson, and she had a good relationship with Miss and the others. Young Han Arid Triad, why are you here? Lin Yi was not familiar with Big Sis Wang, so he only nodded at her. Lin Yi. Su Shihan didn't expect to bump into Lin Yi at the airport. She was wearing sunglasses, and this was the VIP exit. People who came out of this place were either rich or powerful. No one would be so nosy as to guess who she was. Plus, Lin Yi called her Young Han. Who would have thought that Su Shihan was Young Han? We. Su Shihan paused and looked at Feng Sanhuang awkwardly. She didn't know if she should tell Lin Yi about this. Was it a secret? Su Shihan trusted Lin Yi in her heart. It was just that Feng Sanhuang didn't say anything, so she couldn't do anything. Feng Sanhuang was also surprised why Lin Yi was here. Last time Su Shihan was in trouble, it was Lin Yi who saved her. Feng Sanhuang trusted Lin Yi a lot. It was just that there were outsiders in the lounge, so Feng Sanhuang couldn't say anything. Mr. Lin, long time no see. We did come here for some business, but can we talk in private? Talk outside? Sure, but I'm here to pick someone up. I need to call the person and tell him to wait for me outside. Lin Yi said and took out his phone. Perfect, someone is here to pick us up. I'll make a call too. Feng Sanhuang nodded and picked up his phone. However, Lin Yi realized that the number he dialed was busy. It was the same for Feng Sanhuang. The user was busy. Helplessly, Lin Yi put down the phone. He guessed that the other party was contacting him as well, so he waited for them to call back. Sanhuang, on the other hand, had the same thought. He hung up the phone and waited for Lin Yi's reply. The call didn't go through. Let's talk on the way, Lin Yi said to Feng Sanhuang. Sure. Feng Sanhuang nodded. He put down his phone and walked towards the door with Lin Yi. After leaving the VIP lounge, they came to the parking lot near the airport. Feng Sanhuang, Su Shihan, and Wang Sis got on Lin Yi's car first. After they got in, Feng Sanhuang said, Mr. Lin, our trip this time is actually a secret. Even the people in the company don't know about it. Miss Su might be in trouble again. Trouble again? The same group as last time? Lin Yi was dazed. This, more or less but even more powerful. Feng Sanhuang didn't say much. After all, Feng Tianhu was the one who found them. Although last time it was the Feng family and this time it was the Dongfeng family, there was only one person. If that's the case, then it's a bit dangerous. What's your plan this time? Lin Yi asked. This time, I won't hide it from Mr. Lin. I have a friend here. I'm here to ask for his help to protect Miss Su's safety, Feng Sanhuang said. This was the excuse he gave to Su Shihan. All right, I have something else to do during this period of time. If there's nothing else, I'll help you guys out. Lin Yi nodded. Mr. Lin, thank you for your kindness. But the enemy this time is a Sky-class early phase master. I'm afraid you don't have the confidence to deal with him. I don't either. Feng Sanhuang naturally didn't know that Lin Yi was already a Sky-class master. His impression was still the last time he met Lin Yi. Lin Yi's strength was still at the last time he met him. Ah, Sky-class early phase? Lin Yi heard Feng Sanhuang mention the enemy's strength. He only smiled faintly. Sky-class early phase. Lin Yi didn't care anymore. Right, Mr. Lin. We'll talk later. I need to call my friend first. Feng Sanhuang suddenly remembered that Lin Yi didn't reply to him. He quickly took out his phone and was ready to call back. Okay. Lin Yi nodded. Lin Yi also wanted to call his employer to ask if they had arrived. But because it was quiet in the car, it wasn't good for two people to call at the same time. So Lin Yi decided to wait for Feng Sanhuang to finish his call. Chapter 3070. Lin Yi didn't think too much about it. He picked up the phone and saw that it was his employer, so Lin Yi couldn't reject the call. Even if Feng Sanhuang was on the phone, Lin Yi still picked up the phone. Hello, I've arrived at the airport. Have you guys gotten off the plane? After Lin Yi said this, he waited for the other party to respond, but the other party didn't say anything. Feng Sanhuang, on the other hand, had a shocked expression on his face. Because the call was connected, he heard Lin Yi's voice from the other side. However, he was also a little uncertain, so he hesitated for a moment and still said into the microphone, Hello, is this Mr. Lin Yi? This time, not only did Feng Sanhuang hear Lin Yi's voice, but Lin Yi also heard Feng Sanhuang's voice from the other side of the phone. Of course, even if Lin Yi didn't hear it, Feng Sanhuang's Mr. Lin Yi already represented a lot of problems. Lin Yi could immediately understand that the person he was waiting for was Feng Sanhuang, and the superstar he wanted to protect was Su Shihan. Both of them were stunned. Lin Yi put down the phone, and Feng Sanhuang also put down the phone. Lin Yi was a bit embarrassed, and Feng Sanhuang was also a bit embarrassed, but he was more worried about Su Shihan's thoughts. He told Su Shirhan that he was asking for help from his friend, but in the end, Lin Yi was right in front of him, and he didn't even know that the person he was asking for help was Lin Yi. No matter how stupid Su Shirhan was, she should be able to figure out the problem, right? Mr. Feng? It's you? Lin Yi smiled bitterly and reached out his hand. Yes, it's me. Feng Sanhuang also smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Lin Yi, why did you change your name to Ling Yi? I'm just accepting a quest. I didn't think too much about it. It's an acquaintance among acquaintances. Lin Yi smiled wryly and said, Back then the poem told me. He asked me to protect his sister, but I thought his sister does not know me. I had told Mr. Feng that my name is Ling Yi, and Sure also knows my name. That's why I did not change my name. But I did not expect the person I am protecting is Miss Su. Brother Feng, are you hiding something from me? Shirhan looked at Feng Sanhuang. Of course, she didn't think that Feng Sanhuang would harm her. After all, the person Feng Sanhuang found was Lin Yi. Su Shirhan knew what kind of person Lin Yi was. There was no way he would help Sanhuang harm people. Lin Yi also said that he was here to protect him, but Lin Yi wasn't Feng Sanhuang's friend at all. And Lin Yi even said that she was someone's sister. What was going on? Wasn't he an orphan? How could he have a brother? So, Su Shirhan subconsciously thought that Feng Sanhuang was hiding something from her. And it was not a small matter. Needless to say, Shirhan's guess was quite accurate. Because Feng Sanhuang was indeed hiding something, but without Feng Tianlin's permission, he didn't dare to tell Shirhan. If Shirhan knew the truth, if she knew that she had a father who didn't dare to acknowledge her, wouldn't she be unhappy? But Feng Sanhuang knew. It wasn't that Feng Tianlin didn't want to acknowledge her, but he couldn't. If he didn't acknowledge her now, there was already so much danger. If he really did acknowledge her, he didn't know how Feng Tianhu would make a fuss about it. So, Feng Sanhuang hesitated and looked at Lin Yi. Although the trouble was caused by him, it was Lin Yi who said it. It seemed that Lin Yi was not only close to Shirhan, but also the young master Feng Shipian. So, it was better for Lin Yi to say it. At least, Feng Tianlin couldn't blame Feng Sanhuang. Seeing Feng Sanhuang's pleading eyes, Lin Yi paused. What do you mean? Could it be that Shirhan didn't know about this? But wasn't this arranged by Feng Shipian? He wouldn't tell his sister. No. Sister? Shirhan's surname was Su. Feng Shipian's surname was Feng. Although Feng Tianlin said that his surname was Su, it was just a made-up surname. Maybe he meant to represent Shirhan. But there might really be a problem here. It was just that Lin Yi didn't know how much Shirhan knew, so he could only test her. Han, I was asked by your father and brother to protect you. But after saying this, Lin Yi regretted it a little. Because Lin Yi suddenly remembered that Shirhan told him about her childhood. Shirhan should be Feng Tianlin's illegitimate daughter, and after Shirhan and her mother were attacked, they didn't see Feng Tianlin again. Naturally, Shirhan wouldn't know about Feng Tianlin and Feng Shipian. But at the beginning, Lin Yi didn't think about this. He thought that Feng Tianlin had been in contact with Shirhan. Now that he thought about it, Shirhan didn't mention that she saw her father after she was separated from her mother. You met my father? I have a brother? Shirhan widened her eyes in shock. She looked at Lin Yi. Her body was shaking. She was obviously very emotional. Her breathing became rapid. But in the next moment, cold sweat appeared on Shirhan's forehead. Her breathing became more rapid. She couldn't help but moan. It hurts. My head hurts. Wang Sis, give me the medicine. Wang Sis was also shocked. What Lin Yi and Feng Sanhuang said in the car today shocked her. Lin Yi knew Shirhan's father? And from the looks of it, Feng Sanhuang also knew about it. Wang Sis, who was usually a chatterbox, didn't dare to interrupt today. She didn't know what to say. But Su Shirhan had a headache. She subconsciously grabbed her backpack and started rummaging through it. Every time Shirhan went out, she would let Wang Sis bring the painkillers from Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company. No need. Lin Yi shook his head at Wang Sis. He reached out and pressed on Shirhan's forehead and chest. Shirhan's emotions gradually returned to normal. But she was still panting. She blushed and said gratefully to Lin Yi, "Thank you." Although Lin Yi cured her headache, he also touched her body. But Shirhan knew that Lin Yi did it for her own good. He didn't want to take advantage of her. No need to thank me. It was me who gave you a headache. I should be the one apologizing. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. I didn't think that you didn't know about your father and brother. I thought you already knew. Chapter 3071. Then do you hate him? Lin Yi stayed silent for a while and asked. Suddenly hearing that my dad knew about me but didn't want to see me, I did feel a bit uncomfortable, but thinking about it, maybe he has his own difficulties. Su Shihan smiled at Lin Yi and said, I'm an illegitimate daughter, he has his own life, and at least, Lin Yi, you were hired by dad and brother to protect me, at least they care about me. I've never met my brother before, and he treats me like this, what else do I have to hate? On the contrary, I'm very happy today. You let me know some things I've always wanted to know. My dad is fine, that's great. Okay, then do you want to see him? At this point, Lin Yi knew that he couldn't hide it anymore, so he asked. But from Lin Yi's point of view, Su Shihan was still calm. She was already an adult, she could face everything rationally. He doesn't want to see me, of course he has his difficulties, it doesn't matter if I don't see him or not. Although I really want to see him, I know he's fine, so I'm at ease. Su Shihan smiled bitterly and said, to be honest, I don't have much of an impression of him anymore. Lin Yi nodded and looked at Feng Sanhuang. Feng Sanhuang, you don't have anything else to say? I've said a lot of what needs to be said. You can fill in the rest. Okay. Feng Sanhuang was helpless. Lin Yi had said so much already, it didn't matter if he said it or not. Even if Feng Tianlin blamed him, Lin Yi would be there, so he told the truth. Miss Su, I'm a bodyguard sent by your father to protect you. In fact, Master has always cared about you. These years, your path has been smooth sailing. It's also because of Master's help. There are people with bad intentions. I'll help you solve it. I will help you deal with it. If there is pressure from the company, Master will use his connections to settle it. You should be able to feel it too. So that's how it is. Su Shihan nodded. All these years, Su Shihan herself felt that her path to stardom was too smooth. She didn't encounter any unspoken rules and rejected some of the company's activities. The company didn't freeze her, instead, they welcomed her with a smile. So Su Shihan's fame grew. Of course. It couldn't be denied that Su Shihan's hard work and talent played a part in it, but without someone helping her in the dark, it wouldn't have been so smooth. After all, Su Shihan wasn't the only one with hard work and talent, but only Su Shihan succeeded. This meant that there were some problems. Nowadays, most of the celebrities in the company relied on their bodies or their family's influence to get to where they were. Su Shihan was very clear about this. Although there were some who achieved success through their own hard work, there weren't many. Su Shihan was the most successful among them. This could be considered a miracle, but now it seemed that it wasn't. It was inevitable. Then, what's my father's name? Shihan asked. Feng Sanhuang looked at Lin Yi. He didn't know if he should tell Su Shihan Feng Tianlin's name or not. His name is Feng Tianlin. His background is the ancient Feng family, an ancient aristocratic family. You should have heard of this name before. Lin Yi said to Su Shihan, it's a higher level of hidden aristocratic family. Ancient. Shihan nodded, but she didn't seem to know much about it. So, my surname isn't Su. My surname is Feng. Oh right, do you know your mother's name? Perhaps I can help you look for her? Lin Yi asked. Feng Tianlin had been looking for her, but he might not be able to find her. After all, Feng Tianlin didn't dare to look for her openly. Among the Feng family's people, one of them might be Feng Tianhu's trusted aide. If Feng Tianhu found out, then things would be even worse. But Lin Yi was different. Lin Yi could ask Guxian to help him look. Guxian was someone who knew about the ancient world. Maybe he could find her. I don't know. Shihan shook her head and sighed. At that time I was too young. I don't remember my mother's name. Then forget it, I'll ask Uncle Feng myself when I have the chance. Lin Yi nodded. Today's matter is settled. Han, since everyone is so familiar with each other, let's go back to my villa. Yao Yao and Shu miss you too. And okay. Shihan breathed out in relief. It was Lin Yi's villa. There was no problem. Shihan, Meng Yao, and Yu Shu got along well. Everyone was familiar with each other. It wouldn't be inconvenient for them to live together. On the way, Shihan was still worried about these things. But in a blink of an eye, it was all gone. Feng San Huang, on the other hand, was worried. He wanted to find a chance to call Feng Tianlin and tell him what happened. What happened was out of Feng San Huang's control. These things were supposed to be kept secret. Now that Shirhan knew about it, it was all because of his mistake. Although, this mistake could be said to be a combination of many factors. He didn't know that Ling Yi was Lin Yi, and he just happened to know Lin Yi. In the end, he recognized Lin Yi at the airport and called Ling Yi, which made Shirhan suspicious. At the end of the day, he was also responsible for this. If he had made an agreement with Ling Yi beforehand and told each other their names and clothes, this kind of mistake wouldn't have happened. However, it had already happened, and no one could change it. The car drove towards the direction of the villa. Meng Yao and Yushu were sitting on the sofa, whispering to each other. Yao Yao sis, you must like Shield bro, don't deny it. Yushu said. How is that possible? I don't like Shield bro, Meng Yao said. Look, you're talking nonsense. You also call him Shield bro. Yushu didn't believe it. I didn't. Isn't it because of you? When Meng Yao said this, she asked herself in her heart. Did she like Lin Yi? They probably liked each other. But, was there any possibility between the two of them? Denial after denial, misunderstandings after misunderstandings. Meng Yao and Lin Yi's relationship was only maintained at the level of friends, not taking it to the next step. Seeing other girls around her becoming Lin Yi's girlfriends one after another, it was impossible for Meng Yao to not have any thoughts. Chapter 3072. If Lin Yi didn't take the initiative to say it, she wouldn't either. Even if Lin Yi accepted her, it'd still be a charity, wouldn't it? With Lin Yi and Meng Yao's relationship, Meng Yao believed that as long as she said it, Lin Yi would accept her out of consideration for her face. But this wasn't what the miss wanted. She wanted a love that didn't need to be spectacular, but she didn't need charity. Why could Tang Yun, Xiao Xiao, Wang Xinyan, and Sun Jingyi? Was it because Tang Yun was pretty, Xiao Xiao was proactive, and Wang Xinyan and Sun Jingyi were helpful to Lin Yi? But she wasn't any worse than Tang Yun. Damn Lin Yi, would it kill you to chase me? The miss was touched by Yushu's words today, but she suddenly realized that she cared about Lin Yi, and hoped that Lin Yi would chase her. As for what she said before about not liking him, it was just a lie. It might have been true in the beginning, but as time went by, Meng Yao couldn't tell if she really didn't like him, or if it was just an excuse to numb herself. Could it be because she was too familiar with Lin Yi? There were many times when a man and a woman who were too familiar with each other couldn't become lovers. But she and Lin Yi weren't that familiar either, right? At least, she didn't know what he was thinking, and Lin Yi didn't know what she was thinking either. At that thought, Meng Yao glared at Yushu. Big tits. Can't you be a little more hardworking? I said I don't like you, and you're not going to help me? Where's your usual smarts? Dropping the ball at a critical moment. Stupid unlucky Shu. Oh. Yao Yao, why are you glaring at me? I'll stop talking, alright? Yushu shrunk her neck and shut her mouth after seeing Meng Yao's scary look. Meng Yao wanted nothing more than to kick Yushu into outer space. Since when did I forbid you from talking? I mean, say it a little harder, you stupid Shu, you're pissing me off. Yushu looked at Meng Yao's furious face and found it a little strange. Yao Yao. I already said it, why are you still scowling at me? Then Shu, I won't make this kind of joke anymore, okay? No. Meng Yao finally gathered her courage and roared. The roar scared Yushu so much that she jumped up from the sofa with a whoosh, her hair almost standing on end. But just when Yushu was wondering what that no meant, and why Yao Yao was so angry, the sound of a car came from the villa. Meng Yao roared. He used up all the courage in his body, but he didn't want to explain anything to Yushu anymore. He stood up. Lin Yi is back. Let's go out and take a look. I wonder which celebrity it is. Is it what we like? We just like Sister Shirhan. We don't like anyone else, Yushu said. Then let's go take a look. He's Lin Yi's guest after all. Meng Yao said as she walked towards the door. Yushu saw Meng Yao leave. She followed behind her and walked out of the villa with her. At this time, Lin Yi's car also drove into the villa. Lin Yi got out of the car first, and at this time, the other doors of the car also opened. Su Shirhan also got out of the car from the front passenger seat. Ah! Meng Yao saw Su Shirhan and suddenly froze. Lin Yi, didn't you go to pick someone up? Why did you bring Sister Shirhan back? Hee hee, Yao Yao, the person I want to protect is Su Shirhan. She is Feng Shirshan's sister. I just found out about the specific situation. Let's go in and talk. Lin Yi also smiled bitterly and spread his hands. To be honest, he was shocked at the beginning. Meng Yao nodded and let out a sigh of relief. She was happy that she would be able to live with the star she liked in the future, but she was also a little disappointed. With Su Shirhan's addition, Lin Yi's attention would be on other girls again. When would he notice her again? When this thought came up, it scared the miss. I actually care about Lin Yi so much? Meng Yao looked at Yushu from the corner of her eyes. She was a little annoyed. Big breasts and no brains. It was right. She dropped the ball at the critical moment. Yushu felt wronged under Meng Yao's angry gaze. She used to try her best to matchmake Meng Yao and Lin Yi, but she was scolded every time. Now that she didn't dare to matchmake them, she was dissatisfied. How could she be so unlucky? The group entered Lin Yi's villa. Although Wang Sis was a strict person, she had a good impression of Lin Yi. Especially since Lin Yi's medicine company solved Su Shirhan's problem. Lin Yi was Su Shirhan's savior. She was still very polite to Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, it's not a problem for Miss Su to stay here, but it's not convenient for me to stay here. Wang Sis also visited Lin Yi's villa. She realized that Lin Yi's villa wasn't too big. There weren't that many rooms. There were 2 rooms upstairs. One for Su Shirhan, and the other for Meng Yao and Yushu. There were 3 rooms downstairs. One for Lin Yi, one for San Huang, and one for Wu Tian. There were no empty rooms. Therefore, Sister Wang was also very reasonable and said, "Why don't I move out to live? There's a hotel nearby. It's not bad. It's fine." Tian walked out of his room at this time. He usually practiced in his room, and although he couldn't practice on his own after Lin Yi leveled up his practitioner's arts, he was still a dual practitioner. After leveling up his spiritual arts, he needed to improve his physical arts as well, and so he practiced whenever he had nothing to do, and only came out when he had something to do. "Mr. Feng, can we stay in the same room? We're both men, it's fine." "Sure." San Huang didn't have any objections. "You're a practitioner too, right? At night, I will mainly meditate and cultivate. The 2 of us can also learn from each other and discuss cultivation matters. Then it's settled." Lin Yi nodded. "Han, Yu, Yao Yao, and Shu can stay upstairs. Wang Sis and Feng Bro can stay downstairs." After arranging the rooms, Lin Yi told Meng Yao and Yushu about Su Shirhan's situation. Meng Yao and Shu sympathized with Su Shirhan's childhood. They didn't know that behind a superstar, there were so many unknown tragedies. San Huang, on the other hand, found a place with no one and called Tian Lin. Chapter 3073. "Yes, but, Master, there's a small problem here." Feng San Huang smiled bitterly. "Miss Su knows about your situation and identity." "Knows? What's going on?" Feng Tianlin was taken aback. He immediately became nervous and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on? How did Xiao Han know?" "It's like this." Feng San Huang didn't dare to hide it and told Feng Tianlin everything. He didn't dare to push the blame to Lin Yi. He wasn't that kind of person. "Oh." Feng Tianlin heard San Huang's words and was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect things to turn out this way. However, he couldn't blame San Huang for this. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame himself for not telling San Huang that Ling Yi was Lin Yi. However, Feng Tianlin didn't think that much. But when he heard Su Shirhan's reaction, he let out a sigh of relief. He was comforted. Feng Tianlin had been hiding the truth from Su Shirhan all these years because he didn't dare to tell her. He was afraid that if he told her the truth, she would hate him and ignore him. After all, when Su Shirhan's mother was hurt, Feng Tianlin had a big responsibility. He didn't protect Su Shirhan and her mother well, causing Su Shirhan to be separated from her mother. So, Feng Tianlin could only do things for Su Shirhan behind the scenes, but he didn't dare to acknowledge her. This wasn't what Feng Sanhuang had guessed, but if Feng Tianlin and Su Shirhan acknowledged each other, it would make Dongfang Xiaocui unhappy and give Feng Tianhu the opportunity to take revenge. Because, whether it was Dongfang Xiaocui or Feng Tianhu, they already knew about Su Shirhan's village. Only Feng Tianlin's heart couldn't get over it. Plus, Feng Tianlin was a cowardly person. With his current position, he couldn't guarantee that Grandpa Feng would agree to Su Shihan's return. If he didn't agree, then Feng Tianlin would be even more embarrassed. So, he had been working hard all these years, but his personality determined that he wasn't the material to be the head of a family. He would endure, but he wasn't decisive. It was a far cry from Feng's poem. Feng Shipian knew how to endure patiently and make a decisive decision at a crucial moment. This was also the reason why he recognized Lin Yi as his boss without any hesitation and even mentioned it during the family meeting. In comparison, Feng Shihan was a better candidate for the position of patriarch. As for Feng Nitian, he was all brawn and no brains. Arrogant and despotic. This kind of person would still have room for growth if he didn't meet a strong enemy. However, if he was crippled because he was showing off, then he wouldn't have any chance. In fact, this was all based on luck. Even though the local tyrant had been crippled, he was still able to act tough. But he was lucky. Moreover, he had realized his mistake and turned back. If Nitian was smart enough, he would repent at home. He didn't want to argue with Feng Shipian anymore. Maybe he could plead with Lin Yi and Lin Yi could cure him. However, he didn't repent, so he couldn't blame others. Arid Triad. It's good to talk about this. Feng Tianlin didn't hate Su Shihan. He felt gratified and said, "When this is over, I'll go see Xiaohan myself." "Yes, master." San Huang saw that Feng Tianlin wasn't too angry and breathed a sigh of relief. And so, Su Shihan stayed in Lin Yi's villa. Lin Yi, after receiving 2 large sums of money, gave it to Fatty Lai. Fatty Lai's medical company also received some relief. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, this idiot Jianing Jun came to give him money. However, if he wanted Xiaoka's orphanage and House Lu to return to normal, it all depended on Lu Jinghan. The genius girl of House Lu? Lin Yi only saw her once at the meeting of the noble houses. She was wearing a veil at that time, so Lin Yi didn't pay much attention to her. But Han Jingjing praised her so much. It seemed that Lu Jinghan had some capabilities. At least, Han Jingjing, the little genius, wouldn't push a mediocre person. He planned on going to see Lu Jinghan after he was done with the things on hand. In fact, even if the ancient house Dongfang had decided to deal with Su Shihan, they couldn't do it immediately. After all, there were rules and regulations for the ancient world to act against people from the common world. It wasn't allowed at all. Although the ancient house Dongfang was strong, they didn't dare to go against the rules. They had to find a suitable excuse. Only with an excuse would it be convenient to act. Of course, this excuse couldn't have anything to do with Su Shihan. Although Su Shihan was Feng Tianlin's illegitimate daughter, it wasn't made public. House Feng hadn't acknowledged their ancestors yet. If they made a move against Su Shihan, it would be the same as making a move against people from the common world. This was a provocation against the rules of the ancient world. Unless the house Dongfang sent a few death warriors out, they wouldn't admit it even if they were found out. But that was impossible. If Dongfang Burua wanted to go himself, then it wouldn't be as simple as not admitting it and hiding their identity. Therefore, the house Dongfang had been looking for an excuse these few days. The person Dongfang Jinxing sent this time was Dongfang Cha, an early-stage heaven-class master from the house Dongfang. She was an experienced master from the house Dongfang, an expert in kidnapping and extortion. The house Dongfang wasn't as clean as it looked on the surface. An ancient family like this, if they didn't get some dirty money, how could they support a family like this? There were so many masters in the house Dongfang, but they didn't have any source of income. The amount of medicine and pills they spent every year was not a small amount. Reporting to young master, I have just received some very bad news. Elder Dongfang Jian is dead. Just when Dongfang Jinxing was looking for an excuse to enter the common world, a disciple of the house Dongfang ran over and said while panting, "What did you say?" Dongfang Jinxing jumped up from his seat in shock. Looking at the disciple, he asked, "Dongfang Jian is dead? Didn't Dongfang Jian go to the Cultivator Trade Association to look for herbs to improve Buqiu's meridians? How did he die?" "Young master, this is the news from the Cultivator Trade Association. Elder Dongfang Jian is dead." The disciple said carefully, "What happened? How did Dongfang Jian die? Could it be that he was killed by someone?" Dongfang Jingxing's face became extremely gloomy. Tell me in detail. Chapter 3074. I'm not too sure about that. According to Vice President Ouyang of the Cultivator Trade Association, Elder Dongfang Jian got into a conflict with someone when he was searching for medicinal ingredients. The other party was even stronger than Elder Dongfang Jian, so he killed Elder Dongfang Jian. The disciple told the story from beginning to end. Who was it? Who was stronger than Dongfang Jian? After all, Dongfang Jian was a peak mid-heaven rank powerhouse. Who could kill him? Was it a group attack? Dongfang Jingxing asked. I'm not sure about that. Vice Chairman Ouyang said that when the association arrived, Elder Dongfang Jian was already dead, but they didn't see who did it. The disciple said. Didn't see it? Didn't you ask them to investigate? Dongfang Jingxing was in a good mood, but now he was in a bad mood. Dongfang Borua was going to find Su Shirhan, and Dongfang Jingxing was happy about it. He could help Dongfang Xiaotsue and make his son happy, so why not? Even when Dongfang Xiaotsue called to cancel, Dongfang Jingxing knew that deep in her heart, she still hoped that something would happen to Su Shirhan, but because of Feng Tianlin, he couldn't do that. And so Dongfang Jingxing strongly rejected it, and Dongfang Xiaotsue and Feng Tianlin couldn't do anything about it. But now, Dongfang Jian was actually dead. This was simply a wake-up call. Although the Dongfang family was powerful, they weren't filled with heaven rankers. Dongfang Jingxing was a peak mid-heaven ranker, while Dongfang Jingxing was only a late heaven ranker. This was the second person from Dongfang Jingxing to die. His other son, Dongfang Buru, was even more talented than Dongfang Jingxing, and Dongfang Jingxing was planning to groom him as the future of Dongfang Jingxing, but who would have thought that he would be killed by Zhang Naipeo in the test? Everyday sect. Dongfang Jingxing didn't dare to retaliate. They were the typical type of people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. This was different from Fiery Mountain. Dongfang Jingxing saw that they weren't as strong as the everyday sect, so they didn't bother them at all. Of course, this was also because Dongfang Buru died in the Sky Elixir Sex test. If it wasn't the Sky Elixir Sex test, Dongfang Jingxing would have demanded an explanation. Even if he wasn't a match for him, he should at least give him some compensation, right? Fortunately, Dongfang Jingxing's other son, Dongfang Bewei, was not weak. Although he was a bit of a playboy, he was still talented. Now, he was a peak late phase Earth class master. As long as his meridians were improved, breaking through to Sky class wouldn't be a problem. Stepping into Sky class peak late phase wouldn't be a dream either. He, Dongfang Jingxing, had two good sons. This was also his pride. Now that Dongfang Jian had died while collecting herbs for Dongfang Borua, Dongfang Jingxing had to avenge him no matter what. Otherwise, who would work for the Dongfang family in the future? Thinking of this, Dongfang Jingxing waved his hand and motioned the disciple to leave first. Then he walked quickly to the room of the current head of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Badeo. The Dongfang family had 3 heaven rank peak late phase experts. Both are in retreat to break through the Great Perfection realm. One of them is the old man of Dongfang Badeo, the other is the son of Dongfang Badeo. Dongfang Jingxing's younger brother, Dongfang Yin Xing, and Dongfang Bu Li, who had died in the Heavenly Elixir Sex trial. With the existence of 3 heaven rank peak late phase experts, the strength of the Dongfang family can be imagined. It is quite tyrannical, and the old man of Dongfang is also quite overbearing as his name suggests. Once he breaks through to the Great Perfection, I am afraid that he will definitely find the everyday sect to ask for an explanation, but now, he dare not. Dongfang Jingxing knocked on the door, and the voice of the old man of Dongfang came from inside. Who is it? What's the matter? Father, it's me, Jingxing. Dongfang Jingxing replied. Oh Jingxing, come in. Dongfang Badeo nodded. Father, something happened. Something happened to Elder Dongfang Jian. As soon as Dongfang Jingxing entered the door, he said quickly. What? Something happened to Dongfang Jian? What happened? What happened? Dongfang Badeo was shocked and asked quickly. It's like this. Dongfang Jingxing quickly told the old man what the disciple had said before. Cultivator Trading Association? Conflict with others? Dongfang Badeo frowned. Jingxing, have you called the Cultivator Trading Association personally to ask? Not yet. I came to ask Father first to see if you have any instructions. Dongfang Jinxing said. Well, I'll ask the Cultivator Trading Association personally. Dongfang Badeo also knew that with Dongfang Jinxing's weight, he probably wouldn't be able to ask anything, so he was going to call and ask in person. After all, the Cultivator Trading Association was a very powerful existence. The president there was already a Heaven Stage Master, and several honorary presidents were even masters of the peak late stage of Heaven Stage Great Perfection. How could the Dongfang family dare to act rashly? Yinxing, bring me my phone. Dongfang Badeo said to Dongfang Yinxing on the side. Yes, father. Although Dongfang Yinxing was stronger than Dongfang Jinxing, he did not have a family, nor did he have children, and he was unwilling to take care of the family's trifles. He liked to cultivate every day, so he did not compete with Dongfang Jinxing. Moreover, because he had no children, he was more partial to Dongfang Bujiang and Dongfang Buqiao like the old man of Dongfang. He wanted to train these two to be the successors of the Dongfang family, but he did not expect one to die. Now he was preparing to train the other. Elder Dongfang Jian was killed while looking for medicinal materials for him. How could Dongfang Badeo tolerate it? Hello? Is this President Li? Dongfang Badeo took the phone and dialed the phone of President Li, the president of the Cultivator Trading Association. It's me, the old man of Dongfang Badeo. What's the matter? President Li also had Dongfang Badeo's phone number, so he said politely. It's like this, President Li. An elder of our Dongfang family died in your Cultivator Trading Association branch. Is there any news on your side? Dongfang Badeo asked. This is Vice President Ouyang's responsibility. We reported the situation to your Dongfang clan. I didn't ask too much about the specifics. President Li said, if your Dongfang clan wants to take revenge, I think it'll be a little difficult. Chapter 3075. The Cultivator Trading Association usually doesn't have an invitation letter. As long as you have enough strength, you can participate. I think you know that Master Dongfang, and we didn't know the identity of the murderer in advance. We didn't even know who the murderer was and how many people were. We didn't know the identity of Dongfang Jian either. It was only after several days of investigation that we learned his identity and informed your Dongfang family immediately. President Li said. And now you have no clues at all. How can you talk about revenge? President Li, I always feel that this matter is a bit strange. It should be impossible to say that Vice President Ouyang knows nothing about it, right? Heaven Stage Masters fight. Such a big battle, he doesn't go and see? If he is really afraid of death and hides, this is a bit unreasonable, right? How can such a greedy and cowardly person be the vice president? Dongfang Badeo wanted to find a breakthrough from this Vice President Ouyang, so in the end, he just wanted President Li to relent and let the Dongfang family go directly to Vice President Ouyang for questioning. Master Dongfang, to be honest, I also have some doubts in my heart about this matter. Either Vice President Ouyang knows and does not report, or he is incompetent as a vice president, but I can't do anything about it. President Li smiled bitterly and said, I'm not afraid to tell you, Master Dongfang, although Vice President Ouyang is my subordinate, Vice President Ouyang has an uncle who is the Supreme Honorary President of our Cultivator Trading Association, and he is the second Supreme President. Even I don't dare to do anything to him. It turns out to be like this. Dongfang Badeo nodded. Fortunately, he didn't act rashly. Otherwise, if he went directly to deal with this Vice President Ouyang, it would be like poking the hornet's nest. The second Supreme Honorary President, that must be a great perfection master with the strength of the peak late stage of Heaven Stage. So, we can't do anything about it. If Master Dongfang wants to find the murderer, you can secretly investigate it yourself. President Li said. Okay, thank you, President Li. Dongfang Badeo nodded. It seemed that this matter really had to be investigated by the Dongfang family themselves, but in this way, Dongfang Badeo found a reason to let the masters of his family enter the secular world. To investigate the cause of Dongfang Jian's death, sending a young master heir and a family elder was not a big battle, and others would not doubt anything. As for some minor conflicts with the people of the secular world during the investigation, no one would say anything. After all, these things were inevitable. After hanging up the phone, Dongfang Badeo gave the phone to Dongfang Yinxing, then looked up at Dongfang Jinxing and said, Jinxing, this time, let Bully and Dongfang Cha openly investigate the cause of Dongfang Jian's death. In secret they could do whatever they wanted. In this way, it wouldn't be considered as violating the ancient agreement. But first, we must inform the Heavenly Elixir sect and the other big sects of our purpose before we take action, so that no one can use it against us. Yes. Father, I understand. Dongfang Jinxing's eyes lit up and he understood the meaning of Dongfang Badeo. This way they could kill two birds with one stone. They could investigate the cause of Dongfang Jian's death, and Dongfang Burua could deal with Su Shihan. All right, you may leave. I'm going to continue cultivating. Dongfang Badeo said, I have touched the barrier of great perfection. It is estimated that in the recent 6 months, there will be some progress. At that time, our Dongfang family will have a master of great perfection in the late stage of heaven stage, and we can be ranked among the first-class ancient sects. Okay, Father, then you and brother continue to cultivate. If you can all break through, then our Dongfang family will be even more powerful. Dongfang Jinxing said quickly. Silver Star is still a little bit worse. If he didn't lose and fall, I'm afraid his strength is not inferior to Silver Star. He is the genius of our Dongfang family, and he fell like this. Humph. Wait for this old man to break through to the peak of heaven stage late stage. Then I will go to the everyday sect to settle accounts. I must let them give me an explanation. Dongfang Badeo sneered. Yes, now, we can only swallow our anger. Dongfang Jinxing nodded. Jinxing, your strength is actually not bad. You practice well, and it should not be a problem to raise your strength to the peak of heaven stage late stage. You just think too much about the family all day long. Your aptitude is not much worse than Silver Star. Dongfang Badeo said. Okay, Father, I will work hard. Dongfang Jinxing smiled bitterly. Before, he wanted to be the young master, but after becoming the young master, he realized how much the young master delayed his cultivation. Of course, if Dongfang Silver Star did not take the initiative to give up his position and compete with Dongfang Jinxing, then it is estimated that Dongfang Jinxing would not think so. Things that are too easy to get are not cherished. If it was like the ancient Feng family, I am afraid it would be another kind of situation. After leaving Dongfang Badeo's room, Dongfang Jinxing went to prepare for Dongfang Burua and Dongfang Cha to enter and leave the secular world. With the attitude that good food is not late, they must be fully prepared, so as not to be criticized by people when they enter and leave the secular world at will. The Dongfang family is not strong enough to ignore others. If Dongfang Badeo and Dongfang Silver Star are successful in promoting to the peak of heaven stage late stage, then the Dongfang family will not be afraid. Dark Night Palace. The Great Elder's face was extremely because this morning, she received bad news. Palace Master Yiwan when taking the Qi gathering pill to break through to heaven stage, did not get the inheritance, that is to say, Yiwan failed to get the inheritance. It must be known that Yiwan who has already lost her virginity, wants to accept the inheritance, and the moment of breaking through to heaven stage is the best time to understand the inheritance. If there is no opportunity to understand the inheritance at this time, then there is basically no hope in the next few years. So the Great Elder's heart was broken at this moment, and the dream of the Dark Night Palace was also broken. What the Great Elder is counting on is that she and Yiwan become the peak of heaven stage late stage at the same time, and then become the participants of the heaven stage island plan, and then set foot on the heavenly way together. In this way, the strength of the Dark Night Palace will have a qualitative leap. Chapter 3076. Although the metal element inheritor of the Dark Palace was an indispensable part of the Sky-class island plan, it wasn't irreplaceable. If the Dark Palace really couldn't do it, then that place, the Five-Element sect, would definitely look for other ways to replace it. It was possible to let a cultivator with a better metal attribute physique gain enlightenment from metal. Although the success rate was relatively low, it was said that wood attribute inheritors could be replaced in this way. Therefore, the Grand Elder really felt a sense of urgency. Yiwan, tell me, what do you think we should do? The Grand Elder was truly anxious this time. When you married a mortal and gave birth to a little bastard, a part of your Dark Phoenix bloodline was separated. Now, if you don't get the inheritance, our Dark Palace is done for. Done for. Do you understand? I'm sorry. Yiwan lowered her head. She was already a Sky-class early phase now, but she wasn't happy at all. She knew that she wouldn't be able to get the inheritance in the near future. This was a fatal blow to the Dark Palace. I'm sorry? What's the use of sorry? The Grand Elder gritted her teeth. I've decided, I'll kill Pingzhan that mortal and Mengyao, that little bastard to vent my anger. Otherwise, it won't be enough to appease my anger. Don't. Wanner jumped in fright. She didn't expect the Grand Elder to be this ruthless. He was going to attack Meng Yao and Peng Zhan. She panicked. Grand Elder, you don't remember Mr. Yang? Wah! Yi Wan Heir, you're using that Yang to threaten me. After the elder heard Yi Wanner's words, it was as if she had stepped on his foot. He flew into a rage and said, that Yang guy has disappeared for more than 10 years. It's not even certain whether he's dead or not. You want to use him to threaten me? I'm telling you, if he was still alive, he would have come out a long time ago. Would he wait until now? Yi Wan Heir, stop dreaming. The Grand Elder roared in exasperation. Of course, this was for Yi Wan Heir, and also for the Grand Elder herself, because she felt guilty. Although that ruthless man had disappeared for more than 10 years, it was undeniable that he was an incomparably terrifying existence in the Grand Elder's heart. Not to mention the Grand Supreme Elder, any ancient sect would be scared out of their wits at the mention of those two people, the Vajra Fiend duo. As for the Great Elder, he had actually fought with one of the two and even compromised. The one with the surname Yang was Yi Wan Heir and Peng Zhan's support. If it weren't for him, the Grand Elder wouldn't have let Peng Zhan and Meng Yao go. It was because he was too afraid that the Grand Elder didn't allow anyone to mention this person. Even if this person had disappeared for more than 10 years, the Grand Elder would still feel guilty when she heard this name, so she was flustered and exasperated. Yi Wanner felt wronged. Was it wrong to pursue love? Is it wrong to not want to marry someone you don't like? However, in the final analysis, even if Mr. Yang left, if Mr. Yang was still there, would the Supreme Elder dare to do this? If Mr. Yang was still here, then the Palace of Darkness would be destroyed because of him. It wouldn't decline, right? All right, I declare that from today onwards, Yi Wan Heir will no longer be the Palace Master of the Dark Palace. The Grand Elder had already made his decision. I will temporarily take over the position of Palace Lord until the Dark Phoenix Guiding Stone is activated and a new inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline is found. She will be the new Palace Lord. The new Palace Master will lead us to glory. Yi Wan Heir didn't really care about the position of Palace Master of the Dark Palace. She just wanted to be a normal girl, spending the rest of her life with Peng Zhan, taking care of her husband and raising their children. How happy would that be? But now, she had been forcefully pushed into the position of Palace Master. Every day, aside from training, she would inherit. She was already bored enough, but she couldn't say anything about it. Now, Yi Wan Heir was free. But, what she was most afraid of was that the Grand Elder would do something to Peng Zhan and Meng Yao. So, she didn't care if she was going to fall out with the Grand Elder. She said quickly, Grand Elder, finding a new inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline, and dealing with Peng Zhan and Meng Yao are two different things. Your priority right now is to find the inheritor. Why are you lowering yourself to these two normal people? Plus, Meng Yao's bodyguard Lin Yi isn't someone to be trifled with. I heard that he's reached Sky Class early phase now, and can even fight people above his level. You're threatening me again? The Grand Elder glared furiously. Lin Yi, he's just a freelancer trash. Sky Class early phase? Even if he can fight people above his level, what can he do to me? I'll kill him with one slap. I wouldn't have thought of it if you didn't mention it. This Lin Yi, I'm definitely going to get revenge on him. That's right, Lin Yi is arrogant and doesn't respect our palace at all. We should get rid of him as soon as possible. You're wise, Grand Elder. Qibing spoke up. He could tell that Yi Wan Heir had lost her power, and all he had to do now was follow the Grand Elder's footsteps and serve the new Palace Master well. It'd be best if he could become the new Palace Master's confidant, and that'd be the time for him to shine. You guys! Yi Wan Heir fell to the ground, powerless. But she could understand the Grand Elder's anger. From the Grand Elder's point of view, it was Yi Wan Heir's fault for being with Peng Zhan back then, leading to the Palace Master's current situation. All right, that's enough. Elder Li, take Wan Heir to her place to reflect on her wrongdoing. We don't need her in the future. The Grand Elder didn't mind Yi Wan Heir meeting with Elder Li now. Even if the two of them were to plot, they wouldn't be able to come up with anything. Yi Wan Heir had lost her power. She was just a normal disciple of the Palace Master, not even an elder. She could only order Elder Li around, and the others wouldn't listen to her. Elder Li couldn't help her anymore. After all, his power was limited. Now, the rest of you, follow me to the Dark Phoenix Palace and activate the Dark Phoenix Guiding Stone to find the next inheritor of the Palace Master. We'll kill Lin Yi, Pengzhan, and Meng Yao along the way. Let's go, miss, let's go back. Elder Li sighed. It seemed like the Grand Elder had made up his mind, not giving Yi Wan-er a chance to speak or explain. They could only wait for the Grand Elder to find the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix, and be in a good mood before pleading with her. Chapter 3077. Elder Li, tell me, how can we stop the Grand Elder? Wan-er's heart felt like it was being sliced by a knife. She felt that she was a failure as a mother. It was fine if she couldn't raise her daughter, but in the end, she couldn't even protect her, and was even harming her. Miss, the Great Elder won't do anything to the little miss and the young master for now. After all, her mind isn't on this. The inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline is our palace's priority. The Great Elder is angry right now. Once she finds the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline and is in a good mood, we can go and plead for them. We should be able to make her stop. Elder Li comforted. But whether or not the Grand Elder could change her mind, Elder Li wasn't too sure. But in order to not hurt Wan-er, he could only say things in a positive direction. That's true. Wan-er breathed out in relief. Elder Li, let's go back first. Can you help me find out about Yao Yao's situation? I'll try my best. Elder Li sighed. I've already given control of the Dark Shadow Group to Zhao Qibing, the disciple of Black Cloak. If I want to find out about these things, I can only rely on the people I've trained in the Dark Shadow Group, but it's very difficult for these people to act alone without Zhao Qibing's permission. Elder Li, I'll have to trouble you then. Wan-er smiled bitterly. She knew that the Grand Elder was guarding against her and Elder Li, so she did her best to take away their power so that they had no right to speak in the palace. The Grand Elder brought a group of elders and disciples of the Dark Palace. They came together to the Dark Phoenix Palace at the peak of the Dark Phoenix mountain range. Here was the ancient Dark Phoenix Guiding Stone. This guiding stone. In fact, its original purpose was to find the Dark Phoenix, but an ancestor of the palace accidentally discovered that this stone could also be used to find the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline, and this discovery was used until now. As the Grand Elder of the Dark Palace, it was easy for her to activate the Dark Phoenix Guidance Stone. She did all the preparations and activated it. Beneath the Dark Phoenix's guiding stone, it was a huge map of the world, and the coordinates were shockingly accurate. After the Dark Phoenix Stone was activated, a small ordinary-looking stone suddenly shone with golden light and flew into the sky, reaching a very high altitude. If it wasn't for its blinding light, the people from the Palace of Darkness wouldn't even be able to see its existence. However, the light was simply too dazzling. Even though the Dark Phoenix Guidance Stone had already flown to an altitude of several thousand meters, everyone could still see the golden light radiating from it. This was the power of an ancient divine tool. However, this divine artifact could only be used to find the descendant of the Dark Phoenix bloodline. It couldn't be used as a heaven-ranked divine artifact. Otherwise, it would be extremely powerful. The Grand Elder and everyone else looked up at the Dark Phoenix Guiding Stone in the sky with bated breath. They knew that the Dark Phoenix Guidance Stone was searching for an inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline. From the sky, it searched for any possessors of the Dark Phoenix bloodline. It was the first time Zhao Qibing had seen something like this, and he clicked his tongue in amazement. This Dark Phoenix Guidance Stone was really something. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought that he was watching a sci-fi movie. The hidden world knew too little about these divine weapons, and this was also why even old Zhao didn't have a heaven-class weapon. The hidden house's foundation wasn't strong enough to have something like this. Even in the ancient sects, there weren't many heaven-ranked divine weapons left. Not every heaven-ranked expert could find a divine weapon that was suitable for them to use. This was also the reason why Lin Yi was able to trade a weapon that the Snowy Valley had taken a liking to. Otherwise, the Snowy Valley wouldn't have been willing to take such a loss. The Dark Phoenix Guidance Stone kept circling in the air, emitting a blinding golden light. Everyone from the Dark Palace was extremely nervous, their hearts racing. The Grand Elder himself, on the other hand, was holding his breath. The contents of the Dark Phoenix Guidance Stone affected the future of the entire Dark Palace. If the stone couldn't find an inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline, then the Dark Palace would be finished. Actually, the Dark Phoenix Guidance Stone hadn't been circling in the sky for a long time. In fact, it could even be said to be very short. However, This short 10 minutes felt like a year to everyone present. Even Zhao Qibing was a little nervous. After all, if the Dark Palace became strong, then he would be the strong one. If the Dark Palace was finished, then how was he going to take revenge on Lin Yi? And so, Zhao Qibing prayed in his heart, praying that the Dark Phoenix Guidance Stone would be able to find an inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline smoothly. Slowly, the golden light on the Dark Phoenix Guidance Stone grew dimmer and dimmer, disappearing as the stone started to descend as well. Either the Dark Phoenix Guiding Stone had found the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline, or the Dark Phoenix Guiding Stone hadn't found the inheritor. There were only two possibilities. The result would soon be revealed. With a swoosh, the Dark Phoenix Guidance Stone landed on a spot on the map. But no matter where it landed, as long as it didn't land on the starting point, it meant that it had found the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline. Found it, Grand Elder, found it! Zhao Qibing pointed at the map and yelled. As far as he was concerned, the Dark Palace was about to become strong, and he, Zhao Qibing, was about to follow suit. What's the coordinate? Write it down and look it up on the computer. The Grand Elder was very excited. He didn't think that they would really find it. In this world, other than the inheritors of the Dark Palace, there was someone else with the Dark Phoenix bloodline? One had to know that the Dark Phoenix Guidance Stone couldn't be wrong. If it said there was, then there was. And now, they didn't need to look for the coordinates anymore. Now that they had computers, the Dark Palace was also using this kind of high-tech equipment. As long as they input the coordinates of the Dark Phoenix Guidance Stone into the computer, they would be able to pinpoint a city. Although it was only a city's area, as long as they knew the approximate distance, the Grand Elder would be able to sense the existence of the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline. All he had to do was follow his intuition. Chapter 3078. He entered the coordinates Zhao Qibing gave him into the computer, but the city's location shocked the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, the coordinates are in the north of East Ocean City. The disciple reported the result to the Grand Elder. Donghai City? Grand Elder, of course, wasn't a stranger to Donghai City. She sent people to cause trouble for Lin Yi in Donghai City, but she didn't expect the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline to be in Donghai City as well. If the Grand Elder had known this, he would have gone to East Ocean City himself. Only those who had cultivated the Dark Knight Palace cultivation technique and reached the late stage of the Heaven Realm could sense the aura of the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline, but the black-robed elder didn't have this ability. That's right, it's Donghai City. The disciple turned the screen to face Grand Elder. The Grand Elder glanced at it and nodded, knowing that the disciple wouldn't lie to her. Now, she was ready to go to East Ocean City in person. Donghai City? That's great, it's Heaven's will. Grand Elder smiled coldly. This way, I don't even have to do anything. I'll just find the inheritor and kill Lin Yi, Meng Yao, and Peng Zhan. Grand Elder, you're wise. Zhao Qibing was overjoyed. If the Grand Elder came personally, then Lin Yi would be nothing no matter how strong he was. Grand Elder was a sky-class late-stage peak now. Killing Lin Yi would be a piece of cake. All right, Qibing, don't flatter me. I know you want to kill Lin Yi, but so do I. But this old one is also the same. Grand Elder said, but this time, you don't have to go with us. After all, I'm going out to find the inheritor, and if you go with me, it won't be easy for you to take revenge. Yes. Qibing wanted to see Lin Yi die with his own eyes, but since Grand Elder said no, he couldn't force it, could he? Black-clothed Elder, go talk to the Heavenly Elixir sect and a few other big ancient sections. The Palace of Darkness has activated the Dark Phoenix Guiding Stone and found a new inheritor of the Dark Phoenix. I'm going to enter the mortal world. The Great Elder said to the Elder in black. Yes. The black-clothed Elder quickly nodded. This time, it's perfectly justifiable for us to go. Let's see if the Heavenly Elixir sect dares to stop us. After returning the Dark Phoenix Guiding Stone to its original position and sealing the mechanism, the Grand Elder led the crowd away. He was preparing to enter and leave the mortal world. Yi Wan Heir and Elder Li were the first to know what happened in the Dark Knight Palace. Although Yi Wan Heir and Elder Li had lost their power, they still had some confidence in the Dark Knight Palace. They didn't need to hide what happened before, and they needed to spread the news to all the disciples of the Dark Knight Palace. So Yi Waner and Elder Li also knew. Elder Li, what a coincidence, they're both in Donghai. The Great Elder is going to deal with Yao Yao and Peng Zhan. What should we do? Yi Wan'er was a little lost. Although she was a Sky Class early phase master, she didn't have any of the dignity of a Sky Class master. She was like a little girl. Young miss, I didn't expect such a coincidence either. Originally, if we were in two different cities, after the Grand Elder found the Dark Phoenix's inheritor, he would focus all his attention on the Dark Phoenix's inheritor and not bother young miss and young master. However, now that we're in the same city and it's on the way, it'll be easy for him to take revenge. This is a little difficult. Elder Li was also having a headache. The coincidences had caught him off guard. Then, what should we do? Yi Wan'er panicked. I'll go beg the Great Elder now and ask her to show mercy. I'm still a Sky Class master. Even if I'm not the Palace Master, I can still be an Elder of the Dark Knight Palace. The Great Elder wouldn't want me to have a problem with the Dark Knight Palace because of Yao Yao and Peng Zhan, right? Oh, that's a good reason. How about this? We'll go see the Great Elder now. Elder Li nodded and said, okay. Yi Wan'er also nodded and quickly ran with Elder Li to the Great Elder's room. At this moment, the black-clothed elder had just gone to notify the Sky Elixir sect and a series of larger ancient sections. This way, the Dark Knight Palace would have enough reason to enter the mortal world. Great Elder, Palace Master. Yi Wan'er and Elder Li are here to see you. A disciple carefully reported to the Great Elder. He almost said, Palace Master, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that it wasn't right. Right now, Yi Wan'er wasn't the Palace Master anymore. What are they here for? The Supreme Elder frowned. He didn't need to think about it to know that they were here to plead for leniency. But now that the Supreme Elder was in a good mood, he said to the disciple, okay, then let them come in. Yes. The disciple quickly replied and left the room. After a while, Yi Wan'er and Elder Li walked into the Great Elder's room together. Yi Wan'er, Elder Li, why are you two here? The Great Elder asked. Great Elder, first of all, Elder Li and I are here to congratulate the Great Elder for finding the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline. This is a joyous occasion for the Dark Knight Palace, and as the previous Palace Master, I'm naturally very happy. Yi Wan'er didn't dare talk about Meng Yao and Peng Zhan directly, so she said a few good things first. Yes, this is indeed a good thing. The Grand Elder was also very happy. The Palace of Darkness was almost finished, but now, it was back from the dead. There's one more thing that I would like to speak to the Great Elder about. Elder Li suddenly spoke up. Speak. The Great Elder waved his hand and said to Elder Li. It's like this, Great Elder, look, Yi Wan'er used to be the Palace Master, and although she isn't now, she's still an early phase Sky Class. We're currently lacking talents, so Yi Wan'er can become an Elder? Elder Li said. That's for sure, an early phase Sky Class is more than enough to become an Elder of the Dark Knight Palace. The Great Elder nodded. Chapter 3079. Ah! The Elder couldn't help but nod. One had to admit that Elder Li's words made sense. If she were to kill Peng Zhan and Meng Yao, then Yi Wan would be traumatized as well, and wouldn't be so eager to serve the Palace of Darkness. The Great Elder was a person who placed benefits above all else. In her heart, face and dignity were not important. Only the benefits of the sect were the most important. As long as it could bring benefits to the sect, it was a good thing. Those who brought benefits were good people. Otherwise, it was the opposite. No, Grand Elder. Just as the Grand Elder was hesitating and about to agree to Elder Li's request, Zhao Qibing jumped out. Ambush, why not? Asked the Supreme Elder. Qibing only wanted to kill Lin Yi. Whether Meng Yao and Peng Zhan died or not, it didn't matter to him. The ones he wanted to kill the most were Lin Yi and Yushu. But, if the Grand Elder were to let Meng Yao and Peng Zhan go, he wouldn't kill Lin Yi for him alone. So, Qibing jumped out and objected. Grand Elder, think about it. If you make a mistake and don't get punished, wouldn't everyone make a mistake? Qibing asked back. If this new inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline had a boyfriend, and she slept with him in private, wouldn't she learn from Yi Wan'er and we wouldn't punish her? Without severe punishment, how can we make her listen to us? Qibing, you're right. The Grand Elder nodded. Indeed, nothing could be accomplished without rules. If he let Peng Zhan and Meng Yao go, then he'd be in trouble. If the new inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline were to follow suit, wouldn't it be a complete mess? Grand Elder. It's not like that. Yi Wan'er immediately became anxious. Grand Elder, I agree with Zhao Qibing's opinion. The black-robed elder did not give Yi Wan Er a chance to speak. He interrupted her and said to the Grand Elder, not only must he be punished, he must be severely punished. At that time, he'd find the inheritor and kill Pingzhan and Meng Yao right in front of the inheritor's face. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Let her see the consequences of disobedience. Elder Blackrobe, you're right. The High Elder nodded. She had already made her decision. She waved her hand at Yi Wan Er and said, Yi Wan Er, you and Elderly can go back. I have made up my mind, and the matter has already been decided. There will be no more changes. This Grand Elder, I beg you, please let Yao Yao and the others go, they are innocent. Yi Wan Er was anxious. He immediately knelt on the ground. Zhao Qibing, send the guest off. The Grand Elder humphed coldly, unmoved by Yi Wan Er's plea. Yi Wan Er, Elderly, please? You don't want to piss off the Grand Elder, do you? Qibing said. He didn't put Yi Wan Er and Elderly in his eyes at all. They were just existences that had lost power in the Palace of Darkness. Qibing believed that as long as he held onto the Grand Elder and the new Palace Master's thighs, his position in the Palace of Darkness would be secure. Of course, this was just the Grand Elder's wishful thinking. If he found the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline, would she definitely come to the Palace of Darkness to train? What if she didn't come? As far as the Grand Elder was concerned, the Palace of Darkness was very powerful. It was an ancient sect, and people could gain immortality and strength through training. This was something that others would kill for. Wasn't Zhao Qibing the same as well? So, as far as the Grand Elder was concerned, as long as he found the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline, she would cry and beg to come back to the Palace of Darkness with him. The question of whether or not she would come didn't even cross his mind. Yi Wan Er and Elderly had no choice but to go back first. Yi Wan Er could only wash her face with tears, while Elderly could only sigh. There was nothing he could do. A Lexus LX 570 stopped in front of Shueshang Business Hotel. This was a business hotel located in East Ocean University. A young man and a middle-aged man got out of the car. These two, naturally, were Dongfang Burua and Dongfang Cha, who had come to Donghai City. Dongfang Cha, are you sure that Su Shihan has come to Donghai City? Dongfang Burua had gone through a long journey, and he had some necessities. Although he was a practitioner, he rarely took a car. This sudden trip made him very uncomfortable. He wanted to find a girl to have some fun with, and the best candidate was Su Shihan. So as soon as the car stopped, Dongfang Burua couldn't wait anymore. I'm sure, young Master Burua. Su Shihan secretly took a plane to Donghai City and didn't inform the media, but I still found her flight records through a company in the common world, Dongfang Cha said. Dongfang Cha said, plus, Feng Tianlin of the ancient Feng family already knows about this. He doesn't want anything to happen to Su Shihan, so he will definitely tell her to hide. So, Su Shihan must be in East Ocean City. Then how do we know where Su Shihan is? Dongfang Burua was getting impatient. Donghai City is so big, where are we going to find her? Don't worry, there will be news soon. I have other sources of information, Dongfang Cha said. Okay, if that's the case, then we'll wait. Dongfang Burua knew that he wouldn't be able to see Su Shihan today, so he said to Dongfang Cha, go find me a few female students, I want to have some fun. I've been cooped up at home for so long, I finally have the chance to come out and have some fun. No problem, young Master Burua. Dongfang Cha nodded. Although in his eyes, Dongfang Burua was far from Dongfang Burua, he couldn't help it. Dongfang Burua died. Now that Dongfang Burua was the only heir of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Cha would be able to get on Dongfang Burua's good side. And then get me a room to rest first. Dongfang Burua nodded. As far as he was concerned, getting Su Shihan to bed with a master like Dongfang Cha wasn't a difficult task. Even without Dongfang Cha, he, Dongfang Burua, who was an Earth-class late-phase peak, could handle it. On the other hand, investigating the cause of Dongfang Jian's death was more difficult. Who knew who Dongfang Jian offended in the Cultivator Trade Association? Now, the association wasn't cooperating, and he had to investigate by himself. How was he supposed to investigate? To be honest, Dongfang Burua came to the common world for Su Shihan. Dongfang Jian's death was just an excuse. He didn't care about it at all. Chapter 3080. He was a cold-blooded man. To him, Dongfang Jian might have died because of him, but he was still an elder of the Dongfang family. It was his honor to sacrifice for the family. Dongfang Cha went to look for a number for Dongfang Burua. It had to be said that there were a lot of materialistic women working part-time. Dongfang Cha didn't even need to go out. She directly asked the hotel and got a lot of phone numbers. After finding 2 for Dongfang Burua, Dongfang Cha left the hotel and prepared to inquire about Dongfang Jian. Dongfang Burua didn't care about Dongfang Jian's death, but Dongfang Cha was very concerned about Dongfang Jian's death. Dongfang Cha was also an elder of the family, so he naturally had to find out the cause of Dongfang Jian's death. Otherwise, if Dongfang Cha died one day, no one would avenge him. However, Dongfang Cha received an angry phone call from Dongfang Burua as soon as he left the hotel. "Dongfang Cha, are you trying to kill me?" Dongfang Burua yelled. "Young Master Burua, what's wrong?" Dongfang Cha was confused. He didn't know why Dongfang Burua was so angry. He asked carefully, "Why would I do that? What the hell happened?" "What happened? Where the fuck did you find them?" Dongfang Burua yelled. "At the hotel. The waiter gave me a name card. I found them," Dongfang Cha said carefully. He didn't know how he had offended Dongfang Burua. Was the quality of the women he found too low? That couldn't be. He looked at the photos on the card and picked the 2 prettiest ones. Why wasn't Dongfang Burua satisfied? "Is that so? There are mushrooms down there." Dongfang Burua yelled, "One with mushrooms and one with flowers. Luckily, my eyes are good. Otherwise, I'd be dead if I got AIDS." Hiss. Dongfang Cha was shocked. He didn't expect something like this to happen. It seemed like it was a sick lady in disguise. Dongfang Burua was almost killed. "Young Master Burua, I don't know. You know that I asked them to go to their rooms after I found them. I could only see their faces. I couldn't take off their clothes to check." Dongfang Cha said with a bitter smile. "Damn it, I told the 2 of them to scram." Dongfang Burua said, "This young master is very angry right now. Go and catch 2 pure ones for me. I want sex. I think with your eyesight you should be able to tell, right?" "That's true, but young Master Bu, we're here to investigate the cause of Dongfang Jian's death. What if something goes wrong if we arrest someone randomly?" Dongfang Cha was a little hesitant. He didn't want to cause trouble. "Capturing Su Shirhan is also capturing. Can't we capture her?" Dongfang Burua snorted coldly. "Dongfang Cha, if my father finds out that you gave me 2 sick girls, think about it yourself." "Not weak, young master. Don't be angry. I'll go find 2 stunning beauties for you right now," Dongfang Cha hurriedly said, "but high-quality ones can't be found in a day." "That's not a problem. I've already hooked up with 2 waiters from the hotel. They're not bad, but you have to find me a beautiful woman in a few days." Dongfang Burua nodded. "That's not a problem. Okay, no problem." Dongfang Cha breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he had enough time, he could slowly look for them. He didn't have to rush. Dongfang Cha originally wanted to go to the trade association, but he could only change his route and find a nearby school. If he wanted to find stunning beauties, he had to be careful. Dongfang Cha looked at the navigation map on his phone. The nearest university was Donghai Industry University. Dongfang Cha walked in the direction of Donghai Industry University. After entering the campus, Dongfang Cha didn't look left and right like an idiot. Instead, he saw a few silk-haired guys sitting under the basketball hoop and chatting. Brothers. Chatting? Dongfang Cha quickly walked over and pretended to be chatting. "Uncle, who are you?" These students were obviously still vigilant. They were still on guard when a stranger suddenly came over to talk to them. "Haha, I'm the person in charge of the National School Beauties program on XX website. I'm here to count the school beauties of Donghai Industry University." Dongfang Cha said calmly. "Why should we believe you?" The guy clearly didn't believe Dongfang Cha. "Haha, who knows more? I'll pay for the clues." With that, Dongfang Cha took out a stack of cash from his pocket. There was about 3,000 to 4,000 yuan in it. The guy's eyes lit up. They rushed to say, I know. "Okay, then you guys can say it together. Everyone can top it up. This money is yours." Dongfeng Cha said. These guys were also good buddies in the same dormitory, so it didn't matter who gave the money to. Since everyone was spending it together, everyone started talking at once. The three most popular school beauties in our school are Chu Mengyao, Yu Shu, and Wang Xinyan. These three are the most popular school beauties in our school. One of the guys started talking. After those three is. Another guy was about to add, but Dongfeng Cha cut him off. No need for that. We're choosing school beauties, not just anyone. The most beautiful ones from each school are enough. Dongfeng Cha said. Now tell me, what are these three school beauties? What are their majors? Do they have boyfriends? Dongfeng Cha remembered Dongfeng Burua's name. She had to find out if they had boyfriends or not. If they did, then so be it. Mengyao and Yushu are economics majors. I don't think they have boyfriends. I don't know if they're close with any guy. One of the guys said. But those two are goddesses. One's super pretty, and the other has a great body. It's a perfect combination. Wang Xinyan's love life is a bit messy. She has a boyfriend at school, and I think she has a fiancé, but she's still living with her boyfriend. Another guy said. Chapter 3081. So Dongfeng Cha said, when we choose school beauties, we don't just need beauty, but also a good character. This Wang Xinyan doesn't study and only knows how to date. Forget it. Let's talk about Mengyao and Yushu. Do you have any photos of them? Yes, we do. A guy quickly took out his phone and showed Yushu and Mingyao's pictures to Dongfeng Ti. Here they are. One's the goddess type, and the other has the face of an angel and the body of a devil. Dongfeng Ti's eyes lit up when he saw Yushu and Mingyao's picture. They were so pretty, even he was tempted. Dongfeng Ti thought that if he could have some fun with Dongfeng Burua after he was done with them, it'd be a worthwhile trip. He wondered if young master Dongfeng Burua would let him have some fun with them? Dongfeng Ti's heart itched at the thought, and he became a lot more enthusiastic. He'd been pissed at Dongfeng Burua for asking him to do this. He was here to do business, not to pimp Dongfeng Burua. But now, he was more than willing to do it. It'd be great if he could have sex with one of these girls, let alone two. Can you send it to me? Dongfeng Ti asked. Of course. The guy sent it to Dongfeng Ti. Dongfeng Ti, on the other hand, gave the money to the guys after getting the pictures and information of Mengyao and Yushu, and started thinking about what to do next. Mengyao and Yushu were both from the economics faculty, which meant that they must be having classes in the economics faculty's building. As long as he waited nearby, he'd be able to catch them. With that in mind, Dongfeng Ti went back to the hotel and got his car, but on the way there, he received a call from the young master of the house, Dongfeng Jinxing. Young master. Dongfeng Ti answered the phone respectfully. Dongfeng Ti, you've arrived, right? I saw that you've arrived in Donghai, and you're driving to the Slave Trade Association? Dongfeng Jinxing asked. Dongfeng Cha paused. She wasn't going to the Slave Trade Association. She was going to East Ocean Industry University. However, it was impossible to lie to Dongfeng Jinxing. Not to mention that Dongfeng Cha did not dare to lie in front of Dongfeng Jinxing. Even if she lied, Dongfeng Jinxing had to believe her. Not only did the car have the Dongfeng family's GPS, but it also had a recording and video system. How could he dare to speak carelessly? Therefore, Dongfeng Jinxing hesitated for a moment and decided to tell the truth. After all, betraying Dongfeng Wuxia was better than lying to Dongfeng Jinxing. Young master, I'm going to East Ocean Industry University. Dongfeng Cha said. East Ocean Industry University? Dongfeng Jinxing paused and asked, Dongfeng Cha, what are you doing there? Young master, it's like this. Dongfeng Cha didn't dare to hide anything. She told Dongfeng Jinxing about how Dongfeng Burua wanted to have some fun in East Ocean City, but he found two sick girls. Now, I'm going to catch them for young master Burua. Burua, this little bastard. Dongfeng Jinxing frowned, but he couldn't say anything. Dongfeng Burua was spoiled by Dongfeng Badeo. This time, he went to deal with Su Shirhan, and Dongfeng Badeo allowed it. What was the big deal about catching two? Therefore, although Dongfeng Jinxing wasn't happy, he still said, okay, then be careful. Don't let anyone see it and leave any evidence. Although we are an ancient sect, there are still other ancient sects that restrict us. Don't worry, young master. The purpose of my driving here is to knock them out and put them in the car. When the time comes, no one will know. Who will find out? Dongfeng Cha said. Okay, then after you finish these things, try to find time to investigate Dongfeng Jian. If you go to the mortal world and don't even go to the Slave Trade Association, then it won't be right. Don't forget the reason why we enter the mortal world. Dongfeng Jinxing said. I understand, young master. I will go tomorrow. Dongfeng Cha said. Dongfeng Jinxing didn't say anything else and directly hung up the phone. In his opinion, catching 2 students wasn't a big deal. In the ancient sects, the concept of human life was relatively weak. In their eyes, ordinary people were similar to ants. Only masters were important. Dongfeng Cha drove the car directly to the economics department and waited for them to arrive. At this moment, it was not far from the end of the school. Time passed by, and finally, Dongfeng Cha waited for the end of the class. From the economics department's teaching building, students began to come out in 2s and 3s. As a sky class, Dongfeng Cha's spiritual sense was extremely strong. He didn't need to get close to the students to be able to clearly distinguish Meng Yao and Yushu among the students who came out. At this moment, the 2 hadn't come out yet. However, after waiting for 10 minutes, Dongfeng Cha found Meng Yao and Yushu. However, Dongfeng Cha didn't make a move immediately. Instead, he drove the car behind the 2. There were too many people here, and if Dongfeng Cha made a move, the other students would block the car in front of him. Although he wasn't afraid of killing all these students, it would still be troublesome. So, Dongfeng Cha waited until Meng Yao and Yushu walked in the direction of the parking lot. Only when there was no one else on the road did he suddenly step on the gas pedal. The car sped up and stopped beside Meng Yao and Yushu. He opened the door and jumped out in front of Meng Yao and Yushu. After school, the other students either went back to their dorms or went to the cafeteria. Almost no one went to the parking lot. Only Meng Yao and Yushu went to the parking lot every day when they went home, so there weren't many people on the road. The place that Dongfeng Cha chose to make a move was a blind spot. Even if there were people far away, they wouldn't be able to see it. You. What are you doing? Meng Yao looked at the person in front of her vigilantly. But Dongfeng Cha wasn't an idiot. She didn't waste any time talking to Meng Yao and Yushu. She grabbed the 2 girls by the collar and knocked them on the back of their necks, knocking them out cold. Chapter 3082. The Grand Elder brought the black-clothed elder with her this time. After leaving the Dark Palace, they headed straight for East Ocean City. After dozens of hours of travel, they finally arrived at East Ocean City. The 2 of them found a random hotel to stay in. The Grand Elder didn't stay idle and brought the black-clothed elder out of the hotel. She couldn't wait anymore. The inheritor was the future hope of the Dark Palace. The Grand Elder believed that it was better to be safe than sorry. The earlier she saw the inheritor, the earlier she could be at ease. What if something happened to her later? It had to be said that Yi Wanner's matter had already made the Great Elder a little nervous. She was afraid that if she was a step late, something would happen that caught her off guard, so she didn't rest at the hotel at all. The good thing was that the Grand Elder and the black-clothed elder were both cultivators, so they weren't tired at all. This time, the Grand Elder and the black-clothed elder didn't drive. Instead, they sped through the city on foot. The Grand Elder had already sensed the aura of the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline. She couldn't wait to fly over. Following the aura of the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline, the Grand Elder chased after them. As they got closer and closer, the Grand Elder became more and more excited. When the Grand Elder and the black-clothed elder entered the campus of Donghai Industry University, they attracted the attention of all the students in the university. Because these 2 people actually wore ancient clothes to school. Were they here to shoot a TV show? However, the Great Elder didn't care about these people's sidelong glances. She was here to find a successor, and other things didn't matter to her. The Great Elder lived for the sect, not for her own face. Almost there, almost there. The Grand Elder was very excited. However, just as the Grand Elder saw the inheritor of her dreams, she saw a man driving a white SUV knock out the inheritor and another girl, then drag them into the car together. The Grand Elder immediately flew into a rage, and a wave of anger couldn't help but surge up from his ribs. This is this old woman's inheritor. Who the fuck are you? How dare you take the inheritor away? What do you want to do? After catching Meng Yao and Yushu, Dongfeng Cha called Dongfeng Burua as she drove. What's wrong, Dongfeng Cha? What's up? Dongfang Borua had just finished pleasuring the two waitresses and was resting when he received a call from Dongfang Cha. Young Master Bu, I've caught 2 campus bells according to your instructions. They are the 2 most beautiful campus bells in East Ocean Industry University. I'll bring them back for you to enjoy. Since Dongfang Jinxing had acquiesced, he naturally dared to make a phone call in the car. Otherwise, if the recording and video in the car were to be sent back, he would be in serious trouble. But now it didn't matter. Oh, already done? That's great. I'm done here. You can bring them back. I'll have dinner and enjoy myself again. Dongfang Buick said happily after hearing Dongfang Cha's words. Okay, young Master Buick. Dongfang Cha couldn't help but continue. Young Master Buick, when you're done, can you let me have a good time as well? Sure, no problem. Dongfang Buick readily agreed. If you want your subordinates to do things for you, you can't just give them some benefits, right? This time, Dongfang Cha had tasted the sweetness. Next time, he would be more proactive in helping him find beautiful women. Okay, I'll go back right now. Ha! Just as Dongfang Cha hung up the phone, he stepped on the brakes. He suddenly realized that there was an old woman standing in front of his car. Old woman, are you fucking courting death? Why are you standing in front of the car? Get out of here. Dongfang Cha scolded angrily. If it weren't for the fact that he was a heaven stage master and had quick reflexes, he would have been killed. Although Dongfang Cha was not afraid of killing people, it would be troublesome if she did. After all, there was a man in black who was not standing in front of the car. The 2 campus bells in the car might be discovered, and his plan would be ruined. Therefore, Dongfang Cha was very angry. Dongfang Cha was angry, and the Grand Elder was even more angry. He was so angry that he laughed. What did you say? You said I'm an old woman? You old thing, don't think that you're a star just because you're wearing a costume. Stop wasting time and get out of here, or I'll kill you. When Dongfang Cha saw the Supreme Elder and the black-clothed Elder's attire, she didn't think too much of it. She thought they were actors from some drama troupe or TV series. After all, ancient families were different from ancient sections. Most ancient families had accepted modern clothing, but ancient sects still retained their traditions. Moreover, Dongfang Cha didn't expect the Grand Elder of the Dark Palace, who was also from the ancient world, to appear here. This was unrealistic. Originally, when the Grand Elder heard Dongfang Cha's call in the car, he was already furious. You want to have fun? How could the Grand Elder not understand Dongfang Cha's intentions? He wanted to push down the 2 girls in the car. But one of them was the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline chosen by the Dark Palace. If he lost his virginity, wouldn't the Grand Elder go crazy? This had almost pushed the Palace of Darkness into the abyss. How could the Great Elder not be angry? Therefore, the Supreme Elder's killing intent had already been aroused in her heart. She nodded and said, Very good, very good. Not only did you dare to kidnap someone that I value, you even dared to call me an old woman and an old thing. Today, I'll kill you first. Dongfang Cha frowned. He didn't want to argue with the Grand Elder, but this old woman was blocking his way. What could he do? Since he couldn't kill her, he could only get out of the car, throw them aside, and quickly drive away. Old thing, you're asking for it. As she spoke, Dongfang Cha reached out to grab the Great Supreme Elder. She was about to grab her and throw her out. But when Dongfang Cha grabbed the Grand Elder's arm, she felt her whole body shake. How could she miss? Was she a master? When the Supreme Elder was caught, although he was annoyed, he naturally used his internal cultivation method to resist. Chapter 3083. Bang! Dongfang Cha was sent flying backward. A peak late-stage heaven-ranked master was not someone a low-stage heaven-ranked master like him could fight against. However, as she was flying backward, Dongfang Cha hurriedly activated her mental cultivation method and used her vital qi to protect her body. Only then did she not die from the blow. When Dongfang Cha showed his early-stage heaven-ranked strength, the Grand Elder was also stunned. This person was also a heaven-ranked master? And an early-stage heaven-ranked one at that? This person wasn't Lin Yi, was he? Could it be that Lin Yi kidnapped the 2 girls in the car and was planning to do something bad to them? According to the phone call, it seemed that they were sold to someone, and that person ate the meat while Lin Yi drank the soup. The Grand Elder couldn't be blamed for the misunderstanding. After all, There were very few cultivators in the mortal world. They couldn't even see a mystic class master, let alone a heaven class master. Even golden class masters were extremely rare. Therefore, the Grand Elder naturally thought that the person in front of him was Lin Yi when there was a cultivator who had the same level of strength as Lin Yi in East Ocean City. Die! The Grand Elder had already wanted to kill this person. Now that he thought that this person was Lin Yi, the Grand Elder was even more determined to kill him. The Grand Elder directly took out her heaven-grade godly weapon and threw out a piece of red ridge that was shining with golden light. Don't kill me, I'm Dongfeng. Dongfeng Cha was really scared. His opponent was a peak late-stage heaven-ranked master, and he was no match for him. Therefore, Dongfeng Cha began to show his background. He believed that as long as he showed his background, his opponent would let him go since they were both people from the ancient times. At most, the Dongfeng family would sacrifice some benefits to make amends. However, before he could finish his sentence, the Grand Supreme Elder's red caltrop smashed into Dongfeng Cha's chest with a loud bang. Dongfeng Cha's chest caved in and he died with his eyes wide open before he could finish his sentence. Dongfeng? What Dongfeng? After killing Dongfeng Cha, the highest elder realized that something was wrong. Things did not seem to be what she had imagined. This person did not seem to be Lin Yi. Hey Yi, is this person Lin Yi? The Grand Elder frowned and turned to ask Hey Yi. No, it's not Lin Yi. The black-clothed elder shook his head. Check his body and see if there's any keepsake on him. The Supreme Elder also felt that something was wrong. Dongfeng. Could it be someone from the ancient Dongfeng family? The black-clothed elder nodded and quickly searched Dongfeng Cha's body. However, he did not find any useful clues. So, he got into Dongfeng Cha's car and began to search it. Not long after, the black-clothed elder got out of the car and handed over a tapping device, a surveillance camera, a GPS system, and a mobile phone to the Supreme Elder. Then he said, Supreme Elder, these are all the suspicious items in the car. The tapping device and the surveillance camera were all transmitted through the 3G network. This caused the highest elder's expression to change slightly. It seemed that the scene of him killing Dongfeng Cha had already been transmitted. Thinking of this, the highest elder angrily crushed the tapping device and the surveillance camera. As for the GPS system, it was no longer important. Whether it was destroyed or not, Dongfeng Cha's family would already know his location. After opening Dongfeng Cha's mobile phone, the elder immediately saw the contact names of the Dongfeng family's old master, Dongfeng Young Master, and Young Master Bu. She immediately knew that her guess was correct. This person was indeed from the ancient Dongfeng family. Throw this person's body into the trunk of the car. Don't let anyone find it. The highest elder instructed the black-clothed elder. Although no one had passed by for the time being, she was not sure if anyone would pass by later. Yes. The black-clothed elder nodded and quickly lifted Dongfeng Cha's body from the ground and threw it into the trunk of the off-road vehicle. After watching the black-clothed elder do all this, the highest elder said, It seems that this person is from the Dongfeng family. The scene of me killing him should have been transmitted back to his family. However, this matter is not our fault. Black-clothed, immediately send a message to the Palace of Darkness. Tell them that the Dongfeng family kidnapped the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline of the Palace of Darkness with ill intentions. That's why I killed him. Yes, Supreme Elder. The black-clothed elder nodded. He also knew that killing someone from the Dongfeng family was not a small matter. After all, the Dongfeng family was more powerful than the Palace of Darkness. However, if the Palace of Darkness had a reason for doing this, then it would be a different story. The inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline of the Palace of Darkness was a huge matter to the entire ancient world. If the Dongfeng family kidnapped her, then it would not only affect the interests of the Palace of Darkness, but also the interests of the entire ancient world and the Five Elements sect. As long as the news got out, the highest elder believed that no matter how powerful the Dongfeng family was, they could only swallow their anger. After all, they could not go against the entire ancient world. After receiving the order, the black-clothed elder went to contact the Palace of Darkness. He also knew the seriousness of the matter. Although the highest elder killed Dongfeng Cha because she wanted to harm the inheritor of the Palace of Darkness, no one knew about it. So the Palace of Darkness had to spread the news first. Once the other ancient sects knew about it, then the Palace of Darkness would be fine. After all, the matter of the Palace of Darkness finding an inheritor was something that would benefit the entire ancient world. Among the ancient sects, which one of the peak late phase heaven class masters didn't want to ascend to the heavenly Tao? Your Dongfang clan is powerful, but you can't just take the heir of the Dark Palace and fuck her. If you really fucked her, forget about killing you, I'll even wipe out your entire Dongfang clan. So, as long as the news got out, no one would say anything wrong about the Palace of Darkness. They would all say that Dongfang Cha brought this upon herself. This was also what the highest elder wanted to achieve. Alright, highest elder, I think it won't be long before the entire ancient world finds out that the inheritor of the Palace of Darkness was almost raped by Dongfang Cha of the Dongfang family. In order to protect the inheritor, the highest elder killed Dongfang Cha. The black-clothed elder did not distort the truth. Because there was a video and audio transmission system in the car. Although it was destroyed by the highest elder, the audio and video could still be transmitted to the Dongfang family. Chapter 3084. Well done. The great elder nodded and walked quickly to the white off-road vehicle. She wanted to see how the inheritor she had been yearning for day and night was doing. However, before the great elder could reach the off-road vehicle, she saw a travel-worn person running towards her. The grand elder didn't know who this person was, but the black-clothed elder's face changed when he saw this person. It was Lin Yi. Yushu's phone had an alarm software installed. Once she was in danger, she would use the shortcut key to activate the software, and the software would automatically send a warning signal, sending the phone's current location along with the warning signal to the designated phone number. This was also a measure Yushu had researched for safety. So when Lin Yi received the news, he went straight to the school without even driving. It wasn't far anyways, and Lin Yi would be faster if he ran over. Seeing Lin Yi flying over, the grand elder was confused. Why did another come after killing one? This person in front of him obviously didn't come with good intentions. The grand elder could even feel that this person's target was the car in front of him. Who's there? The grand elder yelled and revealed his sky-class late-phase peak strength. With the impulse from before, the grand elder didn't dare to kill people casually anymore. It would be troublesome if he killed too many people. Plus, this person didn't kidnap Meng Yao and Yushu, he just rushed over. The grand elder revealed his strength so that he could retreat. The grand elder's strength made Lin Yi's face change slightly. He didn't expect the grand elder to be a sky-class late-phase peak master. Looking at the grand elder's side, it was the black-clothed elder. Lin Yi knew this person. He was from the Dark Palace, Zhao Qibing's master. This discovery made Lin Yi go on high alert. A sky-class late-phase peak master actually came to the common world. What were they trying to do? They were actually targeting Meng Yao and Yushu? Because Lin Yi didn't see Dongfang Cha, he subconsciously thought that the two elders were here for Meng Yao and Yushu. So, even if they are strong, Lin Yi has to face them. What did you do to Yao Yao and Shu? Since when did the Palace of Darkness become so shameless, capturing people from the common world? Yao Yao? Xiao Shu? Grand Elder was stunned. What Yao Yao and Xiao Shu? Who captured Yao Yao and Xiao Shu? You know me? You know the Palace of Darkness? Grand Elder, this person is Lin Yi. The Elder in Black said quickly. As for Yao Yao and Shu, could it be Meng Yao and Yushu? The two in the car were Meng Yao and Yushu? How was this possible? One of them was the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline? Lin Yi? The Grand Elder frowned, not expecting to meet Lin Yi here. She'd worn out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find him by chance. She was just about to kill Lin Yi when Lin Yi came to her on his own, saving her a lot of effort. But something wasn't right. The Grand Elder suddenly remembered that Lin Yi was here for the two girls in the car? Could it be that Lin Yi knew them? Yao Yao? Shu. Could it be? Yao Yao was Meng Yao? The Grand Elder guessed what the Elder in Black guessed as well. She wasn't stupid either. Who else would be close to Lin Yi other than Yao Yao? And so, the Grand Elder wanted to kill Lin Yi, but decided against it after some thought. If Yao Yao really was Meng Yao, wouldn't she be the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline she was looking for? It wouldn't be good for her to kill Lin Yi then, since Meng Yao and Lin Yi had a special relationship. If she killed Lin Yi now, would Meng Yao retaliate? But even so, the Grand Elder didn't think much of Lin Yi. After all, Yi Waner's cowardly personality made the Grand Elder feel that even inheritors had to listen to her. If she wanted to kill Lin Yi, Meng Yao wouldn't dare say a word. But the Grand Elder was a little puzzled. How did Meng Yao become the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline? When Meng Yao was born, the Grand Elder had checked. The Dark Phoenix bloodline in Meng Yao's body was pitiful, and it was impossible for her to accept the inheritance. It wasn't pure either, but what she felt now was an extremely pure Dark Phoenix bloodline, even purer than Yi Wan Er's. An inheritor of this bloodline would be able to accept the inheritance once they returned to the Palace of Darkness. As a result, the Grand Elder wasn't sure if it was Meng Yao. Could it be the girl beside Meng Yao? After all, the Grand Elder saw Dongfang Cha knock the two girls out and put them in the car, but she couldn't see who was in the car because she was too far away. She didn't want to waste time with Lin Yi anymore. She waved her hand. It wasn't me who attacked them, I saved them. If you don't believe me, look at the trunk. Lin Yi paused for a moment, but then he smelled the scent of blood and saw a pool of blood not far from him. But Lin Yi was even more puzzled. Didn't the Palace of Darkness have a grudge against him? Why did they help Meng Yao and Yushu? Could it be that they didn't know and were just helping out? But, as far as Lin Yi knew, the people of the Dark Palace were all arrogant bullies. How could they be chivalrous? If Lin Yi hadn't seen the corpse in the trunk, he wouldn't have believed the Grand Elder's words. But, the person in the car had clearly died not too long ago. As a doctor, Lin Yi could easily tell that this wasn't some random corpse that the Grand Elder had pulled out and made up. Who is this? Lin Yi pointed at the corpse in the trunk. Ancient Dongfang clan. Dongfang Cha. You don't need to ask about this, it won't do you any good. The Great Elder said proudly as if it was a glorious thing to kill an elder of the ancient era. Someone from the Dongfang clan? Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. This Dongfang clan couldn't be that unlucky, could they? One died in the Heavenly Elixir sex trial, one was killed by him in the Cultivator Trade Association, and now another was killed by the Grand Elder of the Palace of Darkness. How unlucky! Chapter 3085. Why would people from the ancient Dongfang House appear in Donghai Industry University's campus? Could it be that the Dongfang House knew that he was the one who killed Dongfang Jian, and so they sent another elder to capture Meng Yao and Yushu, to avenge Dongfang Jian's death? But, as logical as it seemed, it didn't make any sense at all. Even if it was the Dongfang House, why didn't they just come after him? Wasn't it pointless to go after Meng Yao and Yushu? Nothing, I think they're going to give them to someone. The Great Elder snorted and said, If I hadn't seen it, I reckon that both of them would have lost their virginity. Lin Yi paused. If that was the case, then the Dongfang House probably wasn't after him. What happened today was probably random. The person in the car is Meng Yao? The Grand Elder asked coldly, having guessed what Lin Yi was up to. What do you want? Lin Yi didn't answer the question. The Grand Elder looked at Lin Yi before opening the car door to see Meng Yao and Yushu in the back seat. The Grand Elder recognized the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix's bloodline right away, and quickly carried Meng Yao out of the car before turning to Lin Yi. I'll be taking this person with me. I'm bringing her back to the Palace of Darkness for training. You're taking her away. Lin Yi frowned. What right do you have to take her away? She's the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline of the Dark Palace, the one I've been looking for. Naturally, I'm taking her away so that she can accept the inheritance and become a master. The Grand Elder turned to Lin Yi. Is she Meng Yao or Yushu? Grand Elder, she's Meng Yao. Lin Yi didn't say anything, but the black-clothed elder spoke up first, his face full of shock. Thank goodness he didn't hurt Meng Yao the last time he came looking for trouble with Lin Yi. She was the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline, after all. Even if he had 10 heads, it wouldn't be enough for the Grand Elder to chop them off. Thinking of this, he broke out in a cold sweat. Meng Yao? Sure enough. The Grand Elder was also very surprised, but he didn't show it on the surface, but a storm was set off in his heart. Luckily, he came here personally and didn't let Zhao Qibing bring his men to kill Meng Yao. If he did, she'd regret it forever. Supreme Elder? You're the Grand Elder of the Dark Palace? Lin Yi looked at the Sky-class late-phase Peak Master in front of him, his mind racing. It seemed like she was here on behalf of the Dark Palace to find an inheritor, but when she saw him, she wanted to teach him a lesson or kill him, but stopped when she heard Meng Yao's name. That's right, Lin Yi, young one, since I found an inheritor, and the inheritor is Meng Yao, I'll let you go this time, but if I see you again, I won't go easy on you. The Grand Elder had already killed a Sky-class early phase master today, and didn't want to kill anyone else, so she let Lin Yi go for now. Lin Yi paused, looking at the Grand Elder strangely. This Grand Elder didn't seem to see the situation clearly, did she? Normally, ancient sects would ask for inheritors to train with them, but she wanted to take Meng Yao to the Dark Palace and kill him at the same time. Even someone as strong as Bing Tang didn't dare to say that she wanted to kill Lin Yi. Did this Grand Elder not see the reality? With that thought, Lin Yi couldn't help but ask, I say, Grand Elder, are you so sure that Meng Yao will go with you? She won't go with me? Why won't she go with me? I can make her a supreme master, the dream of so many people, wanting to be a disciple of our Dark Palace, and she'll be the master of our Dark Palace. The Grand Elder said matter-of-factly. Besides, look at Zhao Qibing. He's so happy and excited after joining our Dark Palace. Ahem. Lin Yi was speechless. This Grand Elder was too narcissistic, wasn't she? Did she think that everyone wanted to join the Dark Palace? Lin Yi curled his lips and snorted. Why don't you wake her up and ask her if she's willing to go with you? Of course. That's for sure. The Grand Elder said confidently as she massaged the acupoints on Meng Yao's neck and turned to Lin Yi. I'll let you see if she's willing to go with me now. Meng Yao slowly woke up, but when she woke up, she didn't expect to be in the arms of an old woman. She subconsciously took 2 steps back and looked at the old woman in fear. You. Who are you? I'm the Grand Elder of the Dark Palace. Meng Yao, I have great news for you. You've been chosen as the inheritor of our Dark Palace, and after you join us, you'll be the master of our Dark Palace. The Grand Elder said. How is it? Happy, right? Excited? Dark Palace. Meng Yao was on high alert. One had to know that this was Lin Yi's sect, and the people in the Dark Palace didn't seem to be kind, wanting to kill Lin Yi for no reason. So Meng Yao was very against it. You. Stay away from me. I won't join the Dark Palace, and I don't want to be the master of the Dark Palace, and I don't want to be the inheritor. From Meng Yao's point of view, the master of the Dark Palace, inheritor, as long as it was a part of the Dark Palace, it wasn't realistic. There must be some kind of conspiracy behind all this. Wah! You. The Grand Elder's eyes widened, not expecting Meng Yao to reject her. As far as she was concerned, there was no reason for that. Everyone was crying and begging to join the Dark Palace, an ancient sect. Plus, Meng Yao would be the palace master as soon as she joined. How glorious was that? But Meng Yao rejected it? How was that possible? The Grand Elder's face was very ugly. Meng Yao, you need to think this through. Don't you want to be a master? That's a master of the world. If you accept the inheritance, it won't be a dream for you to have strength like mine. It seems like you know about practitioners, but do you know that I'm a sky-class late-phase peak? Chapter 3086. So no matter how good the conditions of the Dark Palace were, Meng Yao wouldn't join them so easily. Ah, Lin Yi, you're here. Meng Yao noticed Lin Yi and said happily, Lin Yi, these people are from the Dark Palace. Although they didn't capture me and Shu, they're not good people either. Let's go ignore them. Meng Yao, on the other hand, understood what the Grand Elder was saying. The inheritor would have the strength of a sky-class late-phase peak. To be honest, Meng Yao was tempted, but the Dark Palace was Lin Yi's enemy. Without Lin Yi's approval, Meng Yao would never join them. Meng Yao was gaining strength for Lin Yi's sake. She didn't want the gap between her and Lin Yi to be too big. She didn't want to bring trouble to Lin Yi when Lin Yi went out. So, how could Meng Yao make Lin Yi unhappy just because she gained strength? So Meng Yao purposely said that after one look. From her point of view, the Grand Elder had a favor to ask of her, so she wouldn't make a move. You dare reject me? The Grand Elder looked at Meng Yao in disbelief, as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. Impossible. Did he hear it wrong? Lin Yi, Yushu's still in the car. Let's go back. Meng Yao ignored the Grand Elder and said, You. The Grand Elder was furious. She looked at Meng Yao and said darkly, If you dare leave, fine, I'll kill Lin Yi. If you kill Lin Yi, I'll never go with you to the Dark Palace. Even if you capture me, I don't know the arts. I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. Meng Yao knew how to threaten as well. It wasn't that she didn't want to go to the Palace of Darkness at all, but if she wanted to go, she needed to have enough bargaining chips. You. The Grand Elder didn't expect Meng Yao to say that. Yi Waner's submissive attitude made her think that the heir of the Dark Palace would listen to her and do whatever she said, But Meng Yao had completely overturned her impression of her. The Grand Elder wanted to call Meng Yao a little bitch, but she swallowed her words back. She didn't dare offend Meng Yao now. Looking at the determined look on Meng Yao's face, it seemed like she would really do it. If what Meng Yao said was true, then the Grand Elder wouldn't dare curse at them anymore. What about me? You're the one begging me. Do you understand the situation? The Miss looked at the Great Elder and said coldly, "Who cares about your Dark Night Palace? What kind of attitude was that? Lin Yi, let's go. Ignore this old lady." "All right." Lin Yi nodded and carried Shu out of the car, only to realize that Shu had woken up on her own. This girl didn't make a sound in the car, so she was eavesdropping. "Shu, you woke up and didn't get out of the car. You made us worry." "Oh, shield bro, Shu thinks that this old lady is too annoying. She's asking for help and yet she's acting so arrogant. Is she stupid?" Yushu looked at the Grand Elder and said with disdain. You, what did you call me? Old lady? Old lady?" The Grand Elder's chest heaved up and down as she breathed heavily. She was clearly pissed. After all, the Grand Elder had never been bullied like this before. As far as she was concerned, Yi Waner should be obedient, but when it came to Meng Yao, why wasn't she obedient? Not only was she not obedient, she even dared to talk back and threaten her. The Grand Elder was called an old lady twice today. The first time, she killed the person who called her an old lady. The second time, she didn't dare do it again. Meng Yao's words were very clear. She didn't care about the Dark Palace in the first place. If you want to use force, then fine. Even if you bring her back, she won't listen to you. Let's see what you can do. But Meng Yao and Yushu didn't care at all as they turned to leave with Lin Yi. The Supreme Elder finally became anxious and shouted, "Wait a minute. Is there anything else?" Lin Yi found it funny. This Grand Elder really thought too highly of himself. Now look at him, wasn't he? She defended Meng Yao, and the Miss was very vengeful. Meng Yao, how can you join our Dark Palace?" The Grand Elder felt a deep sense of defeat. Fortunately, she was shameless. Face and the like were all floating clouds to her. Since the hard way didn't work, she'd use the soft way. As long as it was beneficial to the Dark Palace, she'd lower herself to do it. "I'll think about it, but I don't want to go now," Meng Yao said without turning back. Dark Palace? Meng Yao wanted to gain strength, but she wouldn't do anything rash. The Grand Elder's words today had too much of an impact on her. She needed to go back and digest it. The Grand Elder wasn't willing, but he still nodded in agreement. He had no choice. Meng Yao and Yi Waner were completely different. Yi Waner was submissive, while Meng Yao was resistant. The Grand Elder had to change his view of things. "Elder Black, what do you think we should do now?" The Grand Elder's face was extremely ugly as she watched Meng Yao, Yushu, and Lin Yi leave. According to her usual personality, she would have taken Meng Yao away, but now, she was afraid that it would be useless. Meng Yao's tone was very resolute, and it was clear that she couldn't do anything about it if she didn't want to. Although the Grand Elder could torture Meng Yao, she didn't dare gamble. What if Meng Yao couldn't handle the torture and died? Wouldn't the Dark Palace be done for then? One had to know that Meng Yao was the Dark Palace's last hope. If something were to happen to her, then the Dark Palace's name would be erased from the ancient world. This Meng Yao doesn't budge. She's completely different from Yi Waner. The black-clothed elder frowned as well. "You're marked by the company you keep. You're just like Lin Yi." "I'm not talking about that. I'm asking you what to do." The Grand Elder humphed coldly. "I know you're talking nonsense, but I want to know how Meng Yao can come back with us." Chapter 3087. Yes, you're right. How about this? Let's go back to the hotel first and see how we can get Meng Yao to give in. The Grand Elder nodded. That was how she was. She'd give in if someone tried to be tough. She wanted Meng Yao to go to the Palace of Darkness, and if she couldn't use force, she'd have to be soft. As a result, Yi Waner had been too soft all this time. Although she'd failed in the end, if she'd told the Grand Elder that she wouldn't train if he didn't let her see Meng Yao and Pengzhan, or if he didn't send people to protect Meng Yao, she wouldn't train either. That way, the Grand Elder would have to do as she said in order to let her train peacefully. But Yi Waner never thought about threatening the Grand Elder, and that was why the Grand Elder was so arrogant. But now, the mother couldn't threaten the Grand Elder, and the daughter, the powerless Meng Yao, was the one threatening the Grand Elder. One had to say, this was quite the reverse. The car was driven away by the black-clothed elder. After all, there was still a dead person in the car. This was the common world and they had to deal with it. Although the Grand Elder had killed the person, the body still had to be taken back by House Dongfeng. They weren't in the right, but the person was dead, and they had to give them some face. This was an ancient rule, after all. If you killed someone, the body had to be returned. Lin Yi, Meng Yao, and Yushu were on the way back. Meng Yao had a frown on her face the whole time, thinking about the Palace of Darkness. Shu, on the other hand, didn't seem to mind at all. She giggled, Yao Yao, you're going to become an inheritor. That's amazing. You'll be able to help Shield Bro. Shu, you seem happy that I'm leaving? Meng Yao didn't know if she should laugh or cry at Yushu's words. She glared at her. Do you know that you'll have no one to accompany you if I leave? Oh. It's better if you leave first than me. Yushu mumbled softly. What are you talking about? Meng Yao didn't hear it clearly, and assumed that Yushu was complaining about what she'd said. I know I'll get stronger after I leave, but haven't you ever thought about it? If I leave, won't I be the same as Xiao Xiao? I want to see you guys again. It's so difficult. Yeah, if there's a choice, who would want to leave? But looks like that old woman wants Yao Yao to go no matter what. Yushu said as she looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, naturally, knew what Yushu was talking about. Yushu was an inheritor herself, but Yao Yao didn't know that one day, she would leave the villa. Saying goodbye to herself, saying goodbye to Yao Yao, starting her new life. But Yushu was afraid that Meng Yao would be sad if she knew. That was why she hadn't told Yushu. But if Meng Yao left first, then Yushu's heart would. Moreover, they were both legatees, so they could take care of each other. Let's go back. Let's talk about it. Meng Yao said, a little lost. Things had developed too abruptly, and she didn't know what to do. Lin Yi nodded. Although the Dark Palace and Lin Yi had some conflicts, Lin Yi knew that an ancient sect wouldn't give up after finding an inheritor. If he didn't agree, then Meng Yao would be in a lot of trouble in the future. In the beginning, these ancient sects might be patient enough to invite you, beg you, but later on, if you still didn't know what's good for you, then they might threaten you. To tell the truth, Lin Yi had been living with the miss for a long time now. It was 3 months away from a year. Time flew by, and if the miss were to leave suddenly, Lin Yi's heart would feel empty. He wouldn't be used to it. The three had their own thoughts as they walked to the school's parking lot. Lin Yi got in the car, and Meng Yao and Yushu followed. Han Xiaoqiao was a little surprised why Lin Yi came to school today. In the past, Meng Yao or Wu Tian would come to pick them up, and Lin Yi rarely came to school himself. Even a bookworm like Han Xiaoqiao felt that the atmosphere wasn't right after getting in the car, but he didn't know what was going on. Xiaoqiao, how's your sister? Lin Yi hadn't seen Han Jingjing in a long time. She only appeared once when he was injured, and she hadn't shown up for a long time after that. It made him miss her quite a bit. She's fine. Her door is closed, and she doesn't talk to me, but she's probably researching something, right? Han Xiaoqiao said after some thought. Lin Yi nodded. When is your sister coming out? Tell her, we miss her a lot. Tell her to come to my villa for a while. Meng Yao and Han Jingjing had a good relationship, and Meng Yao had to say goodbye to Han Jingjing when she was leaving. Although they hadn't discussed it yet, in Lin Yi's heart, he was sure that Meng Yao would leave, and it was only a matter of time. Okay. Han Xiaoqiao nodded, indicating that he understood. Then he started reading in the car. This bookworm, it was only a few minutes' drive from school to home, and he still wanted to read. He was going crazy. Soon, the car returned to the villa. Han Xiaoqiao went back to his home, and Lin Yi, Meng Yao, and Yushu went back to the villa. Lin Yi, Yao Yao, Shu, you're back. Su Shihan had been staying in the villa for the past 2 days, and she didn't dare to go out casually. At least, before the problem was solved, she didn't dare to go out easily. And I'm back. Han, don't you have work today? Lin Yi was a bit surprised. Su Shihan was really free now, staying at home every day as if she had nothing to do. I wanted to ask you to go buy something with me, but you seem to be busy every day, so I didn't want to disturb you. Su Shihan saw that although Lin Yi was at home, she didn't know what he was doing in his room, so she didn't want to disturb him. Chapter 3088. There was also the Fuxi needles. Although Lin Yi was familiar with it now, its power was still a bit lacking. It could be said that even with this divine weapon in hand, it wasn't as powerful as the raging fire Bagua palm. Divine weapons weren't as powerful as martial arts techniques. This was impossible for other sky class masters, but it was true for Lin Yi. This was because the Fuxi needles couldn't be used beyond one's level. When Lin Yi was at the early phase of sky class, he naturally couldn't unleash the power of the needles at the mid phase of sky class, but the raging fire Bagua palm was no problem. So to Lin Yi, the Fuxi needles were a bit useless. Unless Lin Yi could find a way to use it beyond his level, the needles could only be used against sky class early phase masters. It was also because of this that Lin Yi was looking forward to forging a sky class weapon even more, and so he practiced the forging fire non-stop every day, neglecting Shirhan. Su Shirhan didn't go to Lin Yi, so Lin Yi didn't take the initiative to ask. In the end, Su Shirhan didn't want to disturb him. How about, I go with you tomorrow? Lin Yi smiled bitterly, feeling a bit embarrassed. No need, it's fine. I already told Wang Sis to buy the things. Su Shirhan smiled. If there's nothing important, I'll tell Wang Sis to bring the work to the villa. Just don't feel annoyed. I'll be practicing my singing at home these few days. Of course not. That's good. Yao Yao and Shu will be the first audience for your new song. Lin Yi smiled. If it was any other day, Meng Yao would be very happy. Her idol was singing a new song in her house. How exciting was it to be the first fan to hear Su Shirhan's new song? But now, Meng Yao's mind was filled with the Palace of Darkness. Go. Or not go. Meng Yao couldn't decide. Ha! Yao Yao, Shu, you guys seem to have something on your mind? Su Shirhan could tell that Meng Yao and Yushu were in low spirits today. He didn't say much. Is it because I'm in the villa that I'm affecting your daily life? That's not it. Meng Yao shook her head. Sister Shirhan, actually. It's okay to tell you about this. Today, an ancient sect found me and asked me to be the heir and palace master of the sect. But I don't know if I can go. Shirhan paused. She knew about Xiaoxiao's situation, although it was not very detailed. But he also understood. Becoming an inheritor meant that he had to stay in someone else's sect. He wouldn't be able to see Lin Yi and Yushu so often. However, Su Shirhan was surprised. Xiaoxiao was the inheritor, and Tang Yun was the inheritor. Meng Yao too? How many inheritors were there in total? Why did they all gather around Lin Yi? Was this a coincidence, or was it God's will? Actually, what Shirhan didn't know was that all of this had been predicted by someone 10 years ago. Lin Yi's mission back then had a deeper meaning, but Lin Yi didn't know about it. Shirhan was stunned, but it was difficult for her to give any advice on this kind of thing. After all, she didn't understand these things. She only knew about practitioners from Lin Yi. Although Shirhan was the illegitimate daughter of an ancient sect, she had never come into contact with these things. Yao Yao, I really can't help you with this kind of thing. I can't give you any advice, but what did Lin Yi say? Yao Yao, don't blame me for telling you the truth. The matter of ancient sects looking for inheritors is led by Xianxia, ancestor of 5 Element sect. Not to mention me, even teacher by can't stop it. Once an ancient sect finds an inheritor who agrees with their own sect, it's like a wolf seeing a lamb, or even worse. So, I'm afraid it's impossible to refuse this matter. Lin Yi said, in my opinion, whether to go or not is just a matter of time and benefits. The Dark Palace, if they can give Yao Yao enough benefits, then there's no harm in going. If not, to be honest, I really can't do anything to a peak late phase heaven class master. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. The opponents were getting stronger and stronger. Although Lin Yi was also a heaven class master, the gap between them was still huge. Especially after reaching heaven class, the advantage of Lin Yi's raging fire Bagua palm was not as obvious. Because of the lack of pure qi, even if Lin Yi had the power, he couldn't use it. So Lin Yi desired the 3rd stage of the art of dragon mastery. It could recover his strength faster, and he longed for a heaven-class weapon. As a result, Lin Yi forgot to eat and sleep every day. Naturally, he couldn't care about Su Shirhan. But when he remembered that Lin Yi was Su Shirhan's bodyguard, Lin Yi couldn't stop blushing. He really wasn't a good bodyguard. I know. Meng Yao nodded and sighed. Lin Yi, actually, even if you don't say it, I understand. The Grand Elder, a peak late phase heaven class master, has already come out. I have to go with her. Today, I was able to put on an act with her because she's desperate for talent. But if I really make her lose her patience, the consequences will be severe. Of course, with the Grand Elder's personality, it wasn't strange for her to do things like threaten and bribe. From how Lin Yi saw it, the people from the Dark Palace were all shameless. There was a problem during the Heaven Elixir sex trial, and they still wanted to settle it after the fact. Then what you're saying is? Lin Yi asked. I actually don't want to go, but when I think about how I can become stronger after I leave, and how I won't be a burden to you every time you go out, I want to go again. Meng Yao sighed softly. The miss had revealed her heart for the first time. But, I don't know what my fate will be after I go. Will I be like Xiao, going to do something dangerous? That, maybe. Lin Yi nodded after some thought. He didn't want to lie to the miss. After all, logically speaking, as long as Xiao was doing something dangerous, it was the same for Xiao, it was the same for Yushu, it was the same for Meng Yao. That was why Lin Yi said that. Chapter 3089. So you've decided to go? Lin Yi said after a sigh. Yeah. Meng Yao nodded. But I can't agree too quickly. Otherwise, I'll be like Xiao with no freedom when I go to the Palace of Darkness. I need to be able to come back and see you guys more often. Haha, of course you'll have to tell them that. Lin Yi nodded. Meng Yao going to the Dark Palace was different from Xiao. She didn't have a goal, unlike Xiao who wanted to live. Meng Yao should have more freedom than Xiao. Meng Yao had decided to leave, but the atmosphere in the villa didn't lighten up. Everyone was still in a gloomy mood, and Meng Yao didn't have much of an appetite during dinner. She only ate 2 mouthfuls before putting down the bowl in her hands. Yao, don't be sad, it'll be fine. Maybe one day Shu will become an inheritor too, and I'll go accompany you. We'll all be shield bros, shield girls, and together with Xiao, we'll be sky-class fighters. Waha, let's see who dares mess with us then. We'll sweep through the world of practitioners together. Yushu said. You'll become an inheritor too? Meng Yao, naturally, didn't believe Yushu. This thing requires luck and luck. You don't have the Dark Phoenix bloodline. How are you going to go? I can go to other sects, like ask Huabai Yun if they need inheritors. I'm a fire elemental. Maybe they'll take me in. Yushu said. Alright, Shu, I know you're comforting me, but it's nothing. It's fine as long as you've thought it through. Meng Yao said. It'll come. I can't hide even if I want to, I'll be fine. Okay, that's good. Yushu nodded. Right, Yao. Aren't you going to tell Uncle Chu? Lin Yi suddenly thought of Pengzhan. Meng Yao was going to the Palace of Darkness. Should he inform Pengzhan? Of course I have to. I'll call Dad right now. Meng Yao had decided to follow the Grand Elder to the Dark Palace to become an inheritor. Of course, he had to give Pengzhan a call. And Lin Yi didn't have much appetite today. He looked at the people around him leaving one by one. He felt sad but smiled. Now it was Yao, Xiao Shu and little Jiu. They were all inheritors. There was also Guan Xian. However, Lin Yi really couldn't stop them. Even if Lin Yi had the power to flatten the ancient sects, it was impossible for him to do so. With the strength to kill Patriarch Xianxia, it was impossible for Lin Yi to stop this. Because that was Boss Bai's dream. Returning the 5 Elements sect to the level of the ancient times had always been Boss Bai's pursuit. Lin Yi was now a direct disciple of the 5 Elements sect. Lin Yi also had to fight for the cause of the 5 Elements sect. Therefore, what Lin Yi could do was to improve his strength as soon as possible. When the big plan came, he would have enough strength to protect Xiao and the others. This was what Lin Yi should do. So, this was also why Lin Yi didn't strongly oppose Meng Yao going to the Dark Palace. Meng Yao had already called Pengzhan. Pengzhan was having dinner with his business partners. He was surprised to receive a call this late. Yao, what's up? Dad, are you busy? Can you come to the villa for a while? Meng Yao hesitated and said firmly. Now. Yao, I'm having dinner with a client. Is your business important? Can I go tomorrow? Pengzhan paused and asked. It's very important. Can you reject it? Meng Yao didn't know if the Grand Elder of the Dark Palace would come looking for her again tomorrow. Perhaps tonight would be the last night Meng Yao would be staying in the villa. All right, I'll go now. Peng Zhan could tell that Meng Yao's tone wasn't right. He agreed immediately. After hanging up, Peng Zhan apologized to the customer, but the customer wasn't displeased. He didn't dare to be displeased either, since Peng Zhan was the chairman of Donghai's merchant guild, and the hidden house Zhao had been destroyed. Donghai was now under the control of the hidden house Han, and with the support of the hidden house Han, Peng Zhan's business was flourishing. If it weren't for the huge amount of money he'd be getting, Peng Zhan's business would have been much bigger than it was right now. Of course, Peng Zhan never regretted giving the money to Lin Yi. As far as he was concerned, Lin Yi was their family's savior. Without Lin Yi, the company would have long been taken over by Gubong and the others, and even Yao Yao's life would have been lost. After the dinner, Peng Zhan got into Faubert's car and rushed to Lin Yi's villa. Meng Yao's mood wasn't quite right, so Peng Zhan decided to call Lin Yi first, planning to ask Lin Yi what happened to Meng Yao at the villa. Uncle Chu? Lin Yi was a little surprised when he received the call. He didn't think that Peng Zhan would call him so soon after Meng Yao's call. Yi, it's me. I wanted to ask you, is Yao Yao in some kind of trouble? Did you ask me to come over now? Peng Zhan let out a breath of relief when he saw that Lin Yi had picked up the phone. It would have been a big problem if Lin Yi hadn't picked up the phone. Now that Lin Yi was with Meng Yao, it shouldn't be a big problem. Uncle Chu, it's a little complicated. Let's talk about it when you're here? Lin Yi couldn't explain it clearly on the phone. Peng Zhan paused, not expecting Lin Yi to say something like that. He didn't press the matter further. All right, I'll come over now. Lin Yi shrugged at Meng Yao after hanging up. Yao Yao, Uncle Chu's calling. He seems worried. Yeah, Daddy's always worried about me. I wonder if he'll be able to accept it now that I'm leaving. Meng Yao sighed worriedly. Mom left us when we were young. Now that I'm leaving, I wonder if Daddy will be lonely. Lin Yi had always been curious about where Meng Yao's mother had gone. He thought that she'd passed away, but the miss scolded him for it. Clearly, it was a misunderstanding. But even now, Lin Yi didn't know where Meng Yao's mother was. Right, Yao Yao, where did your mom go? Lin Yi asked. My mom. I don't know. Daddy didn't tell me. He only said that she went to a faraway place and won't be back for a long time. Meng Yao shook her head, a trace of confusion flashing in her eyes. Chapter 1642. From the moment Lin Fei killed Brahman, the clones ganging up on young Master Dark Sage, and the one finger that sent young Master Gold Feather flying, all of this happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. What a terrifying Lin Fei! Fellow Taoist Gold Feather is also one of the 10 princes. In his true form, his strength is even greater. I didn't think that he would still be unable to block a single finger from Lin Fei. Fortunately, we didn't make a move, otherwise we would have suffered as well. The rulers who witnessed this scene did not know what to say. The high and mighty 10 princes were easily repelled by Lin Fei. How many people here could block Lin Fei's attack? Master, hurry up. That powerful yellow-robed man is about to arrive. The little fiend jumped out and reminded. Lin Fei was already very satisfied that he had the time to kill Brahman. Brahman had always been hiding. Now that he finally had a chance to kill him, it was one thing. As for his background, Lin Fei was too lazy to care about it. Right now, he was still very safe in this world. Lin Fei's gaze swept around. Now, I officially announce the start of the robbery. If you don't want to die, hand over all your storage rings. This was the second thing Lin Fei planned to do. The crazy attack just now consumed a large amount of divinity points. It was also to suppress them, lest they attack together and let Brahman escape. Everyone was startled. Lin Fei still dared to rob them. Lin Fei said again, I will give everyone 3 breaths of time to think. If you don't give me time, I believe that Brahman would like to have you accompany him. 1, 2. The weaker rulers looked at each other. Finally, their gazes fell on the 10 princes. It seemed that only they could stop Lin Fei's rampage. Lin Fei, I have met you once. You have already killed many people. These people all have backers. Do you really want to offend all of them? Young Master Peerless stood out and said, Aren't you afraid of becoming the public enemy one day? Lin Fei really did not think that much. So what if he was the public enemy? As long as one had the strength and was stronger than them, they could only watch helplessly. Lin Fei had understood this a long time ago. Lin Fei said with a smile, "I'm different from you guys. All of you have great backgrounds, and I'm just a guy with a lowly bloodline. You might not even look me in the eye, but I don't care. I just know that you have a lot of resources on you, enough for me to cultivate. You can choose not to give them to me, but my saber will not be merciful." 3. Time's up. Lin Fei looked at the nearest juggernaut. The hegemon was still hesitating. Bang! Lin Fei didn't give him any time to hesitate, killing him with a single slash. He then turned to look at the other sovereign. "I'll pay. Don't kill me, I'll give it to you. These are all the storage rings I have on me. I really have nothing left to hide." Many sovereigns were slapped to death. Seeing that Lin Fei had decisively killed a sovereign just because he was hesitating, they didn't dare to think anymore. They hurriedly handed over their storage rings. No matter how much their hearts ached, they had to hand them over. As long as they returned alive and successfully cultivated to Empyrean God, they could find Lin Fei and take revenge. One by one, the storage rings were collected by Lin Fei. You don't say, they were all very wealthy. They had more than one storage ring on them. It was normal to have 2 or 3. Lin Fei quickly collected a large pile of storage rings. The large amount of resources made him very happy, especially the holy stone mines. Some of them were ruler grade, and he could exchange them for large amounts of energy points. Normally, the holy stone veins that Lin Fei obtained wouldn't be of high quality. At most, they would be immortal reverent veins. Lin Fei wouldn't be interested in them. Dominator veins were necessary. None of the sovereigns who had their storage rings taken dared to look at Lin Fei hatefully. They were afraid that Lin Fei would be in a bad mood and kill them with one saber strike. There was no need to mention how unsightly they would look. "I know you. You're from the Phoenix clan. You're quite pretty. No matter how pretty you are, you still have to hand over your storage rings." Lin Fei stood in front of a female sovereign. "If you have the ability, I, Phoenix Immortal, will remember you." Phoenix Immortal Sovereign's face was cold. She had never seen someone as shameless as Lin Fei. She took out 2 female storage rings. Lin Fei accepted them without hesitation and shook his head. "This isn't enough. I want the necklace on your neck too." Phoenix Immortal Sovereign let out a sigh of relief. She thought that Lin Fei wouldn't recognize her necklace. She gave up 2 storage rings and kept the necklace. At most she would feel the pain. "You. How did you know? Since you're a woman, take it off yourself. I won't kill you." Lin Fei pointed at the necklace. "You better not die so quickly. Our Phoenix clan will find you sooner or later." Phoenix Immortal Sovereign was born with a jade body. How could her most important thing be taken away? If it wasn't for the opponent's strength, Phoenix Immortal Sovereign would have immediately attacked and fought with this shameless guy. "Master, my eyesight is very good. This necklace contains a small spatial pocket. I think this girl really hates you to death." The one who discovered the secret of the necklace was Little Fiend. "They are all nouveau riches. As a poor person, I have to think of something." Lin Fei went to the next sovereign to take the storage rings. Soon, it was the 10 great young masters' turn. With young master Jianghu as an example. Although they were unwilling, they didn't attack. "Hee, I like obedient children." Lin Fei took 3 storage rings from young master Li Shan. He ignored his gaze and went to the next 10 great young master. The 10 great young masters were about to vomit blood. "If it wasn't for the fact that we are weaker than you, you are wrong." Right now, their strength is indeed weaker than Lin Fei's. Because they haven't become heavenly gods, they can't use their godly power as they wish. Young Master Li Shan, Young Master Kong Shang, Young Master Dong Feng. The 10 great young masters took the initiative to hand over their storage rings. Soon, it was young Master Peerless' turn. "In any case, we are acquaintances. Can you give me some face and not take my storage rings?" Young Master Peerless said shamelessly, "The landlord doesn't have much food left." Lin Fei almost laughed. The 10 great young masters also knew how to act cute. "Just because of what you said, I will take one of your storage rings," Lin Fei said with a smile. "I will also let others know that the people I know give me face." Young Master Peerless cursed in his heart. "You are giving me face? Your skin is really thick. When the others heard this, their faces turned green. Knowing Lin Fei had this kind of benefit. If they had known earlier, they would have asked as well. Young Master Peerless was quite satisfied. Young Master Peerless didn't care what they thought of him. Young Master He Sheng, what is your choice? At this moment, young Master He Sheng's face was swollen. He was surrounded by 18 clones. His body was full of wounds. His newly formed divine body was full of cracks and was on the verge of collapse. Looking at this smiling face, young Master He Sheng really wanted to punch him in the face. As one of the 10 great young masters, he was surrounded and beaten by a group of clones. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that such a situation would happen to him. Can I not give? Young Master He Sheng said with grievance. I thought you would resist to the end. Lin Fei wasn't afraid that young Master He Sheng wouldn't give them unless he wanted to continue being beaten by 18 clones. After taking 5 storage rings from young Master He Sheng, Lin Fei casually glanced at them. His eyes lit up. This guy is so rich, it makes one's eyes turn red. Only young Master Luo Xian was left. The others were also waiting to see if young Master Luo Xian would give them to him. After all, he was the leader of the 10 great young masters. You are very amazing. Young Master Luo Xian smiled. You clearly know that you are going to die, yet you still dare to do this. You should be trying to provoke that big shot so that he will lose control, right? If I were you, I definitely wouldn't do this. This was Lin Fei's first time coming into direct contact with the first young master. This kind of way of speaking made Lin Fei very unhappy. You guessed correctly. Then you know what I will do next. You can guess. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. You will definitely attack me. Not waiting for young Master Luo Xian to finish speaking, Lin Fei punched young Master Luo Xian's face. You guessed correctly. It's a pity that there is no reward. You are shameless. Young Master Luo Xian had predicted that Lin Fei would attack, but he didn't expect that Lin Fei would attack without any warning. With a single punch, young Master Luo Xian's face was bruised. I am not a gentleman. Why do I need to be shameless? With the blessing of Lin Fei's divine power, young Master Luo Xian could only barely resist. Soon, his fists and legs were greeted by young Master Luo Xian. As soon as they exchanged blows, young Master Luo Xian realized how terrifying Lin Fei was. The blessing of the great Tao of time affected his whole body, and his movements were naturally slower. In a short period of time, he didn't know how many punches and kicks he had suffered. Who asked you to be so pretentious? I am beating people like you. Lin Fei hated this kind of people the most. They seemed to know everything, so he didn't bother to reason with them and just greeted them. Seeing the first young master being beaten by Lin Fei, everyone looked at each other. Lin Fei was too ruthless. No matter what, he was still the first young master. Was there a need to greet him like this? Young Master Luo Xian kept cursing Lin Fei for being shameless. Under the shroud of the great Tao of time, his movements were infinitely slow, and he was beaten like a sandbag. You win. Helpless, young Master Luo Xian could only admit defeat. Even his divine body was in pain. If this went on, he would really be finished. People like you won't be obedient unless they are beaten up. Now, hand over your storage ring. Lin Fei stopped. Young Master Luo Xian reluctantly took out his storage ring and 2 small spaces. Lin Fei took them without hesitation. You're indeed the #1 young master. You even have 2 small spaces. You're indeed rich. I can't compare with you. Seeing that the first young master Luo Xian was also forced to hand over his storage ring and 2 small spaces, they were completely balanced. Master, hurry up, he is coming. Little Devil's anxious voice was heard. Chapter 1643. For some reason, once Lin Fei left, they heaved a sigh of relief. That shameless fellow didn't just kill rulers right in front of them. More importantly, he didn't give them any face at all. He knew that they had a backer behind them and still dared to rob them in public. That was all they had. Now that Lin Fei left, they heaved a sigh of relief. They were really worried that Lin Fei would do something again. That damn Lin Fei also knows how to run. This is his final act of madness. Unfortunately, he's about to die in the hands of this big shot. I really want to kill Lin Fei with my own hands. Everyone was filled with resentment. They had never hated a person so much before. The yellow-robed man appeared very quickly. As soon as Lin Fei left, he appeared right after. There was only a few breaths of time between them. Seeing the resentful faces of everyone, the yellow-robed man understood what had happened. How interesting. I didn't expect the little guy to turn around and cause trouble for them. The yellow-robed man didn't care at first. Now, he was a little curious about this little guy. He can't be killed just like that. If those old things find out, I don't know what they will say to me. The little guy really bought time for himself. When the yellow-robed man arrived, no one dared to make a sound. This was a big shot that they had to be careful of in their previous lives. They had only heard of his name but had never seen him before. I already know what happened here. You don't have to worry about it. The yellow-robed man waved his hand and an auspicious light landed on their bodies. No matter who it was, whether they were injured or not, they were instantly healed. "Soul come." The ancient voice reverberated. Rays of broken light gradually appeared and gradually formed a human figure. They were all dumbfounded by the scene. Was he going to resurrect the people who had died before? Could such a heaven-defying method be used? How strong did one have to be to do that? Familiar figures gradually appeared in front of everyone. However, their faces looked a little blurry. As the fragments continued to merge, they became clearer. "Wake up." The ancient voice sounded again. The light dissipated and revealed the rulers. They were all those who had died in the hands of Lin Fei. They still had expressions of despair on their faces. "Didn't I die? Haha, I'm not dead. What's going on?" They woke up from their despair, looked at the people around them, and then looked at the yellow-robed man, and immediately realized what was going on. This big shot made his move. If it weren't for this big shot, they probably wouldn't have had the chance to be resurrected. "All right, you've all been resurrected. Now I'll send you out of here." The yellow-robed man seemed to have done something insignificant. He tore open a space, and a wave of energy wrapped around them, sending them into the space. At this point, there was no one else here. Reviving people is really troublesome. Fortunately, they are not strong, but their potential in the future will be greatly reduced. The figure of the yellow-robed man gradually dissipated. At this time, Lin Fei still did not know the methods of the yellow-robed man. Right now, he was constantly passing through space after space. He didn't care what was in front of him, he just kept passing through space. Lin Fei knew very well that it was impossible to shake off the yellow-robed man. What he did just now, in the eyes of the dominators, was nothing more than a final act of madness, confusing them. In reality, Lin Fei was robbing them for energy points. Since he had already offended them, Lin Fei might as well offend them thoroughly. "Little devil, immediately take all the holy stone mines and convert them into energy points." After plundering a large number of storage rings, almost every one of them had a holy stone vein, and it was not just 3 or 5. There were dozens or even hundreds of holy stone veins. With these veins, it was enough for them to fight for a long time without having to worry about not being able to replenish it. All right. The little devil transferred all the storage rings into the battle fortress. Battle number 1 also became a laborer. The yellow-robed man shouldn't be able to catch up so quickly. Lin Fei looked back. With this look, Lin Fei saw a figure. It was the yellow-robed man, who appeared behind him at a steady pace. Damn, so fast. Lin Fei didn't plan to shake him off, but he didn't expect him to be so fast. "Little guy, you're very interesting. You're fine after absorbing 80 to 90% of divine power, but you don't have much divine power in your body. I'm very curious, where did your divine power go?" Lin Fei instantly felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast, and his hair stood on end. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The surrounding space became like mud. Lin Fei only felt that he couldn't move forward, as if he was being suppressed by a force. This force was very strong, enough to affect the space in this area, cutting off all of Lin Fei's paths. "They're capturing me for research." Lin Fei didn't want to fall into the hands of the other. If the secret of the system was discovered, he knew very well what would happen to him. Even though he wasn't sure if the other had the ability to do so, he could easily affect the space. If he wasn't careful, he might really find out something was wrong with him. "Open for me." The celestial saber appeared in Lin Fei's hand, and he slashed forward. Boom boom boom. The terrifying power crushed over. Lin Fei found that the space around him loosened, so he once again flew forward. He raised his saber and slashed down, continuously breaking the space to buy himself some time. Little devil, how's the exchange going? Lin Fei quickly contacted the little devil. Lin Fei didn't think that it was possible to get out of this space with his own methods. If he wanted to completely get rid of this man in yellow, he would have to rely on the battle fort. As long as he had enough energy points, Lin Fei could activate the shuttle function of the battle fort and ignore the obstacles set by the man in yellow. Soon. Hold on a little longer. I'm already at my limit. Lin Fei suddenly stopped and turned around to face the man in yellow. You're a big shot, as for me, I'm just a nobody. Lin Fei said with a bitter face. Hee, why aren't you running? Weren't you very good at running before? The man in yellow said calmly, you even dared to kill those lucky ones and wasted some of my methods. You really know how to torture people. You're so powerful. Where can I run to? Lin Fei said helplessly, but if you want to kill me, you have to consider the consequences. I was arranged by chaos. What Lin Fei needed to do now was to buy time. As for how to buy time, Lin Fei could only rely on chaos. He believed that this big shot would be very interested. As long as he could attract his interest, he would have time to escape. I already knew you were from chaos. Only that bastard chaos would do such a thing. The man in yellow was not surprised. Unfortunately, chaos has been suppressed for too long and forgot everything. I can resurrect all the people you killed. You're destined to work for nothing. Lin Fei blinked. You resurrected them? This was the news that Lin Fei didn't want to hear the most. Resurrection is a small matter in my eyes. What I'm curious about now is, what kind of existence are you? You're not a special life form, and your bloodline is only the bloodline of a deity. How can you contain so much divine power that even I can't see through it? Will you tell me voluntarily, or will I check it myself? You should know that you have no choice now. The man in yellow's only interest in this little guy was this. He didn't care about anything else. He had seen many geniuses, special life forms, and even some ancient existences. But he had never seen this kind of physique. Just now when the little guy made his move, he saw it and even observed it, but he couldn't see anything. He could only barely sense that the divine power had descended without warning, as if the other party was a medium. This made the man in yellow want to find out more. Lin Fei finally understood why this person kept chasing him. It was for this matter. Master, just hold on a little longer. It'll be done soon. Lin Fei still didn't move, afraid that he would notice something. I don't know this either. You can only ask that fellow Hun Dun. Seems like you're not willing to say it. Then I'll search your soul myself. I believe I'll know everything. The man in yellow didn't take it seriously and said calmly. Lin Fei hurriedly stopped him with his hand. If his soul was really searched, Lin Fei knew that he was finished. Even if the other party didn't kill him, he might be imprisoned for the rest of his life. Maybe he would even become a research subject. There's no need to search my soul. I'll speak. I'll tell you everything. Lin Fei said hurriedly. Senior's body is priceless. It's not good for this kind of thing to spread. It's better for me to say it myself. The man in yellow wasn't afraid that the other party would play tricks because no one could play tricks in front of him. Not even Hun Dun. The other party was just an ant. He could squash it however he wanted. I heard from Hun Dun that I seem to have some eternal body. I'm innately unrestricted. I can absorb a huge amount of energy. Lin Fei said nervously. In his heart, he started to make up nonsense to fool the other party. Eternal body? The man in yellow frowned slightly. This was the first time he heard of this kind of physique. That's what Hun Dun said. I was born with eternal body. Senior, do you know about eternal body? Lin Fei asked curiously. This was also the first time the man in yellow heard of this kind of physique. However, he was more suspicious. No matter how he looked at it, this guy was really ordinary. He wasn't in the heavenly god realm, but he could actually use divine power and be so tyrannical. I've never heard of eternal body. However, I'm more interested in your memory. The man in yellow reached out and grabbed at Lin Fei. Lin Fei suddenly couldn't move. He was suppressed by a force. I'd better search your soul myself. That's more interesting. If you dare to search my soul, I'll dare to self-destruct. You won't get anything. It's okay. If you die, I can resurrect you. You'll never be able to escape from my palm. The man in yellow said carelessly. Little devil, are you done yet? If not, your master will be finished. Lin Fei asked. The man's strength was too strong. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. Done. Hua! A strong force tore apart the man in yellow's power. A huge battle fort appeared. Lin Fei took the chance to enter the battle fort. Where do you think you're going? The man in yellow punched the battle fort. The battle fort shook and entered the space. The man in yellow chased after him. A war angel appeared and blocked in front of the man in yellow. The man in yellow reached out and smashed the war angel. The man in yellow could no longer see the battle fort. Chapter 1644. The yellow-robed man didn't chase after him. He seemed to know how powerful the battle fort was. Using a war angel to stop me? How could this little guy think of something like that? If I knew he had a battle fort, I would have just searched his soul. The battle fort was a famous top-notch war weapon of the war race. Not only was it powerful in battle, but it also had a powerful teleportation function. If his main body was here, he could easily stop it. Right now, he was just a strand of divine sense, so his power was limited. You're the leader of a region. You didn't expect to lose to a little guy, did you? A figure suddenly appeared in the space. It was the suppressed young Hun Dun. The yellow-robed man didn't make a move. He just watched quietly. Hun Dun, you've become smarter. Where did you find this little guy? It's a pity that his bloodline isn't high. He'll at most become a god king in the future. Otherwise, his future will be limitless. The young Hun Dun laughed. Aren't you the best at divination? Why don't you do it yourself? So this little guy isn't yours? That's interesting. The yellow-robed man laughed. The young Hun Dun had actually arrived when the yellow-robed man attacked. He heard that there was such a person who didn't die under the leader's hands. He wanted to save him. Perhaps he would become a good helper. He's not mine now, but he might be mine in the future. The young Hun Dun said. You've planned for so long and arranged for your chess pieces to be reincarnated. I'm afraid you didn't expect that it would be ruined by a little guy. Even you, the leader, suffered a small loss. If the people above knew about this, they wouldn't be able to sit still and delay their ascension to Empyrean God by 100 or 200 years. Hee hee. The yellow-robed man said calmly. There's always an accident. Back then you were the most famous god king. You even had the chance to inherit that person's orthodoxy and become the sole ruler of the world. In the end, you were suppressed in the lower realm for 1,000,000 chaos years. The young Hun Dun's expression changed. Yes. Who would have thought that you were a bunch of shameless fellows and would make a move on that day? Unfortunately, you didn't gain anything. All of you were injured by me. I don't know if your strength has improved after 1,000,000 chaos years, or if you've broken through that barrier and ascended to that position. The yellow-robed man's expression finally showed a trace of unnaturalness. Although we didn't gain any advantage, you aren't any better off. The wheel of history has already begun, and we look forward to our next meeting. Let's see if you can withstand my attack. Don't worry, that day won't be too far away. I'll come back sooner or later and take back everything that belongs to me. I'll also suppress all of you in the lower realm and let you experience the loneliness of 1,000,000 chaotic years. Young Hun Dun swept away the vicissitudes of life, and his gaze became fierce. Ha ha ha, let's wait and see. The yellow-robed man laughed heartily and turned into specks of light that filled the sky, disappearing into space. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as the yellow-robed man left, the young Hun Dun coughed out blood. His face quickly turned pale, but he was still smiling. You are still so cautious. You are afraid that you will fall into my ambush, cough, cough. If you weren't so cautious, how would I have been able to scare you away? That little fellow is quite interesting. He actually tricked the cult leader. Sooner or later, I will meet you again. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Fei felt like his body was about to collapse, and he kept coughing up blood. Unlimited divine power. Hold on for me. The divine power from the system continuously surged into Lin Fei's body, stabilizing the god crystals one by one so that they would not collapse on the spot. Even though Lin Fei had entered the battle fortress and avoided the misfortune of being searched, the yellow-robed man's attack was still very terrifying. 2/3 of the magic formations and restrictions in the battle fortress had been destroyed. Lin Fei himself was also heavily injured and almost died. He activated his invincible defense and diverted part of the force, but there was still a part of the force that landed on his body. He only managed to stabilize this ferocious force by relying on the massive amount of divine power. "Master, you won't die, right?" Lin Fei rolled his eyes. "Do you want me to die so that you can dominate the system?" "Master, I am just worried about you. I don't want to go into hibernation again. That kind of life is really boring. I still prefer my current life." "Then why don't you take a look and see if that guy has caught up?" "Master, we are safe now. Just now, I continuously activated the shuttle function and teleported 10 times in a row. Each time, I went in a different direction. He can't catch up. The system has already recorded his aura. As long as he comes within a certain distance, we will know. I can guarantee that Master won't fall into his hands." Lin Fei finally let out a sigh of relief. He sat down and used his divine power to eliminate the power in his body. By the time Lin Fei recovered, half a month had already passed. In this half a month, Lin Fei was constantly fighting with the yellow-robed man's power. Finally, he managed to get rid of the last bit of power. The yellow-robed man's power is too terrifying. He almost killed me with the battle fortress between us. Lin Fei stood up. He looked a lot more tired. The only thing he was glad about was that he escaped from the yellow-robed man. Lin Fei took out the dragon meat from before and roasted a large pile for himself. He also took out some immortal wine and ate it happily. Lin Fei really didn't want to run into this kind of thing again. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Lin Fei felt much better. He looked around and realized that the battle fort was moving under the endless starry sky. "Little devil, where are we now?" "Master, you're awake. That's great." The little devil flew out and landed on his shoulder. "We are now under an uninhabited starry sky. This starry sky is very strange, and I don't dare to move too far. Now that Master is awake, I don't have to worry anymore." "A very strange starry sky? How did we get to this place?" Ever since Lin Fei fought against the yellow-robed man's power, he had blocked off everything. Naturally, he didn't know what had happened in the past half a month. How could he know that he was in a strange space? The little devil shrugged. "I don't know either. I just know that the guy that day was too scary. I activated the battle fortress and kept teleporting, and then we came to this space. The situation was too dangerous at that time, so Lin Fei could only order the little devil to do so. Now that they were in this strange space, Lin Fei couldn't say anything. At least he survived and didn't need to see that terrifying yellow-robed man." Lin Fei appeared at the top of the battle fortress. What a desolate place! Lin Fei immediately felt the desolation under the stars. This was a very desolate place. There was almost nothing in this vast space. Occasionally, he would see some stars, but they were filled with a deathly aura. There was no life on them. Chapter 1645. P.S. Today's 5th update. 14,000 updates. I'm so tired. I haven't asked for monthly votes in a long time. I'm asking for a few monthly votes. Also, I wish everyone a happy Lantern Festival. Lin Fei continued to observe for a long time, but did not see anything unusual. I don't know where I am. There's no one around. It's not easy to know where I am. Lin Fei sighed and returned to the battle fortress. Battle number 1. Activate hidden mode. Since he did not know where he was, Lin Fei decided to stay put. Roger that. The battle fortress stopped. A layer of light flashed, and the huge battle fortress turned into the size of a speck of dust. It was not as big as before. Once the battle fortress was hidden, Lin Fei released the 7-colored ruler. The 7-colored ruler's strength increased very quickly. Back then, he was still a 6-star ruler. After obtaining Lin Fei's resources, his strength also increased by leaps and bounds, and he quickly became an 8-star ruler. Master, did something happen? As soon as the 7-colored sovereign came out and saw the destroyed restrictions, he was given a big fright, and he asked worriedly, "Young master, what are you doing?" 2/3 of the restrictions in the battle fortress were destroyed. The entire battle fortress was obviously damaged. This was why Lin Fei had to stop. He had to repair the battle fortress first. Under the unknown starry sky, the surroundings looked very mysterious. If he wanted to leave this place, Lin Fei still had to rely on the battle fortress. He could not fly slowly by himself. Lin Fei did not doubt that if he flew slowly by himself, it would take a long time. If that really happened, it would be too late. Nothing much. We just met a terrifying guy. We're very safe now, Lin Fei said casually. He did not want to say too much. He was worried that he would scare the other party. The seven-colored ruler didn't continue asking. To be able to damage the battle fortress to this extent, just how strong was the enemy? Right. Take a look at the situation outside. Do you know where we are? Lin Fei asked. Outside. The seven-colored ruler looked with his divine sense. His beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. We're out? We're not in the divine general space anymore? Of course not. That place no longer exists. What's going on? Lin Fei gave a simple explanation of the situation, such as the fact that there was an important figure suppressed at the foot of the mountain. The rainbow ruler found it hard to believe that such a thing could happen in a sacred place. I was wondering why I came out. The seven-colored ruler came to a sudden realization. Lin Fei really admired Rainbow's way of thinking. This place seems familiar. I think I've heard of it before. Suddenly, a hint of unease flashed across the seven-colored ruler's face. Master, why are we here? Lin Fei couldn't tell her that the little devil was controlling the battle fortress. You came here without knowing anything. Do you know where you are? I've never been here before. I've only heard of it. I remember them saying that in the Endless Territory, there's a place that's one of the 3 most dangerous places. It's very similar to this place. It's called the Dark Night Star River. No one knows exactly how big it is, but they do know that it's very dangerous. Dark Night Galaxy. Lin Fei had never heard of this place. Yes. When Master passed by this place, did you often see uninhabited stars with no life and a deathly aura? Lin Fei hurriedly asked Little Devil. It was just as Rainbow said. Ever since he entered this starry sky, all the stars he saw were the same. There was no life. There are some stars, Lin Fei replied. What does this have to do with the Dark Night Star River? The seven-colored ruler explained. It's very important because these stars were all devoured by the Dark Night Galaxy. Legend has it that the Dark Night Galaxy is a special life form. It doesn't have any intelligence and only knows how to devour. No matter what it is, it will devour it. All kinds of empires, worlds, star continents, they will all be devoured. That's awesome. Isn't it similar to Hairball? Lin Fei released Hairball. There's someone more awesome than me. Hearing that there was something more awesome than him, Hairball became dissatisfied. Call him out and compete with me. Let's see who's better. Lin Fei said. I'm in his stomach now. Who do you think is awesome? Hairball's eyes widened and he shrunk his neck. Then, he's indeed more awesome than me. The seven-colored ruler laughed. No one knows if the Dark Night Star River is a special life form. I heard it from others. I only know that the Dark Night Star River is very long and no one knows its end. Many people drift in the Dark Night Star River and go to other places. It's said that they drift for tens of thousands of chaos years or even hundreds of thousands of chaos years. Therefore, there are many powerful races living in this Dark Night Star River. This is also the most dangerous place. After listening to Seven Colored's explanation, Lin Fei had a better understanding of the Dark Night Star River. Although he still needed to confirm whether this was the Dark Night Star River, Lin Fei was sure that this was the Dark Night Star River. This feeling was unique. He knew that he had come to an unknown and dangerous place. Lin Fei decided to repair the war fortress first. This was what he could rely on to leave this place. Battle number 1, are you sure? Repairing this place requires 1 billion energy points. Calculate carefully. Lin Fei pointed at a depression on the battle fortress. That was where the yellow-robed man had struck. Now, there was barely a layer of energy blocking it. From this position, the yellow-robed man's attack had crushed all the way and destroyed 2/3 of the array. Battle number 1 nodded. The enemy's attack was very powerful. It almost broke through the battle fortress. If Master wants to repair it, you'll need at least 1 billion energy points. The array here also needs 500 million energy points to repair. In addition to other aspects, you'll need about 800 million energy points. Lin Fei felt a headache coming on. The yellow-robed man's punch was really going to make him bankrupt. Little devil, how many energy points do I have now? Master, while you were recuperating, I've already converted all the holy stone veins and exchanged them for a total of 3 billion energy points. There's still 3 billion energy points. That's good. Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Master, you're wrong. We've been moving all the way. In addition to the long-distance travel that day, we've used up 3 billion energy points. The little devil said without any conscience. Now, we're left with less than 6 billion energy points. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. After robbing so many storage rings, it's only 3 billion energy points? The little devil curled her lips. 3 billion energy points is already a lot. Okay. So, if I want to repair the battle fortress, I still have to owe more than 200 million energy points? In addition to the moving and shuttling, there's still a gap of 800 or 900 million energy points. The little devil nodded. Logically speaking, 800 or 900 million energy points is not enough. If this is the Dark Knight Galaxy, it'll definitely be dangerous. Master, it's best to summon a few war angels to scout the way. No matter what, you have to prepare 5 billion energy points. Even if you sell me, I can't get 5 billion energy points now. Must this gap be repaired? Lin Fei pointed at the gap. He could vaguely see the imprint of a fist. In his heart, he cursed the yellow-robed man 100 times. It must be repaired as soon as possible. If it's not repaired, if we want to travel long distances again, this gap will be broken open. It'll be very disadvantageous for us. Battle number 1 said expressionlessly. Lin Fei also knew that it was impossible to delay the repair. This gap was only a thin layer. No matter how he looked at it, it did not look safe. If they really met a strong guy in the Dark Knight Galaxy, they could easily break the battle fortress. Then, let's fix this gap first. Lin Fei said helplessly. Battle number 1 moved quickly. 1 billion energy points were transferred over. At the gap that was broken, the original materials began to squirm again and began to repair the gap. In the blink of an eye, there were only 600 million energy points left on Lin Fei. This was too fast. Lin Fei was secretly glad that he had robbed one of the 10 young masters that day. Otherwise, he really did not know what to do now. The battle fortress needed to be repaired, and there was no end to it. It would take a month. During this month, it could not be moved and could only remain in its current state. Repair it then. Since he was here, Lin Fei was not in a hurry to leave. There was no point in being anxious. That day, how many divinity points did I use to block the yellow-robed man's attack? Master, it's best to be mentally prepared. I'm already prepared. Lin Fei was very clear that even the battle fortress was like this, let alone himself. The little devil began to report. That day, you activated the invincible defense. As your invincible points were exhausted, you could only use divinity points to transform them. 1 divinity point for 1 invincible point. With that punch, the invincible defense evaporated 2 billion divinity points. Cough, cough, cough. This was even more terrifying than the 2 gazes from before. 2 billion divinity points. Even a rich man could not afford to spend it like this. There's more. In resisting the opponent's power, Master consumed another 4 billion divinity points. Lin Fei's eyes widened. Are you kidding me? The invincible defense only used 2 billion divinity points. Why did I use 4 billion divinity points next? I earned these divinity points bit by bit. Master, please be quiet for a while. The little devil reminded. The invincible defense is a concentrated defense, but the opponent's power is too tyrannical. Although you blocked the attack, it still invaded your body and almost caused your body to collapse. This requires divinity points to support it, so the consumption is naturally more. I don't need to say the rest, Master. Lin Fei waved his hand. No need to say more. Actually, Lin Fei was already mentally prepared for such a large consumption of divinity points. The yellow-robed man was not a dominator, nor was he a celestial god, but an expert stronger than a celestial god. He could revive people with one hand, so the power of his attack was naturally not as simple as imagined. Using about 6 billion energy points to leave from his hands, Lin Fei was already very satisfied. Chapter 1646. In a vast territory. Demon Mystic Sect's Mountain Gate. At this moment, be it the sect leader or the elders, all of them had solemn expressions. As you said, all of this was done by that Lin Fei. Not only our Demon Mystic Sect, but the other sects are also unlucky. Lin Fei was killed. The Demon Mystic Sect's sect leader's expression wasn't very good. The sect leader didn't know what to say about such a huge matter. Blame Lin Fei? That was for sure. The sect leader even had the intention to kill. This matter had a huge impact on the Demon Mystic Sect, especially the 8 great sects and 7 overlords. It was inevitable that the Demon Mystic Sect would be implicated. The elders under the sect leader all had ugly expressions. Young Master Dark Saint was the pride of their Demon Mystic Sect, but he brought back such bad news. Not only did he not become a heavenly god, all the benefits were snatched away by that damned Lin Fei, which meant that the Demon Mystic Sect didn't gain anything this time. At the very least, young Master Dark Saint would become a heavenly god in 1 to 200 years, which was barely good news. After young Master Dark Saint was sent out of that space, he immediately rushed back to the Demon Mystic Sect. He was ambushed a few times on the way, but he returned safely. Senior brother sect leader, I'm going into seclusion. Young Master Dark Saint was in a bad mood. It was a pity that Lin Fei died in the hands of that big shot. Otherwise, young Master Dark Saint really hoped that he could personally take Lin Fei's head after breaking through to vent his anger. The first time, Lin Fei could run back from that big shot, but he definitely wouldn't have the chance to do so a second time. In everyone's eyes, Lin Fei was definitely going to die. You don't have to feel burdened. As long as you become a heavenly god, our Demon Mystic Sect will still obtain the greatest benefits. The sect leader said indifferently, in the following days, you should go into seclusion. Young Master Dark Saint left the hall. Not long after he left, he officially announced that he would go into seclusion. Everyone knew that when he came out, he would definitely be a heavenly god, and the Demon Mystic Sect would also welcome glory. Next, a mission fell into the hands of the Extermination Lord, who had just become an inner sect disciple. Encircle and annihilate those who are in contact with Lin Fei? After receiving this mission, the Extermination Dominus more or less knew something about it. That day, he was lucky enough to leave the Divine Mountain under the protection of powerhouses. Although some people died on the way, the Extermination Dominus still made it to the Demon Mystic Sect alive and became an inner sect disciple. Is there a problem? An inner court elder asked in a deep voice. The chief sovereign of extermination shook his head repeatedly. No problem. I'll go make the preparations right away. The Demon Mystic Sect was about to vent their anger. If you, Lin Fei, die, the people who are related to you will not benefit from it. The Demon Mystic Sect's thoughts were so simple. This time, they had lost too much face, and they couldn't help but find someone to vent their anger on. Dark Night Galaxy. After a few days of observation, Seven Colored was sure that this was the dangerous Dark Night Galaxy. On the 5th day after Lin Fei woke up, a group of galactic ghost corpses appeared in the Dark Night Star River. They were formed by drifting experts and were invulnerable. After learning that it was the Dark Night Galaxy, Lin Fei could only sigh. What kind of luck was this? He had just come out of the wolf's den, and in the blink of an eye, he was in the tiger's den. He still didn't know how to leave. Lin Fei decided to become a heavenly god first. No matter how terrifying the Dark Night Galaxy was, as long as he advanced to the heavenly god realm and the battle fortress was repaired, Lin Fei was confident that he could leave the Dark Night Galaxy. It was just a matter of time. In Lin Fei's opinion, becoming a heavenly god was not difficult. It was useless to rely on the system. He could only use divine power to condense a divine spark. Lin Fei sat in the depths of the secret room where the battle fortress was. Layers of array restrictions were set up outside. Lin Fei released 18 primordial clones. Now, the 18 primordial clones were all 9 stars peak ruler. They could stop anyone who broke in and buy time for him. I wonder if these divinity points are enough to condense a divine spark and let me become a heavenly god in one go. Lin Fei thought silently. He took a deep breath and began to condense a divine spark for the first time according to the steps analyzed by the system. The divine power flowed into Lin Fei's body like a long river. Lin Fei went into seclusion to become a heavenly god. Battle number 1 was in charge of repairing the battle fortress. After the 7-colored ruler learned about the cause and effect, she also went to cultivate. In particular, Lin Fei gave her a lot of resources. In the battle fortress, Hairball was the most leisurely. This fellow's body was also emitting traces of divine power. This is too boring. I'm going to take a stroll nearby. Furball easily exited the battle fortress and began to stroll around. Tui tui tui. These things are too disgusting. Hairball strolled around. After receiving the benefits from Lin Fei, her strength had also improved by leaps and bounds. Most importantly, her physical body had become even stronger. Hairball could easily deal with the galactic ghost corpses wandering in the dark night galaxy. They were only 2 or 3 stars ruler realm. After tasting them once, Hairball did not want to eat them anymore. Because they were too disgusting. Hairball's range of movement was also expanding. With her powerful shuttling ability, she could enter any star without any obstacles. Until one day, Hairball came to an uninhabited star. This uninhabited star was even bigger than the stars she had seen before. It's another uninhabited continent. How disappointing. I'm so hungry. Is there nothing good to eat? When Hairball did not sleep, she would constantly look for food. On the dark night galaxy, Hairball really did not find anything delicious. Apart from those corpses, there was almost nothing good. That was why she was wandering aimlessly. It's all because Master is in seclusion. He still hasn't come out. Hairball looked at her stomach and heard a rumbling sound again. I seem to smell the aura of immortal beasts. Just as Hairball was about to leave, she suddenly smelled the aura of immortal beasts. With a shuttling ability, she chased after them. In another corner of the star continent, she found a sealed place. It was a sealed grassland. On the grassland, immortal beasts were leisurely strolling. Hairball's appetite immediately increased. It had been a long time since she saw immortal beasts. She broke the seal and entered the grassland. She released the aura of the primordial evil dragon, scaring these immortal beasts into prostrating on the ground. Crack! Hairball ate one immortal beast in one bite. Feeling that it was not enough, she went to eat a second, then a third. After eating 10 immortal beasts, she patted her stomach in satisfaction. There are so many immortal beasts. I'll catch them all and raise them. In the future, when Master is in seclusion, I will also have immortal beasts to eat. The foodie Hairball did not even think about why there would be immortal beasts on an uninhabited star. They couldn't just appear for no reason. She was now constantly catching immortal beasts. Every time she caught one, she would smile and send it into her space. There was an immortal venerable there to manage the immortal beasts. I'll catch a few immortal beasts and let Rainbow Fairy roast them. They will definitely taste great. Chapter 1647. Lin Fei's seclusion was longer than expected. The estimated time was longer than he had imagined. Even he did not expect that it would take so long to condense godhood. By the time Lin Fei came out of seclusion, 10 years had passed. 10 years wasn't a long time for someone like Lin Fei. On the contrary, it was just a blink of an eye. Master, you've become a heavenly god. As soon as Lin Fei came out of the secret room, Seven Colored hurried over. In the past 10 years, Seven Colored often came to take a look. When the secret room's stone door opened, Seven Colored came immediately with a smile on her face. Not yet. Lin Fei shook his head. It's not easy to condense divine spark. I've only condensed 1/3 of it. There's still 2/3 left. It might take a long time. Seven Colored was surprised. Lin Fei himself wasn't surprised. Condensing divine spark looked simple, but it was much more difficult than he imagined. During the process of condensing, if there was no one to guide him, he wouldn't be able to condense later on. Lin Fei didn't know how many times he had failed. Until now, he had condensed 1/3 of the divine spark. At this moment, there was a phantom of divine spark at Lin Fei's dantian. 1/3 of it was real, while the remaining 2/3 was illusory. He needed a large amount of divine power to replenish it. I can be said to be a heavenly god now, but a fake one. Although Lin Fei had condensed the phantom of divine spark, the rest seemed simple. He just needed to pour divine power into it and completely condense the divine spark. It sounded simple, but it was actually very difficult. A large amount of divine power was needed. Lin Fei didn't dare to use up all of his divine power, even if he absorbed 80 to 90% of his divine power in one day. When condensing 1/3 of the divine spark, Lin Fei chose to stop. After some hesitation, he decided to postpone the condensation of divine spark. According to the system's estimation, if he really wanted to condense the remaining 2/3 of the divine spark, he would need a large amount of divine power. Once he became a heavenly god and had divine spark, Lin Fei's divinity points would be very little. Lin Fei needed to keep his trump cards hidden in the Dark Night Galaxy, so that he would not be able to do anything in the event of an emergency. To Lin Fei, the celestial god realm was nothing more than a meaning. Now that he had divinity points, which were on the same level as divine power, there was no limit to how much he could use them. After becoming a heavenly deity, even if one's physical body was shattered, they wouldn't die. As long as they had a divine spark, everything was fine. This was even more powerful than flesh regeneration. After all, the Godhead was extremely hard, and within the same realm, no one could break it. As long as the Godhead could return to its original state, one could cultivate a new physical body. Master, you're amazing. Seven Colored was mesmerized. From the time she met Lin Fei to the time she became his maid, not much time had passed. Lin Fei had become an empyrean deity, far above the sovereign level. Being worshipped by a great beauty, Lin Fei was quite proud. Although he was a fake god now, and was a bit weaker than a real god, this did not affect Lin Fei at all. He did not rely on gods to make a living. Lin Fei came out of seclusion. Battle number 1 came to report the situation. 10 years had passed in the battle fortress, and the damaged areas had long been repaired. The arrays and restrictions inside were also gradually recovering, but the time was very slow. Lin Fei still had some divinity points left. In order to leave the Dark Night Galaxy, the remaining 600 to 700 million energy points had to be used on critical matters, and definitely not in a place like this. Battle number 1 was sent away. Lin Fei then asked about the situation outside, such as what had happened in the Dark Night Galaxy in the past 10 years. Fortunately, everything was fine, and nothing bad had happened. Seven Colored remembered something important and immediately said, "Master, if you want to talk about something, something really happened. Hairball went out 8 years ago and never came back." We also looked around, but there was no trace of Hairball. It was as if she had mysteriously disappeared. Hairball disappeared. Lin Fei was really surprised. That should be the case. Ever since they came out of that space, Lin Fei had given Hairball freedom. In addition, with his divine power to improve her body, as long as she did not encounter a powerful opponent, she could come back safely. Now she had actually disappeared. Let me contact her. There was a connection between Lin Fei and Hairball. After a little sensing, the connection between them was still there, but it was very weak, as if it was isolated by something. Something really happened. Although Lin Fei had guessed it, he was still very surprised to come to this conclusion. Something had happened to Hairball. Although it seemed like nothing had happened, Lin Fei also knew that Hairball was definitely trapped somewhere and could not come out. Even the place that isolated Hairball's call for help was definitely not ordinary. Seven Colored was also anxious. She had a good relationship with Hairball. When she heard that something had happened, she wanted to save Hairball, but was stopped by Lin Fei. Hairball is fine for the time being. We don't need to be too nervous. However, this is Dark Night Galaxy. Maybe Hairball met the drifters you mentioned and those who like to hide in Dark Night Galaxy. Lin Fei was very confident in Hairball's defense. We need to be prepared. We can't go there recklessly. Seven Colored calmed down and knew that she was too anxious. Lin Fei returned to the secret room again. This time, it was not for seclusion, but for his 18 primordial clones. After his strength had improved greatly, the 18 primordial clones had been kept by Lin Fei and had never been used again. After absorbing a large amount of divine power, the 18 primordial clones' strength had increased by leaps and bounds. They had become the most important helpers in one fell swoop. Lin Fei had to make some more primordial clones. The things from the lottery last time really came in handy this time. Fortunately, I didn't take them back. Lin Fei laughed. A huge metal box was taken out. The moment the metal box was opened, divine light rushed out. Fortunately, there was a formation in the secret room and the battle fortress, so outsiders could not detect it. If someone was there and saw the contents of the metal box, they would definitely scold Lin Fei for wasting God's gifts. Such a precious item was actually stored in a crappy metal box. These precious things were naturally heavenly god equipment. In layman's terms, they were divine armaments or divine clothes. On the way, Lin Fei had been drawing lottery every day. Most of them were experience points, but he had also obtained a large number of treasures. Let me see what treasures are suitable for my primordial clones. Lin Fei was not satisfied and took out 6 more metal boxes, all of which contained treasures. Divine armors are a must, one for each person. Although the primordial clone's defense was very strong, only slightly weaker than divine body, Lin Fei still had to prepare divine armors for them. Different colored divine armors were quickly put on the primordial clones. He took out 18 divine armors at once. Although they were low-grade divine armors, it was enough for Lin Fei. Even a heavenly god would not be able to break the primordial clone's defense. Chapter 1648. Lin Fei attached great importance to the 18 primordial clones. If it weren't for this opportunity, Lin Fei could forget about leveling up his 18 clones in one go. Even a pig could become a flying divine pig. From the day he easily beat up young Master Dark Sage, as long as one wasn't a fool, they could see how powerful the 18 primordial clones were. Unfortunately, they were also stuck at this step because of the cultivation technique. Lin Fei was already very satisfied in his heart. Once the 18 primordial clones were formed, Lin Fei needed to prepare equipment for them. Especially after knowing that Hairball was in unknown danger, he couldn't wait to prepare them. The treasures from the previous lottery were finally put to use. Since he was going to arm them, Lin Fei planned to arm them to the teeth. Every clone was precious. Losing any one of them would make his heart ache. With the 18 pieces of divine armor on their bodies, the 18 clones became awe-inspiring. It wouldn't be easy to find 18 clones in the entire territory. I have clothes, how can I be short of weapons? There were also many weapons in the metal box. There were swords, sabers, spears, fans, and a series of other weapons. Lin Fei equipped them with swords, sabers, and other weapons. Moreover, he made sure that every clone was different. With low-grade divine armor and low-grade divine weapons, their attack power will definitely be good. No matter what, everyone will be afraid of them. After distributing the low-grade divine weapons, Lin Fei was still not satisfied. It seems like there are treasures with attributes in the metal box. No matter what, I have to wear a few. Lin Fei started to toss and turn again. He found many necklaces. These were all low-grade divine weapons with some special attributes. He didn't care about the consequences and put them on. Not fast. Wear a pair of combat boots with acceleration. As long as he could think of it, Lin Fei would equip them. Done. After tossing and turning for a long time, Lin Fei looked at the 18 clones and laughed foolishly. Master, you are really shameless. If those heavenly gods meet your 18 clones, they will probably turn and run. Little Devil ran out and flattered. Lin Fei said seriously, you're wrong. I'm not being shameless. I'm just feeling sorry for my doppelganger. If I lose one, who knows when I'll be able to get it back. Full body armor is a must. Little Devil really admired his master's shamelessness. These words sounded dignified, but it made sense. All of you attack me. The attacks of the 18 clones landed on Lin Fei at the same time. Even though Lin Fei had a divine body, he was still grimacing in pain. This attack was truly painful. Even he was in such a state, let alone others. Lin Fei did not forget one important thing, which was to create a god power cyclone in their bodies, which could condense strands of god power. The 18 clones took Lin Fei 3 days to leave a divine power cyclone in their bodies. From now on, he would not have to worry about running out of divine power, which would affect his strength. Lin Fei didn't let them learn any techniques either. They could just use low-quality divine weapons to attack. Who could withstand the attacks of 18 clones, especially with low-quality divine weapons? Lin Fei didn't believe that those people could compete with him with low-quality divine weapons. If they dared to do so, they would regret it. Lin Fei came out of the secret room again. After enjoying Rainbow's barbecue, he controlled the battle fort to chase after Hairball. Lin Fei could sense where Hairball was. Hairball was still fine. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He quickly got close to where Hairball was. There seems to be a star in front. Lin Fei and Rainbow were both standing on top of the battle fort. They could see the situation in the dark night galaxy. Lin Fei carefully observed for a moment before pointing at the star. If I'm not mistaken, Furball is on this star, so there shouldn't be any mistake. Before they got on the star, Lin Fei put away the battle fort. It was overkill to use a battle fort in a place like this. Lin Fei and Rainbow got on the star. The star was silent. There were no signs of life. Lin Fei didn't think so. Since Hairball was here, it must be related to this place. The connection in his mind was getting closer. Go there. Lin Fei didn't move fast. He was wearing the deity battle armor. Seven-colored also had an inferior grade god robe. When she first saw it, she was shocked. She had never seen an inferior grade god robe before. Although it could not be used to defend, it could be used to defend passively. Lin Fei had added god power inside. With such a low-quality divine armor, 9 Stars ruler wouldn't be able to kill Rainbow. This was also Lin Fei's consideration for Rainbow's safety. Master, look, there's a sealed space over there. Rainbow suddenly pointed into the distance. There was a green grassland. Furball, that fellow. He must be gluttonous again. Lin Fei followed her gaze and saw the sealed space and the moving immortal beasts. He immediately understood why Hairball was in this situation. Strange, there's no sign of life here. Why are there immortal beasts? Is someone raising them here? Lin Fei stared at the immortal beasts. They weren't illusions, they were real. Rainbow also saw that it was strange. Don't tell me those drifters took root here. Lin Fei couldn't guess. Maybe, let's go take a look. With 18 doppelgangers armed to the teeth and the system around, Lin Fei was not afraid of any powerhouses inside. If they were easy to talk to, he would be polite. If they really thought that he was awesome, he did not mind using force. However, they would have to make the first move. After all, they were in the wrong. Soon, the two arrived outside the sealed space. The immortal beasts inside were still eating leisurely, as if they didn't notice them outside. Come, let's go in. Lin Fei placed a finger on the seal and walked in with 7-colored behind him. Ha ha, ha ha. As soon as he entered, the desolate and deathly stillness on the outside was replaced by a vibrant aura. What a beautiful place! Rainbow couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Fei nodded. It's indeed a good place. It seems that someone lives here. The moving immortal beasts didn't panic when they appeared. They were still lazy, showing that they were very docile. Master, these immortal beasts should be domesticated and have lost their vigilance. Rainbow said softly. Let's go take a look. The two flew at a low altitude. Everywhere they passed was a vast grassland. There were immortal beasts everywhere. They were all docile. When they saw them, they just looked up and continued to move. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. On the vast grassland, a blue ocean appeared. There were many islands standing on the ocean, giving off a very peaceful aura. Master, look at that thing. Rainbow opened her mouth and pointed at the huge shadow above the island. Chapter 1649. Needless to say, I saw it all. Before 7-colored could speak, Lin Fei saw a huge figure appear above the island. F***CK. Giant dragon. No, it's the dragon race. Lin Fei kept blinking, wondering if he was seeing things. There was actually a dragon race in the Dark Night Star River? What kind of joke was this? Lin Fei had heard that the dragon race lived in a territory called the Dragon Race's territory. It was a forbidden area for the dragon race. Not many people were willing to enter that territory. It really is someone from the dragon race. 7-colored rarely saw someone from the dragon race because they were very domineering and arrogant. Plus, the dragon race was a powerful race to begin with. No one dared to oppose them. Everyone knew one thing. The dragon race was very vengeful. Why is there a dragon race here? Master, what do we do now? 7-colored looked at Lin Fei, not knowing what to do. The dragon race approaching them had an extremely powerful aura. It was an 8-star ruler. It would be very difficult for 7-colored to deal with it. Don't attack later. Let's watch first. Lin Fei was also very curious. Why would someone from the dragon race be on this planet? Could it be that this was a secret place of the dragon race? A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows? Anyone who saw this scene would inevitably have such a thought. The dragon race was a very united race. Otherwise, they wouldn't be a unique existence in the territory. Only a few races could compare to them. It was obvious how extraordinary they were. The huge figure arrived very quickly. Human race. Hegeman Longyang had been sleeping. As soon as the aura of a living person appeared, Hegeman Longyang immediately sensed it and flew out. Because of what had happened a few days ago, he had become very cautious. Seeing a man and a woman appear, Hegeman Longyang was in a bad mood. He disliked humans the most because they were all sly and cunning. They were very difficult to deal with. Damned humans, go to hell! Hegeman Longyang spat out a terrifying dragon breath without saying anything. It turned into a black wave that swept towards them. Not only did the dragon race have strong physical defenses, but they also had powerful long-range attacks. Dragon breath attacks were one of them. F***CK. Is this necessary? Lin Fei did not expect the Dragon Clan to not give him face and directly attack. He pulled seven-colored behind him to avoid being attacked by the dragon breath and blew at the black dragon breath. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hegeman Longyang didn't take the man and woman in front of him seriously at all. He was an 8-star Hegeman after all. He was completely confident in his ability to deal with anyone. The black dragon breath that flew out was blown away. We're just here to look for someone. If you still want to attack, then I'm going to attack too. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to attack. Our Black Dragon Islands do not welcome humans. I don't care where you came from. If you intrude, you will die here. Hegeman Longyang was a bit surprised, but he still didn't hold them in any regard. Hua! Hegeman Longyang's enormous body moved, and a black shadow swept out. It was his dragon tail. This casual sweep was enough to severely injure an 8-star sovereign. Lin Fei could already tell that these people wanted to kill him. They didn't want to hear his explanation at all. They wanted to force him to use force. If they could stop and listen to him, perhaps Lin Fei wouldn't attack first. After all, anyone who could name this place Black Dragon Islands was definitely not weak. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Fei really didn't want to attack. Now that they were attacking, Lin Fei wouldn't show any mercy. The draconic tail slammed into Lin Fei's body. The attack didn't hurt him at all, and it really didn't count for anything. Hegeman Longyang let out a sound, and Lin Fei reached out and grabbed the tail. Down! Lin Fei grabbed the tail and sent his enormous body smashing into the sea. Boom! Seawater shot into the sky. Hegeman Longyang's head was spinning. Before he could recover, he was grabbed again and smashed into a nearby island. Rumble! The entire island sank, creating ripples on the surface of the ocean. You! Who are you? Could it be that you were sent by them? That's right, you must have been sent by them. Hegeman Longyang tried multiple times to shake off his opponent's hand, but to no avail. He suddenly felt a bit more shocked. For this person to be able to easily subdue him meant that he had to have the power of a 9-star sovereign. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to reply. He grabbed the dragon and smashed it into the island. Every time he smashed it, an island would sink. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 islands had fallen silent. Hegeman Longyang was seeing stars. Roar! Powerful auras emanated from the depths of the island. Clearly, the people in the depths of the island had noticed the commotion here. Reinforcements had arrived. Damned human brat, as long as the main force of our dragon clan arrives, you're dead. Hegeman Longyang was feeling quite frustrated. Upon hearing the commotion, a look of delight appeared on his face as he threatened the enemy. Lin Fei waved his hand, and Hegeman Longyang was sent flying, smashing into the body of an enormous dragon that had just flown out. Master, you were so cool just now. Rainbow was mesmerized. Even a powerful dragon was like a punching bag in his master's hands. I think so as well. In the past, if Lin Fei had wanted to do this, he probably wouldn't have been able to. But now it was very easy. Hegeman Dragoneye flew out of the sea and paced back and forth on the human brat's body. A look of wariness appeared in his eyes as he hid to the side. This guy looked strange. It was best to wait for the main force to arrive. The enormous dragon that had been smashed just now saw that Hegeman Dragoneye didn't do anything, so he didn't either. Longyang, you useless thing. Last time someone barged in, you didn't stop them. This time, you didn't stop them. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? A rumbling sound came from afar, like thunder. It was astonishingly loud, and at the same time, it sent waves into the sky. Then, a group of black figures appeared in the depths of the island. There were at least 40 or 50 enormous dragons, and the one at the very front was a golden dragon. It was especially eye-catching, and it was this golden dragon that had spoken. "Master, we seem to be in big trouble. I didn't expect there to be a golden dragon here." A golden dragon? What's the difference? Lin Fei didn't know much about dragons. Rainbow looked at Lin Fei strangely. All golden dragons are descendants of royalty. Other dragons don't have the right to be royalty. They have such a high status. The enormous dragon was very long, and its enormous body quickly arrived at the surface of the sea. "Your Highness, this human is very strong. I'm not his match. Please punish me." Hegeman Longyang gritted his teeth. The golden dragon's body flickered, and it transformed into a yellow-robed young man. He also emanated a noble aura. Longyang knew very well how strong Hegeman Longyang was. Ordinary early-stage 9-star sovereigns would definitely be able to block his attacks. But this clansman of his couldn't stop this man and woman in front of him. "Stand aside." Longyang glared. He turned to look at the man and woman not far away, and a strange look flashed through his eyes. "Do the two of you know that trespassing on Dragon Island is a capital offense?" Longyang observed for a moment, then turned his gaze to the black-robed man. The woman was only an 8-star sovereign and didn't pose much of a threat. The black-robed hegemon, on the other hand, gave off a very mysterious feeling. Most importantly, he couldn't tell what level he was at. Lin Fei pursed his lips. "This is Dragon Island? I really don't know. You didn't put up a sign outside to tell everyone that this is Dragon Island. It's normal for me to come in. So in the future, if you don't want people to come in, just put up a sign outside that says Dragon Island, and add the words kill without mercy. I can guarantee that as long as they aren't tired of living, they won't come in." Hegemon Longyang felt that this made sense. "Your Highness, he seems to make a lot of sense." The other enormous dragons all felt that it made sense as well. If they weren't here, outsiders wouldn't know that this was Dragon Island. "Shut up." Longyang glared at Hegemon Longyang. "Look at what you're saying," Lin Fei said seriously. Behind him, Seven Colored giggled. "Look, my suggestion is so good. I wouldn't tell ordinary people," Lin Fei said again. Longyang really suspected that he didn't know the meaning of Dragon Island. He actually dared to say this so brazenly. "Men, capture them for me." Seeing that His Highness was angry, the enormous dragons behind him glared at the black-robed man. With a command, 40 figures charged forward. Instantly, they blotted out the sky. It was a terrifying sight. The weakest of these enormous dragons was a 7-star sovereign, while the rest were 8-star sovereigns. A group charging forward was already very terrifying. "Your Highness, I suspect that this person was sent by those people. We have to interrogate him," Hegemon Longyang said in a low voice. Longyang shot out a cold beam of light. "Sigh, I actually hate this kind of fighting and killing the most." Lin Fei turned into a series of afterimages as he charged into a group of dragons. He punched a black dragon's body, sending it flying. Following this, he kicked a red dragon's body, sending it to the bottom of the sea. He then turned around and punched a black dragon's body, sending it flying one after another. Lin Fei walked leisurely, sending dragons flying one after another. This, Longyang didn't bring the true experts of Dragon Island, but they were still elites. They could easily take down any expert. When the time came, he would definitely be able to obtain useful information through torture. Before he could finish this thought, Longyang saw an unbelievable scene. The clansmen he brought were all sent flying by the black-robed man. They either smashed onto the island or the sea. His punches and kicks looked very easy. For a moment, Longyang even wondered if his clansmen were dragons. When did they get beaten up like sandbags by a human? In less than a dozen breaths, the enormous dragons that charged forward were all sent flying by Lin Fei. "I have no enmity with your dragon race. Don't force me to kill you," Lin Fei said indifferently. "You're too despicable." As a member of the royal family, Longyang was also a hot-tempered person. How could he listen to the other party? He spat out a golden dragon breath at the other party. "You go down and calm down." Chapter 1650. There was a huge island in the depths of the Dragon Island. Figures of giant dragons kept appearing on the island. Their huge bodies looked extremely small compared to the island. There was a huge palace in the middle of the island. At this moment, there were 3 human-shaped rulers discussing something in the depths of the palace. "Is that guy still inside?" An old man in brocade robes asked solemnly. The other 2 were relatively young and looked like middle-aged men. "Dragon King, that guy is hiding inside and not coming out. We can't do anything about it. Why don't we continue to fight with him? Sooner or later, that guy will admit defeat. Our dragon tribe has plenty of time. As long as we have enough time, he will come out sooner or later." The old man in brocade robes was the Dragon King of the Dragon Island. Any Dragon King was the most powerful person on the Dragon Island because they had the bloodline of the royal family. They were born as golden dragons and were extremely powerful. Sigh, we would have time if it was during normal times. It's a pity that we are in the Dark Night Galaxy now. Our Dragon Island is not very safe. Those people will come for us sooner or later. The Dragon King's face was full of worries. The other 2 were the Great Elder and Second Elder of the Dragon Island. Until now, they had no idea what kind of existence that guy was and why the Dragon King valued him so much. The 2 of them trembled slightly when they heard the words "those people." Their faces were filled with anger. "Dragon King, both of us have been curious. What is that guy? Why didn't you let us go in and kill him? He has hurt many of our people." Great Elder Long Xianming asked. "That guy looks a little like our dragon tribe, but at the same time, he doesn't look like us." Second Elder Long Xiantian asked curiously. They had been wanting to know the answer to this question for a long time. "I didn't want to tell you about this. However, our dragon tribe is no longer what it used to be. Let me tell you about it." The Dragon King sighed softly. "That fellow is the natural enemy of our dragon clan. I originally thought that it would not exist in this world. I didn't expect that there would be such a beast, and its strength has also reached this realm. This is God's blessing." Both of them were shocked. "Natural enemy? Does our dragon race have natural enemies?" The 2 of them didn't understand. Dragon King's tone became serious. "Yes, but it's normal that you don't know about it. After all, it happened a long time ago. Even I only knew about it from my ancestor. That guy is called the Primordial Evil Dragon, an ancient race. He's our natural enemy. When he reaches adulthood, his strength is even more terrifying than our dragon tribe." After the 2 elders heard this, their eyes widened. The Dragon Clan actually had such a thing. If the Dragon King had not mentioned it, they would never have known that the natural enemy of the dragon race was so strong. It was just too terrifying that the dragon race specialized in eating the dragon race. The dragon race was a powerful race to begin with, but there was actually a race that was even more powerful than them that wanted to hunt them. Why did such a powerful race disappear in the end? The Dragon King said faintly. Their race was too powerful and hunted everywhere. Over time, they offended a large number of enemies. In the end, they were annihilated by others. This race no longer exists in the world. Who would have thought that there would be one left in the Dark Night Galaxy? The 2 elders took in a deep breath. "Then why didn't we kill him? This powerful primordial evil dragon doesn't seem to be of any use to our dragon tribe." Long Xianming was confused again. "Why did you say that it's an opportunity for our dragon tribe?" The Dragon King was dissatisfied. The primordial evil dragon is one of the most powerful races in the world. Although he's the natural enemy of our dragon tribe, if our royal family could marry him and give birth to a child, it would definitely be the most powerful bloodline in the dragon tribe. In the future, he might be able to bring our bloodline back to the dragon tribe. We don't have to act sneakily like we do now." The 2 elders were ashamed. Ever since this guy barged into the dragon tribe, they had proposed to join forces to kill him. They had no idea that there was such a thing. "Lord Dragon King, you've put in a lot of effort. It's good that you know that. Although our bloodline is also of the royal family, our bloodline is still not as good as those people. If we want to restore our strength, we can only rely on this method." The Dragon King had no other choice. Although the primordial evil dragon was a race that was more powerful than the dragon tribe, they were related by blood. The dragon tribe would benefit from the union between the royal family and the primordial evil dragon. The Dragon King wouldn't be worried if it were any other time. However, bang, bang, bang. The door of the secret chamber was pushed open, and a beautiful figure barged in. "Grandfather, something happened outside. Please go and have a look." the beautiful figure said anxiously as soon as she came in. It turned out to be a young girl in white. Xuanxin, why are you so flustered? Don't you know that we're discussing something with grandfather? Long Xianming looked at his daughter and frowned. This is the Dragon Island. What could happen? Could it be that those people are here? No. There's a man and a woman outside. They're very powerful. Big Brother and the others are no match for them. Long Xuanxin said anxiously. Long Xianming knew his daughter's character very well. He released his divine sense and his expression changed. He stood up and said, Dragon King, something really happened outside. I'll go and have a look. The Dragon King said calmly, Go ahead. Father, I want to go too. Long Xuanxin hurried to catch up. Bang, bang, bang. On the surface of the sea, a man in a black robe was holding a giant dragon and smashing it into the sea. The surrounding giant dragons looked at each other and didn't dare to do anything. Since when was a human stronger than them? One man had scared them all. Father, isn't that Huang Xing? He's not born with divine strength. He's no match for that guy. Long Xuanxin was originally cultivating. When she heard about the situation outside, she immediately came to look for her father. She didn't see what was going on outside. Now that she saw it, her beautiful eyes fell on the man in the black robe. It's really a human. Long Xianming saw it clearly and was also quite surprised. Seeing that there were at least 70 to 80 tribesmen outside but no one went up, Long Xuanming's face darkened. He secretly scolded them for being so useless. There are so many of them. Don't they know how to attack together? Of course, Long Xianming was also secretly shocked. Who on earth is that man in the black robe? How could he be so strong to grab his tribesmen and smash them? This made Long Xianming feel embarrassed. Father, didn't you say that humans are weak? Why is that man so strong? Long Xuanming's eyes twitched. Stop. Seeing his tribesmen being smashed, Long Xianming shouted. At the same time, he slapped at the man in the black robe to save his tribesmen. The Great Elder is here. This is bad. That guy is going to be in trouble. The Great Elder is a 9-stars pinnacle dominator. It should be easy for him to take down that human brat. The giant dragons watching were all at a disadvantage. They were either smashed into the sea or crashed into the island. Every time they rushed up, they would be beaten up. Their defense and strength were nothing in the hands of that human brat. They were unwilling to accept it once or twice. After more than 10 times, they knew better than to make a move. As long as they did not make a move, the human brat would not cause them trouble. They could only stare angrily at him, as if that was the only way to vent their anger. The big shot is here. Lin Fei chuckled and threw the giant dragon toward the big palm. Long Xianming had never seen such a shameless person. How dare he throw his tribesmen to him? He quickly changed his direction to avoid the attack. Long Tianxing, who was not far away, was also badly battered. Humans are so shameless. As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar voice rang in his ear. Big Brother, what happened to your face? Did he hit you too? Long Xuanxin appeared with a smile. Little sister, don't talk nonsense. I accidentally hit him. Long Tianxing's eyes twitched. He had always been arrogant, but he had suffered a lot today. However, he could do nothing but watch helplessly. Otherwise, all of them would have died here. Really? I don't think so. Long Xuanxin was a laughing witch on Dragon Island. She had always wanted to see the world in chaos. Her clansmen on Dragon Island had been tortured a lot. She knew her brother's temper very well. Even if he was beaten, he would pretend that he was not beaten. By the way, brother, do you know that man? No. Long Tianxing said coldly. He was relieved and was afraid that Long Xuanxin would continue asking. Long Xuanming's first move failed, so he changed to another one. Who are you? The Dragon Clan's killing seal slammed down. Long Xianming did not dare to underestimate someone who could scare his tribesmen to the point of not daring to attack. Moreover, this person looked very mysterious, and he could not tell his strength. Believe it or not, I'm just a passerby. Lin Fei countered with a palm and said with a smile. Long Xuanming's face turned gloomy when he saw the other party's disdainful and lazy tone. Father's killing seal of the Dragon Clan has become much more powerful. I wonder how that human brat is going to block it. Boom! It was a simple attack. A palm went against the killing seal of the dragon clan. The seal was shattered. Long Xianming felt a powerful force coming at him. He was secretly shocked. How could this guy be so strong? He was not any weaker than him. Since when did such an expert appear in the Dark Night Galaxy? What was his motive for coming to the Dragon Island? Thoughts flashed through Long Xuanming's mind. Although he was shocked by the other party's strength, he did not think that he would lose. The Dragon Clan would never lose. Not bad, not bad. You can block 50% of my strength. Long Xianming was about to speak, but he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. I attacked with all my strength, and you only used 50%? Who are you trying to fool? Arrogant. Lin Fei chuckled. I will use 80% of my strength for this palm. Get ready. Long Xianming would not believe it. He took out the killing seal of the Dragon Clan again, and the power was even more terrifying than before. Lin Fei did not even bother to look at Long Xianming as he sent out a palm strike, suppressing the dragon race's absolute kill imprint. A terrifying aura enveloped Long Xuanming's body as the gigantic palm strike landed on him. Long Xianming was sent flying backward and smashed into the sea. Chapter 1651. Long Xuanxin shouted. She raised her eyebrows and glared at Lin Fei, who was not far away. She was as hot as a pepper. Take this. Long Xuanxin saw that her father was sent flying and rushed over, turning into a female dragon. Beautiful dragon. This was the first time Lin Fei saw a female dragon. Compared to the male dragon, which was rough and barbaric, the female dragon was much more graceful. She had smooth lines and was very beautiful, not like the female Tyrannosaurus that Lin Fei had imagined. Master, this beautiful dragon is really hot. You didn't even hit hard, and she came over. She really doesn't know what's good for her. The little devil jeered. You'd better catch her and make her your maid to serve you tea. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Swoosh. Long Xuanxin clawed at him. This was also the way she fought. As a dragon, she liked to transform into her original form whenever she fought. Both her strength and defense would be greatly improved. Beautiful, are you tickling me? If so, then do it a few more times. It feels good. Lin Fei smiled and let her claw fall on his body. He was wearing the Heavenly God battlesuit, so his defense was good. Long Xuanxin glared. You're shameless. Swoosh. Swoosh. One claw shadow after another landed on his body. The dragons who were watching from afar looked at each other. Someone actually dared to tease their goddess on Dragon Island. This human kid was really shameless. Princess, kill that kid. That kid is too arrogant. Princess, you can do it. Long Xuanxin glared at them, and they all shut their mouths obediently, not daring to speak again. Long Xuanxin was very confident in her strength. She was also one of the experts on Dragon Island. But today, she had no advantage in front of this shameless guy. Seeing his shameless smile, Long Xuanxin's attack became more fierce. No matter how Long Xuanxin attacked, his not-so-strong body remained intact. Xuanxin, come back. A scolding voice came from behind. Long Xuanxin found that her father was behind her. After a few punches, she glared at him and retreated. In fact, the more she fought, the more surprised she was. Did he have to be so powerful? Father, this guy is too shameless. Long Xuanxin was very unwilling. Long Xianming looked at the other party with a complicated gaze and cupped his hands together. Thank you for showing mercy to my daughter. It's just a spar. Long Xuanxin was even more unconvinced. She refused to admit defeat. Father, our dragon clan has the upper hand. I will definitely win if I fight him. At this moment, Long Xianming was extremely shocked. After all, he was a 9-stars pinnacle ruler. Although he did not use his full strength, the fact that the other party had sent him flying and injured him slightly was enough to prove his strength. Furthermore, he had heard from his son that his clansmen had all been beaten up by this black-robed kid. Long Xianming also felt that it was strange. Why didn't this person kill him? If he really wanted to kill him, perhaps there would be a river of blood flowing right now. Even he himself wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Long Xianming tried to stop his daughter from continuing. At his realm, the depth of his strength could be easily seen through. There was no need to go too deep. Fortunately, the Dragon King was here, so there was no need to worry about not being able to defeat the other party. Long Xianming glanced at his daughter. What nonsense are you talking about? Apologize to His Excellency now. He has already shown you mercy. Father. Long Xuanxin was unconvinced. She gritted her teeth, turned around and flew out. I'm not going to apologize to him. Long Xianming was a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, my daughter is used to being willful. Lin Fei was really afraid that the Dragon Clan would fight to the end. If that was the case, Lin Fei didn't mind coming to his brother to turn into a river of blood, so that he could get a batch of dragon meat back. It's normal for a child to be willful. Lin Fei laughed. Long Xianming could not figure out the other party's background, but he had never been heavily injured, so he should not have any ill intentions. He glanced at the clansmen not far away. Disperse and do what you have to do. As soon as the great elder said that, the surrounding clansmen dispersed. If you don't mind, why don't you come to my humble abode? Long Xianming invited with a smile. Sure. Lin Fei and Seven Colored came to the largest island. Long Xianming entertained Lin Fei and Seven Colored. As long as they were not enemies, Long Xianming could still let go of the previous matter. With such strength at such a young age, his future was limitless. It was not a good thing to offend him. He would rather have one less enemy like him. The current Dragon Clan was not the Dragon Clan of the past, and they could not afford any more trouble. Master, it seems that there are not many Dragon Clan on this Dragon Island. It seems that they are a branch. But I'm curious why there is a branch in Dark Knight Galaxy. Seven Colored said. Anyway, we have nothing to do with this box. As long as we find Hairball, we will leave this place. Lin Fei was not interested to know why the Dragon Clan was here. Long Xianming and Long Xiantian were both there. They were also discussing. First Elder, I think the two of them are very mysterious, especially that Lin Fei. There's almost no fluctuation of aura around him, and he has perfectly concealed it. Even I can't see through his cultivation realm. Perhaps only Lord Dragon King would be able to do so. Long Xianming still could not see through it. He only felt that Lin Fei was very mysterious. When did such an expert appear in Dark Knight Galaxy? More importantly, why did he barge into Dragon Island? Enemy? Doesn't seem like it. Otherwise, the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan would have to be mobilized. Friend? Doesn't seem like it. After the few of them exchanged greetings, Long Shinton got a hint and said, Fellow Taoist Lin Fei, may I know why you came to Dragon Island? If the Dragon Clan can help, we will definitely do our best to help you. This kind of person was not easy to offend. If he had a powerful background, it might cause big trouble for the Dragon Clan. Let's deal with it for now. Since when did the Dragon Clan become so direct? It was different from what I imagined. Although Lin Fei did not have much contact with the Dragon Clan, he had some contact with them before. He knew that the Dragon Clan had always been arrogant and would not lower their heads easily. But now, it seemed that there was something wrong with this Dragon Clan. Actually, I'm looking for my brother. Lin Fei confirmed that Hairball was on the island. My brother is called Hairball. Maybe you don't know him, but you will know when you see this. The Great Elder and the Second Elder exchanged glances with each other, revealing a look of surprise. This is Hairball. Lin Fei casually waved his hand in the air and Hairball's figure appeared. It was vivid and lifelike. It's him. Although the two of them knew, they were still shocked when they saw Hairball. This person is actually looking for the primordial evil dragon. He might even be our master. This is bad. Long Xiantian was a little uneasy. Although he did not attack, he could tell that he was not a match for Lin Fei in a one-on-one fight. Long Xianming was just discussing with the Dragon King on how to take down the primordial evil dragon as soon as possible. Just as they finished their discussion, the Dragon King's master came. Moreover, his strength was unfathomable. This was not good news. He was also having a headache. Is he not here? Long Xianming did not think that the other party would believe him. He might even attack immediately. But if he was here, did he really have to hand over the primordial evil dragon? The Dragon King would be the first to not believe him. Lin Fei was very calm. He was not in a hurry to rush him. He had sensed that Hairball was somewhere on the Dragon Island. If he was not wrong, he should be temporarily trapped in a space and was not in any danger. The Dragon tribe was also a powerful tribe. Lin Fei did not intend to solve it by force. If things did not work out, he would use force. He had already given them enough face. Fellow Taoist Lin Fei, your good brother is on our Dragon Island. However, rumble. Before Long Xianming could finish his sentence, a loud rumble came from the palace and it shook. 9 Dragon King. We are here again. Let's see where you can run to this time. Ha ha ha. Long Xianming and Long Xuantian's expressions changed drastically. They were enraged and disappeared from the palace. Something seems to have happened, Rainbow said. Lin Fei had a good impression of Long Xianming after he admitted it. Ordinary people would not dare to admit it. Let's go and take a look. It seems that the person who came is the enemy of the dragon tribe. Lin Fei smiled and left the palace. The two of them then came to the sky above the island. When they came to the sky above the island, they saw a group of at least a few hundred black figures in the distance. Master, the one who seems to be the leader seems to be from the dragon tribe. Lin Fei looked in the direction and saw a group of 3 people in the distance. The one in the middle was a middle-aged man who was emitting a faint aura. The man laughed. Xianming, Xiantian, long time no see. I remember the last time we met was a chaotic year ago. I did not expect that you have already advanced to the 9 stars sovereign realm. It's a pity that you are not my match. Call the 9 Dragon King out. You want to meet the 9 Dragon King? Let's see if you have the ability. Long Xianming and Long Xiantian looked at each other and a supreme-grade sovereign weapon appeared in their hands. They cooperated and attacked the middle-aged man from the left and right. Not bad. Let's attack together. The middle-aged man still had a smile on his face as he strolled leisurely. The two of them attacked faster and faster, like 2 spinning tops. Those who were weaker could only see the moving shadows and could not see the traces of the attacks. They are going to lose. Lin Fei could see it clearly. The middle-aged man was a half-step into the heavenly god realm. You are still not worthy to be my opponent. The middle-aged man shook his head and his eyes were filled with disdain. He raised his hand and sent a palm strike at the two of them. The two of them turned pale and were sent flying. 9 Dragon King, if you don't come out, I will take action personally. I will not be so kind then. The middle-aged man stopped after sending 2 palm strikes. 10 Dragon King, I did not expect that you have also entered this realm. A figure suddenly appeared and caught the two of them with each hand. Then, he appeared in front of everyone. It's the Dragon King. Lin Fei was shocked. There was a Dragon King on the Dragon Island, and this Dragon King was not an ordinary Dragon King. Only the royal family was qualified to be the Dragon King. Moreover, it was the 9 Dragon King. Chapter 1652. The Dragon Clan against the Dragon Clan. Lin Fei looked like he was watching a show. Since when did the dragon race become enemies with the dragon race? This was too inconceivable. 9 Dragon King and 10 Dragon King. Anyone could tell what was going on as long as they were not fools. Anger flashed across 9 Dragon King's aged face, but he quickly regained his composure. That's all in the past. I've almost forgotten about it. Long Xianming and Long Xiantian came behind Dragon King and glared at 10 Dragon King. This was their archenemy who had been chasing after them all this time. 10 Dragon King did not care about the anger in 9 Dragon King's eyes. After all, this was all in the past. The 9 Dragon King was not the 9 Dragon King of the past. After today, the 9 Dragon King bloodline would no longer exist. Time has passed too quickly. Who would have thought that Brother Jiao, the Dragon God's most beloved son, would end up like this? I spent 30 chaos years looking for all of you. This time, I can finally go back and report on my mission. The 10th Dragon King guffawed. Don't expect any of you to leave this place. I have sealed the Starland outside with a low-grade divine weapon. No one can leave this place today. Of course, if your strength has improved, it will be a different story. I believe that your injuries have not healed yet. You shameless fellow. If not for your despicable methods, you would have died many times over. A young figure rushed forward. It was His Highness Long Tianxing. 10 Dragon King said calmly. So it's your highness. Young people are so hot-tempered. You don't even have proper etiquette. Let me, your uncle, discipline you. Long Tianxing could not move at all. 10 Dragon King, I dare you to move. 9 Dragon King roared and charged at 10 Dragon King. 2 terrifying auras shot into the sky. Bam, bam, bam. The two figures exchanged blows quickly. A terrifying power rippled out. One by one, the giant dragons were sent flying and fell into the sea, creating waves everywhere. Retreat! Retreat! The people on both sides kept retreating, trying their best to avoid being affected by the shockwaves. Master, who will win? Seven-colored was only an 8-star ruler and could not see clearly. It should be the 10th Dragon King. Lin Fei brought Rainbow to a place far away, just outside of the battle's range. 9 Dragon King is injured, probably from years ago. He hasn't recovered yet. As time passes, he won't be a match for him. Lin Fei's eyesight was now very sharp. The two of them could clearly see what was going on. Brother 9, you still haven't recovered from your injuries. What a pity. A figure was sent flying backward. The 10th Dragon King smiled as he walked out. If you only have this much strength, then your bloodline is destined to cease to exist today and become a thing of the past. Who can guarantee it until the very end? A trace of blood red appeared on the 9 Dragon King's lips, and a blood-red dagger appeared in his hand, giving off traces of divine might. He slashed at the 10 Dragon Kings, and a trace of golden light shot towards them. No wonder you're so confident. It turns out that you've already fixed the low-grade Ghost Wrath dagger. The 10th Dragon King did not think much of it. A pair of golden gloves appeared on his hands. Pang pang. The moment the two clashed, divine might filled the sky. Every time they clashed, the low-grade Ghost Wrath would erupt with endless divine might. The spectators paled. No matter how strong their physiques were, it was useless before a low-grade Ghost Wrath. 9 Dragon King was sent flying again. At the same time, he coughed out blood. Grandfather! Father! The first elder and second elder were furious, wanting to rush over. Don't come over. 9 Dragon King coughed out blood, stopping them from approaching. You'll just be helping me instead. The 10th Dragon King bumped his fists together. Seems like you care about your son and grandson a lot. Then, I'll fulfill your wishes. Otherwise, people will say that I, as their uncle, don't treat them like they're nothing. Kill them all. Leave none alive. The 10th Dragon King ordered, pouncing at the 9th Dragon King. Our battle has just begun. Back then, I wasn't your match. Today, I'll prove to you that I'm stronger than you. Swish swish swish. The black shadows behind the 10th Dragon King charged forward. The island instantly turned into a battlefield. F*CK, I'm here to find someone. Lin Fei curled his lips. These so-called 10th Dragon King were really ruthless, wanting to kill the entire bloodline. Since when did the Dragon Clan become so savage? 3 or 4 figures charged at Lin Fei and Rainbow. They were all strange races, all of them exuding a cold and gloomy aura. Rainbow didn't hesitate to meet them. Endless illusions shrouded them, and the few black shadows froze, becoming confused. Rainbow took the opportunity to kill them. This was also because Rainbow's illusion technique had improved greatly. He could easily pull the opponent into an illusion, making it easier to deal with them. Master, what do we do now? Lin Fei came to find Hairball. He didn't expect to run into the Dragon Clan's internal secrets. It seemed like it wasn't a small matter. After chasing for so long, this bloodline deserved to be unlucky. This was really chasing to the ends of the earth. Lin Fei finally understood what the sovereign had meant. The them he had been referring to was most likely the forces of the 10 Dragon Kings, and that he had been mistaken. Fellow Taoist Lin Fei, come with me. Lin Fei didn't know what to do. Long Xianming charged out of the black shadows and brought Long Tianqing over. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission. Fellow Taoist, I'm very sorry for dragging you guys into this. Your friend Hairball is in the secret space of our Dragon Island. Come with me. Dragon Tomb? The Dragon Clan loved this place? They had to do it. This wasn't the first time Lin Fei heard of the Dragon Tomb. He had entered it before, although he was in the lower world. Since Long Xianming had said so, Lin Fei brought Hairball out first. Long Xianming and some other experts killed their enemies and rushed to the main hall. Only he knew that the Dragon Tomb was under the main hall, and it was also a passage. Even if it was sealed by an inferior-grade divine artifact, they could still leave. Soon, they entered the main hall, passed through layers of restrictions, and finally came to the depths of the hall, where they opened a stone door. Father, I'm not leaving. Long Tianxing and Long Xuanxin's eyes were red. As a member of the royal family, they knew the secrets of the dragon tomb very well. No, you have to go. Long Xianming said. You are the seeds of our bloodline. If you leave, they will never have a legitimate reason to rule. Long Xianming turned to Lin Fei and said, Fellow Taoist, although I don't know who you are, I'm very grateful that you showed mercy to our dragon tribe. Now that our dragon tribe is in danger, I hope that you can do us a favor and take the two of them away. Father, we're not leaving. I don't want this shameless guy's help. Long Xuanxin stamped her feet and said. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Since when did I become someone's nanny? Long Xianming had only dared to say those words after much consideration. His son and daughter were quite strong, but they were still a far cry from Lin Fei. Even he was not confident that he could survive this ordeal. If he could get Lin Fei to lend them a hand, they might really be able to escape this place alive. Actually, it's not a big deal. Lin Fei said casually. Long Xuanxin said, You make it sound so easy. Go and kill him if you can. Lin Fei really didn't take the 10 Dragon Kings seriously. Naturally, he wouldn't be provoked by a girl. Let's talk about this after we find my brother. Your brother is in there. Long Xianming was a little disappointed. He glared at his daughter as if saying, Will you die if you don't say a word? The stone door opened. They rushed into the dragon tomb. It was an independent space. It was filled with a deathly stillness. Other than that, there were many skeletons left behind by the dead dragon clan. Both Long Xianming and Long Xuanxin had a solemn expression on their faces. Hairball! Lin Fei shouted. His voice spread through the entire dragon tomb. Who's shouting? Kill him! You're disturbing our rest. Lin Fei's voice spread. All kinds of divine senses came from the dragon tomb. Then, pure souls flew out from the skeletons. Seniors, please calm down. I'm Long Xianming, the current Great Elder. Roar! Roar! Long Xianming was shocked and quickly explained. Suddenly, a roar came from afar. The souls that had just flown out fled in all directions as if they had seen a demon. Don't run! There's something delicious. A few of them who were too slow were devoured by a black whirlpool. Then, a primordial evil dragon appeared and ate with relish. Master, I've missed you so much. Hairball looked up and saw Lin Fei. She looked aggrieved. The ferocious look from before was nowhere to be seen. Hairball was enraged when she saw Long Xianming and the others not far away. It's all your fault. A bunch of bad guys. I'm going to eat you all today. Long Xuanming's expression changed. He knew how powerful the primordial evil dragon was. Even though his cultivation was high, he could not take it down. The defense of the primordial evil dragon was too strong. If the primordial evil dragon really attacked, Long Xianming would definitely have a headache. It's a misunderstanding. Please allow me to explain. I won't listen. I'm going to eat you all. From this, it could be seen just how furious Furball was. Lin Fei stopped her. Hairball, why are you eating? Aren't you afraid that you'll turn into a pig if you only know how to eat all day? Hairball looked pitiful. But they... Long Xianming heaved a sigh of relief. He wanted to know more about Lin Fei's background. He was strong and had the primordial evil dragon with him. It was a rare combination. It's just eating. There's good food outside. Hairball loved to eat. Really? Who's lying to you? I guarantee that it's chewy and delicious. Lin Fei laughed. Bring me there. I can't wait to eat it. Long Xianming was confused. Who are they going to eat? Is Lin Fei going to make a move? Ha ha ha, the dragon's tomb is here. Boom! A silhouette flew in, and wherever it passed, the dragon skeletons turned to dust. Grandfather! It was the 9 Dragon King. Chapter 1653. Cough, 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 cough. 9 Dragon King landed on a pile of bones and vomited blood. The dagger in his hand fell to the side. Needless to say, 9 Dragon King was no match for 10 Dragon King. Brother 9, you lost in the end. As long as you have not reached that realm, you are destined to be no match for me. 10 Dragon King barged in from outside and walked up leisurely. Looking at the dazzling 9 Dragon King lying on the ground and vomiting blood, 10 Dragon King was in a good mood. This was what he dreamed of day and night. It's time to end this. The 10th Dragon King said calmly, after being chased for so long, your bloodline can also disappear from here. It's not a bad choice to use the dragon tomb as a resting place. Don't worry, after you die, I will completely seal the dragon tomb. I won't let anyone disturb you. You win. 9 Dragon King had not fully recovered from his injuries. He was defeated in the first exchange. You have already won. Why do you have to chase me to the end? You should know that our bloodline can no longer affect him. He can be the new dragon god. 9 Dragon King sighed. 10 Dragon King shook his head. The person in that position is not at ease. As long as you are not dead, perhaps a few hundred chaos years later, or even tens of thousands of chaos years later, another genius will appear in your bloodline. He does not wish to cause trouble for himself, so he can only finish you all off. The only thing he did not expect was that you all actually entered the Dark Knight Galaxy and hid your identities. Unfortunately, I still found you all. Victory was in sight. All he had to do was to make a move. 10 Dragon King had been waiting for this day for a long time. As long as he completed this task, his position as one of the 10 Dragon Kings would be secured. Father, our bloodline does not have anyone to kill. Long Xianming puffed out his chest. At most, we will perish together. I don't believe that we can't deal with him with so many people. The 9 Dragon King shook his head, sending a voice transmission to his son. The 10 Dragon Kings are no longer the 10 Dragon Kings of the past. They're already half a step into the heavenly god realm, and their strength is on par with me. I'm afraid you'll be killed in the next second. Just wait, I'll go all out. Take Tianxing and Xianxia and leave through the secret passage. Promise me that you won't come back. It's best if you don't come back for the rest of your life. Long Xianming knew what his father wanted to do. He wanted to ask him to go, but he knew that he would be killed before he could do anything. Indeed, the 9 Dragons King was prepared to risk his life to buy time for his children to leave. No matter what, he would not allow the bloodline to be destroyed in his hands. Hey, are you a delicious thing? Just as 9 Dragons King was about to make his move, a voice suddenly appeared between them. Whether it was the 9 Dragon Kings or the 10 Dragon Kings, all of them were puzzled. What is good food? Hua! A sharp gaze shot towards the source of the voice. Hairball was no longer the same as before. With Lin Fei secretly cheating, Hairball's defense was very strong. 2 pairs of eyes fell on her, like knives, stimulating Hairball. It hurts so much, I'm going to eat you. The 10 Dragon Kings thought they heard it wrong. This thing wants to eat me? Wait, why does it look exactly like a dragon? Why don't I recognize it? Could it be the illegitimate child of that dragon? Looking at the appearance, the 10 Dragon Kings did not recognize what race it was. After all, there were many races in the dragon race, such as the black dragon race, the red dragon race, the crystal race, the white dragon race, and so on. The 10 Dragon Kings really did not recognize the one in front of them. Hairball was not as simple as it sounded. Its huge body dashed forward, and before the 10 Dragon Kings could react, it rammed into him. Stunned, the 10 Dragon Kings were sent flying. In terms of spatial control, speed, and so on, no one could compare to the primordial evil dragon race. Father, that hairball is attacking. Long Xuanxin was dumbfounded. Long Xianming had a similar expression. He knew that the primordial evil dragon was strong, but his father had lost to the 10 Dragon Kings, and he could not even leave a scratch on his opponent. The primordial evil dragon did it. Sending the 10 Dragon Kings flying was like giving them a tight slap on their faces. Maybe. We are saved. Long Tianxing was delighted. Hairball sent the 10 Dragon Kings flying. Before the 10 Dragon Kings could get up, its huge body fell on the ground. The 10 Dragon Kings saw the huge body falling on them. Boom, boom, boom. Get lost, you bastard. The 10 Dragon Kings almost died from anger. Especially after being smashed once again, his entire face was bruised and swollen, almost beyond recognition. Who would have thought that he would meet such an unreasonable person? He suffered 2 small losses in a row. The huge body fell on him, almost flattening him. He was in pain all over his body. He was the 10 Dragon Kings, a member of the royal family. His physical defense was terrifyingly strong. Now that he was hit by an unknown thing, the furious 10 Dragon Kings put on his boxing gloves. Hairball bumped into him again and was punched by the 10 Dragon Kings. Its huge body was sent flying. The 10 Dragon Kings rushed forward. I don't care who you are, I'm going to kill you. The magical power of low grade was not as simple as it seemed. Hairball was sent flying by the first punch. Dodging the second punch, she shrunk to her mini form and ran back to Lin Fei's shoulder. Pitifully she said, Master, that guy bullied me. My body hurts. The 10 Dragon Kings caught up. Seeing the two humans, he was surprised. Similarly, he saw the dragon that embarrassed him. It seemed to be crying about something. The 10 Dragon Kings did not stop. Of the two humans, one was an 8-star dominator, and the other one's strength could not be seen through. He killed them both. A black ripple swept toward them. It contained a terrifying divine power attack. Lin Fei smiled and patted Hairball's head. I told you to cultivate properly. Now you know pain. If you want to eat good food in the future, you have to cultivate properly. The black ripple attacked. Lin Fei casually flicked and broke the opponent's attack. Bullying my people, seems like you're very enthusiastic. Lin Fei snorted. Since you like to fight so much, I'll let you fight to your heart's content. Swoosh, swoosh. 18 primordial world clones flew out of Lin Fei's body. Who do you think you are? The 10 Dragon Kings did not think much of it. When the first clone came out, he felt a trace of threat from its aura. Then came the second, the third. In the blink of an eye, there were 18 clones. This gave the 10 Dragon Kings a fright. They were all 9 stars peak dominator realm. What kind of joke was this? The 10 Dragon Kings was experienced and knowledgeable, so he did not think much of it. He had even seen people who cultivated 100 clones. Each clone was not strong. At most, they could scare people, but they did not have much use. The more people you have, the more powerful you are. The 10 Dragon Kings punched the nearest clone. He thought that he could destroy the opponent's clone with one punch. 18 clones were not that big of a deal. Bang! This punch landed on the opponent's body, and the 10 Dragon King's smile disappeared. An expressionless face appeared in front of him. What followed was a huge fist. His face was bruised and swollen, like a blooming flower of blood. How is this possible? This is the attack of a low-grade divine artifact. The 10 Dragon Kings had a bad feeling that he could not destroy the clone with one punch. Even the 9 Dragon Kings did not dare to take his punch head-on. Bang! A punch from the left landed on his body, and his whole body flew backward. He fell to the ground again. Before he could get up, another clone stomped on his head. The 18 clones were like wolves and tigers. The 9 Dragon Kings and the others were dumbfounded. They looked at each other. The 10 Dragon Kings, who even his father was not a match for, were now surrounded and beaten by a group of clones. This was the funniest thing he had ever seen. What are you doing? This is mine. The 18 clones were like mountains. The 10 Dragon Kings were pressed under the mountains, unable to get out. The boxing gloves on his hands were also taken off and landed in the hands of one of the clones. The Supreme Grade Ruler's battle robes were also smashed into pieces. The 10 Dragon Kings had never imagined that they would end up like this. I am the 10 Dragon Kings of the Draconic God Domain, a member of the royal family. You cannot take my things. The 10 Dragon Kings roared, transforming into his true form. The 18 clones each took out a weapon and stabbed it at the 10 Dragon Kings. The 10 Dragon Kings fell to the ground again, unable to move. The 10 Dragon Kings would not be able to withstand the attacks of 18 inferior grade divine artifacts, even if they were just normal attacks. 9 Dragons King sucked in a breath of cold air, his eyes fixed on the 18 doppelgangers. His heart was in turmoil as he thought to himself, what a powerful background. Each of them has a low-grade divine artifact. A total of 18 low-grade divine artifacts. Just what is this guy's background? Even his bloodline only had one low-grade divine artifact. Now, each of his clones had a low-grade divine artifact. This made the pride of the dragon race fall to the bottom. This guy was a true tycoon. Alright, you can go up and eat now. Lin Fei had no interest in the Draconic God Domain. Back then, he had killed the son of a dragon king, who had the bloodline of a dragon god. Now that he had killed another one, Lin Fei had no reason to hesitate. Hairball flew over and appeared in front of the 10 Dragon Kings. Master said you are delicious. You must be delicious. You remind me of an ancient taste. Hairball was a primordial evil dragon, born to eat dragons. Now that he was a royal dragon, Hairball drooled. You can't eat me. You can't eat me. The 10 Dragon Kings struggled. The 18 low-grade divine artifacts were like a stabilizing force. He couldn't move at all. Hearing that he was going to be eaten, he lost his cool. I am the 10 Dragon Kings. Furball did not care about what the 10 Dragon Kings were. All it knew was that the food in front of it was delicious, and it had been completely stifled recently. It rushed up and bit down on the 10 Dragon King's massive body, tearing off a large chunk of bloody dragon meat and eating it with relish. It hurts. The 10 Dragon Kings trembled all over, but he couldn't move. I know. You are a primordial evil dragon, a legendary extinct existence. The 10 Dragon Kings recognized the thing in front of him. His eyes revealed deep fear. Chapter 1654. Long Tianxing felt his face burning as he looked at the black-robed young man not far from him. So that person is so strong. He was merciful back then. I thought the gap between us wasn't that big. What a joke, what a joke. Long Tianxing was confident in his own strength. However, when he fought that person, he was restricted in every way. He thought the other party wouldn't be that much stronger than him. Now, he understood that there was always someone stronger. The other party wasn't just a little stronger than him. The gap was huge. What if the other party wanted to kill him? Long Tianxing didn't have the confidence to survive. Just look at the 10 Dragon Kings on the ground. The Dragon God Domain's royalty was now being torn apart by an even more terrifying existence. The bloody scene made his scalp tingle with disbelief. Long Tianxing had read about the primordial evil dragon in ancient books. He had always thought that it was an extinct existence. Who would have thought that it really existed and was so cruel? The 10 Dragon Kings screamed, even begging 9 Dragon King to stop. 9 Dragon King didn't speak, his face calm. Their bloodline was glorious in the past. Even now, their population had dwindled. 9 Dragon King wouldn't speak, but he didn't dare to either. That black-robed man was too terrifying. His strength was tyrannical. Just his doppelgangers were enough to make one's scalp go numb. 18 low-grade divine artifacts were more than enough to kill anyone at his realm. 9 Dragon King hated the 10 Dragon Kings. The 10 Dragon Kings kept cursing until Hairball ate them all. Lin Fei was also afraid of blood, so he told Hairball to finish the battle quickly. The 10 Dragon Kings were completely eaten. Many thanks for your help. 9 Dragon King felt much better after eating the recovery pellet. He came to thank Lin Fei. If it weren't for the other party, their bloodline would really be finished, disappearing from the annals of history. Indiscriminate destruction? 9 Dragon King wasn't confident. After all, the two of them were at the same realm. It was hard to guarantee that they had life-saving treasures. In the end, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Lin Fei called Furball back. Actually, I don't really like the people of the dragon race because not too long ago, I killed someone with the bloodline of the dragon god. I think his name was Long Ao. That's the 3rd Dragon King's son. 9 Dragons King exclaimed. You really killed him? Long Tianxing took a step back, not daring to get close. Did this guy hate the dragon race? Otherwise, why would he attack the dragon race? Originally, he was killed. Later, an important figure appeared and resurrected him. Lin Fei chuckled. However, if we meet again, I guarantee that he won't have the chance to resurrect. Revive. 9 Dragons King sucked in a breath of cold air. He could even revive after being killed. This fellow was too bold. Was he not afraid of being hunted down by that big shot? Had it been before, 9 Dragons King might have suspected something, but now he didn't. He didn't see any reason for the other party to be afraid, as if that big shot didn't exist. 9 Dragon King didn't chat with Lin Fei for too long. He took the initiative to go outside and cooperated with the people outside. He left all the people he brought here on Dragon Island and sealed off all the news. Lin Fei was also invited to a quiet island. Master, you helped the dragon race. Do you want them to have internal strife? Rainbow asked. Lin Fei was surprised. You even know that? Master offended the dragon race of the dragon god domain and killed Long Ao, a person with a powerful background. Now that you have been resurrected, your talent will definitely be affected. The dragon race will definitely treat you as an enemy. If you support the 9 Dragons King's bloodline, they will have a headache. Lin Fei laughed. Actually, I didn't have this idea. The internal strife of the dragon race has nothing to do with me. Later, that guy chased me, and it just so happened that Hairball was hungry. I might as well use him as food. At the same time, I thought of helping the 9 Dragons King. This was Lin Fei's previous idea. To be able to make another Dragon King chase after this bloodline, Lin Fei also saw some clues. This bloodline must have an amazing background. Lin Fei would be very happy to be able to bring some trouble to the dragon race, even giving them a headache. The 10 Dragon Kings died. The rest of the people didn't have the ability to fight. Even though the 9 Dragons King was injured, he relied on his own strength and low-grade profound divine artifact to turn the tide of the battle. In the end, he killed everyone and collected the low-grade divine artifacts outside. In this battle, the dragon race also suffered a lot of losses. More than 20 dragon race members were killed, all in the sovereign realm. Among them there were a few 7-star sovereigns, 3 8-star sovereigns, and the rest were injured. That night, the 9 Dragons King held a banquet and invited Lin Fei to thank him for his help. Even though Lin Fei had made a move against the dragon race in the past, his immense power and the fact that he had shown them mercy had caused the dragon race's hatred to dissipate, and they began to worship Lin Fei. After all, the dragon race worshipped the strong. An expert like Lin Fei was young. Naturally, he was worshipped by the dragon race. This was especially the case for some of the women. The way they looked at Lin Fei was unusually gentle, causing Lin Fei to not know whether to laugh or cry. Lin Fei took out quite a number of immortal brews. These were all obtained from killing people, and he hadn't taken them out to drink. Now that he had the chance, he helped him get rid of quite a bit. During the entire banquet, not much was said. It was just a simple thank you banquet. There was nothing else involved, and everyone ate happily. After the banquet ended, the 9 Dragons King didn't rest. What happened in the day had nearly turned his bloodline into history. If not for that human's help, it was unknown whether or not he could have escaped alive. The important members of the royal family were all here. They were the only ones who knew how strong Lin Fei was. Especially the 18 doppelgangers and the 18 low-grade divine artifacts. This was something that blinded their eyes. He was practically a tycoon. Even those who thought that they were rich wouldn't be able to take out such a huge sum. For example, their bloodline only had a single low-grade divine artifact. This was the difference. And this low-grade divine artifact was bestowed to them in the past. The 9 Dragons King was very wary of Lin Fei, especially because of his background. It might be a hidden family with power comparable to the top sections. This was the scariest part. I have gathered all of you here today to discuss the future of the Dragon Clan. There were several elders present, including Long Tianxing and Long Xuanxin. There were about 8 or 9 of them. There had been a few of them, but they had all died in the battle. Relocate. We must relocate. If the 10 Dragon Kings find us, they might send a message back. We must leave this place. Soon, everyone was arguing. Relocate. It seemed simple. But every time they relocate, it would be a huge ordeal for the Dragon Clan. If they didn't migrate, those people might come back to kill them before long. They had lost a Dragon King, and the people of the Draconic God Weave would definitely not let this matter rest. If they appeared again, it would definitely be a huge disaster. The 9 Dragons King was very disappointed to see their discussion. Grandfather, I have something to say. Long Tianxing interrupted the argument. Speak. We, the Dragon Clan, have migrated time and time again to avoid our enemies. There are almost no peaceful days. We either live in fear every day or don't dare to go out for fear that our whereabouts will be exposed. This is not the kind of life the Dragon Clan should have. Don't you all think so? Long Tianxing said seriously. The arguing elders quieted down. Your Highness is right. This is not the kind of life we should have. The Dragon Clan should live a carefree life, unaffected by anyone, just like back in the day. The elders seemed to be lost in their memories. As long as they were a member of the Dragon Clan, none of them liked their current life. Even though their race was powerful, in the Dark Knight Galaxy, the Dragon Clan was not the strongest. There were still many powerful special life forms that could threaten them. Escaping from this kind of life was their most urgent wish. Since everyone knows that the Dragon Clan is having a hard time now, if we continue to migrate, our lives will still be the same. It will not change for the rest of our lives. What we need now is a change. Long Tianxing said in a deep voice. His words were like a sledgehammer pounding on everyone's hearts. We need to change our ways and not live like this anymore. For example, right now we have a chance. For example, that powerful Lin Fei. None of the people present were stupid. The moment His Highness spoke, they knew what he was talking about. No one was surprised. In the past, the 10 Dragon Kings had chased after them endlessly. Now that they died in the other party's hands, one could imagine how powerful the other party was. They knew the purpose of this meeting. We can cooperate with that Lin Fei. After seeing the 10 Dragon Kings killed, Long Tianxing had a thought in his mind. Cooperation. Perhaps this was their only hope. Especially after knowing that the other party had killed the 3rd Dragon King's son, those people would not let Lin Fei go. This was their chance to cooperate. 9 Dragon Kings showed a trace of satisfaction. At least this grandson of his knew how to choose. Migrate? He did not approve of it. He did not want to go through this kind of suffering again, especially after seeing that the other party had 18 low-grade divine artifacts. If their bloodline could also be armed, those people would not dare to act rashly. Of course, 9 Dragon King had another suspicion. Since the other party had 18 low-grade divine artifacts, he might also have a low-grade divine robe. If that was the case, it would be too terrifying. After all, 18 low-grade divine artifacts were enough to shock people. Cooperation? How? He is a human. Does he have the ability to cooperate with us? Will the people behind him agree? Aren't we being too rash? Hearing the word cooperation, everyone was doubtful. Everyone knew how powerful the other party was. Even if the person in front of them was amazing, they did not have any doubts. What could the dragon race use to transform? This was also a problem. Long Tianxing continued, we already have some ideas about the cooperation. I believe that person won't reject it. As for our dragon clan, although we aren't much now, we are still strong and powerful. We aren't weak. Everyone was just listening to this meeting. They did not have the right to decide. Chapter 1655. They should be here by now. On one of the Dragon Islands, Lin Fei stayed in the room that was arranged for him. He was enjoying the delicacies that were served on the Dragon Island. Ever since the banquet, Lin Fei had not left the Dragon Island. He was waiting for the Dragon tribe to come. Under normal circumstances, the Dragon King would not be able to sit still and look for him. Lin Fei also wanted to know some things about the Dark Night Galaxy. Is it because they won't come? Rainbow chuckled. Lin Fei shook his head and said seriously, impossible. They will definitely come. Maybe they are waiting for me to make a move. I can't be fooled by them. Lin Fei was very clear about this. If the Dragon King did not have such foresight, he would be a failure as the Dragon King. Taoist Lin Fei, I hope we are not disturbing you. Laughter came from outside. No. Lin Fei snapped his fingers. See. They are here. They should have made a decision. 9 Dragon King had thought it through. It would not be a good thing if their bloodline continued to be like this. They might even be removed from the list. Then, he would be the sinner of this bloodline. This time, he was not the only one who came. His son, Long Xianming, was also here. 9 Dragon King walked in with his son. Seeing the smile on Lin Fei's face, he knew that Lin Fei was waiting for them. Maybe he had been waiting for a few days and had predicted their situation. I was going to come a few days ago, but I have been busy recently. Please don't take it to heart. 9 Dragon King said with a smile. It's all right. Lin Fei smiled. Even if the Dragon King did not come today, I would have gone to look for you. We have been wandering all the way here and have stayed here for quite some time. We are going to bid farewell to you and leave. Rainbow almost burst out laughing. Since when did his master become so thick-skinned? You are leaving? Long Xianming was shocked. Yes. I have found the person and was about to leave. Now that you are here, I can bid farewell to you in case you don't know. Lin Fei said seriously. Long Xianming did not believe it to be true. If he wanted to leave, he would have done so a long time ago. Even if he had any suspicions, he would not be able to stop the other party, let alone say that the other party was testing him. If he really wanted to leave, that would not be what the dragon tribe wanted. The meeting that day had already settled the matter. No matter what, he had to cooperate with Lin Fei. If he missed this village, he might not get that shop. The Nine Dragons King laughed. Taoist Lin Fei, you're leaving in such a short amount of time? That's a pity. I was going to tell you some interesting things about the Dark Knight Galaxy. Besides, I know a lot about the Dark Knight Galaxy. If you continue to drift, I don't know whether to use short-distance teleportation or long-distance teleportation. This old thing really knows how to talk. Although Lin Fei himself had not revealed his specific intentions, the Dragon King had directly pointed out his weakness, which was enough to show that the Dragon King was not simple. Right now, what Lin Fei cared about the most was movement. The battle fort could be moved, but Lin Fei wasn't sure if it could leave. If it got too far away, it wouldn't be a good thing. Long-distance teleportation? Lin Fei was very concerned about it. Lin Fei put on an exaggerated expression. There's such a place? I really didn't know about it. Long Xianming almost smacked his head. How could he have forgotten about this? Taoist Lin Fei, you may not know this, but although this place is huge, there are many races living here. Some of them are special life forms that are naturally powerful. To be honest, even the Dragon Tribe is not the most powerful race in the Dark Knight Galaxy. This Dark Knight Galaxy is better than many races that are more powerful than us, especially the Galaxy City, which is the most powerful place in the entire Dark Knight Galaxy. Lin Fei understood immediately. The Galaxy City was the most powerful force in the Dark Knight Galaxy. The long-distance teleportation should be in the Galaxy City. If you want to go further, you can go to the Galaxy City and use the long-distance teleportation formation there. Long Xianming said straightforwardly. This was not a secret, and he could easily find out by asking. There was no point in hiding it from the Dragon King, so he might as well make it clear and leave a good impression. Lin Fei did not know much about the Dark Knight Galaxy. Lin Fei had no idea about the existence of the Galaxy City. However, there was one thing that Lin Fei was interested in. There were many special life forms in the Dark Knight Galaxy that were extremely powerful. At the very least, the Dragon Tribe was afraid of them. On the Sacred Mountain, Lin Fei had offended a few of the 8 major sections. Once he went out, those guys would definitely not be polite. Other than that, there was also the Chaos Beast Tribe. They seemed friendly, but they were also a threat. Lin Fei was not weak at the moment. His 18 doppelgangers could kill a heavenly celestial. At the very least they would be seriously injured. However, Lin Fei felt that it was not enough. It was meaningless to rely on himself. Lin Fei was interested in the special life forms. Are these special life forms strong? Lin Fei asked. How strong? It's hard to say. Long Xianming smiled bitterly. Some of the weaker ones are at the 6 or 7-star sovereign realm. They specialize in all kinds of talents. As for the stronger ones, they are comparable to me. Some are even stronger than me. Lin Fei was surprised that the arrogant Dragon Tribe dared to say that they were inferior to the special life forms. Most people would not admit it. Are you interested in the special life forms? Nine Dragon King asked. Blood on the first prick. Lin Fei had to admit that no matter what he said, the other party could easily point out his important points. Indeed, I'm interested. My sect needs some powerful special life forms. Lin Fei said half-truthfully. Lord Dragon King might not be aware of one thing. There is a storm brewing outside. Nine Dragon King did not know much about the situation outside. Are the 8 major sects and the 7 hegemons no longer ruling the world? Very soon it won't be. Lin Fei shook his head. A few days ago, something happened in the Sacred Mountain. According to my sect, a large group of heavenly celestial gods will appear soon, and the territory will be divided again. Lin Fei said it calmly, but to Nine Dragon King, it was no longer a small matter, but a big matter. His whole person was shaken. The old ancestors' words have come true. Nine Dragon King sighed. Lin Fei did not ask why, but he knew that Nine Dragon King must know a lot of things, and it might even involve some big secrets. Otherwise, why would he say such things? Then, may I be so bold as to ask, regarding this matter, does your sect have any plans? Lin Fei knew Nine Dragon King would ask this, or else it would be abnormal. This has nothing to do with our sect. Those heavenly gods can play however they want. As long as they don't provoke our sect, the sect's elders won't say anything. Lin Fei said casually, secretly observing Nine Dragon King's expression. As expected, the Nine Dragon King's expression changed. He was most likely shocked. There weren't many sects that could disregard a heavenly god as a big deal. Lin Fei must really be from a big sect, or even a hidden sect. He doesn't participate in any conflicts, living a leisurely life. Nine Dragon King guessed. This also made Nine Dragon King more inclined to cooperate with the other party. Having such a hidden sect was definitely a good thing for the Dragon Tribe. Perhaps, it could even help the Dragon Tribe survive this incident. May I know the name of your sect? Perhaps, I might even know your sect's elders. Nine Dragon King said with a smile. Lin Fei thought Nine Dragon King would not try to pull strings. Unfortunately, this hidden sect didn't exist. No matter what elders one knew, it would be useless. I'm afraid that won't do. When we come out, we are strictly forbidden from saying our sect's name, lest we raise our banner and go around. Please forgive us, Dragon King. Lin Fei said with a straight face. Lin Fei was impressed with himself. His lies came one after another. Not to mention these lies, it would not be easy to support the dragon race and make them his subordinates. Nine Dragon King also knew this. The more ancient a sect was, the more its disciples were like this. It was not easy to say such things, and there were even traces of a leak. That's a pity. Nine Dragon King said regretfully. I wonder what you are going to do on this trip. Perhaps, our dragon tribe can help you. At least in this dark night galaxy, we have a certain degree of confidence. This was the only thing Nine Dragon King could say. Lin Fei hesitated. Master, you have hesitated for so long. Perhaps they can help you. Seven Colored persuaded. Lin Fei really wanted to praise Seven Colored. She finally did a good deed. She was worth nurturing and could become his successor in the future. But Lin Fei still hesitated. Master, didn't we come out for this? Perhaps Lord Dragon King can really help you. Moreover, I don't want Master to lose to those people. Seven Colored said indignantly. I hate those guys. Last time, when Master wasn't around, they still. Nine Dragon King and Long Xianming felt like they were listening to a heavenly book. However, one thing was clear in their hearts. This Lin Fei came out with a mission. Perhaps they could really help. Fellow Taoist, you have helped our dragon tribe greatly. That means you are the most honorable friend of our dragon tribe. If there is anything you need, just say the word. We will do our best to help you. Long Xianming was no longer as arrogant as before. If there was no chance, then he would create an opportunity for himself, even for the dragon tribe. Lin Fei was overjoyed. His face revealed a struggling expression. It seemed like he would waver if he said another word. Nine Dragon King also saw Lin Fei's struggle. He said, I still have some faith in the galaxy. Fellow Taoist, if there is anything you need, just say it to me. I can't guarantee that it will work, but there is still a chance. Although he didn't know what the other party's motive was, Nine Dragon King didn't dare to be too confident. In case he couldn't say it when the time came. Master, they are quite good. Just say it. Seven Colored said. Master doesn't have much time. They are really going to win. Chapter 1656. Lin Fei was bluffing the Dragon King. If he didn't bluff, how could he get the Dragon King to help him? With the cooperation of Rainbow, Lin Fei hesitated for a long time before acting as if he was ready to go all out. This made the Dragon King and Long Xianming happy. Both of them were from the dragon race and the royal family, so they knew many secrets. In some big sects, many disciples with potential had to go out to carry out missions. These missions were not big, but they were not small either. They were all used to test one's ability. The two of them were even more shocked when they heard that there was more than one. A disciple who went out was scary enough. Not only did he have 18 inferior-grade artifacts, but he also raised an extinct ancient evil dragon. Not everyone could do that. From what Lin Fei said, it seemed like there was more than one disciple like him. That was really scary. How many hidden sects were there in the endless territory? If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. The disciples of the 8 sects might not be comparable to Lin Fei. No wonder he killed the son of the third Dragon King. Taoist friend, You must be joking. We are happy to be able to help you. Lin Fei took a deep breath and said slowly, actually, it's not that hard. Disciples like us who travel outside will always have some messy missions, and I have quite a few messy missions. First, I need to collect a batch of Saint Stone mines. It's best if they're Dominator rank, but if not, Immortal Exalted rank isn't a problem either. The Dragon King's ears pricked up. He was worried that he couldn't complete it. Hearing that it was a mine, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, he was also puzzled. Did the hidden sects lack something like a mine? What a messy mission. As long as you have an Immortal Prime and a Sovereign Grade mine, it won't be a problem. Taoist friend, you came to the right place. Long Xianming said hurriedly. The dragon race could really help him with this. Right place? What do you mean? Lin Fei needed a mine now. It would be very uncomfortable without something like energy points. Therefore no one would doubt it. On the side, Seven Colored also admired Lin Fei's resourcefulness. He had used this method to meet the needs of the mineral vein, and the Dragon King and the others were still foolish enough to take it seriously. It was interesting to think about it. Long Xianming said with a smile, fellow Taoist, you've forgotten one thing. This is the Dark Night Galaxy. There are countless stars everywhere, and some of them have a large number of mineral veins. Our dragon tribe has control over a dozen mineral veins. As long as we spread the news, I believe many people will send the mineral veins here. Lin Fei immediately understood what was going on after hearing the other party's explanation. There were indeed mineral veins on the planet, and there were a large number of cultivators here. If he was not careful, they might even be under their control. If he really wanted to buy them, he would not have to worry about not being able to. Lin Fei laughed. It seems that my luck is pretty good. However, I need a lot of veins. I don't know if they will sell them. It's not a problem if the grade is a little lower. Lin Fei took out a jade bottle. Please help me see how much this thing is worth here. The Dragon King was afraid that it would not be able to satisfy Lin Fei. Looking at the jade bottle, Lin Fan's first impression was that this pill should be extraordinary. He took it from the other party's hand and used his divine sense to look at it. He could not tell what kind of pill it was. This is, Lin Fei explained. I forgot to mention that this is a type of pill that I refined. It's called the God Pill. It can be used to increase one's strength. Dragon King can give it a try. This pill was exchanged by Lin Fei using his divinity points. It was very cheap. It was as cheap as cabbages. Are you an alchemist? The Dragon King's hand trembled slightly. An alchemist was very important. In the Endless Territory, any alchemist of a high level would be the first choice of the major forces to recruit. The higher the level, the more popular they would be. The Dragon King himself was an alchemist. Unfortunately, his level was not high. The dragon tribe did not have any geniuses, which resulted in a huge gap in the strength of the dragon tribe. I learned it when I had nothing to do. The Dragon King poured out a red pill. His eyes immediately lit up. He could see that this pill was extraordinary. He thought to himself, what a good pill. It was refined so perfectly. It really came from a hidden sect. The Dragon King had a good eye for pills. With one look, he immediately realized that this was a good pill. At least it was better than refining it himself. After checking it with his divine sense, the Dragon King took one himself. He even stopped his son from taking it. The Dragon King could not help but exclaim when the pill entered his stomach. Good pill. It's a rare and good pill. The Dragon King was stunned to see such a rare elixir. Since the Dragon King said it was good, I am also relieved. If I use this pill to exchange for the mine, I wonder what the ratio will be. Lin Fei asked. Rainbow was very curious. What kind of pill was this red pill? Master, what pill was that in your hand just now? Why did the Dragon King have such a big change? Rainbow asked. Lin Fei replied with a smile. Actually, it's not a precious pill. After taking it, it can increase one's strength. The effect is very significant, especially for people at his level because the pill contains a trace of divine power. Master is so bad. You know that they are stuck on the road to the heavenly god realm. Even a trace of divine power is infinitely useful to them. I'm afraid they will immediately take out the mine to exchange. Rainbow realized the importance. The Dragon King's vision was very high. He had no idea what materials had been used to concoct such a divine pill, but it contained a strand of divine energy. It was extremely useful to him. He had divine energy in his body, but once he used it up, who knew how long it would take him to replenish it? This was especially true in this battle, where he had used a low-quality divine artifact. He had used up most of his divine energy, and he had been worrying about how he could condense it again. If he really wanted to condense it again, it would take him hundreds of thousands of years. The Dragon King was very shocked. This was the most suitable pill. For a moment, the Dragon King wanted to take the other party down and ask for the refining method. However, as soon as this thought appeared, he immediately suppressed it. The other party had 18 low-grade divine weapons. As long as the clone came out, he would definitely die. He would not even have a chance to struggle. This divine pill is indeed a precious pill. It has endless uses. Fellow Taoist, do you plan to use this pill to exchange for the mine? This was the richest guy the Dragon King had ever seen. Ordinary people would not be willing to exchange like this. When I came out, I didn't bring anything. I'll use this divine pill to exchange for it. The Dragon King pondered for a moment before saying, in my opinion, this kind of divine pill can be exchanged for 20 immortal reverent level holy stone mines and 5 sovereign level holy stone mines. Of course, this is also my personal opinion. With this ratio, Lin Fei knew that the Dragon King did not cheat him. It was a very fair exchange ratio. To Lin Fei, this ratio could still earn a lot of energy points. It was not a loss at all. All right, this ratio is fine. Lin Fei said straightforwardly, I need as many holy stone mines as possible. All right, how many mines can a sovereign-level weapon be exchanged for? The Dragon King was shocked by Lin Fei's generosity. He could not use divine pills to exchange for it. When he heard about sovereign-level weapons, he was shocked again. Could it be that fellow Taoist has many sovereign-level weapons? Lin Fei had many sovereign-level weapons. Not to mention killing people. Just exchanging for them was very cheap. Lin Fei did not care about this sovereign-level weapon at all. However, to others it was still very useful. When Lin Fei was fighting with the dragon race, he realized that some dragon race did not have any sovereign-level weapons. They completely relied on their physical bodies to attack. That was why Lin Fei said this. The Dragon King was glad that he came. Whether it was divine pills or sovereign-level weapons, they were very important to them. The Dragon King's breathing quickened when such a good thing came knocking on his door. All these years, the dragon race had been very poor. They were not as rich as the outside world thought. A low-grade ruler weapon can be exchanged for 50 immortal venerable grade mines or 10 ruler grade mines. A mid-grade dominator weapon can be exchanged for 500 immortal venerable grade mines, or 100 dominator grade mines. High-grade sovereign grade or veins, 3,000 immortal venerable grade or veins, and 500 sovereign grade or veins. Supreme grade ruler weapons, 10,000 immortal venerable grade mines, and 3,000 ruler grade mines. The Dragon King said in a completely fair manner. It didn't matter if it was an immortal sovereign grade mine or a dominator grade mine, it was just a mine that could be used in battle or for cultivation. Ruler weapons were different. Any ruler's artifact could increase the user's combat power by several tens of %. Different grades would result in different explosive power. No one would ignore a ruler's weapon. For example, high-grade ruler armaments and peak-grade ruler armaments were practically priceless treasures. No one would take them out to sell. Even if there was one, it wouldn't be up to you to sell it. It would have been bought by those big shots long ago. Long Xianming used to have a supreme-grade ruler weapon. Unfortunately, it was damaged in battle, and only 20% of its original power remained. Now, he was using a high-grade ruler weapon. I wonder if this ratio is suitable? The Dragon King asked worriedly. It's pretty good. Let's go with this ratio then. Lin Fei waved his hand, and ruler weapons of various sizes appeared in front of the two. Will these do? The two suddenly felt their heartbeats quicken, and their breathing quickened. So many ruler weapons. There must be at least 100 of them. This was what the two thought at the same time. If they were in the draconic divine territory, they wouldn't be surprised to see 100 ruler weapons. However, things were different now. The number of ruler weapons in the dragon tribe was decreasing. They didn't know how long it had been since they last saw so many ruler weapons. Yes, it's completely fine. I wonder if the dragon tribe can exchange first? The Dragon King found himself unable to sit still. The temptation was too great. Of course, Lin Fei replied. I'm not familiar with the Dark Knight Galaxy, so I hope that the Dragon King can help me spread the word. Of course, if the Dragon King can exchange for a mine, as long as it's a mine, I will exchange according to this ratio. Let's see if you're tempted by such a big piece of meat. Chapter 1657. Out of Senfu. Both the Dragon King and Long Xianming were in a state of extreme shock. Both of them stared at each other blankly until they returned to Senfu. Father, Lin Fei must have an extraordinary background. He's able to take out so many treasures just like that. We haven't seen so many treasures since we left the Draconic God domain. Long Xianming didn't have a good impression of Lin Fei at first. However, after saving them and what happened today, he didn't dare to underestimate Lin Fei anymore. He even raised his opinion of him to a higher level. He really couldn't afford to offend such a person. The Dragon King looked at his son. That's for sure. Although we didn't get any useful information, it's our dragon race's luck to be able to obtain such a huge benefit. Gather everyone in the dragon race now. We'll buy what we have on hand before we go out to buy more. It's a pity that we don't know what else Lin Fei needs us to do next. I'm really looking forward to it. The Dragon King coveted the treasures that they could exchange for. Especially the last sentence, it was no different from giving them a chance to earn money. A big one at that. The Dragon King wanted to have complete control over elixirs like divine pills. Ruler armaments could be taken out to be traded. Any ruler would not be able to resist such a temptation. For example, a peak-grade ruler armament would definitely move many people. The Dragon King could imagine that the strength of the dragon race would rise to the next level because of this. I'll arrange it right away. Long Xianming was very excited himself. The next day, Long Xianming gathered all the dragon race members together. He told them about the exchange. Be it the ruler battle armor or the ruler weapon, the dragon race's eyes lit up immediately. Many dragon rulers did not have a ruler weapon. The immortal supremes had been looking forward to it for a long time. When this news came down, it was like a big meat pie, almost knocking them out. Where else could they find such a good deal? Saint Stone Mine? They really didn't care. The dragon race fought in close combat. Although the Saint Stone Mine was still in use, it wasn't very useful. Now that they heard that they could exchange for it, they couldn't help but want to. Fortunately, the Dragon King was there to stop them. Otherwise, no one would have stopped to listen. They couldn't wait to exchange their Saint Stone Mine. Those who did not have a ruler weapon needed to exchange for one. Those who had a low-grade ruler weapon needed to exchange for a mid-grade ruler weapon. All kinds of thoughts popped up in his mind. The dragon island that Lin Fei temporarily resided on immediately became lively. Fortunately, Lin Fei was prepared. Using 10 low-grade ruler armaments to recruit 10 dragon race rulers to help manage the dragon race, those people's eyes turned red. As long as they did a good job, they would be able to obtain a low-grade ruler armament for free. No matter how bad the temper of the chosen dragons was, in front of this ruler's weapon, they immediately laughed. With their management, everyone lined up in an orderly manner. Can I have this low-quality ruler? Lin Fei sat to the side. As long as the Orvane was brought over, the other party could choose whatever grade of ruler's armament they wanted. This caused them to be incomparably excited. Don't worry, everyone will have a chance. With the holy stone veins in his hands, Lin Fei was in a brilliant mood the entire day. In less than a day, Lin Fei had harvested a large number of holy stone veins. Who told the dragon race to be a tycoon? They had brought a lot of veins with them. Not only did they exchange their ruler's weapons, they also wanted their ruler's battle armor. In the beginning, the scene was very busy and lively. The dragon race was worried that they would not have anything good after exchanging. Only when the people in front were satisfied and left did everyone quiet down. It took more than 2 days to complete the exchange. Some of the dragon race even went out to search for Orvanes. The entire dragon race was very excited. The Dragon King did not stop them. He even let them go and spread the news. The Dragon King, who did not go out all this time, also left the Dragon Island after paying a visit. He went to some places in the Dark Knight Galaxy. What he was going to do was self-evident. The dragon race is full of tycoons. On the first day, Lin Fei exchanged for more than 100 million energy points. The number of rulers' weapons and rulers' battle armor was already innumerable. The price Lin Fei paid was negligible. A low-grade ruler's weapon and a low-grade battle armor were very cheap. The amount of energy points they exchanged was enough to buy a large number of low-grade ruler's weapons. Lin Fei was grinning from ear to ear. This was only the first day. He would break records every day. Lin Fei could imagine what kind of scene it would be. I have more and more potential to become a merchant. In the past, Lin Fei might not have cared about rulers' weapons. Now it seemed that these things were very helpful to any race. For example, the current dragon race. Lin Fei patted his chest and said that in a few more days, the dragon race's strength would definitely increase by a lot. With rulers' weapons and rulers' battle armor, any race would be afraid of them. This was a crushing defeat in terms of equipment. Master, you are so bad. Little Devil would also come out if he had nothing to do. What's wrong with me? They need treasures. I need holy stone or veins. This is a very fair trade. Lin Fei ate the immortal fruits contributed by the dragon race with relish, selling cabbage at the price of gold. If they knew, they would probably drown you with their saliva. Little Devil laughed evilly. However, this move of yours is good. The Dragon King doesn't even know that he fell for your trick. When he realizes, it will be too late for regrets. Lin Fei said proudly, that's their own business. I didn't force them. I just provided an exchange platform for them. Whether they want to exchange or not is their own business. They are used to using rulers' weapons. Moreover, they know that there is a place to exchange. They will be full of motivation to obediently work for Master and exchange for those treasures. In fact, this was exactly what Lin Fei was thinking. No matter which territory, rulers' treasures were in high demand. Moreover, they were priceless. Basically, they were monopolized. Those with low strength would have to work for hundreds or even thousands of years to get their hands on them. However, they were given a platform now. If one day they lost it, they would be in great pain. If they lost their source of income, they would tear down the Dragon Island. From the moment they exchanged, they had actually walked into Lin Fei's trap. Moreover, they didn't know that they had fallen for it. Moreover, they were very happy. In the next few days, the people of the dragon race were all very excited. There was always a long queue outside. Every day, they would contribute or veins to Lin Fei. This was also the happiest day for the dragon race. There were even some rulers who couldn't forget the excitement of this day. It was also the first time they realized that things that were difficult for them to obtain in the past were now very easy to obtain. Those clansmen who refined the treasures praised the treasures to everyone they met. Compared to the treasures in their hands, they were simply two worlds apart. They could be thrown into the trash. How could a perfect and flawless treasure produced by the system be inferior? In less than 5 days, the entire dragon race had exchanged all the ore veins for treasures. Lin Fei also obtained a total of 1.5 billion energy points from the dragon race. As for the consumption, it was almost negligible. It was a profiteering industry. Once he obtained the energy points, Lin Fei repaired all the formations and restrictions in the battle fortress. With more than 2 billion energy points on hand, Lin Fei wasn't as strapped as before. He needed to plan how to use them. The dragon race that he had gotten his hands on. He was still unwilling to miss such a good opportunity. On the 6th day, Lin Fei released a message. As long as the person who introduced them to exchange for treasures was successful, the person who introduced them would get a certain number of points. When the number of points reached a certain number, they could exchange for the ruler's treasure. Once the news came out, it was undoubtedly good news for the dragon race. Hey, where are you going? Of course I'm going to call my friend. I can't miss such a good opportunity. Points for introducing people? I happen to have a few friends who need the ruler's treasure. I can definitely get a lot of points. That's great. I'll tell my friend right away. It had to be said that the response brought about by Lin Fei's news was sensational. The clansmen on Dragon Island all ran out. They all went to find their friends. Big brother, look at that Lin Fei. The entire dragon race is jumping up and down now. Long Xuanxin looked at the clansmen running around, her mouth hanging open. Long Tianxing now worshipped Lin Fei 120 times. What's wrong with that? Long Tianxing said with a smile. Didn't you exchange for a middle-grade ruler's battle armor and a middle-grade ruler's weapon? If it wasn't for Big Brother Lin, it would probably take a long time for you to buy them. Long Xuanxin glared at him. I'm ignoring you. Although Long Tianxing was a highness, his wealth was ordinary. This time his combat power had increased by a lot. It was also thanks to the high-grade ruler's weapon that he exchanged for. This was unimaginable before. If those guys knew about this, they would definitely be envious to death. I can also go and earn some points. Long Tianxing also flew out. The people of the 10 Dragon Kings were dead. For the time being, there was no danger. The dragon race all ran out. Everyone wanted to pull him over so that they could contribute some points and exchange for treasures for free. The current Lin Fei was a great benefactor in their eyes. What you said is true. You didn't lie to me. On the way to the uninhabited star, a big bald man asked suspiciously. Didn't you see it? Why would I lie to you? If we weren't friends, I wouldn't have asked you for such benefits, said a tall and sturdy man next to him in disdain. Big Dragon, I believe you, okay? Humph, no integrity. Big Dragon was a member of the dragon race. He himself had exchanged for a low-grade ruler's weapon and battle armor. The person he brought was his friend. Originally, he had lost quite a lot in sparring. This time, he crushed the other party and felt proud. Chapter 1658. Big Dragon brought his friend to Dragon Island. Originally, the dragon race had a restriction that forbade people from entering. Now, everyone chose to ignore it. They were all concerned about how to benefit themselves. The array formation outside was still activated. What's wrong with the dragon race? Big Dragon's friend was called Su Jiang. He had also wandered to Dark Night Star River. He had heard a few things about the dragon race. However, this time, he was doubting everything he saw. The entire dragon race was empty and quiet. Su Jiang even suspected that the dragon clan had moved to another place. Otherwise, where would these people go? What do you mean? Big Dragon didn't understand. I'm talking about people. Where are the dragon race's people? Didn't they all say they were on Dragon Island? Su Jiang asked curiously. Big Dragon laughed. They're all out. I'll take you to exchange for some good stuff. You'll thank me later. Su Jiang wasn't a ruler with a background. He was just an unaffiliated cultivator. He had no background, so he could only wander around. He was stronger than Big Dragon, but he couldn't accept his loss. Hearing there was a place to exchange for ruler weapons, regardless of whether it was real or fake, he came immediately. As long as there was a chance, he would give it a try. As long as I can exchange for a ruler weapon, I'll let you drink my immortal brew. Su Jiang knew that Big Dragon coveted his immortal brew. He had asked many times, but Big Dragon didn't agree. Big Dragon smiled. Then I'll drink it for sure. On an island not far away, Su Jiang saw some dragon race members on the island. They seemed to be in charge of something. Those people. Seeing them, Su Jiang was startled. He recognized them. They weren't from the dragon race, yet they could enter. He was even more confused. You'll know soon. On the island, there was a place in charge of collecting or veins. I want a low-grade ruler weapon, the kind with gloves. Do you have any? A ruler of a foreign race asked with a cold aura. The one in charge was a dragon race ruler. He glared. We have everything. As long as you can take out the Saint Stone vein, even if you want a high-grade ruler weapon or a peak ruler weapon, it won't be a problem. Every day, a large number of ruler armaments were used. The rulers working here had long since worshipped Lin Fei, and when they saw someone questioning him, they naturally had to defend Lin Fei. This is the ore vein for exchange. Although the outsider sovereign lord was arrogant, he didn't dare to be too arrogant in front of the dragon race. Someone will go and check immediately. The quantity is correct. Here, this is a low-grade sovereign's fist glove. Whatever name you want, you can name it yourself. A low-grade boxing glove was tossed out. The outsider hegemon's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw this. He hurriedly caught the weapon, but he couldn't help but grumble inwardly. This was a sovereign weapon after all. Why was it being thrown around like trash in your hands? After a brief inspection, the outsider sovereign's eyes lit up. Good stuff, really good stuff. This was the outsider sovereign's first time seeing a perfect low-grade sovereign's gauntlet. With it, he would be able to increase his power by a significant amount. This was a good deal. Immediately, a dragon pulled him to a place with no one around. What do you think? I was right, wasn't I? The dragon said with an honest smile. Let me tell you a secret. I used a favor to help you exchange for this. I wouldn't say this to most people, but we're friends. The outsider sovereign lord was extremely grateful. The dragon race really was a good person. Here you go. These are 10 immortal sovereign or veins. If you have friends who want to exchange for them, you can find me. I love helping others. I thank you on behalf of everyone. Su Jiang, who had been brought by Dalong, came out in a daze. Looking at the low-grade sovereign weapon in his hand, he wondered if he was dreaming. He pinched his arm and looked at the low-grade sovereign treasure in his hand. Only then did he know that he wasn't dreaming. He, a loose sovereign, had finally gotten a sovereign weapon. Hearing that they could exchange for battle armor and the like, Su Jiang took out some immortal brew and pulled Dalong along for a drink. This kind of situation happened every day. Everyone left in shock. After leaving, they couldn't help but spread the news to their friends. After reaching the immortal venerable realm and sovereign realm, even if they didn't have many friends, they would still have a few. The speed at which news spread was extraordinarily fast. The news that the Dark Knight Galaxy's dragon race could exchange for sovereign treasures spread like the wind. As long as there were Saint Stone veins, anyone could exchange for sovereign treasures. This news quickly spread in a region. Those who had already exchanged immediately came out to advertise. More people knew about this matter, especially those who did not have high-grade weapons in their hands. They brought the Holy Stone vein with them regardless of the consequences. The originally dead star. It instantly became lively. At first, there were some nearby immortal sovereigns. Those who could drift alone in the Dark Knight Galaxy were at least immortal sovereigns or sovereigns. No one was willing to come here and die. More and more people came. There were people coming and going on Dragon Island. More and more people came every day. If this news spread, it would be a big deal. Some of the nearby wandering families came immediately. As more and more people came, Lin Fei simply shifted his position outside the restriction formation and set up a formation. He did not reject anyone who came to make an exchange. After the dragon race received benefits from Lin Fei, they became the best thugs and were in charge of the exchange. Some people who had other thoughts immediately gave up when they saw the large group of dragon race members. Robbery? Didn't they see where they were? This was the dragon race's territory. They had a strong army. Because a few sovereigns tried to cut the line, they were strong. The dragon race came to mediate, but those people didn't give them face. The dragon race took out mid-grade sovereign weapons and beat them up. If it was just one dragon race member, they might not have done anything. However, the 7 or 8 dragon race experts were all using mid-grade ruler weapons. Moreover, they were wearing mid-grade ruler battle armor. This caused everyone to be frightened. Some of them recognized the dragon race. A few years ago, they had low-grade sovereign weapons and battle robes. In such a short time, they had changed so much. Offending the dragon race at this time was courting death. After this, everyone calmed down. Of course, they were also guessing who would spend so much money to exchange for Saint Stone veins. Did this thing have some use? No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't guess the final result. Great King, good news, great news! On a dead star in the Dark Knight Galaxy, a cold wind blew. In the depths of the star, there was a huge black senfu, faintly discernible in the cold wind. In the main hall of the senfu, a group of immortal paragons and sovereigns were chomping down on meat, watching the immortal maiden dance gracefully, and laughing incessantly. At this moment, an immortal king ran in and knelt in the main hall, speaking to the person on the throne in the distance. Little 8, what's wrong with you? Today is the great king's good day. What are you doing here? Shouted an immortal sovereign. Captain, it's really good news. If you're late, you won't get another chance, said the person called Little 8 with his head lowered. Stop, said the person on the throne, his tone frivolous. Tell me what good news. If you can't tell me, I'll cut you up. Little 8 was pale with fright. He braced himself and said, Great King, a friend of mine told me that someone is exchanging for a large number of sovereign treasures on Dragon Island not far from us. All they need is a Saint Stone vein. I thought it was fake when I heard it, but I couldn't resist the temptation. I went there myself and found out it was real. I don't know who it is, but they really are exchanging for sovereign treasures. Little 8 described the matter very realistically. All the leaders present roared with laughter. Little 8, what nonsense are you talking about? How can it be real? Yeah, this is the Dark Night Galaxy, not the outside world. Right now, you can only buy some sovereign's treasures in the Galaxy City. The quality is average, but it's enough to make everyone jealous. How could the Dragon Clan have so many sovereign's treasures? Many people didn't believe it. This included the Starlight Dominator on the throne. Nonsense. A bunch of nonsense. Drag him out and behead him. The Starlight Dominator wasn't a rogue, nor was he from a clan. He was just a group of pirates in the Dark Night Galaxy that went out to commit crimes and rob all kinds of valuables. Great King, I'm telling the truth. Little 8 kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. The people who came in didn't care. They dragged Little 8 out to be beheaded. What kind of head are you going to behead? At this time, laughter came from outside. A one-eyed middle-aged man walked in with two subordinates. When the Starlight Dominator saw the newcomer, his eyes shot out two beams of light. What are you doing here? Of course it's for something important. I don't have time to chat with you today. On Dragon's Star. This name was actually given by Lin Fei. It couldn't be called an uninhabited star, right? These days, Lin Fei had a smile on his face every day. The energy points rolling in every day were even more than what he had gained on the Divine Mountain. Everyone's enthusiasm was too high. Especially the Dragon Clan. They came up with all kinds of ideas. Even the honest ones started to bluff. Lin Fei ignored their choices. Battle number 1. Make arrangements for these war angels and giant war beasts for me. After spending a lot of energy points, Lin Fei fixed the internal problems of the battle fortress. Next was naturally to summon the war angels and giant war beasts that could fight. He was preparing to create a war army that would come in handy at critical moments. Come to think of it, the Dragon King should be back soon. Lin Fei didn't care much about the daily exchanges outside. He was very concerned about the Dragon King's side. That would be a generous income. Fellow Taoist Lin Fei, are you there? A few days later. Lin Fei was still enjoying himself when the Dragon King's voice came. Oh my, you brought so many people. Chapter 1659. Dragon King was not on Dragon Island. Lin Fei knew where Dragon King had gone. Now that Dragon King was back, it was about time. If Lin Fei had gone out, it might have been even faster. Lin Fei used his divine sense to check and smiled. He was not the only one with the Dragon King. There were more than 10 people with him, and all of them seemed to be of high status. Lin Fei did not doubt that there were people from Galaxy City among them. Dragon King had indeed gone to Galaxy City. After returning that day, Dragon King had gone to Galaxy City alone, preparing to make a big deal. Just as Dragon King had expected, Dragon King had gone to Galaxy City and spent a lot of effort. Finally, he had convinced them. Although they were convinced, they were still skeptical. Dragon King wanted to earn a fortune, but it was not that easy. He had brought them over personally. 9 Dragons King, when did your place become so lively? Look at those people. 9 Dragons King, looks like you're in luck. Those who came were all influential people in Galaxy City. They were friends. In fact, they were just ordinary friends, friends with benefits. If it was someone else, they might not have been able to become friends. Fortunately, the Dragon King came with a branch, and everyone knew his strength. They came as soon as they heard such a good thing. If they didn't come in vain, they wouldn't suffer any loss. On the contrary, it would mean a lot to them. Dragon King did not know why it had become lively. Thinking about it carefully, he knew what was going on. It must have been caused by the exchange. It's been this lively since a long time ago. Dragon King laughed. My friend is in that senfu. You will know when you see him. Everyone paid attention, because they saw the people leaving with smiles on their faces. This was very rare. If one was normal, then what about 2 or 3? Anyone who wasn't an idiot could see the current situation. Dragon King was right. That person might really exist. Dragon King. The moment the Dragon King returned with his people, he ignored his clansmen and led them into the immortal abode. Is Taoist Lin inside? The people replied, Yes, Dragon King, follow me. The clansmen who were helping didn't dare to hide anything. In fact, after the Dragon King informed Lin Fei, Lin Fei informed the Dragon Clan outside to bring them in later. Welcome. Lin Fei wasn't in the mood. These people had come for his sovereign weapon, which meant that they had a favor to ask of him. If he really went out, he would be lowering his head, and that would be pointless. Your friend sure is arrogant. One of the middle-aged men had a displeased look on his face. He was a great clan head in Galaxy City, and his name was Ruler Feng Sai. He was also a peak 9 stars ruler, and his status could be considered respectable. They were displeased that the other party did not come out to greet them when they arrived. Even the Dragon King had to be polite to them, and it had become a habit. We've traveled a great distance to come here. We're his guests, so why isn't he coming out to welcome us? A few of them nodded in agreement. The Dragon King smiled bitterly. If they were outside, he wouldn't have bothered with these people. But in Dark Knight Galaxy, it wasn't a good thing to offend these people. Everyone, please forgive me. That's just my friend's personality. If he has neglected you in any way, I apologize on behalf of my friend, the Dragon King said in a low voice. Seeing the Dragon King apologizing, their expressions softened a little. Daoist Lin Fei. The Dragon King brought them to the main hall of Senfu. Lin Fei was in the main hall of Senfu. Dragon King, I haven't seen you in a few days. I thought you went somewhere to have fun. Lin Fei laughed. The people who came with the Dragon King were stunned when they saw Lin Fei, and the same thought popped into their minds. So young. In their imagination, if he was a friend of the Dragon King, he must be old. How could he be so young? Was he trying to fool them? Dragon King, this is your friend. Ruler Feng Sai said unhappily, as if he had been fooled. Daoist Feng, this is Lin Fei, a friend of mine for many years, the Dragon King explained. My friend was in charge of exchanging the ore vein for a sovereign weapon. When Lin Fei saw the Dragon King's expression, he could not help but shake his head. He thought to himself, the Dragon tribe is really not doing well. They even need to humble themselves. You can exchange for a sovereign weapon? Another ruler asked directly. They weren't really interested in a young man. They just yelled at him, regardless of where he came from. In front of them, no matter who he was, he had to do whatever he was told. This was also because they were very powerful in Dark Knight Galaxy. For example, when the Dragon King brought his clan here, it was also because of them that he managed to gain a foothold here after paying a huge price. The mighty Dragon Clan, a powerful clan, had to do this. Not to mention others. Lin Fei was instantly displeased. He had thought that the Dragon King had made things clear to them. Now, it seemed like he was just a passerby. Lin Fei wasn't a rookie. Even if these people were very powerful, he wouldn't care. Competing in strength? He didn't even know who would die. I want to tell you that the Dragon King should have made things clear to you before you came. As long as you pay the ore vein and reach a certain grade, I can prepare any sovereign weapon you want. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. If you don't believe me, you can turn around and leave. The dozen rulers glared angrily at this young man named Lin Fei. How dare you speak to us like this? Ruler Feng Sai was very pleased with this guy. It had been a long time since someone dared to speak to him like this. The Dragon King broke out in cold sweat. He didn't expect Lin Fei's tone to be so harsh. If he had known earlier, he would have made things clear. Lin Fei didn't care about these threats. Everyone here is a reputable person. If you want to be unreasonable here, then you are wrong. You will definitely regret it. Lin Fei pursed his lips. Although he knew that they were here to trade, Lin Fei wouldn't suffer any grievances. After all, he didn't care about that tiny bit of ore vein. As long as he left Dark Knight Star River and went outside, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to sell his goods. Lin Fei wasn't anxious at all. Ruler Feng Sai didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed. You said that you can take out any weapon. I wonder if you can take out a low-grade god artifact. That's right. Can you take out a low-grade god artifact? How arrogant. As long as you take out a low-grade god artifact, we will believe that you have the ability. Ruler Feng Sai was the strongest among them. Hearing this, they immediately chimed in. As far as they were concerned, this person was just bragging. It didn't matter if it was a sovereign-grade weapon. Not just anyone could do such a thing. The Dragon King had a headache. How did things end up like this? He wanted to say a few words to ease the atmosphere, but he was forced to stop by the other party's gaze. You want to see a low-grade god artifact? Why? Lin Fei said impatiently. He didn't give them any face at all. Everyone was infuriated by this. Dragon King, your friend really doesn't give me any face. Ruler Fengsai said darkly. I was going to give you face but your friend. The Dragon King knew that Ruler Fengsai was angry. He was a narrow-minded guy. He clearly wanted the Dragon King to give him an explanation. But did the Dragon King dare to? He didn't dare at all. The 10 Dragon Kings were half a step into the heavenly god realm. They could kill them easily. If he went up, he would be sending himself to his death. The Dragon King wouldn't dare to do such a thing even if he had 100 guts. Lin Fei was a little disappointed in the Dragon King. This wasn't the Dragon King he knew. Do you know how precious a low-grade divine artifact is if you want to see it? However, if you hand over a deposit, I don't mind showing you a low-grade divine artifact. In any case, you can't afford it. Lin Fei said indifferently. You deserve to die. The ruler next to Ruler Fengsai flew into a rage. He didn't care that the Dragon King was present and attacked. He was just a nobody. So what if he killed him? Ever since Lin Fei's strength had improved greatly on the Divine Mountains, he'd only been humiliated by that ruler. He really didn't care about anyone else. This attack landed squarely on Lin Fei's body. I thought you were strong. So this is all you've got? Lin Fei said disdainfully. You dare to act so arrogantly in front of me? You really don't know what's good for you. Lin Fei withstood the attack and was unscathed. But to them, they immediately realized that something was wrong. Especially the ruler who attacked. His expression was very ugly, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. He was a ruler of 9 stars. If he couldn't injure an ordinary kid, then this kid must have a powerful background. Bam! Lin Fei's fist smashed into the ruler's face. The ruler was sent flying, exploding in mid-air like a rubber ball. Now, Lin Fei's fist could kill a ruler of 9 stars with a single punch. Hiss! They all sucked in a breath of cold air. He had killed the ruler with a single punch. This guy was very strong. They hadn't even sensed the aura fluctuations when he attacked. This was too terrifying. The Dragon King hurriedly said, Taoist Lin Fei, why did you do this? Lin Fei flicked his fingers. Hee, I don't like people who think they're infallible. You want to kill me? Why don't you take a look at who you are? Ruler Fengsai didn't really care about this young man at first. He didn't care about such a minor character at all. But when he easily killed a ruler of 9 stars, the situation was completely different. At the very least, he was very strong. Such a person would be very difficult to deal with. Ruler Fengsai coldly snorted. What a tyrannical method. You killed someone just like that. If I were you, I'd hurry up and leave. Otherwise, I won't be able to leave in the future. The fact that Ruler Fengsai said this proved that he was afraid of Lin Fei. Actually, I don't like killing people. I like doing business with everyone. Lin Fei grinned. Are you all interested in my proposal just now? A low-grade god equipment. That's a good thing. Chapter 1660. Right now, they were rather wary of this person. Now that this person was saying these words, they no longer doubted him. This person could easily kill a 9-star sovereign. Perhaps he really did have these things. To them, low-quality divine artifacts were too far away. Not just anyone could take them out. However, this person was too mysterious and didn't care about them at all. If it weren't for the fact that someone had died, perhaps they wouldn't care at all. If this person could kill a 9-star sovereign, it wouldn't be hard for him to kill them. However, they weren't willing to be killed. Even if they had a chance of killing this person, it wasn't worth it to drag them down with him. Forget about the low-quality divine artifacts. Let's look at the sovereign weapons. They still didn't ask for low-quality divine artifacts. In their organization, the sovereign weapon was the most useful. Lin Fei harumphed inwardly. Humph. You won't behave until I kill you. In truth, although Lin Fei didn't really care about chasing them out, he couldn't just reject something that had been delivered to him. Whoosh! Lin Fei waved his hand, and more than 100 low-quality sovereign weapons appeared. This is a low-quality sovereign weapon. The sealed sovereign had thought that this person would take out a dozen or so sovereign weapons at most. However, when more than 100 were piled up together, It was extremely shocking. Everyone's eyes landed on the low-quality sovereign weapons. This is a mid-quality sovereign weapon. Lin Fei tossed out another large pile of mid-quality sovereign weapons. This caused their breathing to quicken. That wasn't all. Lin Fei waved his hand again. This time, high-quality sovereign weapons appeared. High-quality sovereign weapons were extremely important. More than 100 of them appeared at once. They couldn't help but feel excited. They simply couldn't imagine that this person would have so many sovereign weapons and carry them with him. This person was too rich. High-quality sovereign weapons are nothing. There are even better ones. Whoosh! Another few dozen top-quality sovereign weapons appeared. This time, they couldn't help but be moved. If one said how many sovereign weapons one had, they wouldn't feel anything. However, when they were all piled up together, the visual impact was unimaginable. Their faction only had a limited number of low-quality sovereign weapons, let alone top-quality ones. Their eyes instantly turned red. Mine! They're all mine! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha, smelly brat! These things belong to me. To be able to have a certain amount of influence in the Dark Night Star River, they would do anything for benefits. With so many rulers' weapons in front of them, it was undoubtedly a fat piece of meat. No one would be able to control their greed. If they could snatch them back, it would definitely increase their overall strength by a large margin. When the final top-grade Dominator was taken out, their desires were completely unleashed. There was only one thought in everyone's mind, and that was to snatch the items, snatch them all, and not leave a single one behind. A total of 6 hegemons immediately attacked Lin Fei. As long as they killed Lin Fei, the item would still be theirs. No matter how strong you are, I'm afraid you're not their match. This Lin Fei is destined to be killed by them. For the sake of these treasures, killing the other party was completely worth it. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes, shooting out a cold light. You reckless fool! The heavenly deity's saber landed in Lin Fei's hand. He casually slashed at them, and an aura of death locked onto them. The person who had just attacked felt as if he was shrouded by death. An irresistible power attacked them. In front of this power they were extremely weak. They were 9 stars hegemons, and there wasn't much of a difference between them. How could they block a single attack from the heavenly deity's saber? The moment they attacked, the result was already decided. Corpses fell one after another. There was no sign of life. A single slash had killed them. The Dragon King lowered his head and sneered inwardly. Serves you right. You should have snatched Lin Fei's items. No one can save you. Lin Fei put away the heavenly deity's saber and narrowed his eyes. If any of you want more, I have no objections. The remaining 8 or 9 hegemons had originally planned to attack, but unfortunately, they were a step too late. However, they didn't care. Even if they killed Lin Fei, they couldn't get away with it. No matter what, they would get a share of the benefits. But in the blink of an eye, those who attacked were all dead. The most frightening thing was that they were all killed with a single slash. They knew that they wouldn't be able to block that terrifying aura. It was a complete suppression. What ruthless methods! Fortunately, I didn't attack. This brat is too black-hearted. He deliberately baited us into attacking. The sealed hegemon's face paled as he tried to calm himself down. Thinking back to everything that had happened, he immediately understood. The other party had done this on purpose. When he saw the large number of hegemon weapons, the sealed hegemon actually had his own thoughts. He was usually relatively calm and wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he pondered what kind of background this person had and what kind of support he had. He had been a step too late to attack. Fortunately, he hadn't attacked, or he would have died without a doubt. The sealed hegemon could feel that the weapon just now was a low-grade divine artifact. That was the most frightening thing. Fellow Taoist Lin, you killed them well. These people wanted to obtain a hegemon weapon. They are truly worthless. The sealed hegemon harshly criticized them. I've known them for many years, but I didn't expect them to be such a person. Well killed. This kind of person deserves to die. Facing the powerful Lin Fei, they didn't dare to say anything. They immediately cut ties with them. After all, they were already dead, so they could say whatever they wanted. Lin Fei shook his head disappointedly. Sigh, I actually hate killing people the most. These words naturally caused them to have a bellyful of complaints. Hate killing people? Who are you trying to fool? If things go wrong, you might even want them to attack, or even us to kill them all. At this time they could only think about it. They didn't dare to say it out loud. If they were killed, it would be a huge loss. Lin Fei didn't care whether they believed him or not. He quickly took the storage rings from the corpses. There were no storage rings, so the other hegemons didn't dare to say anything. After a quick inspection, there really were many veins. It was a pity that their items were all given to Lin Fei. They had picked up a huge bargain. Dragon King, you should have said that there were so many hegemon weapons. This is a huge loss. The sealed hegemon said with a wry smile. At this time, he was thinking about how to complete the transaction. Not only did he have to complete this transaction, but he also had to complete the following transactions. As for the dead hegemons, they were already dead. As long as they could exchange for enough hegemon weapons, their faction would quickly grow. The Dragon King seemed to be relieved as well. If it was in the past, the dragon race wouldn't care about killing people. But now, Lin Fei was like himself in the past. He didn't care about who the other party was, and he killed until they were speechless. They couldn't help but admire Lin Fei's skills. I really don't know. The sealed hegemon didn't believe the Dragon King's words. Dragon King, is it really like what you said? As long as there are veins, we can exchange for hegemon weapons? The sealed hegemon asked again. Lin Fei directly said, the smell of blood here is heavy. I'm going to take a breather. As for the transaction, you guys can discuss it with the Dragon King. After keeping the hegemon weapons, Lin Fei left the Senfu. At this time, the Dragon King really wanted to thank Lin Fei for leaving this matter to him. Lin Fei went outside. He couldn't be bothered with the Senfu's matters. Lin Fei believed that the Dragon King would do well. If he didn't, he would have to doubt the Dragon King's ability. How much meat could be taken from them would depend on the Dragon King's ability. Those people would definitely pay the price. Lin Fei knew that those people weren't fools. They definitely wouldn't miss such a good thing. If they really missed it, they would be the #1 fool in the world. Outside, the dragon race people greeted him. Now, Lin Fei's name was known by everyone in the dragon race. Anyone who saw him would be polite. Of course, there were also some dragon race people who wanted nothing more than to work under Lin Fei. They could easily obtain treasures. Where could they find such a good thing? Senfu. For the first time, the Dragon King was flattered. Everyone wanted to complete the transaction. In addition, they were afraid that they would leave a bad impression with their previous tone. This was something that had never happened before. The Dragon King was about to cry. Lin Fei was really a good person. He gave him such a favor and made him proud. However, they didn't dare to have any thoughts. When they came out, Lin Fei was barbecuing meat at the side. He wasn't the one barbecuing, but a few dragon race people. They heard that Lin Fei liked to eat barbecued meat. These dragon race people caught delicious immortal beasts and barbecued them for Lin Fei. If not for the fact that the dragon race didn't know how to dance, they might have even danced to liven things up. When they came out, they immediately surrounded them. In their eyes, there were dominator weapons. They didn't dare to have any thoughts about someone they couldn't see through and who was a threat to them. You want 20 low-grade dominator weapons, 5 middle-grade dominator weapons, and 6 low-grade god robes? You want 30 low-grade dominator weapons and 10 middle-grade dominator weapons. No problem. You want 53 pieces. No problem. The price is too expensive. No, this is the cheapest price. No bargaining. It had to be said that these people were rich. Even the cheapest one bought 20 low-grade dominator weapons. The richest one was the sealed dominator. He bought 100 low-grade dominator weapons in one go and 3 top-grade dominator weapons. He used up a lot of his wealth, but he still had a smile on his face. This time, they had gotten a huge bargain. If they brought these weapons back, they could increase the strength of a group of people. In the Dark Night Star River, they didn't lack anything but weapons. Moreover, they needed good quality weapons. They loved Lin Fei so much that they couldn't bear to part with him. As for resentment, it was long gone. It wasn't worth it to make things difficult for such a person. Now, it was better to have a good relationship with him. They had used up a lot of ores to get what they wanted, but they didn't feel any heartache. Instead, they regretted not bringing more ores. The Dragon King was also smiling. Lin Fei could guarantee that this guy had earned a lot. This was something he was happy to see. Big brother, it's here. What dragon race? Let's snatch it first. Everyone, kill. Suddenly, shouts of killing came from outside. Chapter 1661. The sky above the planet was packed with people. They charged towards the people below. These people exuded a monstrous killing aura, and their movements were orderly. Their equipment was also not bad, so they were definitely not in a mess. Immediately, many immortal kings and immortal venerables were killed, and their corpses fell down one after another. It's them. That's the Starlight Hegemon's men. And Hegemon Wanli's men as well. When did they join hands? Didn't they always have a grudge against each other? Someone below immediately recognized it. Fear appeared on their faces. It was obvious that these two people had powerful backgrounds, causing everyone's expression to change. There were also some who quickly flew out, but before they could even leave the planet, they were killed through the air. The ones who had attacked were the two hegemons who had been escorted. Listen up, if you don't want to die. Kneel down and surrender. The Starlight Juggernaut casually killed a one-star Juggernaut who was running away. After 3 breaths, those who don't surrender will be killed without mercy. The Starlight Sovereign's killing aura soared to the heavens. It was unknown just how many people he had killed to achieve such a level of killing aura. The Dragon King had an ugly look on his face. Hegemon Starlight, Hegemon Wind, what is the meaning of this? Don't you know that this is Dragon Island, the territory of the dragon kind? The Dragon King was the first one who couldn't sit still when someone attacked the Dragon Island. This was equivalent to being slapped in the face. Ha ha ha, you old fool. What else can we do here? I heard that your dragon clan has obtained quite a few ruler weapons, and it just so happens that my subordinates are lacking in equipment and weapons, so I might as well come and get them. The Starlight Dominus laughed loudly. You guys are going too far. The veins on the Dragon King's face were bulging. He wanted nothing more than to kill them. So what if we bully your dragon clan? If you don't want to die, you'd better hand them all over, lest we kill all of your clansmen. Hegemon Wind Wanli laughed as well. You don't wish for your clansmen to die in the Dark Night Star either. That would be a pity. You are dragons after all. In their eyes, a half-step heavenly god Dragon King was not a threat to them. Even if the Dragon King was slightly stronger than them. You! The Dragon King roared angrily. A hint of helplessness flashed through his eyes. Ha ha ha! The Starlight Hegemon and the Wind Hegemon once more laughed loudly, disdainful looks on their faces. Dragon King? He was just an old thing. Lin Fei's expression did not change as he calmly asked, Dragon King, who are they? They seem to have a powerful background. You guys are from the Dragon Clan, don't tell me you're afraid of them. When these people appeared, Lin Fei couldn't help but applaud. The worse the days of the Dragon Clan were, the more they could take them down. This arrogant race must be filled with rage at this moment. Looking at the surrounding dragon race, Lin Fei could clearly see that all of them were enraged. Fellow Taoist Lin Fei. There's something you don't know. The two people up there have great backgrounds and we can't afford to offend them. After making a deal with Lin Fei, Ruler Fensai had no choice but to lower his pride. In the future, he was prepared to cooperate with Lin Fei, and this matter wasn't a secret, so there was no harm in revealing it. Lin Fei would find out sooner or later anyway, so he might as well do it himself and improve the impression he had left on Lin Fei. Where did he come from? The Starlight ruler on the left is from the Li clan, one of the 3 great aristocratic clans of the Star River. The one on the right, Feng Wanli, is an illegitimate child of the Feng clan. Ruler Fensai revealed a look of fear. They both have a demigod ancestor who has already condensed a divine body. To kill them, one must be at the heavenly god realm. Half-step heavenly god? Lin Fei blinked. That was amazing. Dragon King, you are also a half-step heavenly god. Don't tell me you are afraid of them? You are the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan. Killing them is a piece of cake. Lin Fei teased. Dragon King's face alternated between green and red as he smiled bitterly. Sigh, times are different now. Moreover, I am not a half-step heavenly god. I haven't even condensed a divine body. Compared to them, my realm is far from theirs. How can I be a match for them? Dragon King was indeed very sullen after hearing Lin Fei's words. If this was any other time, he would have already reprimanded them. Anyone who dared to question the strength of the dragon clan would pay the price in blood. Ruler Fensai couldn't help but admire Lin Fei. He dared to say anything at a time like this. Wasn't he worried about offending them? Lin Fei had a powerful backer behind him. How could they offend him? 3 breaths have passed. Our Lord Dragon King doesn't seem willing. The Starlight ruler laughed sinisterly. He couldn't wait for Dragon King to not lower his head. He could kill them all. It would be best if he could capture some of the Dragon Clan to use as mounts. That way, he would look cool when he went out. Then we won't hold back. Men, kill them. The people behind him all attacked. Lin Fei, who was at the side, said, Dragon King, they're already bullying you. Why are you still holding it in? Just kill them. They're just 2 9-star sovereigns. If they want to live or die, it'll only take a single word. Dragon King hesitated. Lin Fei felt that he had to help Dragon King and add fuel to the fire. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to make a decision. Hairball, there is delicious food on top. You can eat as you please. Don't stand on ceremony. Lin Fei contacted Hairball, the king of appetizers. I can eat now. That's great. Hairball returned to his original form. A colossus that blotted out the sun appeared in the sky. This was only because Hairball had some restrictions. Otherwise, it would be even more terrifying, especially the aura of the ancient evil dragon, which made people's hearts palpitate. Hairball had been eating well recently. It was a pity that she couldn't eat giant dragons. Now that there was something delicious to eat, Furball opened his mouth and sucked in. 20 to 30 nearby cultivators were swallowed up by Furball. Then, his large eyes turned and he swallowed another dozen or so cultivators. As for the attacks of these cultivators, they bounced off when they landed on Hairball's body. They were completely useless. In a few breaths, over 100 cultivators were eaten by Hairball. Starlight Dominator's heart was bleeding as he watched his subordinates being eaten. He roared, Dragon King, you dare to kill my men? You really don't know what's good for you. I'll kill you today. Dominator Feng Wanli was about the same as Starlight Dominator. In less than a few breaths, they had lost a large number of subordinates. How could they not be angry? In normal times, no one dared to not give them face anywhere in the Dark Knight Galaxy. They could get whatever they wanted with just a word. Anyone who didn't agree would be dragged out and killed. Die, beast! The Starlight God took out a sword and charged forward, wanting to slay the dragon. However, when the sword struck the dragon, it bounced off, and he nearly lost his grip on it. You're quite delicious. Hairball turned back and shot out a beam of light. Starlight Dominator felt like he was being targeted by a terrifying beast. The other party opened its bloody mouth and bit at him. Crack! Starlight Dominator thought he was fast, but he was still a step slower than Hairball. Half of his body was bitten off, and blood flowed. This bite scared Starlight Dominator out of his wits. Damn, how could the dragon race have such a terrifying person? The Dragon King was too treacherous. After missing its first strike, Furball pounced forward once more. Wherever it went, people would be thrown off their feet. No one could block a single attack from Furball. The Starlight ruler dodged twice in a row, and on the third time, Furball bit him and swallowed him whole. He did not even have time to make a sound before he was finished. Old Dragon King, your subordinate killed Taoist Starlight. The dragon race is in trouble. The Leaf family won't let you off. Dominator Feng Wanli's scalp went numb. The two of them were equal in strength, and it was hard for them to kill each other. But on this dragon island, he was eaten by a giant dragon. Crack! Crack! Hairball was like a big fish, swallowing a dozen cultivators at a time. No matter their realm, once they were eaten, they could only roll into the endless bloody mouth. You're pretty tasty too. Hairball suddenly turned around and stared at Dominator Feng Wanli. Bastard! Don't come over. I'm not tasty at all. Feng Wanli was scared out of his wits. Without a word, he took out an immortal talisman and escaped into the void. Feng Wanli didn't expect this outcome. The only thing he could do now was to go back and report to the Patriarch. He had to take revenge. He couldn't care about the subordinates he brought. Being targeted by that unknown giant dragon was like falling into the abyss of death. The cultivators who had just been fighting had seen one ruler die and the other flee, as well as Furball's ferocious appetite, making them restless. Now that Feng Wanli had left, how could they be in the mood to stay? Run! Run! If we don't run, that guy will come back and eat us. Hairball left a deep impression on them. You bastards! Go to hell! Before those people could escape, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Long Xuanxin came out with her weapon, her face cold. Everyone, kill! Don't let them leave! With Long Xuanxin's attack, the rest of the clansmen were enraged and erupted. The Dragon Clan usually suppressed themselves. Now that they attacked with the Dominator weapons in their hands, their combat strength was extremely terrifying. The sky was filled with the shadows of the Dragon Clan. Sigh! The Dragon King glanced at Lin Fei, opened his mouth, and finally let out a sigh. Dominator Feng Sai and the others were also uneasy, especially that huge monster. It ate Dominators like drinking water, and its body was impervious to weapons. When did the Dragon Clan have such an expert? Apart from that, the Dragon Clan showed their terrifying strength for the first time. They completely crushed their opponents. The Dragon Clan's strength improved so fast. Everyone has a Dominator weapon or a Dominator battlesuit. How are we going to fight? Fortunately, we didn't completely offend the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, we'll have to pay a big price when they come here. The Dragon King killed the Starlight Dominator. The Li clan won't let the Dragon King go. The Dragon King is in big trouble now. These people communicated with their divine senses. Whoosh! Hairball came back again, biting Feng Wanli's Dominator. With a crack, she bit him in half and ate him in front of everyone. It's over. It's all over. The Dragon King's face turned pale when he saw this. They had completely offended the Li clan and the Feng clan. Chapter 1662. Ruler Starlight and Ruler Feng Wanli were both eaten by Hairball. Especially when Hairball returned with Ruler Feng Wanli in her mouth. Everyone's faces turned pale with fright. How could this be? Ruler Feng Wanli used an immortal talisman, which should be considered spatial movement. Yet he was still captured. Everyone was terrified. Dragon King, those fellows deserve to die. Even if they don't die today, they will die sooner or later. Don't worry about it. Lin Fei chuckled. Dragon King almost cursed, but he held it in. Even if he told everyone that they didn't do it, no one would believe him. After all, Hairball was exactly the same as the Dragon Patriarch. Only her killing aura was heavier. Dragon King couldn't stop everyone with so many people present. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the nobles of Galaxy City came to settle the score. Dragon King didn't have any confidence against two half-step celestial gods. In a short while, the people brought by Ruler Starlight and Ruler Feng Wanli were all dead. Most of them were eaten by Hairball. Ruler Feng Sai and the others didn't dare to stay for long. They were truly frightened. If the dragon race wanted to seal the news and keep them here, it would be a huge loss. If not for Lin Fei, they might not be afraid. Now, there was Lin Fei and a man-eating dragon race. They couldn't help but worry. It was better to leave as soon as possible. Dragon King could only watch as they left. Lin Fei, you really put me in a difficult position. After they left, Dragon King's head drooped. If you want to leave through the teleportation array, you might have to postpone it indefinitely. Could it be related to the Li clan and the Feng clan? The Dragon King couldn't understand why Lin Fei would make a move. In the end, his own clansmen would also attack. Even if he said that he wasn't the one who ordered it, no one present would believe him. Seeing was believing. No one would doubt it. The Li clan, the Feng clan, and the Wang clan are the three rulers of Galaxy City. They are the three strongest factions in Dark Knight Galaxy. The teleportation array is controlled by them. Lin Fei didn't care. Even a true heavenly god wouldn't be that powerful, so it wouldn't be difficult to deal with them. If they don't agree, I'll kill them as well. Lin Fei smiled and said, By the way, Lord Dragon King, you seem to know what these two people do. Can you tell me? The Dragon King had never seen such a bold person before. When he thought of the 18 low-grade divine artifacts that the other party had, he felt a wave of envy and jealousy. If he had such strength, he wouldn't have to worry about the three aristocrats. How to deal with the three aristocratic families was still a headache. The good mood of earning a large sum of money from them disappeared with this matter. The Dragon King was left with bitterness and helplessness. Was he going to run away again? The Dragon King quickly suppressed the thought. They are all raiders of the Dark Knight Galaxy. They have many talented subordinates and are very powerful. The Dragon King gave a brief explanation. Raiders? I like this one. Lin Fei also learned from the Dragon King that they were arranged by the two aristocratic families to do some secret things for them. This secret was only known to the elites. Do you know where they are hiding? You want. The Dragon King understood what Lin Fei was going to do. After the battle, the Dragon Island immediately went into a state of martial law. Lin Fei left Hairball on the Dragon Island while he went out with the Dragon King. Even if a half-step heavenly god came, with Hairball's defense, she would be able to block the opponent's attack. Even if a half-step heavenly god couldn't be killed, it would be easy to kill the people they brought. In a remote place in the Dark Knight Galaxy, the Dragon King brought Lin Fei to the Starlight Dominator's lair. Layers upon layers of restrictive formations were set up on the outside. The Starlight Dominator's lair is below. Are you going to force your way in? The Dragon King admired Lin Fei's courage. After killing people, he still wanted to destroy the lair. Of course I'm going in. Do we need them to invite us in? Lin Fei turned into a giant. He grabbed a golden hammer and smashed it at the restrictive formation. The restrictive formation was full of ripples. Both of them were very strong. Although the restrictive formation outside was strong, it was still broken mercilessly by the two of them. They rushed all the way to the lair, scaring the guards. Since when did anyone dare to break into the lair? Everyone knew that this was the Li family's secret place. We are Starlight Dominator's men. You want to kill you, of course. Lin Fei released 18 doppelgangers and attacked the sky full of people. The 18 clones, armed to the teeth, were like ferocious tigers descending the mountain, sweeping through everything in their path. No one was a match for the clones. The attacks of inferior grade divine equipment, even if they were just normal attacks, could easily break through the defense of the battlesuits and kill them. The Starlight Dominator's lair was in a massacre. The Dragon King was going all out. Even if Lin Fei dragged the dragon race into this, he couldn't beat them and could only watch. He still hoped to continue working with Lin Fei, not just once. The Dragon King was ruthless when he killed. In less than 15 minutes, the lair was cleared out. Lin Fei naturally went to plunder. How could a plunderer not have a lot of wealth? After searching for a while, Lin Fei found a treasury and forced his way in. He obtained a batch of treasures. In Lin Fei's eyes, they were all ordinary goods. The ruler's weapons were also very crude, and he didn't even spare them a glance. Take these weapons. Lin Fei generously gave the ruler weapons and some other things to the Dragon King. I have a share too. The Dragon King had high standards. However, the things here weren't bad either. If he used them to exchange for mines, he could get a lot. When he heard this, his heart shook and he found it hard to believe. Why would you think that? Without you leading the way, I wouldn't have been able to find this place alone. Lin Fei kept the mines and other things. In his eyes, this was the most important thing to him. The Dragon King didn't stand on ceremony and kept them. After sweeping the place up and down, Lin Fei destroyed everything here. Then, he went to Feng Wanli's lair. He couldn't miss out on either place. Just like before, Lin Fei easily charged into the lair. The 18 doppelgangers started a massacre. The Dragon King, who had the sweet taste from before, was also in high spirits. When it was time to split the spoils, it was the same as before. Other than the mines, almost everything else went to the Dragon King. This made the Dragon King smile from ear to ear. This is. When they were collecting the mines, Lin Fei discovered that the quality of the holy stone was very good. It wasn't an ordinary low, middle or high-quality holy stone, but a top-grade holy stone. There were a lot of these top-grade holy stone. They were piled up like a mountain, and every piece was very big. This was also the first time Lin Fei had seen a top-grade holy stone. This is a top-grade holy stone. The Dragon King could not help but exclaim, "Looks like the rumors are true. The Feng clan controls the top-grade holy stone vein. These top-grade holy stones should be sent to the main house." Are you sure there's a top-grade holy stone vein? Lin Fei couldn't help but be moved. This was much better than a high-grade holy stone vein. If it was exchanged for energy points, it would definitely be a terrifying number. He had to get his hands on it. There should be. Back then there was a rumor. The Dragon King explained, "It's a pity that he's dead now, so it's not easy to ask. Otherwise, I would really have the chance to find out where the top-grade holy stone vein is. That's simple. Lin Fei swept through the lair and immediately returned to the Dragon Island. He pulled up Hairball, who was sleeping soundly, and asked him to pull out the memories of the Starlight Dominator and Feng Wanli Dominator. Master, you woke me up with this kind of thing. Hairball muttered. After being hit by Lin Fei, he spat out 2 fragments. Look for yourself. Lin Fei picked up the fragment. This is a memory fragment, an innate skill of the primordial evil dragon. As long as he is willing, he can eat any memory of a person. There was indeed a secret place in Feng Wanli's memories. It was a space. Inside was a secret stronghold of the Feng clan, where they were constantly collecting top-grade holy stone veins. Most importantly, it wasn't a vein, but a few mountains of top-grade holy stone. My God, how did I find out? Looking at the mountains in the memory fragment, Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that he went to the lair. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known that such a good thing was waiting for him. Dragon King was also very surprised. He had a look of realization. No wonder the Feng clan's old ancestor broke through so quickly. He obtained the top-grade holy stone, which allowed him to quickly cultivate the divine body and become a half-step heavenly god. This half-step heavenly god was actually cultivating the divine body. Once the divine body was formed, even a regular ruler would find it hard to break it. This was the greatest advantage of a ruler. You know this place, right? Looking at the shadow in the sky, Lin Fei turned around and asked. I know. It's good that you know. Lead the way. Lin Fei said straightforwardly, I won't let you come here for nothing. I can give you 10 top-grade ruler weapons or battle armor. You can choose. Dragon King had seen rich people before. However, those who could casually take out 10 top-grade ruler weapons were few and far between. No wonder Dragon King was moved. No choice, Dragon King was too poor. After killing the Li clan and Feng clan's people, Dragon King was even more uneasy. Leave Dark Night Star River? It was not that easy. Maybe somewhere, they were waiting for them. There was no place for them in the entire Dark Night Star River. If he could get Lin Fei's help, he might be able to survive. As long as Lin Fei could block the 2 half-step heavenly gods, the rest would not be a problem. The 2 half-step heavenly gods were what Dragon King was most afraid of. Without them, Dragon King had the confidence to deal with them. Leading the way is what I should do, Dragon King said. Lin Fei laughed. I said I'll give it to you. I have always been a good person to my friends. Dragon King cursed. With a friend like you, I don't even know when I'm being cheated. Dragon King naturally did not dare to say these words. While those people had not reacted, Lin Fei and Dragon King left Dragon Island again and went to a small space in Dark Night Star River to collect the top-grade Holy Stone Mountain. The news of the killings on Dragon Island spread out immediately. Chapter 1663. Galaxy City. There was a huge city in the Dark Night Galaxy that had been established for a long time. It was precisely because of the giant city that the 3 great nobles came into being. The 3 aristocratic families did not have a powerful background, but they had been in the Dark Night Galaxy for a long time. As time went by, they would have an astonishing amount of power, such as cultivating to the half-step heavenly god realm. Do not underestimate the half-step heavenly god realm. As long as his divine body was formed, he would basically be invincible. Even a peak 9 stars ruler would have to lower his head. Who asked you to not be able to break the divine body? You could only accept your fate. The ancestors of the 3 aristocratic families all had god physiques and were at the half-step heavenly god realm. They were only half a step away from the heavenly god realm. As for when they would be able to reach the heavenly god realm in this lifetime, it would depend on fate. Even so, it was enough for him to use in Galaxy City. The chief ruler Fensai returned to his clan. He immediately ordered his men to pay attention to any movements in Galaxy City. The deaths of the Starlight Hegemon and the Wind Wanli Hegemon would sooner or later provoke 2 of the 3 great noble clans. It's a pity about the next deal. Hegemon Fensai truly wanted to continue trading with Lin Fei. At a critical juncture like this, the ruler of the sealed stronghold had to think about his own clan as well. If the 2 great aristocratic families were to vent their anger, the family would not be able to withstand their anger. After returning, Hegemon Fensai had been in a state of constant anxiety and fear. Half a month after his return, the Yun family of the 3 great nobles had arrived. This surprised Hegemon Fensai quite a bit. Why was the Yun clan here? Sovereign Feng Sai relied on the Yun clan, which was why he was able to take root in Star River City. Otherwise, he would have been pushed out long ago, and he wouldn't have been able to live as freely as he did now. Fellow Taoist Feng, our patriarch invites you over. The newcomer said expressionlessly. The Fengshou hegemon was used to this sort of expression when speaking. Fortunately, it wasn't the Li clan or the Feng clan. Hegemon pedestal let out a secret sigh of relief. The Yun family. One of the three great aristocratic families of Star River City. The strength of the three great aristocrats was not too far apart, and they had always wanted to compete for hegemony. Each of them could become the head of the three great aristocrats, or even the sole ruler of Galaxy City. As for the latter, it depended on which ancestor became a heavenly god. Once he became an Empyrean god, becoming a controller would be a piece of cake. Right now it was impossible. Standing in front of the glorious building, the Seal hegemon took a deep breath. Whether this was a blessing or a curse, he would only know once he entered. He braced himself and walked in. Hegemon Fensai had met with the patriarch of the Yun family several times. Every time he was in front of the Yun family's patriarch, he would feel immense pressure, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Feng Sai greets Patriarch Yunji. After walking into the spacious main hall, the hegemon Sealing immediately met with the patriarch of the Yunji clan. Fellow Taoist Feng, since you're here, there's no need to be so polite. Seated on the throne was a middle-aged sovereign. His energy, essence and energy were all at the peak of their power. It also made people feel great pressure. The ruler of the sealed stronghold continued to stand there. In front of such a big shot, it was best to speak as little as possible lest he inadvertently offended the other party. I heard you made a deal with the dragon race and obtained quite a few ruler weapons? And they were all exchanged with mineral veins? I wonder if it's true. The Feng Sai hegemon didn't stay at the Yun clan for too long. He left the Yun family once more. Hegemon Seal let out a sigh of relief. The Yun family's information network is really all-pervasive. They found out so quickly. But why did they put me in charge of this? Hegemon Sealing felt helpless when he thought of what had happened. Who would have thought that the Yun family would also notice the Dragon King and even want him to contact the Dragon King? Even the Yun family had spoken. Hegemon Sealing could only brace himself and do it. The Yun family's main hall. Father, I don't understand. Why don't you just capture a mere Dragon King? Why go through so much trouble? In any case, this matter can't be hidden. Hegemon Sealing left. In the main hall, another arrogant young man appeared. His features were 80 to 90% similar to the patriarch seated on the throne. This person was one of the three sons of the Yun family's patriarch, Yun Fan. The Dragon King is indeed not a big deal. If we were in the outer territories, we might be a little wary. But here in the Dark Night Galaxy, a mere bloodline without a half-step celestial god is nothing to us. The Yunji family's patriarch changed the topic. It's different now. The Dragon King dared to kill Xing Hui and Feng Wanli, which is equivalent to completely offending the two great aristocratic families. No matter what, the Dragon King has completely offended them. If we get involved now, we will undoubtedly offend the other two families. It's not worth it for the Yun family. The three great aristocratic families of Galaxy City were enemies with each other. The three families had always been in a hostile relationship. No matter which clan it was, as long as their strength increased, the remaining two clans would automatically join hands to suppress the other clan, and this would be a cycle of torment. None of the three great aristocratic families had been able to make a breakthrough. Father, you want the Dragon King to fight them to the death and exhaust their strength? Yun Fan wasn't stupid. He thought things through clearly. And we will secretly make a deal with the Dragon King. The Yunji family's patriarch revealed a smile. It's good that you know. No matter what backing the Dragon King has, if the two great aristocratic families want to kill him in Galaxy City, it's useless. As long as we get our hands on the ruler's weapon, we can increase our family's strength. We might even be able to turn the situation around and become one of the three great aristocratic families. You will be in charge of the following matters. I believe the Dragon King will not dare to not give us face. What you need to do is to make the Dragon King hand over the ruler's weapon. This son will definitely make the Dragon King hand over everything. Yun Fan cupped his hands. You mean the place in front? With the Dragon King leading the way, The two of them still took a month to reach the hidden space. According to the position we are in, it should be in this space. The Dragon King stood on a building, his heart filled with shock. The Battle Fortress. The Dragon King had been on the Battle Fortress for a month. If not for the Battle Fortress, it would not be easy to reach the place in a month. The Feng family's residence was in a very remote location. If they flew directly, it would take a few years. A month had passed. How could the Dragon King not be shocked at this speed? And the Battle Fortress beneath him. Even if he did not know, he could still recognize the preciousness of the Battle Fortress. It was something that only a super overlord could use. They really know how to choose a place. If we did not know, it would not be easy for us to find the place in an instant in this vast space. Lin Fei was very calm, his eyes constantly looking around. These days, Lin Fei had been observing the changes in the Dragon King, and all of this was what Lin Fei hoped for. They are hiding in the space nearby. We just need to wait. As long as there is a fluctuation in the space, we will be able to find their location. We don't have to worry about not being able to enter. The Dragon King and Lin Fei were becoming more and more respectful. A terrifying amount of wealth, and a top-grade weapon like the Battle Fortress. The Dragon King completely believed in Lin Fei's words. Lin Fei and the Dragon King did not wait for long. In just half a month's time, Lin Fei would be able to know the slightest disturbance in this area at the first moment. When there was a fluctuation in the space, a dozen rulers carefully came out and left. Lin Fei and the Dragon King looked at each other and smiled, then drove the Battle Fortress to chase after them. Regardless of the consequences, they had to capture these people. The Dragon King immediately agreed to the capture. Without a second word, he released a terrifying pressure to suppress them. After a round of attacks, the dozen rulers suffered heavy casualties. Hee, the Feng clan is really scheming. The Dragon King returned with no one in his hands. They were all dead. Before they died, he searched their souls and found out some things. The elders of the Feng clan are all inside. There are 500,000 cultivators stationed there. The Dragon King explained the situation in detail, especially the strength of the elders. He clearly explained it. Let's go in and take a look. As long as they were not sky gods, Lin Fei did not care. It was not difficult for him to do this alone. In fact, he brought the Dragon King along to let the Dragon King know that he would have a good life if he followed him. Open. Lin Fei had already used the system to lock onto the space. A terrifying punch landed on the space. The terror of this punch was unimaginable. The hidden space was revealed by Lin Fei's punch, and Lin Fei charged in. Someone broke in. Mine gods on alert. The space was indeed not big. Indeed, there were many tall mountains standing there. Each one was made of top-quality holy stones. At this moment, a large group of people rushed out. They were the mine guards of the Feng clan, and their duty was to protect this place. The 5 elders also flew out. This place belongs to the Feng clan. If you don't want to die, then leave. The 5 elders did not show much fear. In the Dark Night Galaxy, the 3 aristocratic families had the greatest influence. Most people would retreat when they heard the words Feng clan unless they wanted to be hunted down by the Feng clan. Their thoughts were simple. Who would dare to attack here unless they wanted to die? Good stuff, really good stuff. The moment Lin Fei entered, he saw many tall mountains that were all made up of top-grade holy stone, causing him to drool. The Dragon King was also envious. If this thing was used to exchange for things, who knew how many things it could be exchanged for? The Feng clan really hid it well. If it wasn't for an accidental discovery, who would have known? It is indeed good stuff. Lin Fei retracted his gaze. I'll deal with the 5 elders, I'll leave the rest to you. That's simple. Since he had been dragged into the water, the Dragon King did not hesitate. He revealed his true form and rushed into the mine guards, sweeping back and forth. Instantly, there were countless casualties. It's you, Dragon King. You dare to kill the people of our Feng clan. Everyone attack together, kill the Dragon King, and then arrange for people to destroy the entire dragon race. The 5 elders were furious. The Dragon King also dared to peep at the Feng clan's things. In their eyes, he was courting death. The 5 of them were hidden elders and had always been in charge of the matters here. They were also strong, so how could they put the Dragon King in their eyes? Kill. As soon as they made their move. 18 clones appeared in the air, and 18 low-grade divine weapons slashed over at the same time. Bang bang bang. The 5 elders were sent flying, and all of them were injured at the same time. At the same time, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. 18 inferior grade divine artifacts. 18 people who looked exactly the same. A bad feeling arose in Xiao Chen's heart. Chapter 1664. Lin Fei told them very clearly the moment he came up. I want this place. These words infuriated the 5 elders quite a bit. Since when did someone say such ruthless words in front of the Feng clan? Without waiting for them to reply, the 18 clones caused them to throw away their helmets and armor, unable to say a single word. The clones with low-grade divine tools in their hands, just their defense alone made them suck in a breath of cold air, let alone their weapons. The fate of the 5 elders was obvious. They were all killed. Keep them as captives? Lin Fei didn't have that thought at all, so he might as well just kill them. Lin Fei didn't need to do it himself, so he took it easy. The Dragon King saw that the 5 elders were dead, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Comparing oneself to others was truly infuriating. The 5 elders of the Feng clan were reclusive elders who rarely appeared outside, yet they were killed without saying a word. It was as fast as cutting melons and vegetables. In less than an hour. In the entire space, the people from the Feng clan were all dead. Other than those who were mining, they stayed behind. Lin Fei was not interested in killing them. Who would be able to mine the top-quality holy stone after killing them? Damn, no wonder they left people behind to mine. Lin Fei gave it a try. The top-quality holy stone was extremely hard and difficult to mine. He needed to use his divine power to mine it, and during this period of time, he also felt that it was not easy to mine it. The Dragon King had been at a disadvantage the entire time, but when he heard Lin Fei's words, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Fei, you don't know this. The top-quality holy stone is actually not far from the divine-level stone. It is not easy to mine, and requires a lot of manpower. Otherwise, don't even think about mining it in a short period of time. Lin Fei didn't know much about top-quality holy stone. After hearing this, he came to a sudden realization. So you're saying, it's no longer possible for me to take away the mountain of top-quality holy stone? Lin Fei asked. If it was someone else who said this, the Dragon King would not take it seriously. A mountain made up of top-quality holy stone was something that anyone could take away just because they wanted to. Wouldn't that be a joke to everyone? If it could be taken away, the Feng clan wouldn't have been mining here all this time. He had even arranged for 5 powerful elders to guard it, but unfortunately, they were completely powerless in front of Lin Fei. Maybe you can. Lin Fei was not willing to stay and mine. Soon, he was destined to leave this place. Only a ghost would be willing to stay in a place like the Dark Night Galaxy. He would plunder as many things as he could. He couldn't let the good things here go to waste. Let me try. Lin Fei did not say anything and turned into a towering giant, grabbing towards Gao San with both hands, wanting to pull it out. Rumble. Lin Fei made a big move. The entire space shook along with it. The miners were all dumbfounded. There was actually someone who could affect space. They didn't dare to smile anymore. Damn, it's so sturdy. As Lin Fei pulled, the space around him began to shake. The shaking became more and more obvious, but he still couldn't pull it out. This made Lin Fei very disappointed. This bro has a lot of strength. Don't pull anymore. If you continue, the entire space will collapse. The Dragon King could tell that things were not looking good. Lin Fei stopped, unwilling to give up. This thing is connected to space. No wonder I can't pull it out. Dragon King finally saw something that Lin Fei couldn't do. Let's just mine on the spot. Dragon King also couldn't think of a good idea. Lin Fei didn't want to waste time. It would be best if he could pull it out now. Don't worry, I'll find another way to try. Lin Fei really wanted to waste time with this thing. Lin Fei indeed had a way. He couldn't pull it out with strength. Then Laozi will convert it on the spot. This was also the best idea that Lin Fei came up with after asking Little Devil. He took out the equipment that was placed in the battle fort, then released 18 clones, holding low-grade divine weapons to cut it. You don't say, this method is really good. Voila voila. The low-grade divine weapon was extremely sharp. It cut through the top-grade holy stone like tofu, and a large piece of top-grade holy stone fell off. This caused Lin Fei to be overjoyed. Dragon King, what do you think of my idea? Dragon King smiled bitterly and gave a thumbs up. You're still the best. If the people from the Feng clan saw this, they would probably vomit blood in anger. They can only rely on manpower to mine, but you can directly use low-grade divine weapons to mine. This is called convenient, Lin Fei said shamelessly. On the other side, the Dragon Clan killed Xing Hui and Feng Wanli. What happened next came. Whether it was the Li clan or the Feng clan, they couldn't take this lying down. They had long had the idea of targeting the Dragon Clan, wanting to control the Dragon Clan and turn them into professional fighters. Now, the Dragon Clan took the initiative to give them a reason. The Li clan and the Feng clan hit it off. Where else could they find such a good thing? The news spread out immediately, and then they organized manpower. A total of 50,000 people, the two clans each sent 25,000 people, and most of them were immortal kings and immortal sovereigns. When the news came out, everyone thought that the Dragon King was finished. When the two clans attacked together, there was nothing to resist. The entire Galaxy City was shaken, and many people agreed with the words of the two clans. The Yun clan was strangely quiet, as though they didn't care about this matter. To everyone, they were worried that the two clans would join forces to deal with the Yun clan. Just like that, 50,000 people set off. On the Dragon Island, Long Xianming led his men and was on guard. He didn't blame his daughter for leading the charge that day. The Dragon Clan's bravery was to fight. After killing Xing Hui and Feng Wanli's men, the entire Dragon Clan seemed to have come back to life, and they were no longer as lethargic as before. They're here. He heard that 50,000 people were coming. Long Xianming looked at Hairball, who was not far away, and felt a tinge of calmness. Looking at his eager clansmen, Long Xuanming's mood improved. Come on, let's see who's afraid of whom. Long Xianming was also a smart man. He could vaguely guess what Lin Fei was doing, but he couldn't say anything. It wasn't wrong for Lin Fei to take the initiative, but he couldn't just let them go on a killing spree. Right now, Long Xianming had an idea. If he could form an alliance with Lin Fei, it might not be a bad thing. The Li clan and the Feng clan acted quickly. Not long after, they led their men to the outskirts of the Dragon Island. The Li clan and the Feng clan each sent 3 elders, and a son of the clan leader, to take charge of the affairs here. The Dragon Clan is just a few thousand people from the Dragon Clan. They can do whatever they want in front of our army. The people in charge of the two clans were young men, and they were in high spirits. With a single command, 50,000 men formed into a grand formation and charged forward. It was a majestic and dense black mass. Warriors of the Dragon Clan, kill. Long Xianming hadn't been so hot-blooded in a long time. The Dragon Clan was the same. Fighting was in their nature. Those bastards. Good timing. Kill them and snatch their storage rings. Snatch. The Dragon Clan roared as if they were on steroids. All of them had their eyes on each other's storage rings. That was good stuff. As long as there was a mine, they could use it to exchange for what they wanted. Such a good thing was hard to find. Kill. The Dragon Clan's aura sword. Everyone had a ruler's weapon. Coupled with their powerful defense, they instantly displayed terrifying killing power. If it was in the past, the Dragon Clan might have a hard time dealing with them. But things were different now. With a ruler's weapon in hand, killing them was not an easy task. Voila! A few celestial supremacies were killed, and corpses fell one after another. Hee, we're rich. They took all the storage rings from the corpses. 50,000 people entered the battlefield. They could not withstand the Dragon Clan's torment and started to die. On the Dragon Clan's side, they were at most injured. That was not the scariest thing. The scariest thing was that Hairball made her move. Other than eating, this fellow only knew how to eat. Once she returned to her original form, she swept her huge body and the 50,000 troops were separated into 7 or 8 pieces. As for the formation, that was a joke. Furball's terrifying strength was enough to pull them down. If the Dragon Clan took advantage of the situation to attack, it would not be easy to kill them. Delicious. So delicious. Hairball ate here and there. The enemy suffered heavy casualties. As for the incoming attack, Furball didn't even spare it a glance, completely ignoring it. The people from the Li family and the Feng family had ugly expressions on their faces when they saw the one-sided situation. Especially the two leaders, they were dumbfounded. Damn it, Why do they have rulers' weapons? Everyone has one. They even have rulers' battle armor. At such a time, the dragon clan is so rich. Didn't they say that they were the poorest? These people looked like they had seen a ghost. Although the dragon clan was strong, in terms of equipment, they didn't have much of an improvement. They were restricted by others. No one was willing for the dragon clan to have equipment to increase their strength. The dragon clan was strong to begin with, and with the support of external forces, it wasn't easy to deal with them. The current situation stunned them. So many treasures made the two families' eyes red. If they were in their hands, they would definitely be able to increase their strength by a huge amount. They had to take it down. This was what the two of them thought. If they did this well, it would be a great merit. A merit that no one would stop them. Elders, let's kill that behemoth first. The Li family and Feng family had good eyesight. On the battlefield, the man-eating fellow seemed to be quite strong. As long as they killed it, they would be able to deal a blow to the dragon clan's morale and turn the situation around. The two families hit it off. The elders made their move and charged at Hairball. Hairball wasn't that easy to kill. She took on all the work in the first wave and turned around with a smile. There's something good to eat again. Crack! She turned around and took a bite. This caused quite a few elders to die, and the remaining few were scared out of their wits. Don't run! Hairball turned around and charged over. They were scared out of their wits. This man-eating dragon was more terrifying than they had imagined. No matter what treasures they used, the other party was fine and could still catch up to them. Good kill. Long Xianming clapped and cheered. Chapter 1665. Haha, we won. Victory. Looks like the Li family and Feng family aren't that powerful after all. The dragon tribe cheered. This was the first time the dragon tribe had fought, and it was a complete victory. Not a single person died from the start to the end. At most, they were injured, which was nothing to the dragon tribe. Father, we won. Long Tianxing came back covered in blood, his face full of excitement. It's all thanks to Lin Fei's Dominator weapon. Otherwise, we would have to pay a hefty price. Long Xianming was also overjoyed. The dragon tribe won. Although there were only 50,000 of them, they were still very powerful. Long Xianming knew very well how they managed to take down the dragon tribe so easily. Without the necessary weapons and defensive armor, the dragon tribe would have to pay a hefty price. Hee, Big Brother Lin Fei is really powerful. If he was here alone, he might be able to kill everyone single-handedly. Long Tianxing's face was full of admiration when he mentioned Lin Fei. Long Tianxing had seen how powerful the 18 doppelgangers were. Long Tianxing had made Lin Fei his target. Long Xianming looked into the distance. Go and get someone to clean up the battlefield. The Li family and Feng family have lost so many people, including 2 of their sons. They will definitely not let this go. Yes. Li family and Feng family besieged the Dragon Island. Everyone was very clear about their objective. The 50,000-strong army was in front, and a bunch of spies came from behind. Everyone wanted to know if the dragon tribe would lose. In the end, they learned a deep lesson. The dragon tribe won. The Li family and Feng family lost. It was a crushing defeat. The sons of the 2 Li family heads died here, and they weren't killed, but eaten alive. The scouts felt their scalps go numb. When did the dragon race become so savage, directly eating people? They secretly rejoiced that they didn't offend the dragon race back then. If they had eaten them, it wouldn't have been worth it. This news was sent back as soon as possible. At first, everyone did not believe it was true. The dragon tribe was arrogant, but in the face of strength, they did not dare to say anything. They might even surrender and have a chance of survival. However, the result was very different from what they had imagined. Apart from this piece of news, they were also shocked by another piece of news. Everyone in the dragon race had a ruler weapon, and there was no lack of high-grade ruler weapons. What kind of joke was this? Since when did ruler weapons become cheap cabbages, and everyone had one? They all knew that there weren't many ruler armaments in the Dark Night Star River. Even if there were, they'd already been taken by others. Everyone lacked ruler armaments. It was impossible for the dragon race to obtain so many ruler armaments at this time. One for everyone? Who are you trying to fool? They suspected that their spies had made a mistake. The 2 clans had lost 50,000 people, and quite a few of them were sovereigns. This was a significant loss, and the Li and Feng clans would definitely not be able to take this lying down. The next time they made their move, they would probably send out their true experts. The dragon race is going to rise this time. Hegemen Fensai, upon learning of this result, was just a bit surprised, but he quickly recovered. This time, he bought more than 100 rulers' weapons through the Dragon King. His family's strength had increased by a large margin. Unknowingly, his family had surpassed many other families. Now that the Li and Feng clans had decided to act, the ruler of the sealed citadel didn't look favorably upon them. Back then, when Xinghui and Feng Wanli had brought people, the result was the same. At that time, Hegemen Fensai had seen the strength of the dragon race. With the support of the weapons, their combat strength was unquestionable. In addition, that Hairball's giant dragon was also a terrifying existence. When it ate people, it was very savage. Even he felt his hair stand on end. This time, the two clans had died because their leaders had been eaten. Hegemen Fensai was not surprised at all. They deserved it. They really thought they were invincible. That Lin Fei might be the strongest. With him overseeing things, perhaps even the half-step celestial deities of the two clans might not be able to suppress the dragon race. Hegemen Fensai was very flexible and knew how to think. He increasingly felt that in this battle, the dragon race would not lose. In fact, should I do something? Only Hegemen Fensai could vaguely see such things. I have to go. Soon, Hegemen Fensai made a decision. The Feng and Li clans had joined forces and suffered a crushing defeat. None of them had returned. All of them had died on Dragon Island. When this news spread, everyone expressed that they could not believe it was true. The dragon race was so tyrannical? Were they not afraid of the Li and Feng clans? The Li and Feng clans were also furious. 25,000 people was nothing. Even if some rulers died, it would not affect the true strength of the clans. They could not afford to lose face. The next day, the Li and Feng clans sent out messages. As long as anyone killed a dragon and brought back the head, they would receive the bounty offered by the two clans. The reward was very generous. This time, the entire Dark Night Star River was moved. This was strength. The Li and Feng clans offered bounties, and the entire Dark Night Star River was moved. Some rulers, in particular, rushed to Dragon Island. In less than 7 days, the people of Dark Night Star River rushed to Dragon Island. With such generous rewards, as long as one was not an idiot, they would give it a try. The dragon race was not a powerful race. As long as they wanted to, they could fight. The bounty was offered. Immediately, people headed to Dragon Island. These people were all quite strong. They used their strength to try to get a big reward first, so that others would not snatch it away. Their understanding of the dragon race was still the same as before. They thought that if they rushed in, they could kill the dragon race as easily as killing chickens and ducks. Most of them thought the same. Unfortunately, after these people entered Dragon Island, none of them came out. One went in, one disappeared. Two went in, and two disappeared. In the first 10 days, hundreds of experts went in, and none of them came out. There were spies outside, but after some of them were killed, they did not dare to stay outside. For a moment, many people stopped in their tracks. Daoist Xianming, you are very impressive now. Ruler Feng Sai snuck to Dragon Island. When he saw Long Xianming, his tone became polite. Ruler Feng Sai knew very well what the situation was like these days. The experts who were stimulated by the bounty suffered heavy losses this time. As soon as they entered, they were surrounded by the dragon race. No matter how strong they were, they could not withstand the attacks. Daoist friend, you must be joking. Our dragon race is not having a good time now. Although Long Xianming said this, he did not look unhappy. It could be said that Long Xianming was in a good mood these days. Look at your people, aren't they excited? Ruler Feng Sai criticized in his heart. Ever since he came in, he saw that the spirit of the dragon race was different. During this time, a few experts came in and were surrounded by the dragon race. A few more idiots came to our door. The more idiots there are, the better. Yeah, why don't we plunder the treasures? Ruler Feng Sai was speechless when he heard this. The people who came to kill them were prey in their eyes. It was a shame for them to say that. It was undeniable that what they said made sense. In front of the dragon race, who had undergone a great change. Those people came in to deliver gifts. This was something even Hegemon Fensai himself acknowledged. I wonder when Taoist Lin Fei and the Dragon King will return. Ruler Feng Sai came today to look for someone. However, he did not see them since he came in. They went out. That's a pity. I was planning to exchange for some ruler weapons. Ruler Feng Sai sighed. Long Xianming did not dwell on this. If there's anything important, you can tell me. I'll pass on the message. Long Xianming was a good person. He would not bother to talk to ordinary people. This guy was a big customer who brought in a lot of income for the dragon race. That was why Long Xianming said that. If Ruler Feng Sai knew about this, he would probably vomit blood. He was a big customer. This was too. Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that the Yun family is interested in the friend of the Dragon King. Yun family. Long Xuanming's eyes flashed. I'll pass on the message. Be it the Li family, the Feng family, or even the Yun family, the dragon race could not go against them. This kind of matter naturally had to be handled by Lin Fei. He did not have the right to decide. You said that the Yun family is looking for me. Following a wave of fluctuation, a huge fortress appeared on the Dragon Island. The majestic aura shocked Ruler Feng Sai. He then stared at the black building. Isn't this the battle fortress? You have good taste. The battle fortress was kept. Lin Fei and the Dragon King appeared in front of him. Ruler Feng Sai came back to his senses. He knew that his actions were inappropriate. He laughed dryly. Sorry, I was too excited just now. Lin Fei did not stay in that small space for too long. He sent his 18 clones to work. It took him a few days to plunder all the top-grade holy stones. Other than keeping a small portion, the rest were converted into energy points. This also allowed Lin Fei to earn tens of billions of energy points. Lin Fei suddenly became rich. On the way back, he continuously activated the battle fortress. He was not afraid of energy points being consumed. This is normal. Lin Fei's impression of Ruler Feng Sai remained as a big customer. Oh right, are you here to exchange for a ruler weapon again? Ruler Feng Sai was worried that he did not have a good reason. Wasn't this a ready-made reason? Yes, I'm here to exchange for a ruler weapon. Ruler Feng Sai hurriedly said. Long Xianming looked down on Ruler Feng Sai. In the past he was so arrogant. Now, he was like a bootlicker. Lin Fei patted Ruler Feng Sai's shoulder. I like people like you. You like my mineral veins, right? Ruler Feng Sai cursed. This time, Ruler Feng Sai exchanged for 20 high-grade ruler weapons and 20 high-grade ruler battle armors. He almost used up all his wealth. He did not have a headache. He was still very excited. Chapter 1666. The Yun family. Lin Fei and the Dragon King rushed back because they were worried that something might happen to Dragon Island. The Dragon King was more worried, but Lin Fei wasn't worried at all. There was nothing to be worried about. The dragon race had the ruler's weapon and ruler's armor, which was equivalent to increasing their defense and attack. If the Li and Feng families didn't spend money, they were destined to waste their efforts. In addition, Hairball's existence was a powerful barrier. Unless a half-step celestial god made a move, ordinary 9 stars rulers would be helpless. Lin Fei's godly power wasn't for nothing. Hairball's defense would also become stronger. With these two powers, Lin Fei wasn't worried at all. He didn't want to worry the Dragon King, so he rushed back. Fortunately, everything was fine. The Li and Feng families had suffered a great loss, and each had lost a son. This was a good harvest. After inviting the sealed ruler to Lin Fei's senfu and learning of the Yun family's intentions, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Hegemon's sealing plug couldn't quite make sense of this. The sealed ruler did have his own thoughts. Although he had stabilized his footing with the Yun family, it was almost impossible for him to increase his influence. The Yun family wouldn't sit by and watch other families grow stronger. They would always be stuck at a bottleneck. This was also why the sealed ruler had come. The Dragon King didn't say anything. One Yun family was no different from 2 Yun families. Go back and tell the Yun family that they can come if they want. The prerequisite is that they have enough ores. Lin Fei said casually. I have a lot of them. Lin Fei immediately saw what the Yun family was planning. They wanted to secretly increase their strength. Lin Fei liked big clients like this. They had a lot of spending power. As for scheming against him, Lin Fei did not have much to worry about. If the Yun family really had such thoughts, as long as they dared to do it, Lin Fei would not mind being ruthless. After all, Furball was not afraid of having too many things, and he was more than capable of letting Furball eat his fill. The sealed ruler returned with the news. Big brother Lin, it's best to ignore this sort of person. Long Tianxing said unhappily as soon as Hegemon's sealed fortress left. Long Xianming glared at his son. How could you say that? Can't you see that Lin Fei is here? Lin Fei chuckled. Actually, I'm a businessman. If there's a business, I'll talk business. Of course, if they have any ideas or something like that and dare to take action, then I don't mind becoming a killer. Saying this, he revealed a mouthful of white teeth. Lin Fei returned to his senfu. Lin Fei was overjoyed at the harvest of tens of billions of energy points. Master, what's there to be happy about? Hairball muttered. Rainbow knew a little, but she wouldn't say anything. Master, are we going to leave now? Rainbow asked. Lin Fei said, don't worry, we'll leave soon. But before that, there's something I need to do. Alright, what about the thing I asked you to observe? Rainbow was very smart. She knew what Lin Fei wanted to do. While he wasn't around, she had been observing non-stop and had learned a lot. Master's matter shouldn't be a problem. Everyone in the dragon race worships you very much, and His Highness is the same. You don't know, but recently, those who want the bounty don't dare to come because they'll be besieged as soon as they come in. They'll be stripped naked and thrown outside the star. Those people are scared out of their wits. At this point, Rainbow burst into laughter. Lin Fei did ask Rainbow to observe the situation of the dragon race. Then it's done. Perhaps the Dragon King will come looking for me soon. Master, are you really going to leave with the dragon race? This group of fighters, if they're properly groomed, their future is limitless. Lin Fei chuckled, then shifted his gaze to Hairball. Hairball, you can't just eat and drink all day. Why not? Hairball didn't understand. Are you interested in the female dragons of the dragon race? Lin Fei didn't care about Rainbow's expression and asked with a smile. Female dragons. Hairball was at a loss. They're quite enthusiastic. And they're quite good to me. Rainbow couldn't help but laugh. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. That's it? That's right. Lin Fei really admired Hairball. Didn't this guy know what they meant? This was something that was delivered to his doorstep. If word got out, he would be laughed at. Lin Fei was very clear about what the Dragon King was planning. He wanted Hairball to leave a descendant. In the future, the descendant would definitely be very powerful. Otherwise, why would the Dragon King be so anxious? If it was someone else, they would definitely go first and talk later. Lin Fei decided to have a good talk with Hairball. Who knew if there were any primordial evil dragons in this world? If there weren't any, would Hairball be single for the rest of his life? Rainbow was chased out. In Lin Fei's words, this was a man's problem. Women couldn't listen. Lin Fei spent an entire night, but it still didn't work. Master, I don't like these female dragons. I want to find one that I like. Forget it. An entire night of talking was for nothing. The only good thing was that Hairball also knew how to find a woman. Lin Fei could finally relax. As for what Furball liked, that was his own business. If the other party was not willing, then who cared? Lin Fei threw out a bunch of Dominator weapons to see who was unwilling. The Dragon King is here. When the Dragon King arrived again, Lin Fei knew that the matter was settled. So many people from the Li and Feng families had died, and even their sons were lost. If the dragon race wanted to live, they had to make a choice. Although Lin Fei didn't hint anything, as long as one wasn't too stupid, they would seize this opportunity. The Dragon King was obviously a smart person. Rationality would let him make a choice. Senfu's back garden. The Dragon King followed Rainbow in. The Dragon King gave Lin Fei a lot of face. Ever since he returned, the Dragon King had been thinking about something. At this point, he had to make a decision. It was related to the entire dragon race. The Dragon King had to take it seriously. Outside a pavilion in the garden, Lin Fei was feeding the fish. These fish were all raised in the past. Each of them had the strength of an immortal. It was just that they couldn't transform. They swam around in the fish pond. Fellow Taoist Lin, you are so leisurely. Lin Fei sprinkled some food into the water. The fish demons on the surface of the water came to snatch the food, splashing water everywhere. He clapped his hands and walked over. I look fine. I'm just killing time. Only Lin Fei could say such words. Facing the Li and Feng families, as well as the Yun family, the Dragon King was under a lot of pressure. Even though he had won the battle recently and killed many experts who had barged in, the ancestors of the two families were still a rock. After a discussion last night, the Dragon King had made a decision. He came early in the morning. Even if he was embarrassed to speak, he had to speak. Lin Fei sat down under the pavilion. Dragon King, I see that you don't look too good. Is there something wrong? The Dragon King almost said, if there was nothing wrong, would I come? There are indeed some things that I want to discuss with fellow Taoist Lin. The Dragon King squeezed out a smile and said, our dragon race wants to form an alliance with fellow Taoist. Although it was just a few simple words, it was not easy for the Dragon King to say them out loud. Alliance. Lin Fei pretended to be shocked. Why do you want to form an alliance? Keep pretending, just keep pretending. The Dragon King cursed in his heart. In the past few days, the Dragon King had clearly seen the situation of the dragon race. Everything was brought about by Lin Fei's arrival. Fellow Taoist Lin, our dragon race's bloodline came here with hatred. I thought that I could bring glory to the dragon race, but it didn't happen, and there was even a possibility of it disappearing. The Dragon King lowered his head. Maybe after me, my bloodline might really disappear. Our bloodline is no longer the bloodline of the past, whether it's in terms of resources or other aspects. And I'm stuck in this realm, unable to break through. I'm afraid that in the future this bloodline, and the moment fellow Taoist Lin came, he helped our dragon race greatly, killed the 10 Dragon Kings, solved the problem of the dragon race, and helped the dragon race greatly. Hearing the dragon races crying, Lin Fei hurriedly stopped them from continuing. He wasn't here to listen to their crying. Lord Dragon King, why do you have to say that about yourself? Who doesn't know that the dragon race is full of potential? Although the Dragon King is half a step away, it doesn't mean that he can't enter the next realm. The Dragon King smiled bitterly. He could also tell that Lin Fei wasn't interested in this alliance. In fact, this was something that had long been expected. Lin Fei's origin was mysterious, his strength was unfathomable, and the battle pet by his side was also of a rare race. He might be the last one in the world. Alliance? Maybe he really didn't like it. Comparing strength. The dragon race together wasn't a match for Lin Fei alone. The Dragon King admitted this point. Richer than him? The dragon race couldn't compare. He had 18 low-grade divine artifacts, and even if they sold the entire dragon race, they wouldn't be able to reach this number. If he didn't exchange with them, perhaps the dragon race would still be pitifully poor. The Dragon King thought about it and really couldn't compare to Lin Fei. If this was in the past, the Dragon King wouldn't be willing, but now was different. The dragon race had to make a choice and couldn't continue to drag it out. Fellow Taoist Lin, I also know that an alliance is not realistic. A person like you who is high up and has a limitless future is bound to stand at an extremely high position in the future. Then, you need some people to help you do things, and our dragon race is willing to become your vassal, as long as you can help us take revenge. The previous alliance was nothing more than a test by the Dragon King. If the other party agreed, that would be great. The dragon race wouldn't lose anything and wouldn't say anything else. Lin Fei had already expected this. Alliance? Who was he kidding? After all, the difference between the two of them was too great. The dragon race wasn't qualified to form an alliance. The only thing left was to become a vassal. Hearing the Dragon King take the initiative to say it, Lin Fei laughed. You dragon race really have a good plan. The Dragon King laughed dryly. This is the greatest wish of our dragon race. The Dragon King didn't have the confidence to take revenge until he saw Lin Fei. The thought of revenge was born again. Chapter 1667. In fact, the purpose of the Dragon King's trip was that simple. Their bloodline could not be dragged on any longer. Even though the strength of the Dragon Clan had improved greatly and was considered an extremely strong force in the Dark Knight Galaxy, they still had a lack of experts. If the Dragon Clan had 2 or 3 half-step celestial gods at this time, Everyone would have to be careful and no one would have any ideas about the Dragon Clan. The three aristocrats were so famous because they had half-step celestial gods. When the Dragon King came out of Senfu, he sighed softly. Our Dragon Clan will go back sooner or later. Lin Fei subdued the Dragon Clan. Vassal was actually not much different from subduing. It just sounded better in name. As long as one was not a fool, they would basically choose this path. Lin Fei's words to the Dragon King were very simple. I will take you back and take back your things. The meaning of this sentence was very clear. Master, you have subdued the Dragon Clan. When do you plan to go out? Little Devil asked. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. No matter what, I have to take down Galaxy City first. Instead of them taking the initiative to attack, it is better for me to directly attack. Plundering tens of billions of energy points was enough to summon a large number of war beasts and war angels. No matter what defense Galaxy City had, it would be broken in front of the war fortress. Lin Fei still wanted to plunder Galaxy City. Now he was so poor that he had gone crazy. The Dragon King announced that he would be a vassal existence of Lin Fei. The entire Dragon Clan did not make much of a move. Some of the clansmen even said that after becoming a vassal, they could continuously exchange for treasures and completely arm themselves. The Dragon King actually already knew. For the poor Dragon Clan, they only needed to pay a small price to exchange for treasures and improve their combat strength. Where else could they find such a good thing? No one in the dragon race would have any objections to following such a wealthy and powerful Lin Fei. Perhaps they might even achieve meteoric success because of him. After the Dragon Clan became Lin Fei's vassal, within a few days, Lin Fei gathered the Dragon Clan together. Do you want to take revenge and be proud? Lin Fei said this as soon as he came. Yes. Their voices were filled with excitement. You are all good men. Men should fight on the battlefield. Today I will bring you to kill people. Our target is Star River City. When he left, Lin Fei directly let Hairball swallow the star in one gulp and hide it in the space within his body, because the dragon tomb on the Dragon Island cannot be taken away. Lin Fei did not refuse such a small request. After leaving today, they would never return. There was no Dragon Island in the Dark Knight Galaxy. To the members of the Dragon Clan, there was not much emotional fluctuation. On the contrary, everyone was excited. Galaxy City. That was a place controlled by the three great aristocratic clans. Now, they wanted to kill their way into the Star River City. Just thinking about it made one excited. You can't kill your way in? They had never thought of it that way. The entire Dragon Clan headed to Star River City in a mighty manner. The journey was calm and peaceful. Some of the experts who had come for the bounty lost the courage to make a move when they saw the Dragon Clan. It was not a good thing to lose one's life for the bounty. Therefore, they could only watch the Dragon Clan leave. Lord, there are so many people following behind. Should we kill them? The way the Dragon King addressed Lin Fei also changed. Lin Fei waved his hand. No need, let them follow. Lin Fei was not interested in dealing with the small fries outside. What do you think the three great aristocratic clans of Star River City will do if we kill them like this? Lin Fei smiled. The Yun clan should not make any move. The Li clan and the Feng clan should come to kill us. The Dragon King was clear about this. With Lord here, as long as it is not a top expert, they are bound to be disappointed. The Dragon King was also confident. Without the half-step heavenly god, the strength of the two clans could completely crush the Dragon Clan. The current Dragon Clan was not the same as before. Since the Dragon Clan agreed to become a vassal, Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony. He took out a batch of high-grade ruler battle armors and high-grade ruler weapons and armed the strongest group of the Dragon Clan. This kind of generosity stimulated the Dragon King. It was infuriating to compare oneself to others. For the high-grade ruler battle armors and weapons, the Dragon Clan did a lot of trouble, but in the end, it was all in vain. After following Lin Fei, they immediately received help. This was something they did not dare to imagine before. The Dragon Clan looked at Lin Fei with even more admiration. The Dragon Clan all moved out. This news could not be hidden at all. Those who put up the bounty did not dare to make a move against the Dragon Clan and could only quickly send the news back. When the news reached Star River City, the entire Star River City was shocked. What was the Dragon Clan planning to do? Were they going to attack Star River City? When did the Dragon Clan become so bold? Did the Dragon King not know the strength of Star River City? The entire Star River City disapproved of the Dragon Clan's actions. Not to mention the three great aristocrats, the defense of Star River City alone was not something the Dragon Clan could break. The Dragon Clan's actions were courting death. The three great aristocrats also knew about this matter. The Yun family was still as quiet as before, as if they had no interest in the Dragon Clan. The Li family and the Feng family, for the first time, suffered a small loss at the hands of the Dragon Clan. Then they put up a bounty, but there was no result. On the contrary, they lost many people. This made the two great aristocrats even more uncomfortable. After the Dragon Clan moved out, news came from Star River City. This news came from the Li family and the Feng family. Dragon King, if you don't want the Dragon Clan to suffer, then stop and wait for the two families. Otherwise, your Dragon Clan will die without a burial place. This was aimed at the Dragon Clan. The two families were ready to kill. This kind of news was actually released to give the Dragon Clan a choice. If they did not want to die, they could only surrender and let the two families deal with them. Everyone in Star River City had expected this. The two great aristocrats would not let the Dragon Clan go. The Dragon Clan was still advancing at full speed. The Dragon King did not care about the words of the two aristocrats. He only said one sentence. You want to exterminate my Dragon Clan. If I don't resist, am I going to watch helplessly as I die? Only then did everyone know that it was the two great aristocrats who wanted to exterminate the Dragon Clan. Now that they wanted to attack Star River City, it seemed very normal. As long as one was not a fool, no one would be willing to be exterminated, especially a proud race like the Dragon Clan. The Li family and the Feng family flew into a rage again. What a good Dragon King. You even have a reason to besiege Star River City. This kind of person should die. After the Dragon King's word spread, the Li family and the Feng family each sent out an army of 50,000 cultivators. A total of 100,000 cultivators came to besiege everyone in the Dragon Clan. The war was about to begin. Don't go! On this day, Lin Fei waved for everyone to stop. They're here. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, with a faint smile on his face. Everyone in the Dragon Clan listened to Lin Fei's words. From the moment they left the Dragon Island until now, they were always excited, as if they were injected with chicken blood. They really think highly of our Dragon Clan. Each of them sent out an army of 50,000 cultivators. The Dragon King also noticed the movement and said with a sneer. The Dark Night Star River was different from other places. The size of the organized army would not be very high. Dragon King, how have you been? In the distant starry sky, an army of 100,000 cultivators suddenly appeared. They formed 4 square formations and blocked their path. The black mass of the army carried a murderous aura. The surrounding temperature also seemed to have dropped. No one in the Dragon Clan was really afraid. They were all rubbing their palms. It seemed like as long as Lin Fei gave the order, they would immediately attack and kill them all. So it's Elder Li Hong and the Feng family's 10th elder. The Dragon King shot out a sharp ray of light. He lowered his head and said to Lin Fei, "These two families really think highly of me. These two people have a very high status in their families. They are going to take us down together." Lin Fei took a casual glance. The army of 100,000 looked neat and orderly. It indeed gave people a lot of pressure. If the two of them lose 50,000 troops each, they'll probably feel the pain for a long time. Lin Fei said with a smile. The Dragon King nodded. They will indeed be heartbroken. It is said that these two aristocratic families each have 500,000 soldiers. They spent a lot of resources to nurture them. They are giving us face by sending out 50,000 soldiers. 500,000 soldiers. Hee. Lin Fei took a look just now. These cultivators were all wearing immortal venerable level battlesuits. Everyone had one and the same weapons. It could be said that they spent a lot of effort on it. Dragon King, you still have a chance to choose now. When our people attack later, with just a few thousand people in your Dragon Clan, can you stop our attack? Elder Li Hong was a skinny old man. At this moment he said gloomily. The Dragon King's bloodline used to have a population of tens of thousands. Later on, they were constantly killed in the pursuit. Now, there were only a few thousand people left. This was also one of the reasons why the Dragon King was subordinate to Lin Fei. The Dragon Clan had been tossed around for a long time. The Feng family's 10th elder, Feng Wuyan, sneered. Why bother talking nonsense with him? He killed the people of our Feng family. All of them deserve to die. If it was the Dragon King in the past, he might have some misgivings. Now, he was going all out. Ha ha ha, our dragon clan is also a powerful clan. You three aristocratic families only have one half-step divine god. In the eyes of our dragon clan, you are just a nouveau riche. In front of the real dragon clan, you are nothing. The Dragon King said disdainfully, Today, I brought people here to let you know the power of the dragon clan. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the Dragon King. After all, he was the Dragon King. This kind of domineering attitude was what he wanted. Li Hong and Feng Wuyan looked at each other and revealed a trace of surprise. The Dragon King had really become bold. He dared to say such harsh words in front of the two families. Originally, they thought that in front of the 100,000 soldiers, the Dragon King would definitely change his attitude. At that time, they would be able to do whatever they wanted. When they returned, they would be able to get credit. The Dragon King's reaction was indeed surprising. Both of them quickly returned to normal. Our Dragon King is still going to show his power? Then we will let the Dragon Clan know that this is the Dark Knight Galaxy. If you are a dragon, you better coil up. If you are a tiger, you better lie down. Chapter 1668. The Li family and Feng family were very strong. Each of the two clans had an army of 50,000 cultivators, all of whom were trained. The order to attack was given. The 100,000 soldiers formed 4 square formations and did not charge forward at once. This showed their battle experience. The Li family and Feng family are quite strong. Lin Fei took a look and said. Based on this, everyone could see that the 3 aristocratic families were quite strong. The 50,000 soldiers formed a large formation, and their battle power increased instantly. Yes, they know battle formations. With their equipment, they are very difficult to deal with. The Dragon King admitted. The dragon race is not afraid. With your equipment, it won't be difficult to deal with them. The Dragon King had this much confidence. Lin Fei believed in the dragon race's battle power. The 100,000 soldiers might seem like a lot, but in fact, it was nothing. He did not want to lose manpower at this time. The battle formation in front of them was still very powerful. Their battle formation is quite powerful. It will take time to break it. There might be casualties. Let me get someone to break the battle formation, and then the dragon race will attack. Lin Fei called out Hairball. Hairball was the most suitable person to break the battle formation. How long do you think the Dragon King's men can last? Elder Li Hong laughed. At most 2 hours. After all, the dragon race's battle power is not to be underestimated. Feng Wuyan laughed and did not take it seriously at all. Although the two had heard that the dragon race's strength had improved greatly recently, they were not that powerful in front of their army. As long as the army attacked, the dragon race would have a headache. Haha, are they scared out of their wits? Send a dragon. As soon as the two finished talking, they saw a giant dragon fly out. The two laughed loudly. The one who came out was Hairball. As soon as Hairball came out, she rushed towards one of the battle formations. She did not even look at their attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was filled with attacks that landed on Hairball. Hairball ignored the attacks and rammed into the battle formation. With a swipe of her sharp claws, the battle formation was shaken away. Then, she charged again and the huge battle formation collapsed instantly. After breaking one battle formation, Furball charged into another battle formation, sweeping through everyone and causing them to cough up blood. It opened its mouth and devoured some of the cultivators, causing them to collapse. In less than a moment, Hairball broke through the 4 battle formations of the 100,000-strong army. It could not be reassembled again. The battle formation is broken. Everyone, kill! Long Tianxing waved his hand and was the first to charge. Without a battle formation, the 10 armies of cultivators faced ferocious beasts. The 100,000-strong army was torn into several areas. Ha ha ha, it's fun to kill. Bullshasterisk T army, they can still kill us whenever they want. I've killed 18. Hee hee, I also killed 20. The dragons have too much pent-up anger. The army of 100,000 became an existence for them to vent their anger. The battle formation was broken. No one could stop the brutality of the dragon race. The battle armor and weapons that the Li and Feng families had forged for them were like scrap metal in front of the dragon race dominators. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. The 100,000-strong army collapsed very quickly. Elder Li Hong and Feng Wuyan were dumbstruck. They found it hard to believe. The 10 great armies collapsed just like that? The strength of the two families. This was different from what they had imagined. Elders, you are the ones who lost today. Long Xianming led his men and charged forward. Their targets were the leaders of the army. The Li and Feng families were indignant. They tried to organize battle formations several times, but with Hairball around, they couldn't stop the battle formation. As long as the formation took shape, Hairball would go up and devour it. Nothing could be simpler than this. Lord is still the best. The Dragon King was convinced. The Dragon King could only use brute force to break a battle formation. The Dragon King couldn't enter the battle formation and break it as easily as Hairball. There's nothing strange about that, Lin Fei said casually. After killing so many of them, the Li and Feng families will definitely not sit still. The first battle between the dragon race and the Li and Feng families happened halfway. In the end, the Li and Feng families were defeated. No one returned alive. The 100,000-strong army of cultivators was completely annihilated. The dragon race continued to advance towards Galaxy City. Li family, main hall. Elder Li Hong died in battle. His 50,000-strong army also died in battle. The Li family elders were all present. It was hard for them to accept the news. How is that possible? Our 50,000-strong army has trained in battle formations. They can easily kill a few thousand people from the dragon race. Is someone helping the dragon race? The elders present didn't care about the dragon race. With the Li family's strength and the influence of the patriarch, no one in the Dark Knight Galaxy would dare to offend them. Now, the dragon race had killed their 50,000-strong army. That was equivalent to losing a tenth of their army. How could they not feel the pain? Fortunately, the Feng family had also lost 50,000 people and one of their elders. Otherwise, they would have suffered a huge loss. As the family head, Li Chengfeng was frowning. After losing 50,000 cultivators, he was in a bad mood. Family head, I suggest that we send out the army to kill the dragon race. I'm willing to lead the army to kill the dragon race. I'm willing to lead the army to kill the dragon race. The Li family elders all requested to lead the army to kill the dragon race. The loss of 50,000 cultivators was not good news for the Li family. Li Chengfeng was also hesitating if he should continue. At this point, if the Li family gave up just like that, they would definitely be ridiculed by others. But they didn't know the strength of the dragon race. The 50,000 cultivator army was completely wiped out. The Li family began to pay attention to the dragon race. Wait a little longer. Li Chengfeng didn't agree to their request. The elders didn't dare to say anything. Family head Feng Wuqing is here. That night, Li Chengfeng saw Feng Wuqing. What he said during the day was actually to wait for Feng Wuqing. Feng Wuqing was handsome and suave. His looks completely surpassed Li Chengfeng's. I knew you would come, Li Chengfeng said. Feng Wuqing laughed. We suffered again this time. The Dragon King really hid it well. Brother Li must be troubled by this too. Li Chengfeng sneered. Everyone is about the same. There's no need to talk about this. Feng family, are you going to continue sending troops to attack the dragon race or wait for them to come? After sacrificing 50,000 cultivators, Li Chengfeng didn't want to send more troops. There was no need. It was better to wait for the dragon race to come and take the initiative. Feng Wuqing was indeed troubled by this matter. When he heard that the 50,000 troops were all killed by the dragon race, Feng Wuqing's expression was similar to Li Chengfeng's. He didn't believe it and couldn't stand the news that kept coming. Helpless, Feng Wuqing came to Li Chengfeng to discuss. I heard that the dragon race obtained a lot of weapons and their strength improved greatly. They caught us off guard. In my opinion, it's not a good idea to continue sending troops to besiege them. It's better to wait for the dragon race to come themselves, Feng Wuqing said. The two of them had similar thoughts. If they lost another 50,000 troops, it would have a huge impact on the family's strength. I agree. Li Chengfeng nodded. Brother Feng, don't you think that this matter is a little strange? Why does the timid dragon race seem to be going all out this time? Is there someone secretly instructing them? Li Chengfeng thought far ahead. It was indeed unusual for the dragon race to have such guts. You mean? Feng Wuqing actually had the same thought. Ever since the dragon race arrived and found a peaceful place outside, they had been very respectful to the three great aristocrats. They put away their previous temper. This time it was really inexplicable. Both of them fell silent. No matter who did it, as long as the dragon race arrives at Galaxy City, I'm not afraid that he won't tell us. Li Chengfeng's eyes flashed. The dragon race annihilated the 100,000 troops and killed the Li family and Feng family elders. In the end, almost all of these things fell into Lin Fei's hands. Lin Fei allowed the dragon race to use them to exchange for points so that they could exchange for weapons, battle armor, and so on. This kind of huge temptation once again stimulated the entire dragon clan. No one didn't want to raise the grade of Dominator weapons and Dominator battle armor. Not only did it increase their strength, but it also increased their defense and made them safer. After the 100,000 troops were killed, as long as it could be exchanged, Lin Fei took all of it and exchanged it for points according to a certain ratio. Lin Fei gained a lot of energy points again. They won't come. After the first battle, the Dragon King thought that they would attack again, but he didn't see a single figure in the end. This made him very disappointed. The Li family and the Feng family were too timid. Whether they were timid or not, at least it was disappointing. Lin Fei didn't care about it. What's there to be disappointed about? They won't come out, so we'll go and wipe them out. It's only a matter of time. The Dragon King felt that this made sense. If they don't come out, we'll just go to them. Along the way, they almost didn't encounter any trouble. The loss of 100,000 troops was a blow to everyone's head. Everyone also understood that the dragon race was indeed different from before, and had a certain level of combat power. The Li family and the Feng family had almost 1,000,000 troops. Now that they had lost 50,000 troops each, they had 900,000 cultivators at most. No matter what, they had to send out half of their troops to take down the dragon race. Many people were waiting for a good show. Some people were also guessing what the dragon race's motive was. Didn't they know that it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot with just a few thousand people? No one knew the answer. Everyone knew that the dragon race was getting closer and closer to Galaxy City. That's Galaxy City. Thousands of miles away from Galaxy City, Lin Fei saw Galaxy City. This was a huge city built on a star. It wasn't just a star, but a dozen stars. From a distance, it looked particularly domineering. It's indeed domineering. Lin Fei had seen many domineering cities, and Galaxy City was one of the more domineering ones. The Dragon King had come to Galaxy City several times, and every time he faced Galaxy City, he felt depressed. Next, should we wait for them to come out? The Dragon King asked. Chapter 1669. They're here, they're really here. I thought the Dragon Clan didn't have the guts to come. I didn't expect them to be this bold. Humph, they really think they can kill their way into Star River City. They're going to flee in a hurry. We might even be able to buy a dragon as a mount. Everyone in Star River City was talking about it. Although the Dragon Clan had shown extraordinary strength, forcibly taking down 100,000 army, causing a stir, no one thought that the Dragon Clan would dare to come to Star River City. Perhaps they would flee halfway. The three great half-step heavenly gods of Star River City were enough to scare everyone. No matter how bold the Dragon Clan was, they might not dare to come. He did not expect that the dragon race would really come. There were only a few thousand of them. Although they could fight, compared to the nobles of Star River City, their numbers were nothing. Some people had already bet on when the Dragon Clan would be destroyed. Some even said that the Dragon Clan would not be able to hold on for a day. No one was optimistic about the Dragon Clan. When the Dragon Clan arrived outside Star River City, Li family and Feng family heard the news and admired the Dragon King's courage to bring people over. The two families decided to go to the city to see the Dragon King. In order to prevent Star River City from being harassed, Star River City activated the array formation. This decision, as long as two of the three aristocrats agreed, could be activated. For this, even the Yun family was in favor. The Dragon Clan still had destructive power. If the Dragon Clan really broke in, there might really be a large number of casualties. Before the Dragon Clan arrived, Star River City activated the array formation. Regardless of whether they came or not, it was definitely right to open it first. Everyone, look over there. On the city wall of Star River City, many people were already watching. Suddenly, someone said in a direction, "Isn't that Li family head? And Feng family head? The high-level elders are here." When these people came, everyone could not help but take a deep breath. All of them had a great background, especially Li family head and Feng family head. However, Feng family head's expression was more ugly, and he kept a straight face. Li family head and Feng family head climbed up the city wall. A distance of 10 million miles was nothing in the eyes of these experts. They could see it clearly. "They're here." On Lin Fei's side, he also saw a few figures appear. On the side, the Dragon King introduced them, such as which one was the head of the Li family, which one was the head of the Feng family, and so on. "Dragon King, you are indeed a member of the royal bloodline. You actually dared to bring people to Star River City. Do you really intend to attack Star River City?" Li Changfeng said coolly, his voice reverberating through the starry sky. Many people showed disdainful expressions. The Star River City was protected by an array formation. No matter how powerful the Dragon King was, he might not be able to enter. Perhaps only the Dragon King would do such an idiotic thing. The Dragon King shouted, "You also know that I'm a member of the royal family, yet you still dare to arrange people to rob the Dragon Clan? If they don't obey, then kill them all. Do you really think that the Dragon Clan will swallow this insult? Attack the city?" The Dragon King didn't say anything. He just blamed the Li family. "That was enough. If you don't let me live, I won't let you live." This was the reason that the Dragon King had given everyone. Good. Dragon King, you are indeed bold to come to Star River City with a few thousand people. However, if you think that you can kill your way into Star River City, then you are gravely mistaken. Li Changfeng said, "Once our Li family makes a move, how long can your few thousand people last? Moreover, not only will our Li family make a move, but the Feng family will also make a move. You have no chance." Li Changfeng didn't want to kill everyone in the Dragon Clan. This was not a good deal. If he could control half of the few thousand people in the Dragon Clan, losing 50,000 people previously was nothing. In the future, it would definitely become a good brand. Feng Wuxia looked at the Dragon King, his eyes almost spitting fire. Recently, Feng Wuxia received the news that he didn't want to hear the most. A place in the secret space had been destroyed by the Dragon King. Not only had he killed everyone, but he had also moved everything inside, ending Feng Wuxia's hope. Hearing this news, Feng Wuxia was furious. Fortunately, Feng Wuxia had arranged people in the nearby space to check every once in a while. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have known that something had happened in that place. Feng Wuxia suspected that the culprit should be the Dragon King. Feng Wanli's death might have revealed the secret. This made Feng Wuxia want to catch Feng Wanli and kill him again to vent his anger. "Dragon King, I only have one sentence. Give up resistance, or you will be killed without mercy." Feng Wuxia's every word was filled with endless killing intent. Li Changfeng, who was at the side, was puzzled. Wasn't it just the death of 50,000 cultivators? Was there a need to kill so much? At this moment, the Dragon King was not afraid, but excited. "I understand what the two of you mean." The Dragon King laughed. "Our Dragon Clan will never surrender. On the contrary, we will kill our way into Galaxy City. Whether we succeed or not, you will know very soon." It was impossible to persuade them to surrender. The two family heads didn't care. The Dragon King was born in the royal family. It was indeed not easy to persuade the other party to surrender. Li Changfeng clapped his hands. "If the Dragon King doesn't intend to surrender, then we can only use force." Boom! Outside Galaxy City, there was a spatial fluctuation. Tens of millions of miles away, a black mass of army appeared. It was the army of the Li family. This time they sent out a total of 200,000 soldiers, and they were the elite kind. Feng Wuxia clapped his hands too. On the other side, another wave of army appeared. It was also 200,000 soldiers. Outside Galaxy City, there was an army of 400,000 soldiers. Moreover, they were all elite soldiers. They were filled with killing intent. Everyone couldn't help but shrink their necks. This was the strength of the three aristocratic families. Just this 400,000 soldiers alone was enough to make everyone present fearful. The Dragon Clan really couldn't have a good ending today. After all, This was an elite army of 400,000 soldiers. Moreover, it was outside Galaxy City. It would be difficult for the Dragon Clan to make a comeback today. Dragon King, you still have a chance to regret. Li Changfeng stared at the Dragon King in the distance and said, "This is your last chance. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance." The onlookers not far away cheered. Li family head is really magnanimous. That's right. He killed 50,000 soldiers. If it were me, I would kill everyone in the Dragon Clan. The Dragon King is really stupid. I don't know where he got the confidence to fight against the Li family and the Feng family. This was a question that everyone didn't understand. Why did they resist? The Dragon King didn't even bat an eyelid in the face of the 400,000 soldiers. I appreciate Li family head's kindness. We, the Dragon Clan, have no intention of surrendering. The onlookers were stunned again. The huge army was going to resist to the end. Li Changfeng was also a little unhappy. I personally asked you to surrender. This is giving you a lot of face. You actually didn't accept it. Isn't this forcing me to kill you? This is also good. After killing some who resist, the rest will be easier to subdue. Zhongyi, you will be the leader this time. Don't let me down. A young man walked out from the back. I won't let you down, father. Zhongyi cupped his hands. This was one of his sons. 400,000 people against a few thousand Dragon Clan. Naturally, it would be a one-sided battle. Li Changfeng had nothing to worry about. Zhongyi flew to the front of the army and became the leader this time. He controlled the 200,000 soldiers. Feng Wuqing also arranged for a son, Feng Wanwan. He was also very outstanding and stood out among his many sons. Dong dong dong, dong dong dong. The war drum sounded. The drums reverberated under the starry sky. Li family, victory. An orderly voice broke through the starry sky. The 200,000 soldiers were like a bunch of black spears that pierced towards the Dragon Clan. Those who were weaker were frightened by the sound. This was also the first time the onlookers were watching a battle at such a close distance. It was the same for the Feng family. Their momentum wasn't any weaker than the Li family. Even if it was a temporary alliance, the two families had to compete. They wouldn't miss the opportunity to show off. The entire Dragon Clan felt a certain amount of pressure. The 400,000 soldiers couldn't be compared to the 100,000 soldiers from before. Similarly, this was the importance that the Li family and the Feng family placed on this. The Dragon King didn't give any orders. The 400,000 soldiers were still very pressuring. As long as they broke through the formation of the army, the rest would belong to the Dragon Clan. The Dragon King was confident that he could kill them all. Boom! A huge war fortress descended under the starry sky. An indescribably domineering aura pressed down on them like an endless ocean. The 400,000 soldiers were shocked and their movements clearly stopped. Boom boom boom. Before they could understand, beams of destructive aura shot out from the war fortress. Formation. The 200,000 soldiers immediately got into formation. No matter how fast they were, they couldn't be faster than the light beam attack. The light beam pierced through their formation. As the light beam crushed over, thousands of people were vaporized. It wasn't just one light beam, but dozens of them instantly. The tight formation of the army was instantly riddled with holes. The 200,000 soldiers suffered heavy casualties. No one could withstand the light beam attack. The Li family vaporized 100,000 soldiers. It was the same for the Feng family. They also lost more than 100,000 soldiers. Their original 400,000 soldiers were left with about 200,000. What a good fight! This was the first time Lin Fei used it in a war. The destructive power brought about by the hundreds of light beams stunned the entire Galaxy City. It also made their scalps go numb. It turned out that attacks could be so domineering. They had lost about 200,000 soldiers before they even started fighting. This was too terrifying. The two family heads, Li Changfeng and Feng Wuqing, were both shocked. Then they roared. Because just now, their sons were killed by the light beam. Not even their bones were left. This is a war fortress. Li Changfeng's eyes widened. He finally spat out a few words. Bastard, why does the Dragon King have a war fortress? Feng Wuqing gritted his teeth. The two had heard of war fortresses before, but they never thought that they would fight against one. Chapter 1670. What is that thing? It's too terrifying. The Li and Feng family's cultivator armies suffered nearly 200,000 casualties in the blink of an eye. How can there be such a terrifying thing in this world? It's unbelievable. I actually don't recognize this thing. In Galaxy City, everyone was in a state of extreme shock. The Li and Feng families were two of the three great aristocratic families of Galaxy City. When the two families joined forces, no family would be able to stop them. Even the Yun family had to lower their heads and think of ways to solve it. The dragon race came aggressively, but in everyone's opinion, taking down the dragon race was just a matter of time. If the 400,000 cultivator army pressed down, the dragon race would completely collapse. Many people were discussing that after a few waves of attacks, they would completely collapse. Some said 1 wave. Some said 2 waves. Some said half an incense's time. In the end, everyone was wrong. Looking at the behemoth that shot out beams of destructive aura, all kinds of powerless emotions seemed to fall on their hearts. Hundreds of beams of light shot down, and the 400,000 soldiers were vaporized. If this happened to them, they wouldn't dare to think about it. I seem to know that thing. On the city wall, someone suddenly exclaimed. Many people looked over. I know that person. Isn't that Sun Wu? I heard that he used to travel everywhere and only entered Dark Knight Galaxy later. I heard that too. One of my brothers is a friend of him and once drank with him. It is said that Sun Wu wandered outside and knows a lot of secrets. Maybe he really knows what the Black Building is. Sun Wu was in a daze. The Black Domineering Building. A memory emerged in the depths of his mind. That was a memory he could not forget. Sun Wu, what is that thing? Quick, tell everyone. That black thing is too terrifying. With one shot it can ignore their battle formation. If it is used to attack the city, even the array formation won't be able to block the attack. Everyone pricked up their ears. No one wanted to know more than them. An existence that exceeded their attack. Crushing the Li and Feng family's army, some people even saw the two patriarchs' faces were terrifyingly gloomy, and their bodies seemed to be trembling slightly. Sun Wu also felt very uncomfortable being stared at by everyone. He regretted shouting out in a daze. Everyone should know about the Super Overlord. Sun Wu's words puzzled everyone. What was the connection between this Super Overlord? Could it be that the dragon race was acquainted with a Super Overlord? If they were acquainted, then they would have a backer. Even the three great aristocratic clans would have to give them face. Why are super hegemons called super hegemons? It's because they wield the war race's most powerful war weapon. War Fortress. Someone was smarter. Hearing Sun Wu's words, many people revealed looks of shock, not daring to be certain, and they looked towards the Black Building. Is this a battle fort? Someone exclaimed. The name, Battle Fortress, caused an uproar. That thing is a battle fort. How is that possible? It must be fake. Isn't it said that there are only 7 battle fortresses left in the world? Could it be that a super overlord has come to the Dark Knight Galaxy? If it's true, then the Li and Feng families are going to be in big trouble. No one could remain calm. There was no one in the Endless Territories who hadn't heard of a top-tier war weapon like a Battlemaster. As long as someone asked about it, they would be able to give a clear and logical explanation. But who could say that they had seen a battle fortress? Very few people dared to say that they had. Everyone only heard about how powerful the battle fortress was, such as who was blasted by the battle fortress today, which sect was blasted, and so on. It was precisely because of all these rumors that the battle fortress became more and more mysterious. But those who had seen it before were few and far between, so they couldn't recognize what it was just now, and they didn't think that it was a war weapon. That was too unrealistic. Sun Wu's words undoubtedly shocked Jiang and the others. I was fortunate enough to see it once, and it was exactly like this. As for whether a super overlord has come, I don't know. Sun Wu didn't dare to confirm. Some people wanted to refute, but they couldn't find a reason. Battle Fortress. The Yun family didn't make any moves. The dragon race came to the Star River City, but no one from the Yun family came out, as if this matter had nothing to do with them. When the battle fortress shot out a beam of destructive light, the entire Star River City could still feel its terrifying aura, and it swept through everyone's hearts. The Yun family reacted the fastest. Especially Yun Zhang, who appeared in the sky above the Yun family immediately. Seeing the Black Giant's divine might, Why is it this thing? Yun Zhang wanted to say that his eyes were playing tricks on him. The black building under the starry sky was like a ferocious beast released from its cage, giving him great pressure. Looking at the 200,000 cultivator army, they were in a state of collapse. With every beam of light, a large number of cultivators would be vaporized. It was a complete one-sided massacre. The Li family and the Feng family are in trouble. Yun Zhang tried to calm himself down. In the beginning, the Yun family didn't intend to intervene. They couldn't wait for the two families to fight to the death, and it would be best if both sides suffered heavy losses. The current situation was out of Yun Zheng's expectations. Since when does the Dragon King have a battle fortress? Didn't they say that there were 7 battle fortresses outside, and they were controlled by 7 overlords? Could it be that one of the overlords has come here? Yun Zhang was getting more and more agitated. If a super overlord really came, the 3 families would be in big trouble. No matter what the purpose was, the 3 aristocratic families would be the first to bear the brunt. Once they were affected, it would be too late for regrets. Yun Zhang ordered the Yun family to enter a state of war. At this time, the Yun family couldn't continue to observe. Yun Zhang knew the terror of a top war weapon like the battle fortress. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, he would never forget what he saw today. Crushing. It was a one-sided crushing. Awesome. This is so awesome. This is so satisfying. It's time for us to fight. We won't let Brother Lin down. The dragon race cheered. The dragon race had never seen such a large-scale crushing. Once again, they admired Lin Fei. After hundreds of cannon shots, Long Xianming was good at seizing opportunities. Everyone, charge. Thousands of dragon race members took out their ruler weapons, and terrifying auras soared into the sky. The thousands of ruler weapons scared the people on the city wall. It's hard to imagine that every member of the dragon race has a ruler weapon. Even an immortal lord has a low-grade ruler weapon. I spent 500 years to get a low-grade ruler weapon. It's infuriating to compare myself with others. This is too ferocious. The cultivator army has been split into a few pieces. Although there were only a few thousand dragon race members with ruler weapons, after the other party lost their battle formation, they split them into many pieces. The might of the dragon race made everyone suck in a cold breath. They had the equipment. They had the defense. It was a one-sided massacre. Get into formation. Don't let the dragon race charge in. Immediately, the leaders reorganized their battle formation to counterattack. The dragon race didn't give them a chance at all. They tore them apart again and surrounded them. Below Star River City, there were many areas that had been cut open. The battle was in full swing. No matter how everyone looked at it, the 200,000-strong cultivator army was still at a disadvantage. Not everyone in the 200,000-strong army had a ruler weapon. The dragon race members with ruler weapons could easily break the other party's weapons, break through their defenses, and be killed in a few breaths. Patriarch, that's a battle fortress. What should we do now? The elders of the Li family and the Feng family all revealed a trace of fear. It would be abnormal if they weren't afraid now. After recognizing that it was a battle fortress, the first thing they thought of was a super overlord. Other than a super overlord, who else could have a battle fortress? This was the result they couldn't accept. The insignificant dragon race had created a battle fortress in the blink of an eye, catching them off guard. Both sides had lost an army of 100,000 cultivators each. Not to mention, they were elites. Due to that, the eyes of the elders turned red to the point of bleeding. Li Changfeng clenched his fist. The corner of his eyes kept twitching. He couldn't believe that the scene in front of him was real. The 3 noble families were facing a massacre. Patriarch, quickly think of a way. If this goes on, our 200,000-strong army will really be left under Star River City. Li Changfeng almost bled from biting his lips. Elders, immediately bring people up and besiege the battle fortress. Li Changfeng clenched his teeth. Rumor has it that the battle fortress needs energy to operate, and this thing is rare. The opponent's battle fortress might not have much energy left. This is our chance. As for whether it's a super overlord, don't worry. A super overlord won't come here. As long as we take down the battle fortress, our Li family will obtain a top-grade war weapon. Li Changfeng thought quickly. He understood everything. Attack. Everyone attack. Feng Wuqing ordered the elders to move out. Moreover, they were the strongest elders. Feng Wuqing could quickly think of the Li family's thoughts. A super overlord is coming? Feng Wuqing wouldn't believe it. If the dragon race had the support of a super overlord, they wouldn't be hiding right now. Instead, the super overlord would bring people to kill them without giving them any chance to explain. Then the only possibility was that the dragon race had found a battle fortress somewhere. This was also the dragon race's biggest trump card. Feng Wuqing had the idea of taking it down. As long as they took down the battle fortress, the three noble families would be the only ones left in Star River City. The Li family and the Yun family wouldn't dare to make a sound and would completely crawl under his feet. Shameless. Li Changfeng cursed Feng Wuqing's shamelessness in his heart. He actually made the first move. He immediately urged his people to take action. They couldn't fall behind the Feng family. Chapter 1672. Li family and Feng family elders attacked one after another. Fist techniques, palm techniques, and leg techniques turned into dazzling lights that bombarded the battle fortress. Both families had a deep foundation, so they knew the advantages and disadvantages of the battle fortress. The advantage was that its attacks were shockingly powerful, but the disadvantage was that it required energy to operate. The only thing they needed to do now was to exhaust the opponent's energy. Boom boom boom, the sky full of attacks landed on the battle fortress. The battle fortress did not move an inch. What a good plan! Lin Fei laughed happily. The battle fortress was not just for show. With their strength, they would not be able to break its defense. Leave these people to our dragon clan. Dragon King said heroically. Lin Fei waved his hand. You don't need to deal with these small ants. Boom boom boom, the battle fortress suddenly shot out beams of light, the destructive aura filling the sky. A 9-stars ruler was blasted away by one shot. My battle armor. The 9-star sovereign's eyes were filled with shock. Boom. Another shot was fired, and the 9-stars ruler was blasted into pieces, the pieces falling from the sky. The other ruler elders were the same. Everyone saw that none of the ruler elders could block the light beam attack. If they were hit by one shot, they would be obliterated. Everyone's scalp went numb. The battle fortress's attack was too overbearing. It did not let anyone live. We can't block it anymore. Run. The remaining elders did not dare to attack anymore, and they all ran back. Li Changfeng and Feng Wuqing's faces were ugly. In the blink of an eye, they had lost so many elders. It would be a lie to say that they did not feel heartache. Losing one would have a huge impact on the family. Trash. Li Changfeng snorted to hide the unnatural expression on his face. This battle fort is even more terrifying than I imagined. The elders of the family are all 9-star sovereigns, but they can't even block 2 energy cannons. We can't continue like this, or the family will suffer great losses. Li Changfeng had wanted to be the first to attack, but when the elders were injured, he knew that things were out of his control. Brother Feng, the Dragon King must be trying to curry favor with a powerful fellow. If we allow him to continue, it will be very disadvantageous for us. Li Changfeng said to Feng Wuqing. Feng Wuqing was also distressed by the loss of his family. Brother Li, you're right. We're still the Dragon King's men. Why don't we deal with the battle fortress together and call back our armies as well? That way, it won't affect the strength of both our families. The two of them hit it off immediately. He called back the army that had suffered heavy losses. Both of them did not want to continue to suffer losses. In just a few blinks of an eye, only a few 100,000 of the 400,000 strong army of the two clans were left. If these remaining soldiers were to be killed outside the city, their strength would be greatly damaged. Coward! Let's fight again if you dare. Hee hee, I killed over 100 enemies. What about you? I have more than 500 of them. They are too weak. The Dragon Clan chased them all the way to Star River City. This action infuriated the Li family and the Feng family. However, the gigantic war fortress outside was like a sharp sword hanging above their heads. No matter how angry they were, they didn't dare to continue killing. They felt restraining fear in their hearts. Li family and Feng family really don't have the guts. They only know how to hide in the formation and restrictions. Lin Fei said very disappointedly. The Dragon King thought to himself, if they had a battle fortress to back them up, we wouldn't have dared to approach them. This was the dragon race's first great victory, and everyone's faces were filled with excitement. This gave the dragon race confidence. So what if it was the three great noble clans? They were still no match for them. Sir, what do you plan to do now? Lin Fei smirked. Of course it's to destroy the city. Boom! Hairball rushed out. They saw the enormous hairball appear in front of them. All the battle pets within a radius of billions of kilometers were trembling in fear, not daring to move, as if they had seen something horrifying. What is that? Such a terrifying aura. Hairball let out a long roar, and with a sway of its huge body, it disappeared in front of everyone. Everyone who saw this was stunned. What was this? Bang bang bang. Inside the Star River City, Furball suddenly dashed out, its enormous body sweeping out and slamming into the city walls. Large swathes of buildings and city walls began to split open, and large areas of the buildings were razed to the ground. My master said that those who surrender will not be killed. Hairball was like a naughty child, constantly sweeping away the buildings near the city wall. The formation and restrictions in the air were also affected, collapsing. Oh no, she's here. How did she get in? It's all array formations and restrictions outside. What the hell? Before anyone could come back to their senses, Hairball had begun to wreak havoc. Bastard, go to hell. Feng Wuxing flew into a rage. He didn't know how many of his subordinates had just retreated, and there were broken bones everywhere. What worried him the most was that the formation and restrictions had become unstable, and the ripples were spreading. Feng Wuxing raised his hand and smashed an ultimate attack. No matter what, he had to stop this guy. Furball snickered at Feng Wuxing, and his huge body disappeared. His ultimate attack landed on a large number of buildings, including the immortals who were watching from the sidelines, and many of them were killed or injured. Quick, kill him. Li Changfeng also attacked. The two of them attacked together, and each move was terrifying and destructive, wanting to kill this unknown thing on the spot. Hairball kept moving, and every attack missed. In this short period of time, who knew how many people had suffered, and the two patriarchs hadn't even touched a hair of the opponent. Bang bang! Hairball's body shrank, and it appeared behind the two of them. With a sweep of its tail, the two of them were swept away, and who knew how many buildings were destroyed. Boom boom! Hairball started to destroy again. Boom! Large numbers of buildings were razed to the ground, and the formation and restrictions in the void could not escape this fate. When Lin Fei's cannon strike landed on the array formation, the already unstable array formation was easily pierced through. The massive array formation shattered into countless pieces like glass. The Dragon King, who was watching from the side, was very emotional. The sturdy galaxy city was broken just like that. Fortunately, the dragon race did not continue fighting with Lin Fei, or else, who knew what would happen? Xianming, bring people and kill. The Dragon King was excited, and he ordered his people to attack. The dragon race was born to fight, especially with the exchange benefits offered by Lin Fei. Fighting became their favorite thing. Charge! Let them know the power of our dragon race. Everyone in Galaxy City couldn't understand. The sturdy city with the formation and restrictions was broken just like that. The ferocious dragon race also charged in. Hairball had killed 80 to 90,000 of the remaining 100,000 soldiers, and the remaining 80 to 90,000 soldiers were scared out of their wits. Once the dragon race charged in, it was a one-sided massacre. Steady! Hold on! Li Changfeng and Feng Wuxing roared. The defeated people were still defeated. The dragon race's battle was too crazy. Their defense was already strong, and with the ruler's battle armor, it was like bullying people. Li family and Feng family could not resist, and they were killed on the spot. The battle had become a one-sided situation. It was not like what the Li family and Feng family had imagined. The defeat of their people made them have bad thoughts. Li Changfeng and Feng Wuxing felt like they were slapped in the face, and their hearts were bleeding as they watched their people die. This was the power of their family. It was the battle fortress' fault. The two looked at the battle fortress angrily, and after looking at each other, they showed a trace of helplessness. It was not a good time to attack, and their people had lost too many people. Retreat! The Li family and Feng family retreated back to their families. The dragon race chased after them. Li Changfeng made his move, and Long Xianming caught up with him, laughing. Li family head, I did not expect to meet you under such circumstances. I wonder how you feel. The two of them were not far apart in strength. One move, one move. Neither side could do anything to the other. Li Changfeng cursed inwardly. Bastard, he actually obtained a top-grade ruler weapon and top-grade battle armor. Otherwise, killing him would be as easy as flipping my palm. You dragon race, don't be happy too early. Li Changfeng said angrily, although I don't know where you found help from, don't forget that this is Galaxy City, not your dragon island. Once our Li family patriarch comes out, your dragon race will be annihilated. Long Xianming did not care. Patriarch is patriarch, and you are you. Whether or not you can annihilate the dragon race is not up to you. You should consider your own situation first. Long Xianming lunged forward and launched an attack at Li Changfeng. On the other side, Feng Wuqing was held back by two juniors. I heard that Senior Feng's strength is unparalleled, and I'm here to experience it. Don't disappoint us. Long Xuanxin and Long Tianqing attacked Feng Wuqing from both sides. Feng Wuqing's face turned green and red because of the agitation. You two despicable brats. Feng Wuqing was also half a step into the heavenly god realm and had started to condense his divine body. His strength was a bit stronger than a 9-stars peak sovereign. Logically speaking, it should not be difficult to take down the two of them. In fact, it was not easy to do so. The two of them had strong defense, which made Feng Wuqing's attacks less powerful. Besides, Hairball would appear and disappear from time to time like a ghost, which became Feng Wuqing's nightmare. Swoosh, a claw that appeared and disappeared mysteriously scratched Feng Wuqing's back, and blood flowed out. Bastard! Feng Wuqing cursed, but he had to be on guard. It was a draw for a while. No matter how he looked at it, he was the one who was at a disadvantage, which made it hard for him to believe that it was real. Long Xuanxin and Long Tianqing were very excited. One day, they could fight an expert like Feng Wuqing to a draw. And all this was because they met Big Brother Lin Fei. The Li family and the Feng family continued to be defeated, and countless people died along the way. When they returned to their families, they opened the array formation and blocked the people of the Dragon Clan outside. During this time, none of the onlookers stopped them. The Li family and the Feng family calculated the numbers, and they could no longer hold back their anger. Chapter 1673. I didn't expect the dragon race to be this strong. We've underestimated them. The Li and Feng families have run back. Galaxy City being breached was already beyond everyone's expectations. Following that, the Li and Feng families did not have any advantage as aristocrats. They were suppressed by the dragon race all the way back to their families, forcing them to activate the array formation to resist the dragon race's crazy attack. The Li and Feng families had suffered heavy losses this time, and it was inevitable that they would suffer a great loss. Looking at the dragon race's side, it could be said that the number of dragons killed was almost negligible. At most they were injured. With such a price, it was a great victory against the Li and Feng families. Inside Galaxy City, the big and small families all remained neutral. Even the two aristocrats were forced to return to their families, let alone them. If they really did help, the entire family would be in trouble. That was why the dragon race could chase after them without hesitation. Yun family. Everyone underestimated the dragon race's power. Yun Zheng shook his head. The Yun family elders had always wanted to take action against the dragon race so that they could bite off a piece of fat meat. Looking at it now, they admired the family head's judgment. Fortunately, he did not take action against the dragon race. Otherwise, the Yun family would be in the same state as the Li and Feng families. Family head, what should we do now? The Li and Feng families have suffered heavy losses. They definitely won't let us stand on their side. They might even want us to join them and eliminate the dragon race together. A family elder said. This was the Yun family's greatest worry. At this time, the dragon race was extremely domineering. Every one of them had a ruler weapon and ruler battle armor. They had long been envious, and they could not wait to snatch them all. If the Yun family had so many ruler treasures, they would also have powerful combat strength. Everyone, guard the family. Everything else has nothing to do with us. Yun Zheng ordered. From the beginning of the battle to the subsequent defeat of the Li and Feng families, Yun Zheng had seen it all. It had to be said that the two families were lucky. According to the fighting style of the aristocrats, they would use their elite armies to crush their enemies. Regardless of whether it was a family, as long as they were crushed by the army, they would not have a chance to struggle. The Dragon King used a powerful killing move and used the attack of the battle fortress to directly break the battle formation, causing it to be unable to take shape. This was a disaster for the two families. After that, the city walls were breached. Unknown ferocious beasts of the dragon race wreaked havoc wantonly, turning Galaxy City upside down. Patriarch, bad news. The battle fortress is here. Soon, someone ran in from outside with a shocked expression on his face. They really came. Yunzheng sighed softly. Everyone in the Yun family was in a state of shock. A giant appeared in the sky above them, enveloping the Yun family Senfu. With the terrifying attack from before, they could all see it clearly. If they were to attack the Yun family, they had no confidence that they would be able to stop them. How have you been, Dragon King? Yunzheng appeared in the sky above the Yun family. Now that you're here, the entire Yun family is in turmoil. The Dragon King was also standing on the battle fort. He cupped his hands and said, Patriarch Yun, it's been a while. I came to disturb you on the orders of my lord. He wants to see you. Yunzheng was well aware that the Dragon King had a backer. It was precisely because they had a backer that the Dragon clan dared to charge over, break through the city walls, and utterly defeat the Li clan and Feng clan. Who is your family's adult? That's me. Lin Fei cupped his hands at Yunzheng. Seeing the black-robed man cupping his hands, Yunzheng could not help but take a deep breath. This person was too young, almost the same age as his own son. Yet, such a person controlled a battle fort. Once again, the Li clan and Feng clan were completely humiliated. Such a young man? Yunzheng was somewhat doubtful. I am the Yun family patriarch. Greetings, Your Excellency. Whether it was true or not, Yunzheng would not expose it. May I know why Your Excellency has come to the Yun family? Lin Fei quite liked this kind of person who went straight to the point. He did not need to beat around the bush. I feel that there are too many aristocratic families in the Galaxy City. I want to eliminate 2 of them. I wonder if the Yun family is interested in becoming the sole ruler of the Galaxy City? This young man was quite boastful. This was the first thought that came to Yunzheng's mind. If not for the other party's battle fort, Yunzheng might have mocked him right in front of his face. Even though the Li clan and Feng clan had suffered great losses and lost half of their armies, as long as the old ancestor was around, their position would not waver. Yunzheng did not believe the black-robed man's words. There was one thing that attracted him. The sole ruler of the Galaxy City. The 3 aristocratic families fought openly and secretly. Everyone in the Galaxy City knew about it. Everyone wanted to be the boss of the Galaxy City, the sole ruler. This goal had always been the dream of the Yun clan. Why should I believe Your Excellency? Yunzheng shot out a sharp light. I am not a 3-year-old child. The Li clan and Feng clan seem to be at a disadvantage for the time being. Their old ancestor is still around. May I ask, how are you going to resolve this? The Dragon King showed some disdain. What was the old ancestor? The 10 Dragon Kings were easily killed. The Dragon King had seen it with his own eyes. Moreover, the 2 old ancestors were just sending themselves to their deaths. Lin Fei could actually eliminate the 3 aristocratic families. However, after some thought, he felt that it was better to leave one alive. This was more in line with his current interests. Do you think you can resist the suppression of the battle fort? When the old ancestor comes, what will your Yun clan have left? You will be alone. Lin Fei pointed at the battle fort below him. You are threatening me. Yunzheng glared at him. Lin Fei laughed. Wrong. This is not a threat. I am giving you a choice. At this moment, Lin Fei stood up straight. It is up to you whether to choose or not. The battle fort pressed down. The terrifying aura made everyone's heart sink. Yunzheng had never seen such a direct person. For someone like him who was used to being a family head, this made him very uncomfortable. However, he was full of fear towards the gigantic battle fort. It was just like what he said. If the Yun clan was crushed by the battle fort, except for a limited number of people, everyone would be killed. No one could resist the suppression of the battle fort. Even the old ancestor might not be able to shake the battle fort. After all, this thing had always been infamous. The Yun clan people were furious. Yunzheng's gaze suppressed them. This was not the time to make a move. This guy was evil and might really make a move. The opponent's overbearing aura made Yun Zhang uncomfortable. Lin Fei suddenly said, "The Dragon King said that your Yun clan is better than the other two. I can give you a chance. However, after this, your Yun clan will become my vassal and help me control Galaxy City." Yun Zhang kept thinking. He did not believe that the opponent could kill the two elders of the Li clan and Feng clan. Even if they did, the Yun clan would not be able to resist the attack. If the opponent lost, the Yun clan would not suffer any loss. I agree. Yun Zhang had to make a choice now. There was no harm in making a choice now. Chapter 1674. P.S. Only one chapter today. Yun Zhang had no other choice. In order to prevent the family from falling into the trap, Yun Zhang would not choose to confront the other party. As long as it didn't involve his family, Yun Zhang agreed to their conditions. Once the Li and Feng ancestors showed up, even the battle fortress might not be able to stop them. The result of the black-robed fellows' battle should be a draw. No one could do anything to the other. Retreat! They've retreated. The gigantic Leviathan retreated. It was as if the entire Yun family had seen the light of day again. The originally oppressive aura disappeared without a trace. Master, the Dragon King is too full of himself. If the old ancestor comes out, the first thing he'll do is teach him a lesson. Master, why don't we join forces with the Li family and the Feng family to deal with the Dragon King together? How can we let the Dragon King step on our heads? The Dragon King must pay the price. The Yun family elders were enraged. Yun Zhang said indifferently. Shut up. The Yun family elders were completely silent. So what if we have our ancestor? If we aren't their match, it will be the end of our Yun family. Yun Zhang was very dissatisfied with the elders' attitude. Teach the Dragon King a lesson? Normally, Yun Zhang would not have personally taught the Dragon King a lesson and insisted on making the Dragon King pay. It was different now. The Dragon King now had a backer. Moreover, it was a guy with a mysterious background. Yun Zhang didn't want to blindly attack, so it was better to let the Feng and Li clans test their true strength. It would be best if the two ancestors showed themselves. No matter what the final result was, the Yun family was in an advantageous position. Lin Fei controlled the battle fort to fly above the Li family. Long Xianming brought his men and surrounded the Li family. Seeing the arrival of the battle fortress, the dragons were all pumped up. Lin Fei stood on the battle fort, looking down at the Li family. Family head Li, do you surrender yourself, or do you want us to kill our way in? This is your last chance. Li Chengfeng was furious. Who are you? Seeing the black-robed man, no matter how stupid Li Chengfeng was, he could tell that this man had an extraordinary background. Perhaps he was related to the Dragon King. The Dragon King is my man. Li Chengfeng took a deep breath. In fact, Li Chengfeng had already made his judgment the moment he saw this result. Congratulations, Dragon King. Li Chengfeng said sternly. However, if you want our Li clan to surrender, you're thinking too highly of yourself. If you have the ability, then come in and attack. Li Chengfeng still had a trump card that he had yet to play. Li family ancestor. As long as they dared to attack, the half-step celestial deity ancestor would definitely make them suffer. How could Lin Fei not know what the other party was thinking? He smiled coldly. It seems that family head Li has made a choice. Then I will do as you wish. Boom. The gigantic battle fortress crashed head-on into the Li family's formation. Boom boom boom. Every impact. Everyone from the Li clan felt immense pressure. Patriarch, it's not good. A few of the formation hubs are about to crack. It's cracked. 3 of the hubs have collapsed. Another 5 have collapsed. Bad news came one after another. Li Chengfeng tried hard to calm himself down. It doesn't matter. As long as he kills his way in, the ancestor will naturally make a move. Everyone calm down. Boom. The Li family's formation was shattered. The battle fortress crashed into the senfu of the Li family. Rumble. A large number of buildings collapsed one after another. It was unknown how many people from the Li family were killed. No one could withstand a casual attack from the battle fortress. Boom. At this moment, a sky-piercing aura erupted from the Li family. Divine light shone brightly. The entire Star River City could feel this terrifying aura. No one knew that the Li family ancestor had appeared. Who dares disturb this old man's cultivation? The old voice was filled with killing intent that couldn't be suppressed. Everyone's heart was pounding. It's your grandpa. Boom. Following the source of the aura, the battle fortress smashed into the enemy's body, instantly shattering countless layers of space. Cough, cough, cough. The entire Li family could only see a black shadow flying out, crashing into the building behind him. Who dares to sneak attack this old man? The black shadow stood up. It was an old man, the Li family ancestor, Li En. Li En had been cultivating all year round, wanting to break through this final step and become a deity. Everything big and small was handed over to the patriarch, except for the safety of the Li family. Boom. Another black shadow came crashing down. Li En wasn't in a good mood. He had just come out and was ambushed before he even finished speaking. His blood churned and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. How could Li En be in a good mood? Scram. Seeing that the other party was going to sneak attack again, Li En was incomparably furious. He sent a palm strike towards the attacking black shadow. This palm had the strength of a half-step deity. Li En didn't care what was attacking him, he would destroy it with a palm first. This palm was extremely powerful. When it smashed into the black building, it was like a rock sinking into the ocean. The black building smashed into Li En's body, causing him to fly out once more. Old ancestor. Li Changfeng sucked in a cold breath. This was the old ancestor. Half-step deity realm. That palm actually couldn't break the battle fortress. Just how strong was this battle fortress? Old ancestor. Be careful. That is the battle fortress, the war race's top weapon. Li En came out from the ruins. His sharp gaze swept and landed on the black building. He laughed instead of being angry. Good, so it is the battle fortress. No wonder it could block a casual attack from the old ancestor. Li En understood the battle fortress. After recognizing it was the battle fortress, greed flashed on his shriveled face. Inescapable net. Li En took out a blood-colored treasure. Li En paid a huge price to get this treasure. More importantly, it was a low-grade god artifact, a treasure that specialized in trapping people. The moment the blood-colored treasure opened, heaven and earth seemed to have fallen into the net. It also covered the battle fortress. Chengfeng, you did well. The low-grade god artifact's inescapable net trapped the battle fortress. Li En was in a good mood. Li Chengfeng said obediently, "Old ancestor is mighty." The blood-colored net became tighter and tighter. I originally wanted to punish you, but seeing that you lured a battle fortress over, consider it as making up for your mistake. Li En said calmly. Li Chengfeng lowered his head. Old ancestor, there is a mysterious person in the battle fortress. Old ancestor, you have to be careful. This time, it is that guy who is behind this. He subdued the dragon race and caused our Li family to suffer heavy losses. Old ancestor, you need us to take revenge. Li En snorted coldly. A mere dragon race branch that is being chased dares to attack our Li family. Wait until I break the battle fortress, then I will slowly take care of them. Old thing, you talk big. With this broken net of yours? Walla walla, the blood-colored net that tightly wrapped around the battle fortress cracked. In the blink of an eye, the net was torn apart. My net! Li En spat out blood and retracted the blood-colored net. Unfortunately, the blood-colored net was broken beyond recognition. It was almost scrapped. I will kill you. Li En flipped his hand and took out a blood-colored long sword. He stabbed at the black shadow on the battle fortress. The blood-colored sword light swept out. This was his last low-grade god artifact. It was not a complete low-grade god artifact. It came from the same place as the blood-colored net. Li En was infuriated that the blood-colored net was broken. He had lost the treasure to trap people, and his strength was greatly reduced. The only thing he could do now was to take down the battle fortress. Lin Fei slapped at the sword intent. Divine power surged and shattered the sword intent with a slap. You are too weak. Lin Fei thought that the Li family's old ancestor would be very strong. In the end, he was far weaker than he had imagined. Not good. Li En slashed out with divine power. As long as the opponent was still a ruler, he would be able to kill them easily. However, when his attack was broken in one move, Li En immediately felt that something was wrong. The person who could break his attack so easily must be a heavenly god, Or at the very least, a half-step heavenly god who was stronger than Li Yian. Lin Fei raised his hand and slapped at the Li family's old ancestor. Surging divine power turned into a torrent that crushed over. "Senior, spare me." The thick divine power torrent scared Li Yian so much that his limbs went soft. At this moment, he even wanted to kill Li Changfeng. How did he offend such a terrifying opponent? Li Yian couldn't block this torrent of divine power. While the divine power torrent crushed Li Yian's body, the Li family behind him was also swept over. Old ancestor! How can this be? The terrifying divine power torrent instantly made the entire Li family feel powerless. It's over. The torrent crushed over, and the Li family was completely annihilated. Li Changfeng, the family head, was also crushed into pieces. Can't take a hit, really can't take a hit. Lin Fei shook his head. He activated the battle fortress and rammed it into the other family's formation. The entire Feng family was shocked. But Feng Wuqing's face was no longer filled with confidence. Instead, he was filled with fear and disbelief as he looked at the black-robed man above. Actually, Dragon King was also extremely shocked. Even though he knew that Lin Fei was strong, this was the first time he saw him personally attack. He killed the Li family's half-step celestial god with one move and crushed his god body. In reality, the half-step celestial god Li family ancestor was much weaker than the 10 Dragon Kings. Following Lin Fei might not be a bad thing. Dragon King ordered his people to surround and kill the Li family members. Since he was going to do it, he had to do it thoroughly. The dragon race people shouted and chased after the Li family members. Some of them searched for the treasury, fully displaying the dragon race's nature. Yun Zheng's scalp felt numb as he watched. That fellow is so cunning. Yun Zheng also knew that he was tricked. Looking at the Li family ancestor kill with one move, he was really shocked. Little Zheng, what happened? Why did Li Yian's aura suddenly disappear? A gray shadow appeared next to Yun Zheng. Old ancestor, Yun Zheng said respectfully. The gray-robed old man was the Yun family's old ancestor, Yun Xiaotian. His talent wasn't bad, but he spent too much time on the path to becoming a celestial god. Li family old ancestor is dead. Yun Zheng seemed to have found his pillar of support. He briefly explained the situation. Yun Xiaotian's expression also became solemn. Chapter 1675. Yun Xiaotian had been in seclusion all this time. Li Yian's aura had suddenly disappeared, and Yun Xiaotian had immediately sensed it. He had no choice but to come out of seclusion to check. His old rival, Li Yian, had been killed, and he had been easily crushed. After hearing about the other party's origin, Yun Xiaotian looked at the black behemoth in the sky and narrowed his eyes. Terrifying, very terrifying. Yun Xiaotian could feel a terrifying aura coming from it. It was a dangerous aura that could kill him. You were fooled. After knowing the cause and effect, Yun Xiaotian bitterly smiled. Old ancestor, I didn't know it would be like this. Yun Zheng lowered his head. No matter how stupid he was, he still understood the meaning of the other party's words. Choice? There was really no choice. You can't be blamed for this. Yun Xiaotian waved his hand. It can only be said that the Dragon King is lucky to have such a backer. In the Dark Night Star River, no one will easily offend the dragon race. The Dragon King can be considered to have made a comeback. Old ancestor, can't you make a move? Yun Zheng asked. That person is very strong. Even if I used my full strength, I might not necessarily win. It's still a 1 to 9 chance, and that's only because the other party didn't use his full strength. The Feng clan was uneasy. Especially Feng Wuqing. The Li clan's old ancestor had been killed, and the Li clan was practically wiped out from the Celestial River City. Now, it was the Feng clan's turn. Even with the old ancestor keeping watch, Feng Wuqing still panicked and did not know what to do. Feng Wuqing, look at what you've done. A tyrannical aura rushed out from the depths of the Feng clan. Feng Wuqing had just revealed a look of joy, but following these words, his face became uneasy and submissive. Old ancestor. A black-armored old man flew out. A heavy pressure pressed down on the Feng clan, making them not dare to breathe loudly. You still remember this old ancestor? Look at what you've done. The black-armored old man glared, wanting to slap this unfilial Feng Wuqing to death. The black-armored old man was the Feng clan's old ancestor, Ruler Feng-ju. Hegemon Feng-ju was normally in seclusion, but he left behind a clone to keep an eye on what was going on outside. When the restrictive spell formation was broken, the clone sensed it, and the Li family patriarch's aura suddenly vanished. Hegemon Feng-ju's true body couldn't sit still, and he immediately rushed out to see the gigantic battle fortress. I really don't know. Feng Wuqing was at a loss for words in front of the old ancestor. Stand to the side. Hegemon Feng-ju ordered Feng Wuqing to back off. He also arrived above the Feng clan to think about how to resolve this matter. Li Yan was his old enemy. Their strength was about the same. Now that his old enemy was dead, the black-robed man in front of him was not someone he could fight against. That was why he hurriedly came out. Senior, I am the Feng clan's patriarch, Feng-ju. Hegemon Feng-ju immediately cupped his hands. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. So it's the Feng family's ancestor. I wonder if you want to kill me or... Senior, you're wrong. My Feng clan has no intention of fighting. Hegemon Feng Wuqing was cursing Feng Wuqing in his heart. If it wasn't for his clansmen messing around, he wouldn't have brought him into danger. It's all our clansmen messing around. I didn't give the order. With just a glance, Hegemon Feng-ju knew that he wasn't the opponent. The Li clan's ancestor was the best proof. Feng Wuqing, you brought the clan into danger without permission. Now, I will remove your position as the clan head and expel you from the clan. From today onwards, there will be no more of you. Hegemon Feng Wuqing immediately removed him from the position and expelled him from the clan. Feng Wuqing was stunned. Old ancestor, me too. Shut up. Hegemon Feng-ju waved his hand and slapped Feng Wuqing's body, causing him to spit out blood. He was sent flying and crashed into a building. Hegemon Feng-ju didn't care about a mere clansman. The only thing that mattered now was not to offend the black-robed man in front of him. Seeing the old ancestor angry, the Feng clan members didn't dare to speak. Master, this guy is very scheming. On the surface, he removed his position as the clan head, but in his heart, he hates us to death. We can't let such a person live. The little fiend sneered. Actually, even Lin Fei could see it. Such a person's thoughts were the most vicious. Lin Fei didn't even consider keeping the Feng clan. It wasn't suitable for his next plan. Not bad, not bad. You even attacked your own clansmen. I'm afraid you hate me to death. I have no interest in people like you, so you should accompany the Li clan's ancestor. Lin Fei said simply. Hegemon Feng-ju was able to make a name for himself in Star River City. Naturally, he was a vicious person. What did sacrificing a clansman count for? As long as he had the chance, he would bite back. Everything was worth it. Unfortunately, Lin Fei wasn't someone that could be easily tricked. Boom! The battle fort slammed with full force. The Feng clan's array formation was torn to pieces. Lin Fei also charged in. Deity rank single blade slash. Thousands of miles of blade light went straight for Hegemon Feng-ju. The domineering blade intent firmly locked onto Hegemon Feng-ju. All his escape routes were blocked. The divine power that had just been circulating was instantly suppressed. The blade intent crushed through his body. In a breath's time, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The Feng clan's ancestor had also fallen. Back at the spiritual pedestal battle, the 10 great young masters had all been heavily injured. They were only half-step heavenly gods, far stronger than the current Li clan's Feng clan ancestor. However, they were still no match for Lin Fei, let alone now. The ancestor is dead. It's over. The Feng clan is finished. The ancestor was dead. The Feng clan had completely lost its pillar. All its clansmen were routed. They couldn't stop the brutal attack of the Dragon clan at all. Surround them all. Don't let any of them go. A group of people also charged in from outside. Lin Fei was delighted when he saw this. The Yun clan was very good at handling matters. With the Dragon clan's attack and the Yun clan's troops outside, the Feng clan was quickly annihilated. In less than half a day, the 2 aristocratic clans in Galaxy River City were reduced to dust. All the forces in Galaxy River City restrained their subordinates to avoid offending the Dragon clan. Yun clan's Yun Xiaotian greets Senior. The Yun clan attacked the Feng clan, and the one who gave the order was Yun Xiaotian. The 2 ancestors couldn't even withstand a single blow, let alone a half-step heavenly god like him. If he didn't make a choice, The next one to die would be him. After the battle ended, Yun Xiaotian immediately came over. Yun Xiaotian didn't resent lowering his head to someone stronger than him because this was an era where the winner was king. Who asked the Yun clan to be one of the 3 aristocratic clans of Galaxy River City. The bird that sticks out gets shot. This result was inevitable. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that the Yun clan took the initiative to approach him. You should know that your Yun clan missed an opportunity. Lin Fei looked at Yun Xiaotian. Yun Xiaotian was also bitter as he cupped his hands and said, "My Yun clan is willing to become Senior's vassal and listen to Senior's orders. Dragon King, the Yun clan will be your Dragon clan's vassal from now on." Lin Fei had no interest in managing this and threw the Yun clan to the Dragon King. The Dragon King was beaming with joy. Chapter 1676. Galaxy City had experienced a change in power structure. Everyone in the city was in a state of panic. The Li family and the Feng family were finished. What about the Yun family? If they were all finished, would the forces that were infinitely close to the aristocrats be able to take another step forward? Or could they rely on the Dragon clan? At this time, if they did not make a choice, they would be in a state of panic for the rest of their days, fearing that they would be attacked. Before they could make a choice, a shocking piece of news shocked them. The Yun family had become the sole ruler of Galaxy City. When this news came out, some people were happy, while others were sad. No one had expected the Yun family to be the final winner. On second thought, no one was surprised. The Yun family would be too stupid not to rely on the other party. For a time, the Yun family's front gate was crowded. The vassals of the Yun family went up to curry favor. Those who were originally under the Li family and the Feng family also came up to curry favor. In the end, some families had to pay the price. The families that had always been the confidants of the two families were quickly defeated in front of the Yun family army. Although it was not a bloodbath, Galaxy City once again experienced a state of panic. Galaxy City changed flags. This news also spread in Dark Knight Galaxy. Forces big and small were in a state of shock. The news of the 2 aristocratic families being annihilated and the Yun family defecting quickly spread among them. Some of the families that were on good terms with the Li family and the Feng family immediately brought their people and left. There were also many people who came to Galaxy City to curry favor with the Yun family. They did not hope to curry favor with the Yun family. They just wanted to leave a good impression. It did not take long for the Yun family to take control of Galaxy City. 1 month later, another piece of news came out of Galaxy City. This news was even more shocking than the previous one. The Yun family purchased a large number of holy stone veins and allowed them to exchange for a series of treasures such as ruler weapons and battlesuits for 3 months. The forces that originally wanted to exchange for treasures from the Dragon Clan immediately rushed to Galaxy City without a word. Galaxy City was bustling again. The news of the exchange spread like the wind. It did not matter if one was a rogue or had a family. As long as there was a holy stone vein, ruler weapons and battlesuits would no longer be a dream. A large number of immortals in Dark Knight Galaxy swarmed over. The order was surprisingly good. Even if there were people bickering with each other when they were about to make a move, someone would always remind them that this was Galaxy City, and even a half-step heavenly god had died. If they really made a move, they would be the ones to die in the next second. Even the ruler of the 9 stars was strangely restrained in Galaxy City. The people who came here all left with smiles on their faces. In a short period of time, all kinds of news flew everywhere, unable to stop people from coming from all directions. It will take another 5 months to repair this ancient teleportation portal? In the depths of Galaxy City, in an ancient palace, Lin Fei was standing next to a teleportation formation, looking a little displeased. After taking over the Star River City, Lin Fei was most concerned about the teleportation array. After arriving, he found out that it was an ancient teleportation array. While the news was good, there was also a piece of bad news that made him unhappy. There was a problem with the ancient teleportation array. This was because the ancient teleportation formation had not been used for a long time. Helpless, Lin Fei could only continue to wait. At the same time, he collected holy stone veins. The holy stone veins allowed Lin Fei's energy points to break through rapidly. The soonest it will take is 5 months. Then hurry up. Lin Fei returned to Senfu in Galaxy City. Long Xianming rushed in from outside. Young master, this is the newly excavated holy stone veins. The news is correct. The title of young master was naturally what Lin Fei meant. Calculate how many veins there are and call them over to collect the goods, Lin Fei said casually. Long Xianming was also very busy. He had been appointed by Lin Fei as his housekeeper and was in charge of handling the holy stone veins. Every day, a large batch of ruler weapons was moved out. Long Xianming admired his young master more and more. Every day, as long as someone came to Galaxy City, regardless of their cultivation realm, they would have to be polite to him. This also made Long Xianming feel like he was in the past, doing everything himself. I will arrange it right now. Although Lin Fei was in a hurry to leave. Once he returned to the outer territories, the forces that the 10 great young masters belonged to would definitely not take it lying down. They would definitely take revenge on him. Taking advantage of the remaining time, Lin Fei worked hard to collect the holy stone veins. It was a pity that a similar supreme-grade holy stone vein did not appear again. Lin Fei only felt a little regretful. He was very satisfied with the harvest every day. The way the Yun family and the Dragon Clan handled things was also very satisfactory. It's really comfortable to have a group of subordinates. Lin Fei took the roasted meat that Seven Colored handed over. With his other hand, he hugged Seven Colored to his side and sat on his thigh, gently stroking it. Young master, are you eating meat or? Seven Colored chuckled. Lin Fei said seriously. Of course I'm eating meat. While he said that, his other hand was not honest at all, making Seven Colored giggle. By the way, where did Hairball go? After taking a bite of the roasted meat, Lin Fei remembered that he had not seen Hairball for some time. He did not know where she went. I think she went out to play. Seven Colored said. Don't worry, young master. With Hairball here, no one can touch her. That's true. It seems that I'm extra. Lin Fei teased and took advantage of Seven Colored again. Roar, roar, roar. A few days later. Outside the Galaxy City, immortals kept pouring into the city. The guards at the city gate were especially prestigious. No matter who it was, they had to enter the Galaxy City through the city gate. 9 stars Dominator? So what? Do you see the dragon race over there? Any one of them is an 8-star ruler, and he won't be able to escape unscathed. A few guards had just let someone in. Zhenzhen's roar came from afar, scaring the guards quite a bit. Oh no! It seems like a stray beast tide is coming. Quick, go and inform them. There was a slight commotion in the Galaxy City. It quickly calmed down. Many people climbed onto the city wall and looked into the distance. Not long after, a black beast tide appeared in front of everyone. Especially the few beasts in front, they were famous existences. Immortals of the same level might not be a match for them. Over time, they became the ones that people did not want to encounter the most. The only ones who were not afraid were the Dragon Clan. They were filled with fighting spirit and were eager to fight against the black horde of beasts. The beast tide was getting closer and closer. Young master, young master. After a distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, everyone could already feel the terrifying pressure of the beasts. At this moment, a group of beasts raised their heads and shouted, spitting out 2 words that no one expected. Shout for me! Another behemoth appeared in the sky. Everyone looked. Wasn't this the terrifying dragon beast from that day?